Henry Simon, bringing you another story from my files here at the Missing Persons Bureau.
In these stories of the Missing Persons Bureau, dramatized for Henry Simon by Ross Napier, names and addresses have, for obvious reasons, been changed. In one moment, the search for Anthony Atwell. Address unknown. And here again is Henry Simon.
There are many attractions for the tourists in London. Indeed, almost as many attractions as there are tourists, which is something that can be said of no other city, with, of course, the possible exception of Rome. There's Buckingham Palace itself, Clarence House, and the Palace of St. James. There's St. Paul's Cathedral and the Tower of London. There's the Old Bailey, the Law Courts, the British Museum. These to mention only a few. But of all the attractions which London offers, there would surely be none to compare for colour and splendour, for pomp and ceremony, with the changing of the guard. Perhaps the most outstanding feature of this grand old custom is the carriage of the guards themselves. Many is the time I've watched them fascinated, marvelling at their bearing, their capacity to stand at rigid attention, almost without batting an eyelid for hours at a time. Their bearskins or busbies heavy upon their foreheads, their buttons, braid, and boots flashing, be the skies grey or blue. It's a capacity I have yet to see equalled anywhere in the world, and a ceremony that can never be surpassed. Oddly enough, I've been held up in a traffic jam near Buckingham Palace, brought about by the changing of the guard, on the very morning that I was visited here in my office by Sir Robert Atwell, an old friend and fellow club member of mine, whose son I knew to be a member of the Royal Guard, and of whom, needless to say, Sir Robert was extremely proud. He was waiting for me in the outer office when I arrived, and from the look on his face, I knew at once that something was wrong.
Henry, I'm at the end of my tether. You're the one man I know who can help me.
Help you in connection with what?
Oh, my son, Anthony. He's disappeared. Disappeared completely.
I think perhaps you'd best sit down, Robert. Try to relax a little. Perhaps a brandy might help.
Oh, no. I'll be all right. Just a bit upset, you know. It's all come as rather a shock. You've met Anthony, of course?
Yes, a number of times. It must be almost 3 years since I last saw him. Let's see now. I believe it was that day he scored the century for Cambridge against Oxford. Wonderful, not that? I don't recall ever seeing 100 runs put up on that board in quicker time.
Yes, he could have played for England, that boy, if he'd put his mind to it.
Well, there's still time. He's only, 24, 25?
Henry, I don't think you can have heard what I said. I said he's disappeared. Gone.
Yes, I heard you.
Well, then, why talk about cricket? Hang it all, I mean to say.
Because you're quite obviously in a very highly agitated frame of mind. Knowing as well as I do, I realize it's quite useless trying to pry information from you while you're in such a state. Moreover, I'm doing my very best to place the boy in my own mind. Now then, just take things calmly and tell me exactly what's happened. When did he disappear, and how?
It was last week, on a Tuesday afternoon. He was on duty at the palace.
Buckingham Palace?
Yes.
And?
Well, shortly after 3 o'clock, he was found to be missing from his post.
By whom?
One of the constables on duty, who in turn, of course, reported it to a palace official.
He wasn't seen leaving?
Apparently not.
But surely in that uniform he couldn't very well have walked away without being spotted by someone.
Well, that's exactly what he appears to have done. Not in his uniform. His bare skin and coat were later discovered in a sentry box.
Oh.
And of course, whatever happens, it means the end of his career in the Guards. All probability he'll be court-martialed. Perhaps even put in prison.
But the boy may have suffered some form of mental lapse. He might not have been responsible for his actions.
Responsible or not, he'll be held to account for them. No excuse will be taken into consideration. And even if the court-martial's a mere formality, his dismissal will be automatic.
What steps have been taken so far by his superiors?
No, none so far as I know, except that he's been posted as a deserter. The matter's been hushed up as much as possible. It wouldn't surprise me to learn that the civilian authorities have been alerted to be on the lookout for him. There's so much red tape attached to these things, it's quite impossible to know what course they'll adopt.
Tell me a little about the boy. Was he happy in the Guards?
He appeared to be perfectly happy.
How long has he been in the service?
2.5 years.
And his record?
This couldn't have been better.
Now, regarding his personal life, has he suffered any kind of emotional upsets of late?
Not that I know of, no. He got himself involved with some girl a few months ago, but I understood that was all over.
Now, what exactly do you mean by involved?
Well, at one point he was talking of getting engaged. I didn't take it seriously, of course, knowing his weakness for falling in and out of love, but even so, I remember it rather shocked me at the time.
Did you meet this girl?
Yes, once. Brought her home.
Were you impressed or otherwise?
Most decidedly unimpressed. Didn't care for her in the least.
Why not?
No, she was showy, for one thing. Oh, intensely attractive. Quite beautiful, in fact. But cheap and rather vulgar. Moreover, she drank far more than was good for her. On this particular occasion, she was 3 parts under.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, not at all the type of girl I'd choose for a daughter-in-law.
Didn't visit you a second time?
Well, certainly not. I told Anthony if she ever set foot in the place again, there'd be the devil to pay.
Well, how did he take that?
Quite well, actually. He was rather put out himself at the way she behaved. Still, he said he didn't blame me for reacting as I did.
Did he continue to keep company with her?
He did. He kept it a secret from me. Never spoke of it again.
I see. Has there been anyone since?
Not as far as I know. Which is quite surprising, really. As I said before, this other creature appeared on the scene. He was forever losing his heart to someone.
When did you last see him before he disappeared?
On the previous Sunday. He was off duty, and we took the opportunity of visiting the grave of his mother, God rest her.
How did he seem then?
Very quiet, subdued. In the circumstances, that was natural enough. I was the same way myself. Yeah, poor Vera. I don't think either of us have ever been the same since she died.
Must be 5 years ago now.
Almost 7. Anthony was just 18 at the time.
Have you been seeing much of him lately?
Oh, not a great deal. 2 or 3 times a month, perhaps, no more.
Relations were in no way strained between you?
Oh, not unless he was harbouring a secret grudge regarding me disapproval of Felicia.
Felicia?
Yes, that was her name, Felicia Howarth.
Oh, I see. You haven't thought of checking with her at all, I suppose?
I've been so upset I haven't thought of checking with anyone. Even so, she's the last person I'd approach.
How long have they been keeping company when you met her?
A few months, perhaps not that long. But, you seem to be placing a great deal of importance on what, to my mind, was a relatively trivial affair.
Well, perhaps. It's just that in 9 cases out of 10 of this character, there's always a woman involved.
Oh, come, Henry. Surely you don't have guardsmen disappearing every other day.
The fact that Anthony's a guardsman has no bearing at all on my thoughts at the moment. I'm thinking of him simply as a young man who has, as you yourself said, a very definite susceptibility for the opposite sex.
Hang it all, man, at his age I was much the same.
Not quite.
Eh?
If I recall correctly, at his age, you were married.
Well, I was fortunate enough to meet the right woman.
Exactly. Therein lies the difference. From what you tell me, Anthony has met the wrong one. Following Sir Robert's departure, I sent for Agent Paul Studdy, with whom I discussed the case in detail. As it happened, Studdy was also working on 2 other cases at the same time, both of them, curiously enough, involving young men in roughly the same age group as Anthony Atwell. It was, therefore, only to be expected that he should be very reluctant to take on a third.
Oh, I tell you, Chief, I'm so fed up with these young bloods and their tragic affairs, I feel like jumping off London Bridge.
Well, there's no guarantee whatever that Atwell's disappearance is connected in any sort of way with a love affair. But the indications are certainly present.
You know, I've always wanted to see one of those characters do something crazy.
What characters?
Those bearskin guys, the way they stand there like marble statues. A spaceship from Mars could land right at their feet and they wouldn't turn a hair. I've often been tempted to try tickling one in the ribs.
I wouldn't advise it if I were you. You have to find yourself behind bars very smartly.
That's why I said I'd have liked to have seen this happen. The guy suddenly whip off his coat and top knot, chuck him in the sentry box, and stroll off.
I dare say quite a number of people would have liked to have seen that happen. Fact remains, of course, that no one did. No one we know of, at any rate.
I guess he'll really have the book thrown at him when he finally turns up.
Yes, indeed. Very large book at that.
Those boys even get punished for fainting on parade, let alone strolling off and leaving the palace unattended.
Well, not unattended exactly, but less attended than usual. Yes, I imagine he's in for quite a rap over the knuckles, whatever his excuse may be. But for the moment, of course, that's quite beside the point. Our job is to find him regardless. And I think that our best bet is to set the ball rolling by checking with this Howarth girl.
Uh-huh. Who is she exactly?
Well, from what I gather, she comes from quite a prominent family. Her father's a member of Parliament. Her mother's apparently quite closely related to a baronet.
Sounds like she might be a bit of a throwback.
Well, from Sir Robert's description of her, it does indeed. He doesn't know the family at all himself, but he knows of them. And he's heard from a reasonably reliable source that they've broken off all relations with her.
Yeah. Where does she hang out? Any idea?
He seemed to think she had a flat somewhere in Sloane Square, so I checked it in the phone book and, let's see. Oh, yes, here we are. Howarth. Miss Felicia A., 6 Aldershot Mansions, Grover Road. It was a pre-war block, not very far from Sloane Square Station. Taking a lift to the second floor, Studdy made his way along a narrow carpeted passage to a door marked 6 at the far end. In all, he knocked 4 times and was just preparing to retrace his footsteps back along the passage when the door opened and he found himself confronted by a slim young woman in a flame-colored bathrobe. Her dark hair was wet and hung limply at her shoulders. Her feet were bare, and she wore no makeup. Yet there could be no doubting that she was an uncommonly beautiful girl, despite the look of annoyance which clouded her features.
Every time I take a bath, I can count on someone arriving in the middle of it.
Pardon me, it wasn't planned.
Who are you? What do you want?
Well, the name is Studdy. I'm from the Missing Persons Bureau. If you're Felicia Howarth, I thought that we should have a few brief minutes of chat.
About what?
Well, a friend of yours, Anthony Atwell.
Oh. Well, in that case, you'd better come in.
Thanks.
Well? What about Anthony?
Seen him around lately?
Not for a week or so. Why?
I guess he's missing.
You don't tell me.
Uh-huh. Any idea where he might be?
Not the slightest. But when you find him, you might contact my solicitors.
Uh-huh. Why?
Because I intend suing him, that's why.
Suing him? For what?
Assault.
Henry Simon returns to continue this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
Somewhat taken aback, Studdy stared hard at the young woman, who met his gaze unflinchingly, running a carefully manicured hand through her limp hair as she did so, the corners of her mouth registering faint amusement at the agent's obvious surprise.
You look a little shocked, Mr. Studdy.
That's putting it mildly. Assault's a pretty serious charge.
No more serious than the damage he might have done me if he hadn't been stopped when he was.
Stopped by who?
Harry Gordon, a friend of mine. We were walking along the street minding our own business when suddenly Anthony appeared in front of us. He called me a filthy name, then knocked me down. I fell on the pavement and skinned my elbow. It all happened so quickly it was over before I'd had time to draw breath. Then when Harry turned to grab him, he ran away.
Now, when was this?
Last week. Swelling and my jaw's almost gone numb. But you should have seen it a few days ago.
Uh-huh. What day last week?
The Tuesday afternoon, around 3 o'clock.
And, that's when he was found missing from his post.
Well, he wasn't in uniform. Just the trousers and the boots.
Whereabouts did it happen?
In the mall. About halfway along.
Going towards the palace or away from it?
Away from it. We were actually coming from Victoria.
Uh-huh. So you did pass the palace?
Yes.
Did you happen to see Atwell on guard?
Well, I wasn't looking for him.
Obviously, he saw you.
Well, the next time he sees me, it'll be in court.
You and he were pretty chummy at one stage, weren't you?
We went out a bit together, yes.
When was the last time?
Oh, 2, perhaps 3 weeks ago.
Were you seeing each other regularly before that?
Every day.
Now, according to his father, he broke things off with you a couple of months back.
That old fogey wouldn't know what year it was.
You weren't engaged to be married by any chance?
Why do you ask that?
Just curious.
Well, as a matter of fact, we were. We kept it quiet from the old boy, but I was wearing his ring for over 3 months.
Up till the time he beat you up?
I'd taken it off a week or so before.
Why?
Oh, he began to bore me. I decided I didn't want to get married after all.
And you returned the ring?
No, I hadn't got around to it.
But you had broken the engagement.
Oh, more or less. It was sort of up in the air.
And meanwhile, you were going around with this Harry Gordon, huh?
Harry and 1 or 2 others. I always did enjoy variety.
I guess you realize you've probably wrecked Atwell's life.
Oh, you're breaking my heart.
Well, I guess that's something anyway.
What?
I was beginning to wonder if you had one.
It transpired that prior to his taking an interest in Miss Howarth, Harry Gordon had been a friend of our quarry's for many years, and was known to Sir Robert as quite a decent and reliable young man. This description was duly found to be apt enough when Studdy visited Gordon in his Curzon Street apartment that same evening. Tall and well-built, with wavy fair hair, he proved to be both friendly and polite.
Please, Mr. Studdy, when you speak of my association with Felicia, I'd be obliged if you do so in the past tense. I haven't seen her since the day of the trouble with Anthony, and I have no intention of contacting her again.
Yeah. How long were you keeping company?
Oh, a few weeks.
While she was still engaged to Atwell?
I knew nothing about that. She took care not to let me see any ring.
But you knew she was going steady with him.
Oh, vaguely, yes. But, well, I got tangled up with her without quite realizing it.
Now it's all over, eh?
Completely.
Because of the trouble with Atwell?
Oh, that really showed her up in her true light.
I'd kind of like to hear your version of that story. What happened exactly?
Well, I'd arranged to meet her at a pub over in Victoria around 2. When I got there, she was tight, and she insisted on having a few more drinks.
Yeah.
Well, then she suggested we walk back to town to give her a chance to sober up. I didn't know what a game was then, but I soon found out. You see, we had to go past Buckingham Palace, and Anthony was standing guard at the front gate. Well, she must have known he was there, because she made a point of going right by him. Well, directly I spotted him, I tried to get her away, and that's when she turned on her act. She suddenly grabbed hold of me and started kissing me right in front of him. Well, apart from anything else, I've never been so embarrassed.
Yeah.
I just grabbed her by the arm, propelled her across the street, and set off along the mall as fast as I could walk. Well, by this time, she was laughing and singing at the top of her voice. I tried to hail a cab, but there wasn't a vacant one to be had. Well, we must have been about 100 yards along from St. James's Palace, when suddenly Anthony bore down on us. His face was white with rage, and he was trembling all over. He said he was going to take her home, but the moment he touched her arm, she started spitting like a wildcat. Then she tried to kick him, lost her balance, and fell in the gutter. Well, for a second or two, he just stood there, looking down at her, and she was screaming and swearing at him for all she was worth. Then he turned on his heel and walked away. The last I saw of him, he was heading across the park, and that's when I finally managed to get a cab. So I bundled her in and told the cabbie where to drop her. And that's the whole story.
Yeah. According to her, Atwell knocked her down. She says she intends to sue.
Just let her try. I'll be the first to get up and tell the court what really happened.
You know, I don't get the point of it. Why would she want to pull a stunt like that?
I wouldn't know. Frankly, at the time, I think she was too drunk to know herself.
Yeah. Well, if it was her intention to ruin the guy, she did a mighty fine job. Even as things stand, he's in one heck of a mess. But when this gets out, he'll be finished for good.
Returning to the office, Studdy reported his progress. if such it could be called. In reality, we were no further advanced than we had been before. Indeed, we were a good deal worse off, because we'd exhausted our only leads and had nothing at all to show for them. In view of this, we had no option except to push the case to one side in favor of other, more fruitful investigations. It was purely a temporary shelving in the absence of pertinent information, but it was difficult for me to explain this to Sir Robert, who appeared to be of the belief that we were abandoning the search altogether. As it happened, the case was opened abruptly some 2 days later, when, shortly before 5 in the afternoon, Studdy received a phone call.
Yes, Missing Persons Bureau, Studdy speaking.
Felicia Howard here, Mr. Studdy.
Oh? And to what do I owe this doubtful honor?
Would you come over right away?
Over where?
To my flat.
Why?
Because I'm scared. When I got home earlier, the caretaker told me a man phoned this morning wanting to know where I was. Apparently, he'd rung my flat and couldn't get an answer.
So?
He wouldn't leave his name, said he'd call back.
Uh-huh.
Well, I'd only been in about 20 minutes. The phone rang, I answered it, and the line went dead. There was someone at the other end, I know that. They hung up in my ear. I think it was Anthony, Mr. Studdy, checking to see if I was home. I think he's on his way here now.
So you want me to come over and protect you, huh, in case he gets violent?
I phoned Harry Gordon, but he wouldn't come, the low-down swine. It's all his fault anyway. He's to blame for the whole thing. And he has the height to say he hopes Anthony wrings my neck.
Who is it?
The big bad wolf. Now open up or I'll huff and I'll puff.
Just a moment. Oh, Mr. Studdy, I'm so glad you've come. I've been sitting here waiting, scared sick. There's no one I can turn to now, only you.
If you're the wronged party in this deal, as you claim, how come you're so squeamish?
I've been thinking things over. He's quite mad. He must be. When you came here before, there was something I didn't tell you.
I figured there might be.
When he found out about Harry, we had a dreadful scene. He told me if he ever caught us together, he'd kill me.
This was before the other business?
The previous evening.
Yet you deliberately went out of your way to let him see you crawling all over the guy in public.
I've been stewing about it. I had too much to drink. I didn't know what I was doing. I just wanted to show him I wasn't bothered by his threats, that I'd do as I chose.
You're bothered plenty now.
Wouldn't you be if you were in my shoes?
Beautiful. If I was in your shoes, I'd cut off my feet.
Oh, please, Mr. Studdy, don't joke. I'm telling you, he's out of his mind.
Well, he hasn't shown up yet. Maybe he's not.
That'll be him now.
Soon see. Well, hi, Gordon.
Harry, what are you doing here?
You invited me, remember?
You said you wouldn't come.
That was 2 hours ago. I've had time to change my mind.
You look pretty shaken. Something wrong?
After Felicia phoned me, I rang Sir Robert and told him about the mysterious phone calls she'd received. I thought he might like to know in case Anthony did show up.
Yeah?
It wasn't Anthony who rang. It was the old chap himself. He wanted to ask her if she'd heard anything, but when he heard her voice on the other end of the line, he couldn't bring himself to talk to her. So he hung up.
You mean it was that old fool all the time?
That's right. He phoned this morning, and you weren't in, so he spoke to the caretaker. Then he called back this afternoon.
And to think I've been worrying myself silly.
You've a lot more than that to worry about.
What do you mean?
It came over the radio, not half an hour ago.
Over the radio?
A news bulletin. At 3:20 this afternoon, the body of a man was pulled out of the river. It was estimated by a police doctor that he'd been in the water for at least a week. He carried no identification, but it didn't take them long to trace him. The clothes he was wearing, the boots, part of a uniform.
Oh, no.
The uniform of the Royal Guard.
Henry Simon returns to conclude this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
The body of Anthony Atwell was formally identified by his father, and at the subsequent coroner's inquest, in the absence of proof to the contrary, a verdict of accidental death was recorded. It is not known just when Anthony Atwell died, but it is presumed that he entered the river within a matter of hours following his encounter with Felicia Howarth and Harry Gordon. A tragic fate for a young man with so promising a future, and brought about solely by the vicious spite of the woman he loved. And now, this is Henry Simon, as always, inviting you to meet me here again, and for the present, bidding you au revoir.
This is Henry Simon bringing you another story from my files here at the Missing Persons Bureau.
In these stories of the Missing Persons Bureau, dramatized for Henry Simon, names and addresses have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The Colgate Show, Address Unknown, is brought to you by the makers of Colgate Dental Cream, Colgate Toothbrushes, Colgate Shampoo, Colgate Beauty Soap, Colgate Hairspray, and Colgate Talc.
In one moment, the search for Charles Denton, address unknown.
And here again is Henry Simon.
In times of war and international unrest, there are obviously a great number of disappearances and unaccounted for deaths. In such times, too, even though Britain herself may not be directly involved in the conflict in question, a large number of British subjects find themselves caught up in the action. When this happens, it's not unnatural for the Missing Persons Bureau to play a part in attempting to solve one or more of the disappearance mysteries. I remember at the time of the French troubles with Algeria, we had a caller to the Bureau, a most attractive young lady named Lillian Wentworth. She came directly to the point of her visit.
My fiancé, Mr. Simon, Charles Denton, he seems to be missing. I've tried the police, even checked all the hospitals and nursing homes I could think of. There isn't any trace of him. I'm coming to you almost as a last resort.
Well, a great many people do, Miss Wentworth. We have a surprisingly successful record in locating missing persons. Now, let's have some details, please. Your fiancé's age, physical description.
Charles is 31. He's about 5'10", and average weight, what would that be, about 150?
That's close enough. Colouring?
Dark brown hair, almost black, really. Blue eyes, rather dark complexion, very suntanned. Charles spends quite a lot of time on the Riviera and mooning around the Mediterranean on his yacht.
Oh, he's wealthy, then.
Well, rather comfortably well off, I'd say. Not rich in the usual sense. But he never seems to want for ready cash.
I see. And his occupation?
He's a writer.
Oh, I wondered why the name rang a bell. He writes those Secret Service agent books, doesn't he? What's
Yes.
the name? Greg something?
Greg Carson.
Yes,
that's the one. Charles says it brings him in quite a lot of money. I know he's published mainly in paperbacks, but there does seem to be quite a market for thrillers like that.
There must be, yes. Just about every bookstore or station newsstand displays dozens of books of that type. You say he moons around the Mediterranean quite a lot. Just how much would that be?
Oh, for weeks, sometimes even months at a time. He does most of his writing on his yacht. He says you can't find peace like that in any other way. He's probably quite right. Oh, the times I've been aboard Lady Susan have been wonderful. Nobody to bother you, just the sea and the ports of call when you feel like company. I wish I could live like that all the time.
I should think all the time would become a bit much, Miss Wentworth. Times like that take on an added flavor when they're not overindulged in, if you'll pardon the split infinitive.
Could very well be right, Mr. Simon.
Now, back to your fiancé. If, as you say, he's always away for weeks or even months at a time, how can you be sure that he's missing? Couldn't this just be one of those extended periods?
No, Charles has a thing about keeping appointments and never being late. He was supposed to have seen his agent and his publisher 2 days ago, right here in London. But he simply never turned up.
Their names?
Desmond Wright is the publisher. Trigon Books. You've heard of him?
Yes, indeed. The Three Triangles trademark.
Yes, that's the one. And Malcolm Bennett is his agent. He only handles a dozen or so clients, but that seems to be the way he prefers it. Needless to say, that dozen comprises only best-selling authors.
I see. Now, exactly when last did you see your fiancé?
It was Thursday of last week. He said he'd only be away for 3 or 4 days, but now it's a full week. There's no sign of Charles.
Do you know where he went?
Yes, he went to Paris. He stayed in his flat there. Number 14, Rue Petier in Montmartre.
14 Rue Petier, Montmartre. Good. You're sure of that, Miss Wentworth? Sure that he did go to Paris?
Yes, quite sure. He telephoned me on Thursday night and again on the Friday.
Excellent. And his address here in London?
27 Maxton House, Dawes Avenue, Kensington. Oh, that's his home base, really. It's a lovely flat.
Now, is there anyone there at the moment?
I shouldn't think so. He has a woman who comes in every morning to do the cleaning chores and dusting. Sometimes she cooks for him, too.
And her name?
Mrs. Kreppel.
Kreppel. She's not there this afternoon, then?
No, she always leaves at about 1 o'clock.
Pity. You wouldn't happen to have a key to the flat, would you?
Yes, I do have. Charles gave me one some months ago. But why should you need one, Mr. Simon?
Well, the agent I'll assign to the case will probably like to have a look round there. It'd be easier, and I'm sure a lot more comforting to your peace of mind, if you were there when he did so.
Oh, I see. Yes, well, that would be fine. Is there anything else, Mr. Simon?
Not that I can think of at the moment. If you just leave me your address and telephone number, I think that'll take care of everything. Oh, and I shouldn't worry too much about all this, Miss Wentworth. In most cases involving missing persons, there's usually a very banal and innocuous explanation.
You said in most cases, Mr. Simon. That's what's worrying me. Perhaps Charles is one of those that isn't.
I wasn't unduly worried about Charles Denton's disappearance. Despite Lillian Wentworth's assurance that he was one of that rare breed of personalities who are never late for an appointment, the fact that Denton was a writer seemed to cancel out the virtues, in my mind at any rate. As a whole, writers are not the most dependable of people, and this could well have been an occasion when Denton decided to stay away on his own instead of returning to London for the appointment with his agent and publisher. I said as much to Agent Luke Parker when I briefed him on the assignment. Parker grinned and blew smoke up at the ceiling.
Don't look now, Chief, but you're being kind of bigoted.
Bigoted? Me?
Sure.
In what way, may I ask?
Maligning the whole race of writers on account of maybe you happen to have met up with a couple who weren't all that much on the responsible side. And what happens? To shove the whole mess of them into the same category? Oh, why, Chief, some of my best friends are writers.
How enlightening. Nonetheless, Parker, we shall take Miss Wentworth's belief in her fiancé's dependability with just a pinch or two of salt. I think it might be an idea if we went round to Denton's agent this afternoon and found out what he thinks of his client's passion for punctuality. It may turn out that Lillian Wentworth has a rose-colored view of her fiancé.
Sure, will do. Got his address?
It's in the phone book.
Thanks.
If you get no joy there, you might try his publisher. Then, if necessary, Miss Wentworth will let you into Denton's flat. But save that until you have to, Parker. She seems to be the type that protects individual privacy with a passion that borders on the overpowering. When I suggested that you may want to look around Denton's flat, her eyebrows nearly hit the ceiling with disapproval.
Okay, message received and understood. Handle the lady with kid gloves, right?
It may pay you to do so, yes.
Anything else, Chief?
It's now 2:14. You have a busy afternoon ahead of you, Parker. I suggest that you get weaving. Parker telephoned Denton's agent, Malcolm Bennett, and arranged to call round at his office within the hour. When Parker arrived, he found a smoothly running machine that digested authors' words and then regurgitated them in the direction of the most profitable publisher. The office was neat, modern, and functional, and Parker was shown directly into Malcolm Bennett's private sanctuary. Bennett himself was smooth, affable, but for some reason best known to Parker, he irritated. There was a measure of pompousness to the man that had no trouble in making Parker's hackles rise.
Charles, of course, is one of our middleweight writers, you know. Churns out the words like sausages, and most of the time they don't need much in the way of revision or polishing. Mainly paperback sales for Greg Carson, usual market stuff. Not one of the really best-selling chappies we have in the stable, but better than the bottom rung fellows. The sort that write one good book for every 5 or 6. No better than mediocre. Dependable, yes, on the whole I'd say he was.
And the fact that he didn't show up for your appointment was out of character for him.
Well, yes, to a degree. Nothing to worry about.
Why not?
Well, you don't know writers, old man. A week in Paris could lead to a month, even a couple of months on the tear.
Uh-huh. You know, something's been puzzling me. I've read a couple of Greg Carson's books. They're pretty good. But the bit I don't get is how come the author knows so much about the insides of the Secret Service and about the other side of things, the gun running and the underworld bit. It's almost as though the writing was being done from personal experience. Any truth in that?
Personal experience? Oh, you mean was Charles ever mixed up in the intelligence outfit himself?
Well, something like that.
Perish the thought, old man. Nothing more than a lively imagination, that's all.
You're sure of that?
Oh, positive, old man. Absolutely positive.
Parker tried without success to get hold of Denton's publisher, Desmond Wright, and the trail had abruptly worn a trifle thin. He decided to take a look round Denton's flat, and accordingly contacted Lillian Wentworth and arranged to meet her at Marsdon House at 5:30. She arrived on time and unlocked the front door.
Go ahead, Mr. Parker. Although I must admit I fail to see the point of your snooping around here.
Snooping? Oh, I wouldn't call it that, Miss Wentworth. Just seeing if maybe we can find something to lead us to the missing person. And that's what you want, ain't it?
But of course that's what I want. What an absurd question to ask.
Just checking, ma'am, just checking. Man's got to get his facts right, and that's a fact.
Well, what particularly did you want to see?
Don't know for certain, ma'am. Maybe I'll just mosey around and see where my nose leads me. Real nice-looking pad the man's got. Expensive.
I told Mr. Simon that Charles doesn't generally want for money.
Looks like it. Those paintings must have cost a pretty penny. And real high-class Persian carpets. Good taste the man's got. Particularly in his choice of women, ma'am. And that's meant as a compliment in case you weren't too sure.
I'm sorry, Mr. Parker. You just caught me on the wrong foot. I'm not usually the snappish and ill-tempered with people I've only just met.
No offense, ma'am, no offense. Hey, quite a stack of mail over on this table. This where it's usually left by the cleaning woman?
Yes. Mrs. Kreppel is a very methodical woman. If the mail were left anywhere except where it should be, she'd feel it some sort of sacrilege has been committed.
Yeah. Man gets mail from all over the world. Must do a lot of letter writing himself to get replies like this. Mr. Charles Denton, Esquire, Hong Kong, Melbourne, Cape Town.
He uses a secretarial service when he needs that sort of thing. Just dictates replies. Doesn't bother about sitting down and writing anything involved.
Hey, this is kind of funny.
Well, what is?
2 letters here. To Mark Damon. This address. Who's he?
Oh, I don't know. I've never heard the name before.
I wonder. Yeah. Maybe it could stack up at that. It just maybe could.
What could, Mr. Parker?
You say your fiancé left London last Thursday and headed for Paris. You also say he phoned you on the Thursday night and the Friday night. The call came through the Paris telephone exchange, Miss Wentworth.
Well, of course they did. What are you getting at?
Well, just this, ma'am. I checked with the people at Customs and Immigration. They double-checked with the passport office. And you know what? Last Thursday, they had nobody named Charles Denton leaving the country.
Henry Simon returns to continue this story in just a moment. You are listening to The Colgate Show, Address Unknown. And here again is Henry Simon.
Parker kept a close watch on Lillian Wentworth's face as he said the words. He half hoped for a telltale flicker of something to show in her eyes, something that could very well give him a lead to our missing person. But there was nothing. A puzzled frown creased her forehead, and she stared hard at Parker. She seemed more annoyed than evasive.
He didn't leave the country.
Not according to the records, no, ma'am.
Well, there's some mistake.
That figures.
But I don't understand it. I spoke to Charles on both Thursday and Friday, and there were calls from Paris. Well, what's this all about?
Maybe this gives us part of the answer. The letter's here, addressed to Mark Damon. Not care of Charles Denton or anything like that, just the name and the address. This address.
You think Charles was using a different name?
Could be. One sure way of checking, though, we call the passport office and find out whether or not a guy using this name hightailed it across to Paris last Thursday. And if that's so, ma'am, I ain't gonna buy no story about coincidence. That's it, Chief. The records show that Charles Denton left and returned to this country 3 or 4 times in the last 5 years. But Lillian Wentworth tells me he's been and gone at least 10 times during the same time.
And the man who calls himself Mark Damon?
Yeah, funny, ain't it? He's been away 6 or 7 times. Add the 2 and you come up with the right answer.
So Charles Denton occasionally uses a fake name and a fake passport, I might add, for his trips aboard. Which adds up to something a trifle on the odd side, I'd say.
It stinks.
Quite so. Any theories, Parker?
Nothing that comes up with anything solid. Just a whole mess of theories and ideas that could fit the facts, but they don't happen to have any proof lying around to back them up.
And Lillian Wentworth? Has she any ideas?
None. Far as she's concerned, her boy Charles is pure as the driven snow. And this double passport jazz don't make any kind of sense to her.
You sound as though you believed her.
Yep, sure do. I threw a high curve, and when I hit her with the dope about Denton not leaving the country, I hoped maybe she'd react, and I was watching her like 3 hawks. But no soap, Chief. It didn't mean a thing to her. And you know the way I am with phonies, I smell 'em from miles away. Not so with Lillian. She's on the level, but somebody else might not be.
Who?
Malcolm Bennett.
Denton's agent? What makes you think so?
I don't know. Nothing he said, nothing he didn't say, but I didn't like the way he said it. Too glib, too smooth, too much like he was trying to lead me away from where I was heading.
Anything in particular?
Just one. In one breath, he told me Denton was a reliable cat, real dependable. And the next, the fact that Denton didn't show up for the appointment meant nothing at all. Just the way writers behave and forget about it.
Interesting. What now, Parker?
Paris. I checked with our client and she okayed it. That's where Denton was, so that's where we pick up the trail, okay?
His flat. How'd you get in?
Easy. Lillian Wentworth had a key for that one, too. This one. Any more questions?
On your way, Parker. On your way. Parker flew to France early the following morning. A cab from Orly Airport took him to Paris and dropped him in the sector of Montmartre where Charles Denton maintained a second flat. It was a 3rd-floor walk-up, and from the exterior seemed to be nothing prepossessing. Then Parker unlocked the front door and received a 2-part surprise. The interior of the flat was furnished in a style matching that of the London residence, luxurious, tasteful, and expensive. It would have been impressive were it not for the second part of the surprise. It looked as though the place had been hit by a cyclone.
Holy cow, will you look at that? Somebody's turned this place over but good, and whatever they were looking for, they sure didn't find. If they did, at least some of the place would still be tidy. But they went through it from top to bottom. Pillows ripped open, drawers pulled out, every scrap of paper in sight given a close inspection. Yeah, whoever was responsible for this little search sure knew what he was doing. But what were they looking for? That's the jackpot question. Doesn't seem to be anybody here. Let's check the bedroom. No, same sort of scene in here. Mattress ripped apart, wardrobe contents thrown all over the place, more drawers dumped on the floor. And no sign of Denton, which is maybe the most encouraging thing about it. If there was any sign of him, he'd probably be his dead body. Heck, now what do we do now? No other leads to follow here in Paris. No way of telling where Denton may have headed. Looks like you had a free airplane ride, Parker, and got nothing for it. But where do you go for honey now?
You! Do not move. Stay where you are.
Oh, come on in, buddy. The ward is fine.
Keep your mouth shut. Speak only when I demand an answer.
Funny thing, pal. You're real persuasive, or could it be that gun in your hand that makes you so appealing?
It would be to your advantage to do as I say, my friend. And I want you to speak. Speak, but not in any other circumstances. Understood?
Yeah.
Now, who are you? What are you doing in this apartment?
Looking for the owner. My name's Parker.
For whom do you work?
Missing Persons Bureau.
What? Are you attempting to mock me? I would advise against such foolishness.
You asked who I work for, I told you, no gag.
I do not believe you. For what reason are you in Denton's flat? You did not break in, therefore you had the key. From where did you obtain it?
Well, how do you know I didn't break in?
This apartment has been under observation for several days now. We expected one of Denton's associates to arrive, and we were not wrong, were we?
Very wrong, pal. I've never seen Denton before in my life.
You think we are fools? Turn around.
What for?
Turn on.
Okay, buddy. That's the way you want it.
A blow crunched down sickeningly on the back of Parker's neck, and the room exploded in his eyes like Guy Fawkes gone mad. He had no idea how long he was unconscious, but as he slowly and painfully began to grope towards the surface again, he was aware of the faint, lingering aroma of ether. Obviously, he'd been kept unconscious by an anesthetic for some time. The pounding in his head diminished slowly, and gradually his eyes began to focus. He found himself lying on a camp stretcher in a barren-looking room. A man stood casually against the single barred window, watching him. Parker lifted his head and saw the man who had knocked him unconscious, sitting on a chair, the gun still in his hand.
Oh, brother.
Welcome back to the land of the living, old man.
Who are you?
Name's Denton. Charles Denton. I gather you were looking for me.
You have to knock me out to get me here?
I'm sorry, old man. I wasn't responsible for that. Chum Rene here was. He has a passion for violence. Caters to the animal in his nature.
Shut up.
Oh, did I offend you? I didn't mention what kind of animal.
You keep that filthy mouth of yours shut or I'll...
You know what, old man? Kill me. Your bosses wouldn't like that. Not until they get their grubby little paws on the money. Yes? Watch yourself, Rene.
When we have made you talk, then I have you, Denton. This I will enjoy.
Look, will somebody please tell me what the heck is going on here?
A pleasure, old man. For some time now, I've been employed as a kind of unofficial courier, bringing money and sundry other little oddments to Paris from London. All of it has gone to the organization that employs friend Rene here. Oh, allow me to introduce, by the way. The full name's Rene Ducat, but the surname's doubtful. Rene's the sort of chap who didn't have a father.
You shut your mouth.
The organization does rather nasty things, like supplying arms and explosives to the Algerian terrorists, plastic bombs for maiming the women and children. You know the kind of thing.
And you've been helping them?
Up to a point.
For money?
Actually, no. For information. The people I'm connected with here were rather keen on finding out who the London contact is, so they had me infiltrate this organization. It all went rather smoothly, until now.
What stopped it?
I didn't deliver the last package. You know what it contained, old man? Enough uncut heroin to bring in a large-sized fortune.
Why didn't you deliver it?
To ruffle things up a bit. Set the cat among the pigeons sort of thing. If things look really bad, perhaps they'll send over their London contact to get things right again.
You know who he is?
We have an idea. It's a question of getting proof, you see.
Yeah, I'm beginning to.
Sounds like we are getting company.
You stay there, Denton. Move once and I shoot off your kneecap. You will be alive, but in great pain.
Oh, charming. You'd love that, wouldn't you, little piece of garbage?
Shut your face. I will not warn you again.
Oh, bless my soul. If it isn't Uncle Puss in Boots himself. Hello, Malcolm, old soul. Welcome to the party.
You've been rather silly, haven't you, old man?
Depends on your point of view, Malcolm. I don't think so.
Oh, well. Where's the parcel?
Oh, I am sorry. Classified information, don't you know?
We'll find it sooner or later. You will tell us eventually.
Hey, Denton, where does he come into all this?
My agent? He's the boy my superior suspected, so they had to plant me on him. I don't know who wrote all these words about Comrade Greg Carson, but it certainly wasn't me. It was enough, though, to look authentic. And now everything's worked out just beautifully. Use your head, Bennett. Pack it in now.
You seem to forget who's in control here. Rennie has the gun.
Of course. But who does he point it at? Me. That leaves Parker uncovered.
What are you talking about?
Now you don't know where to point it to, you chum.
You stay where you are.
You've got to leave one of us out in the open, haven't you? But which one?
Denton.
That's the...
Get him!
No, you're not going anywhere, old man.
Nice going, pal.
Thank you.
That was one sweet right cross.
Yes, I'm sure Bennett appreciated it. We couldn't have him walking out on us, could we?
No, wouldn't have been at all polite.
Thanks for the help, old man. Whoever said Anglo-American relationships were deteriorating?
Henry Simon returns to conclude this story in just a moment. You are listening to The Colgate Show, Address Unknown. And here again is Henry Simon.
Luke Parker had found himself in the thick of a deadly game involving gun runners, drug addicts, and terrorists. But his quick thinking in diving for the man with the gun had saved what could have been a highly unfortunate situation. And the organization that employed Charles Denton? I'm afraid we cannot divulge information of that nature. The Official Secrets Act, you know. And now, as always, this is Henry Simon inviting you to meet me here again, and for the present, bidding you au revoir.
The Colgate Show, Address Unknown, is brought to you every Saturday by the makers of Colgate Dental Cream, Colgate Toothbrushes, Colgate Shampoo, Colgate Hairspray, and Colgate Talc. Listen again next Saturday evening at 7:30 when Henry Simon will introduce another story in the gripping and unusual series, The Colgate Show, Address Unknown. Listen on Monday morning at 8:45 to our next episode of The Reverend Matthew, a story of people, love, scandals, jealousies, ambitions, laughter, tears, and human conflicts.
This is Henry Simon, bringing you another story from my files here at the Missing Persons Bureau.
In these stories of the Missing Persons Bureau, dramatized for Henry Simon by Ross Napier, names and addresses have, for obvious reasons, been changed. In one moment, the search for Charlie Porter. Address unknown. And here again is Henry Simon.
When Charlie Porter decided to take up boxing as a career, he was still selling newspapers on the Tottenham Court Road. But he'd been told by those who'd seen him participating in amateur bouts that he had a very great fistic future in store. Even so, he was determined not to let it go to his head. So he continued to sell his newspapers right up until the time he won his third professional bout in 1949. It was soon after this that he teamed up with a fight manager named Joshua Lawrence, who guided him steadily up the ladder of the preliminary ranks, finally securing him a supporting bout to a championship fight at the Haringey Stadium. Luck was against him, however, and in the second round his opponent swung a wild punch that lifted Charlie clean off his feet and put him back in his dressing room in a very dazed state of mind.
I didn't even see it coming, Josh. I was all set to finish him off, and I didn't even see it coming.
Oh, relax, Charlie boy. It was a lucky punch, that's all.
But I didn't even see it coming. If only I'd seen it coming, I'd have been all right. If only I'd seen it coming.
You just forget about it. It'll be a different story next time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, different story. Funny thing, though, I didn't even see it coming.
As fate would have it, that punch was not the last that Charlie didn't see coming. In his next 18 bouts, stretching over a period of almost 3 years, he took the count 15 times. And in the remaining 3 only managed to stay on his feet because his opponent was either too old or too tired to administer the coup de grace. Then came that eventful eve in the August of 1954, when Charlie Porter graced the Hampton Square for the last time. He was back at the bottom of the bill, and he wouldn't have been there except for the fact he was called as a last-minute substitute. For 4 rounds he was mercilessly battered by a fusillade of punches, none of which he saw coming, but all of which took their toll, until at length, early in the 5th round, he sank to his knees. He tried to rise, but his legs refused to function. And with the crowd's derision echoing in his ears, Charlie Porter took his final count.
I couldn't get up, Josh. I tried, but I just couldn't.
How'd you feel?
Okay. Bit woozy up top, but okay.
Well, this time I really mean it.
What?
You're through, Charlie. Finished.
Oh, now, Josh,
I'm not arguing with you. You've taken too many beatings. I aim to see you don't take any more.
But I'm fit, I'll tell you. I'm as fit as ever I was.
No, you're not, kid. You're in bad shape. I didn't realise till tonight just how bad. You wandered around that ring like a man in a dream, letting Hogan hit you as he pleased. I looked for all the world like you couldn't even see him.
Oh, it was just I had a headache.
You always got a headache these days. It's small wonder. Tomorrow morning you're going to see the doc and have a thorough checkup.
If he says I'm okay, will you let me go on fighting?
I told you no.
Oh, please, Josh, you know how much it means to me. It's my whole life.
Oh, well, think about it. But only if he gives you a perfect bill of health.
Oh, he will. Like I keep telling you, I'm as fit as ever I was.
All right, Charlie, you can come back in now.
Thanks, Doc. Did you check the X-rays?
Yes, I checked them.
Well, what's the verdict?
You a married man, Charlie?
No, sir. Oh, there'll be time enough for that when I retire from the ring. I've got to make me name first.
We can't all make the top, son.
Oh, I'll get there. I've just had a runabout, that's all.
Tell me, what's your mother think about you fighting for a living?
I haven't got a mother, sir. She died when I was a baby.
Father?
Well, no family at all.
No close relatives?
Well, not that I know of. You see, I was raised in an orphanage, but why all the questions?
Oh, just curious. I'm afraid Josh was right, Charlie. Your fighting days are over.
Oh, you're kidding me, Doc.
Only wish I were.
But there's nothing the matter with me. I feel great. And if those x-rays say any different, they're wrong.
How about that headache?
Well, it's still there a little, but it's better than it was.
I'm sorry, Charlie. I can't pass you.
Now, Doc, you've got to. Look, what do I have to do to prove I'm okay? I'll do anything you want, anything, if you'll only...
You're beating your head against the wall, son. There's nothing you or anyone else can do to prove you're fit when you're not.
But what's wrong with me?
To put it in 3 short words, too many punches.
I'll go to another doctor. I'll even get myself another manager if I have to. Nobody's going to stop me fighting. Nobody. Jer?
Charlie, you can go to a dozen other doctors and find yourself twice as many more managers. But it won't make any difference. You should know that where the boxing authorities are concerned, my word is law. If I say you're out, you're out. That's all there is to it. You've taken your last licking, son. You'll never fight again.
You want to see me, Doc?
Sit down, Josh.
Where's Charlie?
He's gone.
I was supposed to meet him here.
He told me to tell you he couldn't wait.
And from that and your expression, I take it the x-rays didn't come out so good.
You should have made him quit a long time ago.
You think I didn't try? Doc, that kid's like my own son. I'd do anything in the world for him.
Oh, I know you would, Josh. That's the whole trouble. You've done too much. By letting him have his own way, by being soft with him, you've done more damage than you'll ever know. You let sentiment warp your judgment. And in this business, that's a fatal mistake.
Give it to me straight, Doc. What's wrong with him?
He's got a brain tumour.
Is that as bad as it sounds?
Couldn't be much worse.
Did you tell him?
I thought I'd leave that to you. All I told him was he had to quit. He took it very badly.
Can anything be done?
If he's operated on immediately, there's a faint chance.
And if not?
He'll be dead inside a month.
Cleveland Private Hotel.
Hello. Is Charlie Porter there?
No, I'm sorry, he just left.
When did you expect him back?
We doubt he's moved out.
What?
Just a few minutes ago. Who is it calling?
Josh Lawrence, his manager.
Oh, yes. Yes, he left a message for you, Mr. Lawrence. Have it here at the desk. Would you like me to read it out?
Please.
It's just a few lines scribbled on the back of an envelope. Dear Josh, I'm going away. I don't know where, but the doc says I'm through with fighting, so it doesn't really matter. I probably won't see you again, but I'll never forget all the good turns you've done for me. Thanks for everything, Charlie.
For the Missing Persons Bureau, the case of Charlie Porter had its beginning 2 days later, when I was visited here in my office by Joshua Lawrence, who acquainted me with the facts as I presented them to you.
He's dying, Mr. Simon, and he doesn't know it. Only an operation can save him, and even that's 100 to 1 against. But there's a chance. There's a chance he'll come through if he's operated on right away. And that means in the next few days.
Doesn't give us long.
You've got to find him, Mr. Simon. I'll pay whatever you want. Just find him, that's all.
I take it you already made certain inquiries.
I've looked everywhere, and checked with everyone I can think of. But for all the progress I've made, I could have saved me time. No one's seen him. No one's heard from him. He's just disappeared.
How's he placed for money?
He can't have more than a few pounds. 10, perhaps. 15 at the outside.
It won't take him far.
He doesn't have to. In London, he could bury himself in any one of 1,000,000 places.
Right. He had rooms in Hammersmith, you say?
He was at a private hotel, the Cleveland, Essex Road.
And he left this message with the proprietor?
Yes. I don't blame him for not wanting to see me again. This whole thing's my fault. If I'd made him quit 12 months ago, he'd be okay.
He's not aware of that, though, is he? What I mean is he can scarcely blame you for something about which he knows nothing.
Well, that's a fat consolation.
You've been his manager since 1949.
I've been a father and mother to him. At least I've tried to be. As a fighter, he hasn't been worth a peanut since he lost that sport bout at Haringey. One punch and it wrecked his whole career. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it happen. If I hadn't stood by and watched him being slowly chopped to ribbons by fellows who had whipped him with both arms tied behind their backs. Just like that, his timing left him. His speed, his concentration, everything. All because of one rotten Sunday punch. That's when he should have got out there and then. But how was I to know? Before that, the kid had a future, a big one. Another year, he'd been on top. But instead, what happens? He takes a nosedive and winds up with his brain scrambled.
The luck of the game. Isn't that what they say?
Don't talk to me about luck. So help me, if that kid dies...
There's little to be achieved by blaming yourself.
Who else can I blame? I let him go on, didn't I? I let him beat him to a pulp.
He wanted to continue fighting, and because he wanted it, you let him. It was foolish of you, even more foolish of him. But even the wisest and the very best of us make mistakes. Oh, by the way, I don't believe you mentioned his age.
24.
Have you got a photograph of him?
I've got a whole folder full here. Old publicity stills. You can take your pick.
Ah. How long ago were these taken?
A few years. He hasn't changed much to look at, though. Got his nose broken twice, but they mended it up like new. Too bad they can't do the same with his head.
Perhaps they will, if we find him.
What are the odds, Mr. Simon? Let me have it on the chin. Do you think we...
It's quite impossible to say just now. We'll do the very best we can, and that's all I can promise.
You'll let me know if anything comes up?
Of course.
My number's on that card. You can reach me there any time.
Fine.
Look, I'm sorry I went to pieces a bit earlier. It's just that I'm pretty much on edge.
Understandably so.
I've seen this kind of thing happen a dozen times to other boys. I was in the ring myself once. Almost lost my eyesight. If I hadn't got out when I did, I'd have probably been with Charlie is today.
Henry Simon returns to continue this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
It was a tragic business, whichever way one looked at it. Yet to a certain extent, it had been brought about by the two people involved, Joshua Lawrence and Charlie Porter themselves, who were now, so far as we were concerned, client and quarry. Accordingly, directly Lawrence had taken his leave, I sent for Agent Bob Hunter and briefed him on the various aspects of the case. As far as I can gather, Hunter, the boy seems to have spent his entire life in London. He was born and bred here, and apart from the odd country tour, he's never been further afield than Stepney. His parents are dead, he has no relatives to speak of, and outside of the boxing profession, he has very few friends.
Well, no romantic interest?
Not to Lawrence's knowledge.
Leaves us with a pretty open field, Chief.
Yeah, I'm afraid so, especially in view of the time limit.
Yeah. What about before he turned pro? How'd he make a living?
Selling newspapers. That was his other world, the world he grew up in.
Maybe he's gone back to it.
It's conceivable. See, I've made some notes here, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, from the age of 14, he worked for a newsagent on the Tottenham Court Road, Donald Baker. He was still employed there when Lawrence first met him.
This Baker's still in business?
Well, there's a D.L. Baker newsagent listed in the current phone directory, 142 Tottenham Court Road. I expect it's the same man.
142.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Chief, I'm going to have a talk to him, see what he knows.
At Baker's news agency, not very far from Goodge Street Tube Station in the Tottenham Court Road, Hunter sought out the proprietor, Donald Baker, a plumpish, balding man of middle age.
Charlie Porter.
That's right.
Whatever happened to that lad? Haven't heard of him in years. Not since I saw his name on the sporting bill at the Albert Hall. It must have been back in 51 or 52.
Oh, he hasn't get in touch.
He did for a while, when he was winning. Then he dropped a few bouts and, well, just faded out of the picture.
How long was he working for you?
Oh, let's see now. It must have been 5 or 6 years. He had a stand up on the corner of Oxford Street. Come to be a sort of home to him. Worked like a Trojan, he did, from 6 a.m. in the morning till 10 o'clock at night, except when he was fighting. I used to be an amateur then, of course.
Guess you got to know him pretty well.
Oh, about as well as anyone did. He was a nice lad. Had a good heart, you know. And no one was ever more willing. Oh, I was sorry to lose him, I can tell you.
Where was he living then?
Somewhere in Aldgate, I think. Up Painter Roadway.
I don't suppose you'd have the address.
It's probably around somewhere, I could look it up for you.
Oh, if it's not too much trouble, I'd sure appreciate it.
I'll have to go upstairs, though. I'll just ring for the wife. Never mind the shop while I'm gone. Sorry to keep you so long. Got so much junk up there, I can never find anything when I want it.
That's okay. Any luck?
Yep, for what it's worth. Yeah, so here it is. Charlie Porter, dear Mrs. T. Hollis, 221 Fowler Street, Aldgate.
The The Fowler Street address proved to be a decrepit lodging house in an untoo savoury area. Groups of ragged children were playing games ranging from football to hopscotch in the centre of the road, which was lined by heavily laden garbage tins waiting to be emptied.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon, ma'am. Could you tell me if a Mrs. Hollis lives here?
Why, yes, I'm Mrs. Hollis.
Oh, well, I'm glad to know you. I'm Bob Hunter from the Missing Persons Bureau.
The police?
Oh, no. No, we're a private organization.
Oh, for a moment you had me worried. I thought perhaps one or other of my lodgers might have been in trouble.
Well, no. Actually, it is about a former lodger of yours that I've come.
Oh?
Yeah, a young fellow by the name of Charlie Porter.
Charlie?
You remember him?
I should say I do. Looked after him for long enough. Well, I was like one of my own. Till he went into that fight business. Nearly broke me heart, it did. Fine boy like that.
I take it you don't approve of fighters.
It's what they do to each other I don't approve of. Anyway, he left me not long after.
Have you seen him since?
No, had a few letters from him for a time, but... Well, I suppose he was hurt because I never went to any of his fights.
Yeah.
But what's this all about? Has he got himself in some kind of scrape?
Well, sort of. He's disappeared.
Disappeared from where?
From where he was living. And a friend of his wants to contact him urgently.
Has he retired from the ring then?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm glad. Oh, but I suppose he'll go back to it again, directly the fancy takes him.
No, you won't, Mrs. Hollis. You can rest easy on that score. He's out for good. The big problem is, well, it's vital that I reach him in the next few days. That's why I'm here. I thought perhaps you might be able to give me some kind of a lead. You know, the name of a friend he might have turned to, maybe, or someone he knew in the old days when he was selling his newspapers.
Oh, there's only one person I can think of outside of myself, and that's Mavis.
Mavis?
Mavis Denton. She and Charlie were sweethearts.
Yeah?
Till he started fighting seriously, that is. She was more against it than I was. In the end, they had a bust up. She went her way and he went his. They were so wrapped up in each other, too. It was a terrible shame.
Any notion where I could reach her?
Oh, yes. She was not far from here in Clarence Lane. You won't catch her home now, though. She works during the day.
Where?
Woolworths. Serves behind the counter.
Do you know which branch?
The one near the station. You'd have passed it on your way here.
She is still Miss Denton, is she? Or,
Oh, yes. Got herself engaged once, but it never came to anything. She's never really forgotten Charlie. Doubt she ever will.
Well, thank you very much. I guess I'll go have a chat with her.
You shouldn't have any trouble finding her. She's blonde and very pretty. Works on the electrical goods counter. Just by the door as you go in.
As luck would have it, Hunter encountered Mavis Denton as she was leaving to take her tea break, and having introduced himself, persuaded her to join him for a cup of coffee at a nearby cafe.
No, Mr. Hunter, I'm sorry. Charlie and I have lost touch completely. I haven't set eyes on him since we quarrelled about his fighting. He left the district soon after that.
Well, is there anybody you could think of who might know something? You know, anyone at all he's likely to contact?
Not really. Apart from Mrs. Hollis and myself, he didn't have many close acquaintances. You say he's retired from the ring?
Yeah, that's right.
He hasn't been hurt, has he?
Oh, well, he's taken a lot of punishment over the last few years. More than that's good for anybody.
I tried to warn him to try and talk him out of it, but he wouldn't listen. He'd been told that he had the makings of a champion, and... Well, he had always wanted to be someone, and the temptation was just too much for him.
It's an old story. They're all going to be champions when they start off. One or two make it, but the rest, big majority of them, they wind up like Charlie, broken down punch bags.
Oh, it's so wrong. So dreadfully wrong.
Well, I guess they figure it's worth the risk.
Have you tried Bill Palmer?
Bill Palmer? Who's he?
Oh, he has a grocery store up the street. Charlie used to run errands for him when he had time off from his newspaper stand. Occasionally they went to the football together, just the two of them. Yes, they were pretty close at one time. I know Charlie thought a lot of Bill.
Bill Palmer, up the street, huh?
About 3 blocks up on this side. Oh, there's a big green sign up out in the front. Buy your groceries here.
Oh, yes, he was quite a boy, was Charlie, Mr. Hunter. Full of beans and plenty of drive. Must say, though, it didn't get him far in the ring. Only saw him fight once. That was enough. Yes, got the ears belted off him. Sheer murder it was. That's too bad. You know, I really thought he had it.
Yeah. You haven't heard from him at all lately, I suppose?
No, I'm afraid not. For all I know, he could be dead.
Yeah, well, if I don't find him in a hurry, he will be.
What's that?
Well, he's got to go in a hospital for a brain operation. Hence the urgency.
Doesn't he know about it?
No. It's a terrible thing. He cleared out before anybody had a chance to tell him. So you can see, Mr. Palmer, how vital it is. Try and think. When he left the hotel where he was staying, he was broken up. Now, his whole world had just been shattered because he'd been told he had to give up fighting. Now, can you think, where would he go in that state of mind? Who would he turn to? Not Mrs. Hollis or Mavis Denton, and not you, but who else is there?
Yes, wait a minute. When he was a kid and things weren't too good, he always used to fall back on old Father Jeffries.
Father Jeffries?
Yes.
Priest?
Yes, priest. Charlie's strict Catholic, you know. Brought up in a Catholic orphanage.
Is this Father Jeffries still alive, do you happen to know?
I couldn't rightly say. You see, this here used to be his parish till about 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Then he was moved out to Putney somewhere or other. You could ask at the presbytery, they'd know.
Father Jeffries?
That's right,
Why, yes, we hear from him quite often.
He's at Putney now, I understand.
Yes, St. Mary's Church in Wesley Road.
Father Jeffries proved to be a man in his early 70s, but age rested lightly on his shoulders, and he carried himself erect, his cheerful reddish face curiously free of wrinkles, his blue eyes keen and clear, and his smile broad, ready and infectious.
I'm delighted to make your acquaintance, Mr. Hunter. Do sit down. Make yourself comfortable.
Well, thank you, Father, but I'm kind of pressed for time yet.
As you wish. But tell me, to what do I owe this pleasure?
It has to do with an old parishioner of yours, a fellow named Charlie Porter.
Charlie?
Yeah.
What about him?
Well, have you heard from him at all recently? I mean, over the past week or so?
Oh, why do you ask?
Well, it's vital that I contact him as soon as possible.
Vital to whom?
To Charlie himself. He's dying, Father, and he doesn't know it.
Dying?
Yeah, he has a brain tumor. The odds are against it, but an immediate operation might save him, so you see...
Enough said, Mr. Hunter. Come with me.
Where?
I have heard from Charlie. 4 days ago he came here, and he told me the doctor had said that he had to give up fighting, and wanted to know if I knew of any kind of job that might suit him. He always used to come to me with his woes, you know, whenever he needed guidance or a shoulder to cry on.
Well, were you able to help him as regards the job, I mean?
Well, you might have noticed we have a rather beautiful garden here, as well as a large expanse of lawn.
Yeah, I saw a guy hard at work with a mower out there.
Yes, I used to push that same mower myself and tend the garden, but I'm afraid the years are catching up with me. No longer as active as I was, nor do I have the time to devote to it that I had. And that's why I was only too happy to let someone else take over.
Well, I'm sure you were, Father, but...
And you should have taken a closer look at that man behind the mower.
Huh?
Charlie Porter, Mr. Hunter. Shall we join him?
Henry Simon returns to conclude this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
Charlie Porter received the news that he was dying a good deal more calmly than he had the doctor's verdict that he must give up fighting. It was Father Jeffries who convinced him, finally, that he still had very much to live for, and restored in him the will to carry on. Accordingly, 3 days later, the operation took place, and thanks to the skill of a prominent London brain surgeon, it was a success. On his subsequent release from hospital, Charlie was dispatched by Joshua Lawrence to a rest home in the north of England, where he was later visited by Mavis Denton, who the following year became his wife. And so, from the very jaws of tragedy, ultimate happiness emerged. And now, this is Henry Simon, inviting you to meet me here again, and for the present, bidding you au revoir.
In one moment, the search for Christopher Adamson. Address unknown.
And here again is Henry Simon.
Sometimes before in this series of programs, I've talked about the motives for disappearances. It never ceases to surprise me that not only are two cases never the same, but there are even so many basically different reasons for a person not being where he or she ought to be. Just when I feel that I've now seen everything, along comes a case which is totally different from anything that's gone before. The disappearance of Christopher Adamson was an example of what I mean. His father, George Adamson, a noted London broker, came to see me one Monday morning in June of last year. George Adamson was a worried man, a kindly one, but a worried one. He came to report that his son Chris was missing and had been for some 2 days. His weathered face was creased with anxiety as he spoke to me.
I'm desperately worried, Mr. Simon. The more so because when I last saw Chris, we parted, not on the best of terms.
There was a quarrel?
Well, hardly, but we argued. Rather acrimoniously, I'm unhappy to say.
I don't think you should reproach yourself too bitterly, Mr. Adamson. Arguments occur in the best regulated of families.
Yes, I suppose so.
What did you argue about?
Oh, it seems so trivial in retrospect, I hardly remember. In any case, I'm quite sure it's neither important nor relevant.
Your son is how old?
Chris will be 22 at the end of November.
Mm-hmm. And what does he do?
Do?
Well, he works, I take it.
Oh, I'm afraid I misunderstood you for a moment. Actually, he doesn't, not yet. You see, he's only comparatively recently come out of the army, national service, you know. Well, he's going to join me in Adamson and Phelps when he's settled down.
Oh, did he find national service so unsettling?
That's not quite what I intended to imply, Mr. Simon. I felt that when Chris came out of the army that he should have a complete rest, complete break before entering the world of commerce.
Oh, yes?
Yes, there's a great future for Chris. Of course, I had to work the business up from scratch. Chris will inherit as is.
Quite.
My partner was killed during the war. Poor Godfrey. He was a brave man. He felt the call, and he didn't shirk his duty. Only 38 when he went, poor lad.
Oh, there are no other directors of your firm?
No, just me, near retiring age, and Chris. He's a lucky boy.
He certainly sounds it.
The whole position's absolutely gilt-edged as far as Chris is concerned. However, we're getting rather away from the purpose of my visit.
Yes, you say your son's been missing since the day before yesterday.
That's right, Saturday.
At what time on Saturday did you last see him?
Just after lunch, which we had together at our home at Caterham.
Oh, that's not too far away from Bromley in Kent, is it?
That's right.
And that's when the argument occurred?
I'm afraid so. It happened actually at lunch. Chris got up and went to his room. About an hour later, I went up there to see him, to try and make amends if I could, and he wasn't there. I called out to him, but there was no answer. I suddenly felt cold and lonely, as if I knew something had happened. Even so, I didn't really worry till that night. Then I thought Chris might have gone round to see his friend Peter. I decided not to worry. I went to bed early on Saturday. It'd been a trying week. And, of course, Chris had a key. I breakfasted in bed. I always do on a Sunday. It wasn't till about 11 that I realized that Chris hadn't come in, nor was he in the house. Well, then I panicked. I rang up everybody I could think of. No luck. I didn't know what to do. And then I thought of the Missing Persons Bureau. And I felt if anybody could help me, then it was you.
I'm very flattered. How did you hear of us in the first place?
You discovered the whereabouts of a friend, Harley Cuthbertson.
Oh, yes, I remember the case well.
So, here I am.
You haven't been in touch with the police?
No.
May I inquire why? This doesn't sound like a case where possible publicity would be harmful in any way.
I'll be quite frank with you, Mr. Simon. Quite apart from the fact that I don't think this is a case for the police, the publicity which might result from consulting them could well be injurious to me.
In what way?
I've been notified that I may expect a knighthood in the birthday honours list.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. And naturally, I wish to avoid any possible scandal.
Yes, of course.
But I must find Chris.
Tell me, this sort of thing has never happened before?
Good heavens, no. It's completely uncharacteristic.
Well, Mr. Adamson, if you'll give me some half a dozen or so addresses, we'll see what we can do for you. After George Adamson's departure, I called in Agent Brad Farley and detailed the case to him. He listened in attentive silence. There was a long pause when I finished speaking. Then he spoke.
Chris Adamson, he'd be quite a catch, wouldn't he?
Meaning?
I mean from a blackmail point of view.
He would, but I don't think it's even remotely likely. This isn't Chicago, you know.
Yeah, okay, Chief. I know it happens very rarely in England, even so.
No, it looks to me rather like a case of pique. Son, newly endowed with freedom from the army, and perhaps even having attained some rank, doesn't yet feel like bowing to parental wishes.
Yeah, but from what you've told me, old Adamson seems rather a genial old stick.
Oh, yes, but even so.
Even so, it's worth considering.
I must say that when you said that Adamson would be quite a catch, I was thinking along rather different lines.
Cherchez la femme?
But with rather a difference. Whilst I think that our client is 100% reliable and honest, I don't think he gave us quite the complete picture.
Well, he answered all the questions you put to him, didn't he?
Very nearly. To be more accurate, he answered all but one.
That one being?
The cause of the lunchtime quarrel between himself and his son. Oh. The quarrel which took place immediately before Christopher Adamson's disappearance. When I questioned Mr. Adamson Sr., he simply said something to the effect that it had, well, no bearing on the case.
And that was the only question that he didn't answer?
Yes. But then I didn't ask all the questions.
Oh, why not?
I didn't want to do all your work for you, did I, Farley? I discussed the questions which I'd left unasked at some length with Farley. He was all for heading straight for Waltham, but I dissuaded him. I felt that as Chris Adamson's close friend Peter Simpson lived nearer at hand, he might call there first.
You're Mr. Peter Simpson?
That's right.
I'm Farley, Brad Farley, Missing Persons Bureau.
Are you indeed? Well, then you must be looking for Chris, right?
Check.
I've been away for the weekend, but my mother told me when I came in that Mr. Adamson had been on the telephone. What's it all about?
That's what I'm trying to find out. You were in the army with Christopher Adamson, right?
That's right. We were both in the signals.
Can you think of any reason for him having gone off like this?
No, I can't. But supposing he hasn't just gone off, supposing he's been kidnapped.
Yeah, that thought occurred to me. But it's not very likely. At least I'm told it isn't.
Well, he's quite a catch.
Yeah, something tells me I've been here before. Look, what about girlfriends, huh?
Mine or his?
His.
Norma O'Brien. Smasher. Nightclub hostess.
Oh, that sounds promising.
You should see her.
I intend doing just that. By the way, does the old man approve?
I don't really know that he's in the picture.
Oh?
Or if you're seeing him, I don't think I should mention it. Actually, I'm sure he wouldn't approve, although he'd be very nice about it. He is very nice.
Yeah, so everybody keeps telling me. Whereabouts this Norma O'Brien, Hyman?
Yes. Irish blood somewhere back down the line. I don't know where she lives, but she works every night at the Blue Feather off Forsyth Street.
Oh, yeah, I know it.
Do you think she's mixed up in all this?
Could be. She'd at least supply a motive of sorts.
Well, anything else I can tell you?
Not just a moment, no, but don't run away. I'll be back.
As the Blue Feather is a late nightclub, Farley decided to pay his visit to client before combining business and pleasure later in the evening. It was mid-afternoon when he reached Caterham in Surrey. He found the Adamson country house without too much trouble, and George Adamson was in and would see him at once.
Please sit down, Mr. Farley. Mr. Simon told me I could expect a call from you.
Thank you.
Is it too early to ask whether you have any news for me?
I'm afraid it is, yeah. I can take it from that your son hasn't put in an appearance since you spoke to Mr. Simon, and that you haven't heard from him, right?
I've heard nothing. I'd have notified you immediately if I had. I'm wondering if I should have called in the police.
Well, give us at least 24 hours, Mr. Adamson.
Yes, of course, I'm sorry. But I really am so terribly worried.
Yeah, well, there are just 3 questions I'd like to ask you, sir.
Yes, of course, anything.
Well, first of all, what about your son's girlfriends?
Well, I don't think he has any. Not steady ones, that is. Oh, he dated a number of pretty girls like any other young man of his age. But I don't think any more than once or twice at the most. What's your second question?
You told Mr. Simon that you couldn't think of any reason why his son should leave home voluntarily. You haven't thought of any reason since you left our office?
No, I haven't. I did tell Mr. Simon we'd had a bit of an argument on Saturday, though. Although I think that was hardly a motive for Chris to leave home.
Well, that brings me to the third question. What was the argument about?
Well, I did also say to Mr. Simon that couldn't possibly have anything to do with the case.
Yeah, I know you did, sir, but would you let me be the judge? Rest assured that anything you say to me will be treated as being in the strictest confidence.
Well, if you must know, we talked about money.
Oh. Funnily enough, that was another thing I was going to ask you. How does your son manage for money if he's not yet earning?
Well, he receives an allowance, of course. A more than adequate allowance. Also, is a small amount of savings under a compulsory army savings scheme. However, I don't think there's much of that left.
Well, then why did you quarrel about money?
Simply because he wanted me to invest money in a scheme which was neither practical nor desirable. I told him so, and he was upset. It wasn't the first time he brought the matter up. However, this time, I'm afraid he lost his temper, and things were said which, frankly, should not be said between father and son.
I see, yeah.
Were there any other questions, Mr. Farley?
Not right now, sir, but there will be later. And though he appeared to tell me more than he told you, Chief, now I come to analyze it, I don't think he did.
Well, at least you got the fact that the quarrel, which seems to loom all-important, was over money to be invested.
Yeah, sure, but it doesn't tell us much.
Not about our missing person, no, but it does tell us a little about client.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a lot of money, that much is obvious. Yet he begrudges an investment advised by his son and heir. Now, why?
Mrs. Hartley left about 5 minutes ago. She put the phone through.
Missing Persons Bureau?
Could I speak to Mr. Simon, please?
Speaking.
Oh, Mr. Simon, I was hoping I'd catch you. It's George Adamson here. Chris is all right.
What?
Yes, he's safe, but we must stop looking for him.
I don't quite understand.
I just had a note. It came in the 5:30 delivery. It's from the kidnappers.
Henry Simon returns to continue this story in just a moment. You are listening to The Colgate Show, Address Unknown.
And here again is Henry Simon.
I must admit the news staggered me. Farley had mentioned the possibility of blackmail, but kidnapping was not even considered. Would you mind repeating that, Mr. Adamson?
I received a note from Chris's kidnappers. It arrived not 2 minutes ago.
Well, do you mind reading it to me?
Well, it does say that any search in progress must be called off.
Does it specifically say that you mustn't divulge its contents?
No.
Good. Then will you please read it to me?
It says, if you want to see your son again, you go to your bank first thing in the morning and get £10,000 in small denomination notes, used ones. When you get back to your house with the money, there will be a further communication. Your son is well, and he'll stay well so long as you follow out these instructions and also call off any search you may have instigated.
Well, at least they're literate. Is the note written or typed?
Looks like separate words cut out from newspapers.
It would be. What are you going to do?
I'm going to follow the instructions to the letter. £10,000 won't break me. The kidnappers had known me better, they'd have asked for more. I felt from the start that it was a case of kidnapping. My immediate feeling is one of relief.
Yes, I can understand that. You can rely on us to do nothing which might jeopardize your son's safety.
And I'm very glad you agreed to call off the investigation.
That's not quite what I said, Mr. Adamson. I said I'd do nothing to jeopardize your son's position, and I mean just that. However, there's one thing you can do for me, if you will.
What's that, Mr. Simon?
Please phone me after the kidnappers have contacted you tomorrow morning.
Do you think that's wise?
Mr. Adamson, this is not America. Your phone will not be tapped. Rely on me, and please trust me. but phone me. That evening, Farley went, as arranged, to the Blue Feather. It was far from the nightclub he'd expected, being almost a washed beatnik set-up. It all seemed very pleasant and wholesome. Farley arrived shortly after 9:30 and found that the floor show started at 11. The hour and a half passed very easily in the friendly atmosphere of the club. Then Norma O'Brien appeared. She sang very well. Afterwards, she joined the diners and dancers. Before long, she was sitting at Farley's table.
Well, that was quite an act, Miss O'Brien.
Thank you.
Good for the ears and bad for the blood pressure.
Thank you again. You haven't been in here before?
No, but I'd enjoy your act, however many times I heard it.
Well, that's not quite what I meant. I meant I haven't seen you here before.
Do you know all the clients?
Pretty well.
Well, you're quite right. I am new, yeah. Still, a friend of mine comes here, and he's often talked to me about it. I've been meaning to drop in for a long time, and tonight I got round to it. I phoned Chris, but he wasn't at home, so I came on my own.
Chris?
Yeah, my friend.
What's his other name?
Oh, I thought if you'd know it, but it's Adamson.
Oh, but I know Chris Adamson very well. Very well indeed.
What a coincidence.
Yes, isn't it?
Funny, he's never mentioned knowing you.
Well, there's a reason for that.
Oh?
What's even funnier is that he's never mentioned you to me.
Yeah, well, will he be in tonight, do you know?
Not tonight. At least I shouldn't think so. But how would I know, anyway?
When I couldn't get him at home, I half expected to find him already here.
Well, he hasn't been in, for 3 or 4 days.
Look, I've got to be pushing along. If Chris comes in later, tell him I was here, will you? There was something I wanted to see him about, something rather important.
I'll tell him. Don't you worry about that. I'll be sure to tell him you were here.
It was shortly after 10 the next morning when the call from Adamson Sr. came through. He sounded breathless and excited.
Mr. Simon, it's come.
A letter?
No, a phone call. Just after I got back from the bank. Almost as if they were watching the house. I think it was from a public phone box. A woman's voice.
You've got the money, haven't you?
Yes, I've just returned from the bank.
Well, listen, and listen carefully. 1 hour from now, that's at 11:15, drive your car onto the main Brighton road. That's the A5. Just after the road bypasses Reigate, there's a little pub called the Golden Horse. You can see it quite easily from the road. A couple of 100 yards past that, the road passes over a stream. You can't miss it because there's a freshly painted white milestone. As soon as you pass the milestone, throw the bag containing the money out of the window onto the grass verge. Don't slow down. Once the money is out of the car, accelerate and drive on for another 5 miles before turning your car and drive into the house.
Well, supposing somebody sees me.
It's very unlikely there'll be anybody there at that time. But if there is, drive on for exactly 1 mile and drop it at the second milestone.
And when will my son be returned to me?
He'll be released before midday.
Is he all right?
Perfectly all right. Goodbye.
And you say the call has only just come through?
Not 2 minutes ago, Mr. Simon.
Good. You'll follow the instructions, of course.
Yes. You're not going to do anything, are you?
Rest assured, Mr. Adamson, I'm not going to do anything that will endanger your son. Goodbye. Right, Farley, we've got to work fast. We've got less than an hour, plus the time it'll take Adamson to get onto the Brighton Road. You can drive Glenn Martin's car, can't you?
Are you kidding?
They've given 2 places for him to dump the money. That means that they won't be necessarily at the first place. They'll probably follow him in another car once he passes Reigate. If there's anybody at the first place, any casual passerby, that is, it's going to be awkward. As soon as you've gone, I'm going to have a further chat with Client. Just a couple of ends I want to tie up.
I thought I was going to do the tying up in Morton's car.
Oh, yes, you are. But there's still a couple of things about this case I don't quite understand.
Yeah, do I take a gun?
Somehow, I think that a gun is the last thing you'll need. Neither the police nor I approve of guns in any case. Our job is to find a missing person, not to apprehend a criminal.
Okay. Suppose if I have a long wait, I can always make myself a bow and arrow.
there's something I want to add to what I said to you just now.
Yes?
You're not a fast driver, are you?
No.
Good. Today I want you to be particularly slow.
What are you going to do, Mr. Simon?
I'm going to give you some sound advice. You must trust me completely. I had to let you go to the bank this morning because it was quite on the cards that your movements were being watched. However, in your own home, you can't be observed. Be assured that the kidnappers don't know about your phone calls.
Supposing they've been trying to get me?
It's most unlikely. If what I think is correct, in any case, anybody could be phoning you. Now, what I want you to do is this. I want you to pack the bag that you intended filling with money with newspaper of about the same bulk.
But, Mr. Simon, they'll just take it out on Chris. I don't mind the money,
Please
really I don't.
Please trust me. I'm quite certain your son will not suffer in any way. Now, please do as I say. There isn't much time. You'd better start right away.
Very well.
There were 2 calls to be made, both of them in London. I left instructions with Mrs. Hartley and set out on the first. Here, I drew a blank.
I'm afraid she's out, and that's rather surprising. She usually sleeps till midday. Well, I mean, if you work till the early hours, you've got to catch up in your sleep sometime, haven't you? Stands to reason. Matter of fact, I can't ever remember her getting up this early, but 8 o'clock and she was out. Crack of dawn for her.
I tracked Peter Simpson, the missing person's friend, to his office in the city. Your friend Chris Adamson, who's been missing for a few days now, needed some money for an investment.
Yes, his father wouldn't give it to him, so bank owes our chance of $1 million. Oh, if he could only have got his inheritance, then it would have been so much different for both of us.
In what way?
Well, you see, Chris's mother left him £10,000 in trust. Naturally, he thought he'd get it when he turned 21, but can you believe it? The old boy won't part. At least not until Chris is safely tied up in the firm.
And what did you want the £10,000 for?
We had first option on a garage and roadhouse in a very good position on the Brighton Road, but now Chris has disappeared, his father won't part, and the option expires tomorrow.
Henry Simon returns to conclude this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
3 cars passed the Golden Horse on the main Brighton Road within minutes of each other that same morning. The first, Agent Martin's red sports car, driven by Farley, pulled off the road just past the milestone. Fortunately, bracken was thick enough just to provide enough cover. Hardly had Farley got himself into position than another car passed.
And here we are, right on the nose. Now we shall see what we shall see. I must say it's a bit of a temptation, all that loot lying there. Here comes the car. Well. Good morning, Miss O'Brien. Fancy meeting you here. Oh, yeah. Isn't that our missing boy, Chris Adamson, at the wheel? Guess what? My car's broken down. I wonder if you two would be kind enough to give me a lift back to town.
The curious thing was that although Chris Adamson had in fact blackmailed his own father, the money was his legitimately anyway. It was an odd situation. Odder still was the fact that it did nothing to destroy the bond between father and son. George Adamson, having received proof positive of his son's determination to carve a way for himself rather than move into a ready-made position, made no further attempts to withhold the necessary money. And now, as always, this is Henry Simon, inviting you to meet me here again, and for the present, bidding you au revoir.
This is Henry Simon, bringing you another story from my files here at the Missing Persons Bureau.
In these stories of the Missing Persons Bureau, dramatized for Henry Simon by Ross Napier, names and addresses have, for obvious reasons, been changed. In one moment, the search for Colette Renoir, address unknown. And here again is Henry Simon.
Having travelled fairly extensively, I've had the opportunity of sampling the food of many different countries. And although I'm by no means a connoisseur, I like to think that I've acquired a taste for good cooking, be it French, Austrian, Italian, or what have you. It isn't my taste I wish to speak of, however, but that of a certain gentleman named Elliott Dryden, to whom good food was just as essential as the very air he breathed. Such was his claim, at least. And it was very largely because of this that he had come to rely so completely upon Colette Renoir, his cook, much to the annoyance of his wife Edna, who was more than a little jealous of Colette's prestige.
Oh, for the life of me, Elliott, I can't see why you're so captivated by that woman's cooking. I didn't enjoy my dinner a scrap.
That, my dear, it's because you have no appreciation of the finer things.
Oh, you have the gall to talk about finer things. All you ever think about your stomach.
Good food's the essence of life. More wine?
Thank you, I've had quite enough.
The perfect aid to digestion.
Sometimes I wonder why you didn't marry her instead of me.
Marry who, my dear?
Colette.
Sometimes I wonder myself.
The whole situation's so ludicrous. It's impossible to run the house in competition with another woman.
You're not required to run the house.
It seems to me I'm not required to do anything.
Many wives would consider themselves fortunate in your position.
Not if they had to put up with Colette.
You've never liked her, have you?
Neither liked nor trusted.
She's honest enough.
That's not what I meant.
You're worried she might persuade me to run off with her. Is that it?
You know as well as I do. There's nothing she'd like more than to have you to herself.
Strange. I've always looked on her as the moral type.
Moral nothing. She's French, isn't she?
True. Unfortunately, she's also fat and 50.
Oh, I'd adore her to hear you say that.
By the same token, of course. She's a good 5 years younger than you are, and quite a bit slimmer.
She has the legs of an elephant.
And you have the trunk.
Very funny.
Ah, the lady herself.
Monsieur finds your dinner satisfactory, I hope.
Colette, it was highly satisfactory. You surpassed yourself.
Oh, thank you, monsieur.
Monsieur may have enjoyed it. For my part, I thought it was abominable.
Madame.
For a start, the meat was underdone and far too highly spiced. And for another...
Take no notice of her, Colette. She's in one of her moods this evening. Aren't you, my dear?
If I am, it was brought on by the dinner.
I am sorry, madame. I do my best.
Your best to butter up my husband, perhaps. But your charms don't work on me.
Oh!
Ladies, please.
You hear what you say, monsieur. I am insulted.
You will apologize to Colette, my dear?
Never. What I said was the truth, and everyone knows it.
No, it is too much. Monsieur, you will accept a week's notice.
Oh, come, my little Colette. You upset yourself needlessly. Madame was joking.
I most certainly was not.
Oh, yes, you were, my dear. Or did I forget to mention that I saw a large, furry spider on the porch as I came in earlier?
Spider? Where?
Not to worry. I have him in a bottle on my desk. Now, you will apologize to Colette, won't you?
Please, Elliott, you...
Apologize to Colette?
I am sorry, Colette. As my husband says, I was joking.
Of course.
Such jokes I do not find funny.
Madame has a peculiar sense of humor. You really must forgive her.
Yeah, I forgive her. This once. But if it happens again, I go.
It won't happen again. Now, I think we might have our coffee.
Oui, monsieur. In here or in your drawing room?
In here, I think. It's a trifle warmer.
Oui, monsieur. I will bring it at once.
My
dear, how often must I tell you not to torment her? One of these days she really will walk out.
If I thought that, I'd take to her with a pitchfork.
Edna, really, do try to contain yourself. These outbursts of yours are becoming most tiresome. Colette's been with us a long time. I wouldn't like to lose her.
You'd rather lose me, I suppose.
Let's just say without you, I believe I could manage to scrape along somehow. But without Colette, I'd be lost.
Elliott, is that you?
Yes, my dear.
Don't take your things off. We'll be eating out this evening.
Oh, my dear Edna, you will have your little joke, won't you?
I'm perfectly serious. You'll get no dinner here.
No? Why, Colette ill?
She seemed well enough when she left.
Left?
That's what I said.
I don't think I quite understand. Where's she gone?
I've no idea. All I know is she won't be coming back.
Won't be? What are you talking about?
I dismissed her this morning.
Dismissed her?
Yes. She insulted me, so I ordered her to leave.
But, where did she go?
I told you I don't know.
Then you'd jolly well better go and find her, hadn't you?
Oh, no. She's not coming back into this house. Not while I'm capable of lifting a finger to stop her.
We'll see about that.
You can do what you like. Put spiders in my bed, cockroaches in the bath. It won't make any difference. This once I've made up my mind.
Have you? Have you indeed?
Where are you going?
To my room. And there I intend to remain till you return with Colette.
In that case, I suggest you go out and have something to eat first. You're in for a long wait.
That's up to you, my dear. But I have no intention of eating again till you bring her back.
He meant what he said, Mr. Simon. He's been locked in his room ever since.
But I understood you to say that this was 6 days ago.
That's right.
You mean he's been there without food for 6 days?
With the door locked and bolted.
He hasn't been out at all?
Certainly not to my knowledge.
But surely.
There's a bathroom adjoining. He has plenty of water, but no food supply whatever. For the past 3 nights, I'd taken a tray up and left it at the door. But he won't touch a thing. Each time he's left it.
Incredible.
He's an incredible person.
Has he ever locked himself up or embarked upon a hunger strike before?
No. But he's done other things equally as stupid.
Oh, such as?
Well, for instance, he knows how terrified of insects and things I am.
Mm-hmm.
And if I do something that annoys him, he pays me back by putting a spider or something in my bed.
A spider in your bed?
Yes. Once he put a cockroach down the back of my dress, and he often drops them in the bath with me.
Oh.
So, you see, things like that.
He's not a violent man in any way.
Oh, no. Anything but. I don't ever recall him so much as raising his voice to me, let alone exercising any form of violence. He has other, more effective ways of getting what he wants.
And his present behavior was brought on solely by your dismissing this Colette Renoir.
Yes.
How long has she been with you?
7 years.
Oh, what prompted you to dismiss her?
She was rude to me. I lost my temper and told her to go.
I see. So she went. Now you want her back, is that it?
I have to get her back. He won't come out of that room or eat again until I do. And as much as I'd like to stick to my guns, I wouldn't like to see him do himself any harm. But the whole point of my coming to you is that I can't find Colette. I don't even know where to start looking. For that matter, she could have gone back to France.
Well, do you happen to know anything about her background? Where she lived before she entered your husband's employ? What she did?
She had a job in a Paris restaurant.
A job as a cook?
Yes. It was only a small place, but quite exclusive.
I see. But how did your husband come to meet her exactly?
To tell you the truth, I've never been too sure. He went there for dinner once or twice, to this restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
Then one evening he brought her back to the flat with him.
And she's been with you ever since?
Yes, ever since.
Were you living in Paris at the time?
Yes.
Indefinitely?
Originally, we'd planned to spend 3 months. We ended up by staying 9.
And this was in connection with your husband's business, was it?
Well, he has no business. His father left him quite a lot, in bonds and so forth. He's never had to work, not since I've known him anyway. No, we were just staying there. For pleasure, I suppose you'd say.
He's a reasonably wealthy man, then.
Wealthy enough.
And you say that his main interest in life is food, is that it?
Definitely. It always has been.
Or did she be able to give it up altogether for so very long a time?
Oh, don't misunderstand me. He was never a big eater. Quantity doesn't interest him in the slightest. Just quality. He won't touch anything but the very best.
I see. Well, Miss Renoir must be a very fine cook.
He seems to think so.
I mean, you hadn't thought of calling in the police, I suppose.
Police?
Under the circumstances, you'd be perfectly justified in so doing.
No. No, I'd rather just find Colette.
Oh, I see.
Believe me, Mr. Simon, I realize how absurd all this must seem to you. It's just that I know Elliott. I know how far he's capable of going, particularly when he makes up his mind to follow a certain course. And, well, even though I've never had a great deal of feeling for him, I can't just stand aside and let him go on like this. I tell you now, if Colette isn't found, he'll stay in that room till he drops dead of starvation.
Henry Simon returns to continue this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
People never fail to amaze me, the things they get up to, their quirks, their idiosyncrasies. From his wife's description, Elliott Dryden was unquestionably an eccentric, a man who would do almost anything to get his own way, even to the extent of locking himself up in a room like a small child, and then going on a hunger strike. In certain respects, he bore the characteristics of a sadist, and yet in others, he bore those of a mild-mannered, docile husband. In either event, it appeared that he had to be protected from himself, and having agreed to accept the case, I duly sent for Agent Paul's study, whose reaction to the facts was very much as I'd expected.
It's like I always said, Chief. There are more people walking around the streets who ought to be in straitjackets than there are names in the phone directory.
Well, I wouldn't know much about that study, but certainly a great many people do have very peculiar tendencies.
Well, in my book, anybody who carries on like this Dryden guy is a nut. Nothing less. 6 days locked in a room without a bite to eat just because his wife sacks the cook. Oh, brother, how peculiar can you get?
Well, if all else fails, of course, the police will have to be called in to eject him forcibly. Unfortunately, they can't compel him to eat. The only person who can do that is Colette Renoir.
About whom we don't know a thing.
Except, of course, that she's French.
Oh, well, that's going to get us a long way. There can't be more than about 500,000 or so French people in this country.
Yeah, I think your best bet might be to go and question Dryden himself.
Well, how am I supposed to get to him? Break down the door?
When he learns who you are, perhaps he'll open it.
And if he doesn't?
You can always try talking through it.
Yeah, well, I think I'd rather have it that way. I don't want to take any chances of being bopped in the dome.
From what I gather, you need have no fears of meeting trouble of that nature. According to Mrs. Dryden, he's a particularly mild sort of chap.
Even so, I wouldn't want to get too close. Just in case his confinements made him savage.
Well, I'll have to leave that to your discretion. I have the address here somewhere. Oh, yes, it's Wandsworth. 72 Argyle Parade. The Drydens' home in the outer London suburb of Wandsworth was no ordinary one. 3 stories high, it was set in spacious grounds. At the back was a grassy paddock. At the front, an expanse of lawn. A broad gravel drive led from the entrance gates to the house and on to a garage at the rear. At the front door, Study was greeted by our client, Edna Dryden, who, at his request, led him upstairs to her husband's room on the first floor.
Elliott! Elliott, there's someone here to see you. Mr. Study from the Missing Persons Bureau. He wants to ask you about Colette. Elliott!
Not talking, huh?
He may be asleep.
Let's see if I can rouse him. Hey, you there, Mr. Dryden. Hello? Look, do you want this woman found or don't you?
Send my wife away.
Oh, Elliott, don't be such a fool. Come out of there and behave like
Okay, Mrs. Dryden. You better do as he says. No sense antagonizing him further.
Whatever you say. It's all so absurd. So utterly ridiculous. I'll be in the drawing room when you want me.
Right. Okay, Dryden, she's gone. You open the door, or do we talk through it?
Wait. Oh, please come in, my dear sir. So nice of you to call.
Somewhat taken aback by the other's unexpected affability, Study remained for a moment standing on the threshold, as though waiting for a second invitation. In appearance, Dryden looked as normal as any man he'd ever seen. Dressed casually in a grey jumper and slacks, he was immaculately groomed and seemed to be in perfect health. With a friendly smile, he shepherded the agent to an armchair, and without further ado, poured 2 drinks from a whiskey decanter on the mantel.
Water or soda, old chap?
Water, thanks. Just a dash. That's fine.
Here you are.
Look, excuse the puzzled frown, but I don't get it. According to Mrs. Dryden, you've been in here for almost a week without food of any kind. Yet I come in and find you looking like you've just finished a 10-course meal. What gives?
Oh, purely a matter of constitution, old boy. But that's by the by. Oh, what's the news on Colette? You found her?
Hardly. Your wife only came to see us this morning.
Yes. I heard her phoning for an appointment. I thought you'd probably be along for a chat.
You're causing her a lot of worry. I suppose you know that.
No more than she's caused me.
Well, I've only heard her side of it, but the fact remains, she wants this Colette located. She's retained us to trace her. The big drawback is she seems to know very little about the woman, which is why I've come to you. I figured maybe you could shed some light on her background.
My dear fellow, I know very little about her myself. Other than that, before entering my employ, she lived and worked in Paris.
Uh-huh. What was the name of the restaurant she was working in there? All your wife could tell us was that it was somewhere in Montmartre.
Chez Dominique in the Place de la Gare. Probably gone out of business by this, I should think. A great deal can happen in 7 years.
Uh-huh. Well, worth checking anyway.
Look here, old chap, you're barking up the wrong tree, you know. You take my tip and forget the whole thing. I'll see you're more than compensated financially.
But I thought you wanted her found.
Oh, so I do. But, that's my wife's worry, not yours.
Your wife's paying us to do the worrying for her.
Well, whatever she's paying, I'll double it if you don't.
This gets more fantastic by the second. Do you want her traced or don't you?
She'll turn up in due course.
Meanwhile, you'll sit here and waste away to a mere 14 stone, eh?
Oh, come, my boy. Let's not be obstinate about it. I want you to drop the case.
And if I don't feel like dropping it?
I think you will.
Well, think again, mister, because I'm not just now getting tired of this case. I'm only beginning to get wound up. You might be used to getting your own way where Mrs. Dryden's concerned, but there's one big difference between her and me.
Oh?
Yeah. I'm not scared of spiders.
But it doesn't make sense, Mr. Studdy. Are you sure you didn't misunderstand him?
He offered to double what you're paying if I agreed to drop the case. Does that sound like a misunderstanding?
It's beyond me. Unless he's delirious.
Yeah, well, maybe he is at that.
All this time without food, it must have taken its toll on him.
The queer thing about it is he looks so fit. And he can't have lost that much weight. His clothes seem to fit him okay.
Some people stay much the same, regardless.
Yeah. There's no way your husband could get out of this room unknown to you, is there?
Not unless he crept out at night after I was asleep.
Uh-huh. So you can't be sure he hasn't been slipping downstairs to the kitchen for a snack every night.
His room's next to mine. I'm a fairly heavy sleeper, but he couldn't be sure I wouldn't hear him. Still, I suppose it's possible. Although I haven't noticed any food missing.
Well, there's one way to find out. Tonight you'll go to bed at the usual time, and we'll see what happens.
You want me to stay awake and listen for him?
No, that won't be necessary. You just go to bed. I'll take it from there.
Accordingly, that same night, Edna Dryden retired at the customary time, shortly before 11 o'clock. From his hiding place, in a broom closet at the head of the stairs, Study had a perfectly clear view of both bedroom doors. The house was in darkness, Nothing stirred. 11:30 came. Midnight. He felt the pangs of cramp in his left leg. Cautiously he massaged it, waiting for the minutes to pass. 1 o'clock. 1:15. And then abruptly came the faint sound of a key turning in a lock. The door to Dryden's room opened slowly, and a moment later a shadowy figure emerged. He was wearing a dressing gown and slippers, and he carried a torch, the beam of which probed ahead of him as he crept stealthily along toward the stairs. The agent stood stock still in the closet as the figure stole by. Down the stairs, one at a time, swiftly, silently, along the hall at the back of the house. Then the sound of another door opening. A moment's pause, closing, then the padding, slippered footsteps returning. Back along the hall, up the stairs, the same shadowy figure, in one hand the torch, in the other what looked like a large hat box tied up with string. Back past the closet, into the room, the door closed, and then silence again. Hastily, but with caution, Studdy emerged from the closet, went down the stairs, along the hall to the back door. Outside it was pitch dark, but his eyes had become accustomed to the darkness, and he saw her at once. A woman wheeling a bicycle toward the gate at the far end of the trackless paddock that formed the Dryden's backyard. In a second he was after her, his footsteps muted in the soft grass. She almost got to the gate when she turned and saw him. Dropping the bicycle, she started to run, but her foot struck against some unseen object, and she sprawled headlong upon the ground.
Okay, just hold it there. Here. Give me your hand.
My ankle it is twisted.
Yeah, well, that's what happens to little girls who go on midnight jaunts. Come on, get you back to the house.
No, stay away from me.
Well, if you'd rather spend the night here, that's all right by me. Studdy's the name, by the way.
I don't know you.
Maybe not, but I know you. Colette Renoir, isn't it not? You know, that ankle of yours is in bad shape. I'm afraid you're going to have to let me carry you.
No!
Okay, then. We'll talk here. Well?
It was all his idea. He talked me into it.
Into what? And why?
He wanted to teach her a lesson.
His wife?
Yes. She was always picking on me, making trouble. I threatened to leave if she did not let me alone, and he made her promise she will. But she does not keep this promise, and he is very angry with her. He tells me he will make her sorry for disobeying him, but that I must help him to do it.
Ah, so it was all prearranged, huh? You insult her, so she has no choice but to order you out. Then when Dryden comes home, she tells him what's happened. He turns on the big act, knowing she'll fall for it and finally be forced to eat humble pie. Knowing also that when you eventually show up again, she'll be so glad to see you, she'll change her tune towards you completely. Never step out of line again. Which suited you, because you wanted the drop on her, and more than suited him, because he wanted the drop on both of you. Am I right?
I did only as I was told.
And you've been smuggling meals to him every night, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, well, small wonder he looks so fit. Where have you been hiding out all this time, anyway?
I have been staying with a girlfriend.
Far from here?
Near the station. She has a flat. I've had use of the kitchen for cooking.
Ah, so everything fitted in fine. Too bad it didn't come off.
Well, what are you going to do?
That's for Mrs. Dryden to decide. Bright Boy's had his laugh. You've had yours. The last one's hers.
Henry Simon returns to conclude this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
An incredible story, an incredible trio. Even now, as I look at the file on Colette Renoir, I find myself wondering whether Dryden was a complete bounder or just a misguided fool. In either case, his scheme backfired to such an extent that he's going to be a very long time getting over it. Indeed, all it accomplished was the one thing it had been designed to prevent, the ultimate departure of Colette Renoir, who, upon recovering from a very badly sprained ankle, returned to Paris forthwith, and to the best of my knowledge has not been heard of since. The only one to benefit, in fact, was Mrs. Dryden herself, who at long last became mistress. That is, sole mistress of the manor. And now, this is Henry Simon, as usual, inviting you to meet me here again and for the present bidding you au revoir. This is Henry Simon, bringing you another story from my files here at the Missing Persons Bureau.
In these stories of the Missing Persons Bureau, dramatized for Henry Simon by Ross Napier, names and addresses have, for obvious reasons, been changed. In one moment, the search for Cora Wakefield. Address unknown. And here again is Henry Simon.
On a morning in the June of 1950, I was visited in my office here at the Missing Persons Bureau by a man named Henry Wakefield. In his late 20s, he was of medium height and build, with a chubby face and unusually large brown eyes. His voice was faintly tinged with a Cockney accent, and the index finger was missing from his left hand.
As I explained to your secretary over the phone, Mr. Simon, I'm here about my wife, Cora. She's left home, and I want her found.
I see. How long ago did she leave exactly?
It'll be 8 weeks, day after tomorrow.
8 weeks.
I know I should have come to you sooner, but, well, I was so sure she'd be back. It never struck me she might have gone for good.
How long have you been married?
7 years. I met her while I was in the army. She was working at one of the canteens. We'd only known each other a couple of weeks. It was sort of what you might call love at first sight.
Have you any children?
4. 3 girls and a boy. And the youngest is only just 2. I've got her staying with my sister, together with Janie. She's 3.
And the others?
They're at school. Albert's 5 and Judy's 6.
Mm-hmm.
I've told them their mum's sick in hospital. It's hard for them, though. They can't understand why I won't take them to see her.
Now, you say it'll be 8 weeks the day after tomorrow, which means, of course, that you left on a Thursday.
While I was at work, yes. That night, I came home, same time as usual, and found her gone.
And where were the children?
With their grandma, my mother, that is. They were spending the day with her. At least the 2 young 'uns were. Cora was coming into London, so she said, to do some shopping.
Did she take much with her in the way of clothing?
Not so far as I can make out.
She left no message of any kind?
Nothing.
I take it you investigated the possibility that she might have met with an accident of some kind?
There wasn't any accident. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the money.
What money?
We had a special hiding place under a loose floorboard in the bedroom. We kept 50 quid there for emergencies, in case something cropped up and we needed cash quick.
And she took the lot?
Yes. What's more, I know it was there the day before, 'cause I checked it myself.
How old is your wife, Mr. Wakefield?
2 years younger than me, all but a week. 26.
So she was only 19 when you married her?
That's right.
Has she ever left home before?
No, never.
Did you have any sort of argument with her? Anything like that?
No, that's the silly part of it. We were on the best of terms. In 7 years of marriage, we barely had a cross word.
There were no other men in her life?
If there were, she kept them well in the background.
So you think it's unlikely that she left you for somebody else?
Well, I suppose she could have. But I can't think why she would. I've been a good husband to her, though I do say it myself. I've got a good business. I've given her everything she's wanted.
What is your business, by the way?
Carrying. I've got a fleet of 6 trucks. We take anything anywhere at any time. Started on my own with an old bitzer I bought from disposals right after the war. Never looked back since. Bought a new home down in Streatham. Washing machine, all the trimmings.
You checked with her friends and relatives, of course?
Every one I could think of. She was an only child herself, and her parents are both dead, so there's no one much on her side. As for friends, well, she doesn't have that many. Just the odd one here and there.
Have you a photograph of her at all?
Yes, I have. Just the one, but it's a good likeness.
How long ago was this taken?
Last year. We had a Sunday at Brighton. There you can see the pier in the background.
The mother of 4 children, she has a remarkably fine figure.
You should have seen it when I first met her. Regular pin-up she was.
Yes. I'll keep this if I may.
You're welcome. Just find her, that's all. Find her and bring her back home.
The disappearance of Cora Wakefield was duly investigated by Agent Paul Studdy, who spent 2 solid weeks trying to pick up some sort of trail, but without success. Finally, having made no progress whatever, he was forced to admit temporary defeat, and the case was shelved accordingly. Over the ensuing 12 months, he resumed his inquiries on 2 separate occasions, but the result remained negative, and Cora Wakefield's file was placed in a special cabinet reserved for such cases. A cabinet labelled simply, Address Unknown. It was in the October of 1956, over 6 years later, that a similar case was brought under our notice. A man's wife had disappeared, and he turned to us for help. His name was Arthur Bryant. He was 36 years of age, tall, slim, and by profession a draftsman.
She gave me no warning, Mr. Simon. No indication of any kind. She just went.
This was 6 weeks ago?
5 weeks and 4 days.
What made you wait so long before taking action?
I just kept praying she'd come back of her own accord.
I see. Now, you've been married for how many years?
5, going on 6.
Any children?
2 boys.
Of what ages?
3 and 4.
And your wife's age?
32.
Where are the children now?
With friends. I couldn't hope to cope with them myself. This chap I know and his wife offered to look after them till Gloria turned up.
I see.
It's quite fantastic, really. I can't think of any logical explanation for her leaving me. We were perfectly happy. We had no worries of any kind. We're financially secure. We have our own home. I've treated her with every possible consideration.
What were the circumstances of her departure exactly?
There weren't any to speak of. I mean, I just arrived home from work to find the house empty.
And the children?
She'd left them with a neighbour, Mrs. Burnett, along the street. Said she was going to town.
Did she take anything with her in the way of clothing?
And 2 of her dresses are gone, and a travelling bag she kept in the closet.
How about money?
Well, she could have put some aside. I've always given her a fairly liberal housekeeping allowance.
Does she have any family? Anyone she might have turned to?
Not really. Parents are both dead. She's no brothers or sisters.
This is the very first time she's gone off like this?
Yes.
You've no cause to suspect there might be another man involved?
Well, hardly. I mean, she's not the type.
You happen to have a photograph of her?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I have. It's not a bad snap. I took it myself a few months ago.
That's very odd.
Odd?
I could be mistaken, of course, but I have a feeling I've seen her somewhere before. What was her maiden name?
Palmer.
Gloria Palmer. Oh, I can't say that rings any bells. Had you known her very long when you were married?
3 or 4 months. We met down at Torquay. We were both on holidays.
Her face is definitely familiar.
Well, possibly she reminds you of someone.
Yes, possibly. Okay, I wonder if you'll excuse me for a moment, would you? I'd very much like to have a word with my assistant.
Yes, certainly.
He's just in the next office. I shan't keep you very long. I'm sorry to bother you, Study. Something's come up, something rather curious.
Yeah?
Have a look at this photograph. See if you don't recognize the woman.
I know the face.
Can you place it?
Let me see now. I know it well. It's... Hey, where'd this come from?
I have a client in my office at the moment. It's his wife. She's left home.
No, it couldn't be.
Couldn't be what?
About 6 or 7 years back, we took a case. Dame left her husband and 4 kids. Remember? We had to drop it. We couldn't get a line on her at all. And what was her name again? Wakehurst, was it, or Wakefield?
Wakefield! By heaven's, Study, I believe you've got it. It was Cora Wakefield. At the mention of the name Wakefield, it struck me at once. But was it possible that Gloria Bryant and Cora Wakefield, the woman who had deserted her husband and children some 6 years earlier, were one and the same? Without loss of time, I had Study dig out Cora Wakefield's file. Her photograph was attached, and when placed beside that of Gloria Bryant, it left very little room for doubt.
Yeah, it's her, Chief. A blind man could tell. Unless they're identical twins.
Cora Wakefield was an only child, and Mrs. Bryant as well.
Well, I guess that wraps it up, then.
I'm afraid our client's in for rather a nasty shock.
Yeah, not to mention Wakefield after all this time.
It's not so bad for him. He's her legal husband. That is, if he hasn't divorced her since. Which means the Bryant children, of course, are illegitimate.
Maybe he has divorced her.
Their study takes time to get a divorce, and she's been married, so to speak, to Bryant for at least 5 years now.
So we got a case of bigamy on our hands, huh?
Yes, it would seem so.
You gonna tell Bryant?
First, I think it might be an idea if you got in touch with Wakefield. If he definitely identifies her, we shall have no option.
Uh-huh.
The address down here is Chambers Road, Streatham, number 19. At the Streatham address, Study was informed that Henry Wakefield had sold the house some 3 years earlier and had taken his children to live with their grandmother at number 38 Camberwell Parade, Croydon. There he duly questioned the aging Mrs. Wakefield, who in turn directed him to her son's office in the city.
Well, Mr. Study, this is a surprise.
Yeah, I figured it might be. How's the carrying business?
Busy as ever. I've expanded a good deal since I last saw you. How long would it be now? 5 years?
Yeah, about that.
Yeah. Wait a bit. Don't tell me you've finally traced Cora.
Well, not exactly, but the trail's getting warmer.
You boys don't give up easy, do you?
I'll be quite frank with you, Mr. Wakefield. While your wife may be involved, I'm here in connection with an entirely different case.
Oh?
She is still your wife, is she? You haven't divorced her?
No, I haven't divorced her. I've toyed with the idea often enough, but, well, I just haven't got round to it.
Uh-huh. Well, take a look at this photograph.
It's her. It's Cora.
You're positive of that?
Oh, I should know my own wife, shouldn't I? Where'd you get it?
From a guy named Arthur Bryant.
Arthur Bryant?
Yeah, she went through a form of marriage with him in 1951.
Form of... But how could she? She's married to me.
Well, that didn't bother her, apparently. She might even be planning to try it again.
Try it again?
She walked out on Bryant 6 weeks ago. That's 2 husbands down, including yourself. Right now, she could be batting for number 3. Henry Simon returns to continue this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
There now appeared to be absolutely no doubt whatever that Cora Wakefield and Gloria Bryant were one and the same person, in which case Bryant's marriage was invalid and his children illegitimate. Accordingly, I acquainted him with the facts. Facts he at first refused to believe. When I had shown him the photograph of Cora Wakefield, however, he grimly submitted.
How could she do it, Mr. Simon? Tell me that. How could she do it?
That's a question I can't answer, I'm afraid. Bigamy's a messy enough business in itself. But when it happens to involve innocent children...
I'll kill her. That's what I do. When I get my hands on her, I'll wring her neck.
That would hardly be a correct solution, Mr. Bryant.
Can you think of a better one?
Before a solution can be considered, she has to be found. Of course, I fully realize what a very dreadful blow this must be to you, but there's no earthly point at all in allowing your emotions to take possession of your judgment.
Oh, dear. No. You're quite right, of course. I'm sorry. It's just that... Oh, I had so much faith in her.
You say you met her while you were on holidays in Torquay.
Why, yes. We were both staying at the Cumberland Hotel there.
The Cumberland? Mm-hmm. And you hadn't known her before?
No, not at all.
She registered at the hotel as Gloria Palmer?
Yes, Miss Gloria Palmer.
And I think I remember you stating that you had known her for some months before you were married.
Yes, it was about 3. Although, actually, I proposed to her before we left Torquay.
And she went back to London with you?
Yes, she had some rooms in Bayswater.
Did she happen to have a job of any kind?
No, as a matter of fact, she didn't. She told me that she'd been doing temporary work and that at the moment she was now between jobs.
Yeah.
And as we decided to get married, well, didn't seem much point in her taking another one. Instead, she spent her time looking at houses, flats, cottages, you know. Or when she found a house that suited, well, we just got married and moved in.
I see. Was it a church wedding or...
No, it wasn't. Registry office.
Oh, yes. Well, I think we'll leave it at that for the moment, Mr. Bryant. I'll just get you to jot down 1 or 2 more routine particulars, if you don't mind, and then we'll get cracking right away.
You know, there's one thing that puzzles me, though, Chief.
What's that?
The question of identification.
Mm-hmm.
You see, to get married, she'd need papers establishing her identity as Gloria Palmer.
False papers are very easy to come by, Study.
Oh, yeah, I know that, but you gotta know who to go to.
Obviously, she made it a business to find out, which wouldn't be very difficult. Soho's simply crawling with false identification vendors. For a few pounds, you can pick up her credentials that'd fool the Registrar General himself, if you wanted to. However, for the present, I'm not concerned with how she managed that side of it. I'm very much more interested in the fact that within a very few weeks of leaving Wakefield, she managed to find her way to the Cumberland Hotel in Torquay.
Well, so?
Doesn't it strike you as possible that she might have returned there?
Oh, you mean to the Cumberland?
Not necessarily to the Cumberland Hotel, but to Torquay. Having met with such very great success on her previous ventures there, it occurs to me that she might have been tempted to go back. Assuming, of course, that she's out to land another husband, that is.
Yeah. You really think she would try it again?
Well, why shouldn't she? Obviously, she left Wakefield because she was bored with her marriage. She had everything a wife could want, but that wasn't enough. She was tired of being the mother of 4 children. The first years had been fun, but the fun had turned to dullness and drudgery.
Oh, yeah.
And so she decided to find herself a brand new husband and start all over again. That's exactly what she did. Brian filled the bill admirably for a time, but eventually, of course, she found herself right back to where she'd been before, and so...
Yeah. The process is repeated, huh?
Exactly. She got away with it once. Why shouldn't she get away with it for a second time?
Well, you know, Chief, I suggested the same thing to Wakefield, but he didn't appreciate the joke.
I doubt if Bryant would either. But examined in the harsh light of fact, it's the only possible explanation for her behavior, isn't it?
Yeah, the circumstances are similar enough.
Oh, they are in every way. The whole thing conforms to a pattern. That's why I feel that a trip to Torquay might prove very fruitful. If Our Lady is just as much a creature of habit as she appears to be, then there's just a chance that you're going to pick up her trail. Unlike Study and Hunter, I very rarely place much faith in hunches, but this was an exception. To date, as far as we knew, Cora Wakefield had indulged in a repeat performance, so to speak, of her previous venture. After 5 years of marriage, she disappeared from her home while her husband was at work in just the same fashion as she'd done before, leaving no trace at all behind her. It wasn't very likely that she was going to return to the same hotel, but, of course, Torquay had bounds in hotels, and she'd have had any number to choose from. Therefore, Study's job was to check with them all. And on the following day, on his arrival in the popular Devon Coast resort, he commenced his inquiries at the Cumberland.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I'm trying to trace a woman who might have been a guest here sometime in the past 6 weeks.
Yes, sir?
Well, I'm not sure what name she'd have registered under, but I've got a photograph of her here someplace. There. You recognize her at all?
Can't say I do, sir. No, sir. She certainly didn't stay here. I make a point of getting to know all our guests by sight. Perhaps you should try the Conway Arms next door.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't help you. The Chatsworth's just down the road. Have you inquired there?
No, sir. She certainly wasn't a guest here. So sorry.
One by one, Studdy worked his way along the line of hotels flanking the promenade. In all, he inquired at 11, before finally arriving at the Cambridge, which stood on the corner of Chalk Avenue and Heston Boulevard.
I've got a photograph of her here, if you'll just take a look at it, look it over.
Yes, why... Yes.
You mean you recognize her?
Yes, sir. Yeah, just a minute. It's Miss Maitland.
You say Miss Maitland?
Yes. She was here for a fortnight last month. I got to know her quite well. She and Mr. Dorrington both.
Mr. who?
Dorrington. Yes. They were always together. I understand she went back to, Birmingham. Yes, that's Birmingham. She went back to Birmingham with him.
Back to Birmingham, eh? Ah.
Yes, sir. I wouldn't be sure, but rumour had it they were planning to be married.
Although he'd been vaguely expecting something of the kind, Studdy was rather taken aback by the hotel clerk's calm announcement. Unable to enlighten him any further, however, the latter referred him to his employer, one Malcolm Godfrey, who had managed the Cambridge for many years and who, it transpired, had befriended the man, Dorrington, during his stay as a guest at the hotel.
Yes, that's right, sir. That's right, Mr. Studdy. Nice chap he was, too. Liked him very much.
Yeah. And Miss Maitland, did you get to know her at all?
I should say I did. Dashed attractive woman, that. Yes, should make him very happy.
It is true, then, that they were planning marriage.
Huh? Oh, I should say so. Took her back to Birmingham to meet his people, didn't you know?
Yeah. And that was 3 weeks ago?
Yes, I'd say about that.
Now, you wouldn't know his address in Birmingham, I suppose?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I noted it down somewhere.
Oh, good.
Somewhere here. There you are. Yes, Rex Dorrington, 81 Haverstock Road.
I'll jot that down, 81 Haverstock Road. Right, now, were they intending to be married right away?
I rather gathered that impression. As soon as they could be, that is.
Uh-huh.
Of course, these things usually take a few weeks, formalities and so forth.
Travelling overnight by train to Birmingham, Studdy arrived in that city at 7:10 the next morning. From the station, he took a cab to Haverstock Road, which was less than a mile away, alighting at the entrance to number 81, a narrow stone home which had been converted recently into 3 flats. The front door was open, and over the knocker was a card listing the names of the tenants and their flat numbers. Rex Dorrington's was on the very top floor. It was flat 3.
Yes?
Mr. Dorrington?
Yes, that's right.
I'm sorry to wake you up, but Studdy's the name. Missing Persons Bureau.
Dorrington had on a dressing gown and slippers. His hair was tousled and his eyes were bleary. Rubbing a hand across his unshaven chin, he yawned again.
Pardon me, No, I was just climbing out of bed when the bell rang. Missing Persons Bureau, did you say?
Yes, that's right. I'm here in connection with a Miss Maitland.
Joyce, what's happened? Is something wrong?
Is she here?
Here? No. No, she's in London. Or at least she would be by this time. I put her on the midnight train.
Oh. Do you expect her back?
Tonight? Why?
Well, a client of mine, in fact, 2 clients of mine, they're anxious to contact you.
Oh, what about?
I'll explain in a moment. First, I'd like to get the picture straight. You're not married to her yet, I take it.
No. No, not till next week. On the Friday, possibly.
Oh, that's something. What's she doing in London?
Oh, she had some things to pick up.
Including a new set of identification papers, maybe, huh?
Identification papers? I don't quite follow.
You will. You see, her name isn't Joyce Maitland. It's Cora Wakefield.
Cora Wakefield?
Mrs. Cora Wakefield.
I'm... Look here, is this some kind of joke?
No, it's no joke. And there's more to come. As well as having a valid husband and 4 legitimate children, she has an invalid husband and 2 illegitimate children. You can count your lucky stars, boy. You've had a narrow squeak.
Rex Dorrington proved as difficult to convince as Arthur Bryant had been, but he, too, wilted under the pressure of facts, as the truth was thrust upon him. It duly transpired that he'd arranged to meet Cora Wakefield, or Joyce Maitland, as he knew her, at Birmingham Central Station upon her return from London that evening. Her train was due in at 8:20, and it arrived dead on time. But it wasn't Dorrington who was there to greet her. It was a grim-faced Paul Studdy.
Miss Maitland?
Oh.
Dorrington couldn't make it. He sent me along instead.
You're a friend of his?
The best friend he ever had. But we can talk about that on the train.
On the train?
Yeah, we're going back to London, Mrs. Wakefield. Or would you rather I made it Mrs. Bryant?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't you?
Take me to Rex at once.
He doesn't want to see you, but your 2 husbands do. That's why we're going back to London. So as not to disappoint him. Our train leaves from platform 5 in 10 minutes. Let's go, shall we?
Henry Simon returns to conclude this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
Cora Wakefield was duly called upon to answer a charge of bigamy. Found guilty, she was sent to Holloway Prison for 12 months. Wakefield has since taken steps to divorce her. Bryant has married again. But unjust as it may seem under British law, his children remain illegitimate, thanks to a woman who wantonly used him as a means to her own heartless and selfish ends. And now, as always, this is Henry Simon inviting you to meet me here again, and for the present bidding you au revoir. This is Henry Simon, bringing you another story from my files here at the Missing Persons Bureau.
In these stories of the Missing Persons Bureau, dramatized for Henry Simon by Ross Napier, names and addresses have, for obvious reasons, been changed. In one moment, the search for Ellen Sweeney, address unknown. And here again is Henry Simon.
While I was walking down Regent Street the other afternoon, I happened to pass under a ladder, which was resting against the awning of a well-known London department store. As I did so, it occurred to me that I was tempting fate, especially as I just spilt some salt on the breakfast table that very same morning and hadn't remembered to throw a pinch of it over my left shoulder. However, to date, I've encountered no serious misfortune, touch wood, so, of course, I'm not unduly worried. By the same token, there are a great many people I could name who, under similar circumstances, would be quaking in their shoes, just waiting to be enveloped by the evil forces which they had conjured into being. I count myself fortunate, therefore, that I'm not a superstitious man, and am never likely to be. If I were, indeed, I should most certainly have regarded the case of Ellen Sweeney in a very different light. But that is something which you must judge for yourselves as I unfold it to you. An unusual story that had its beginning for us here at the Missing Persons Bureau on the morning in the July of 1953, when I was visited in my office by a tall, sallow-faced man who introduced himself as Oswald Sweeney, and whose age I estimated to be somewhere in the vicinity of 40.
Good of you to see me at such short notice, Mr. Simon. I thought perhaps you might be too busy to fit me in.
On the contrary, I have a relatively free morning. 2 appointments have been cancelled at the very last minute, and a luncheon engagement has been postponed. In fact, you couldn't have chosen a more opportune time.
Well, that's something anyway. Cigarette?
Thank you, no. I'm strictly a pipe smoker.
You don't mind if I...
Not at all. Allow me.
Thank you. I used to smoke a pipe myself. Unfortunately, it gave me indigestion. Had to give it up. Now I'm smoking 40 of these things a day, and I'm off my food. Haven't enjoyed a meal in months. But I didn't come here to discuss my appetite. I came because Ellen's left home, and I want her found.
Ellen?
My wife. She's been gone 5 days now, not a word.
Gone? From where?
Our home in Harrow.
Have you been married long?
Just 3 years. It was our 3rd anniversary.
On the day she left?
Yes. I had a present for her, a gold wristlet watch. Bought it in town that same morning. She'd always wanted one. I have it with me now, as a matter of fact.
You didn't? Here. You didn't give it to her?
I didn't have a chance. When I got home from work, she was gone.
Ah, I see. Well, it's certainly a very nice-looking watch.
It ought to be. Cost me 26 guineas. A good deal more than I could afford. The point is, it wasn't only our anniversary. It was her birthday as well.
I see. So you had occasion for a double celebration?
Some celebration.
You didn't think of contacting the police?
I thought about it, yes. But, well, I didn't want to risk letting it get in the newspapers. Besides, I was so sure she'd be back.
Has she ever gone away like this before?
No, never.
Tell me, was your relationship a happy one?
Very happy. Oh, so I thought.
You didn't have an argument or anything like that?
The only argument we ever had was about me not eating enough.
Oh?
That was weeks ago.
So at the time of her departure, you were actually on the very best of terms?
The best possible terms, yes.
You had no children?
No. We did have a baby son.
Yes.
Died when he was only 3 days old.
Oh. How long ago was this?
A year last March.
I see. Presumably the loss affected your wife deeply?
For a while it did, but she got over it. Or seemed to, anyway. She's known a good deal of unhappiness in her time, what with one thing and another. About a year before that, her parents' home caught fire. She was staying with them at the time. I was away on business. Well, to cut a long story short, some neighbors managed to drag her clear, just in time to see the roof cave in on her mother and father and her younger brother, Ted. They were burnt to death, the 3 of them. And all Ellen could do was stand there and watch. Then a few years before that, she was in a motor accident with her sister. She was thrown clear. The sister was pinned under the steering column. Died before they could get her out. And if that wasn't bad enough, then to be followed by... yes, Mr. Simon, she's had more than her share of tragedy, has Ellen.
I see. You saw her last on the morning of her disappearance?
Before I left for work.
And when you got back that evening, she'd gone?
Yes.
She left no message, no sort of explanation?
None.
Did she take anything away with her in the way of money or clothing?
One of the suitcases had gone from the cupboard, so she must have taken something. As for money, She'd have had about £10 in the house.
Does she have access to a bank account?
No. The only account we have is in my name.
Is she fitted for any special type of work or profession?
Well, she was a stenographer before we were married.
I see, a stenographer. How old is she, by the way?
To be exact, 33 and 5 days.
Has she any close relatives?
An uncle in Scarborough. I checked with him. He hasn't heard from her.
No one else?
Not to speak of, no.
Well, how about friends? Is there anybody she might have contacted?
No one that I know of. She wasn't fond of mixing socially.
Well, now, harking back to the morning of her departure, how did she seem then?
Oh, much the same as usual. Quiet. She never had a great deal to say for herself at breakfast.
I take it that you've been in touch with the neighbours?
I've checked with them, yes.
Did no one see her leave the house during the day?
No.
What made you wait so long before you took action?
Well, as I said, I was so sure she'd be back. Frankly, I was at a loss to know what I should do. I certainly didn't want the police interfering, and, well, I just kept waiting and hoping till a friend advised me to come to you.
Did it occur to you that she might have suffered a mental lapse of some kind?
Mental lapse?
In the face of so much tragedy, she might very easily have had a sudden breakdown.
In other words, lost her reason. Is that what you mean?
Her reason or her memory.
But it's over 2 years since the fire, and a year since we lost our son. If it was going to happen, wouldn't it have happened sooner?
Not necessarily, no. Could be a sort of delayed reaction.
But you think I should have called in the police, don't you?
It's not for me to say what you should have done. It might have helped matters if you acted a little more promptly, you know.
I realize that now, but, well, it's easy to be wise after the event.
Yes, true.
You will take the case, though?
Tentatively, yes. But only on the understanding that in the event of our failure to locate her by the end of the week, you will authorize us to place the matter in the hands of the police.
I'll do whatever you advise.
Fine. Now, if you'll just give me one or two more routine particulars, I'll put a man on the job straight away.
Yes?
Oh, Mr. Sweeney?
Yes.
Paul Study, Missing Persons Bureau. I just dropped by to take a look over the house, if that's okay with you.
Of course. Mr. Simon said you'd be coming sometime this afternoon. Fortunately, I was able to arrange time off work, so I can show you around. Please come in.
Oh, thanks.
I expect you'll want to see the bedroom first. Most of my wife's belongings are there.
Before I do, I'd just like to clear up one small point. The street number of this place is 28A.
That's correct.
Well, why is that?
Why?
Oh, well, as I came in, I happened to notice that the house on either side of you is numbered 28 and 32, respectively. Well, it seems logical, then, that you should be number 30, but instead you're 28A. Struck me as kind of curious.
Well, as a matter of fact, that was my wife's idea.
Oh?
She doesn't like the number 3. She says it's unlucky for her.
Unlucky?
She's rather superstitious, you see.
But it wouldn't be 3, it'd be 30.
The mere fact that there was a 3 in the number upset her. Ridiculous, but there it is.
Yeah. So you just had it changed, huh?
Yes.
She's always been this superstitious?
Ever since I've known her, acutely.
Funny. Never heard of 3 being unlucky before. It's usually 13.
Not to Ellen. Just 3. She calls it the devil's digit.
Yeah, the whole house, Chief. I combed it from top to bottom. Every room, every closet, every drawer.
With what result?
Well, I'm not sure yet. I'm still trying to figure it.
Oh?
I've never known anybody to be so affected by an ordinary old numeral before. Like I said, the number of the house had been changed because there was a 3 in it. But it doesn't stop there. No, not by a long shot. Every 3 in that house has been obliterated. Either cut out altogether or scribbled over it in pencil. She hasn't missed one. Magazines, books, they've all been gone through.
Books?
Yeah, the page numbers. Every 3, every multiple of 3, every number with a 3 in it. All of them penciled over. Even the calendars on the walls have undergone the same treatment.
The odd Sweeney didn't mention all this when he was here.
Well, struck me he was kind of embarrassed about it. I guess he figured it might have given us the wrong impression, especially as you'd already raised the possibility that the woman might be mentally unstable. The thing is, he maintains that apart from that one quirk, she's always been perfectly normal in every respect. Well, that's what makes me think it might have something to do with her disappearance.
What might?
Her fear of the number 3.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
Well, look at the facts, Chief. It was her 3rd wedding anniversary.
I hardly think that goes
As well as being her 33rd birthday. A coincidence, maybe. But nevertheless a curious one. Particularly when one delves a little further into the woodpile.
You begin to intrigue me.
Well, their son died when he was 3 days old on the 3rd of March. And March being the 3rd month of the year.
But, my dear Stubbs...
And again, when the parents' home was burnt down, 3 people were killed. Now, of those, the father was aged 63, the mother 53, and the brother 23. Moreover, although it wasn't March, it happened on the 3rd day of the month. And it was later estimated that the fire broke out at approximately 3 a.m. Oh, sure, it's all coincidence, but to a highly superstitious woman, it could add up to a more significant thing.
Well, even so.
Then there was the sister who was killed in the motor accident. She was driving the family car. Mrs. Sweeney was beside her. They were rammed side-on by a truck.
Yes?
Well, I checked an old newspaper report. It listed the registration numbers of both vehicles.
And?
The truck's was PGR 333.
Henry Simon returns to continue this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
Studied reasoning was sound enough. On each occasion that tragedy had entered the life of Ellen Sweeney, the numeral 3 had been curiously featured. Was it not logical, therefore, to assume that Mrs. Sweeney, being a superstitious kind of woman, had regarded this as being something more than a coincidence? Had indeed put particular emphasis upon it? Which accounted, of course, for her terror of what she had come to regard as the devil's digit? And could this be linked with the fact that she had left home on the day of her 3rd wedding anniversary and 33rd birthday? The possibility could hardly be ignored. On the contrary, in fact, it was to form the basis of our search for the missing woman.
Okay, let's assume there is a tie-up. Let's assume she left home because, for some reason, she was scared of staying on, either scared for herself or scared for her husband. Let's assume that she felt she had to go.
We seem to be assuming a great deal.
Well, when you don't have anything else to work on, what's the alternative?
From that, I take it, you uncovered nothing further of any special interest.
Nothing of special interest now, except for a few old photos in the attic.
Oh, photos?
Yeah, shots of her and her sister as girls. Don't know who took them. One of the parents, maybe, or a friend. Well, anyway, I brought them back with me. There's 2, 3, 4, 5 of them.
All of the 2 girls, eh?
Yeah, taken over a period of about 6 years, I'd say. You can see here in this one they're just kids, and in this they're quite grown up. Sister's the oldest by about 18 months.
Very interesting.
What?
Well, the girls themselves might have changed, but the background's exactly the same in all 5 snaps.
Oh, yeah, I noticed that.
Where were they taken? Got any idea?
Sweeney didn't know.
Funny. Those hills look strangely familiar. And the bay.
Probably they were holidaying there.
Which would indicate that they went to exactly the same spot every year.
Yeah, that's what I said to Sweeney, but he still couldn't enlighten me. He's got a hazy notion the parents used to have a weekender by the sea one time, but just where it was or what became of it, he hasn't got the foggiest idea. You're, thinking she might have gone back there, is that it?
Well, as you know, Studdy, I've always been a firm believer in the idea that if cast adrift, people always find their way back to the place or places which have given them their very happiest memories. I've known it happen time and time again in similar cases.
Well, she certainly looks happy enough in these snaps.
If only I could place those hills. I'll swear I've seen them before, at some time or other.
Well, the negatives are here. Maybe if we have them blown up, it might help.
Good idea. You might use one of your contacts in the photography business, eh?
Yeah, take him to Jack Cairns up in the Strand. He'll do the job.
If I didn't know you better, Paul, I'd say you were pulling my leg. This is the dullest batch of enlargements I've ever done. Who are the females, anyway?
Oh, nobody you'd know, Jackie boy. But do you recognize the scenery at all?
Looks like part of the Cornish coast.
Yeah, could be. But which part?
Yeah, there you had me. I'm so busy here, I never get a chance to. Won't you get that far out?
Hey, now, wait a minute. There's something I didn't notice before.
What?
The boat shed.
Boat shed?
Yeah, you see on the far side of the bay?
What about it?
There's a name written on the roof. I can't quite make it out. Can you blow these things up any further?
Not without losing the picture altogether.
Well, I'm not worried about the picture, but I just want the name of that boat shed. Have you got a magnifying glass?
Yes, you should have. Somewhere here. Yeah, here we are.
Yeah, thanks. And let's see. F, is it? Yeah, it's F-B... No, F-R. F-R-A...
Looks like an N or an M, eh?
Yeah, and then a K. F-R-A-N-K. Frank.
Brilliant, brilliant. Frank what?
All right, don't rush me. Let's see, there's B... B-A-X-T. Yeah, T-E-R. Baxter. Frank Baxter.
Yeah, son, boats for hire.
Clear as daylight. All I've got to do now is locate Baxter's boathouse, and I'm in business.
Yeah, if it still exists. That snap was taken at least 15 years ago.
Well, just a case of digging deep enough. It'll be on record somewhere.
And to think, when I was a kid, I always wanted to be a private investigator.
What changed your mind?
My father bought me a camera. Too bad yours didn't do the same.
Yeah, Study.
E.S.&W. Travellers Association here, Mr. Study, British speaking.
Oh, yeah?
You were inquiring earlier into the whereabouts of a certain boat hiring concern.
Baxter's boat shed, yes.
Yeah, well, the name I have here is Frank Baxter and Son.
That's the one. Is he still operating?
Well, according to my information, yes, has been for the past 25 years. At present, it's controlled by
Oh, you can forget that side of it. All I want to know is where it is.
Oh, yes. Well, it's in Horton Bay.
Horton Bay?
On the northeast coast, just a few miles south of Whitby.
Horton Bay. But of course I knew the scenery was familiar.
Oh, don't tell me you used to spend your holidays there, too.
With little fishing up there some years before the war. It's a glorious spot. Just the sort of place I'd like to retire to.
Fair enough. If you ever disappear, I'll know where to look.
Despite our progress, we were still very far from confident that we were on the right trail. Indeed, our investigations were based entirely on guesswork, and pretty flimsy guesswork at that. Needless to say, we lost no time at all in contacting our client, who seemed to think his wife might well have returned to the scene of her earlier and happier days, but could tell us nothing further, nor could he suggest any method of approach. So it was that the following day Study travelled to Whitby on the coast, which is some 200 miles north of London, and he completed his journey to the small township of Horton Bay in a local bus, which dropped him right at the front entrance of the Carlton Arms Hotel in the main street, opposite the bay. From where he stood, he could see the hills beyond, bathed in the glow of the setting sun, and some 300 yards to his right on the water's edge was Baxter's boat shed, unchanged except for an extension to the wooden jetty which adjoined it. At the hotel reception desk, the agent questioned the clerk on duty, who was an elderly, bespectacled sort of man in a tired grey flannel suit.
Sweeney? No, there's no one here by that name.
Well, she might have registered in her maiden name, Preston.
No Prestons neither.
I've got a picture of her here.
Oh, you don't give up easy, do you?
Well, I found it pays to be difficult.
No, never seen her before.
Yeah. What other hotels are there in town?
Only at Winchester, down the road.
Yeah, I'll try there. By the way, I'll be needing a room for the night. Any vacancies?
Sorry, not one. We're full up. I wouldn't be surprised if the Winchester isn't pretty full, too. It's the busy season. Should be offering something, though, as long as you're not too choosy. Like that one we had here a few nights back. Come in late, she did, wanted a single. I wasn't on duty at the time. Fred Baker was here. He told me about it later. Anyway, like I said, the lady wants a single, and it just happens we have one, just one. Only one room left in the place, so Fred takes her up. Well, he gets as far as the door, and all of a sudden, like, without even having a look inside, she says she doesn't want it. Fred tells her it's the only one going, and one of the best at that, but it don't make no difference. She picks up her bag and shoves off, without so much as looking at it. There's no accounting for some people.
No, I guess not. Which one was it, as a matter of interest?
Which one?
Which room?
Oh, head of the stairs, number 3.
That's right, sir.
Mrs. Ellen Sweeney, second floor, room 11.
Yes? What is it?
Good evening, ma'am. I wonder
There
if
must
you'd
be some
mind...
mistake. I don't know you.
No, ma'am, but your husband does. He sent me here. Paul Study, Missing Persons Bureau.
Ellen Sweeney made no attempt either to deny her identity or to prevent Study from entering the room. She simply shrank away from him, cowering against the wall like a frightened animal, her eyes wide, her lips drawn back in an expression that hovered between dismay and desperation. Then abruptly, her hands fell limply at her sides, and the fear departed from her eyes, leaving in its wake only moisture.
You shouldn't have come here. My husband should have known better than to send you.
He's mighty anxious about you, ma'am. He wants you back home.
No, I can't go back to him. Ever.
You mind telling me why?
Because I don't want anything to happen to him. Like it has to everyone else who's ever meant anything to me.
Meaning your family?
My mother and father. My brother and sister. My son. They're all dead. Dead because of me. Oh, but how can you be expected to understand? You know nothing. Nothing at all.
Well, maybe I know a lot more than you give me credit for. For instance, I know you've got some kind of a bug about the number 3. I know it's been coincidental with much of the tragedy in your life. I also know that you're 33 years of age and that you left home on the day of your 3rd wedding anniversary. Presumably because you were scared that such a combination of 3s might lead to further tragedy. Am I right?
I love my husband. Isn't it natural I should want to spare him?
Spare him from what?
From whatever evil force it is that... No, my reasons for leaving him weren't entirely unselfish. I came away because I'd reached the end of my rope. Because I couldn't stand the strain any longer. Oh, don't you see? I had to go. I had no choice.
And you came here because
I came here in the hope that I might find something of what I'd known here before. Some small part of life as it used to be. So long ago it seems now. So very long ago.
Well, take it from me, ma'am. You'll never catch up with it this way. But it's not my place to argue with you. For better or for worse, my job's done. I was retained to find you. I've done that. Now the ball's with you. You've got to find yourself.
Henry Simon returns to conclude this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
Despite the fervent pleas of her husband, Ellen Sweeney did not return home, nor was she destined ever to do so. For 2 months later, her body was found on a deserted beach near Scarborough. The verdict brought in at the subsequent inquest was death by drowning. The evidence pointed to suicide. But as this could not be established, accidental death was recorded. And now, this is Henry Simon, inviting you to meet me here again, and for the present, bidding you au revoir.
This is Henry Simon, bringing you another story from my files here at the Missing Persons Bureau.
In these stories of the Missing Persons Bureau, dramatized for Henry Simon by Ross Napier, names and addresses have, for obvious reasons, been changed. In one moment, the search for Elsworth Aintry. Address unknown. And here again is Henry Simon.
It is inherent in our natures that we should support the underdog of any particular struggle or contest we might happen to witness. In most forms of sport, for example, gambling aside, the novice is favoured over the veteran, the challenger over the champion, and so on. We enjoy seeing the outsider emerge triumphant. There again, of course, assuming that our money is not upon the favourite. Possibly this is because we find it easier to identify ourselves with the underdogs. Or perhaps it's simply a product of our insatiable appetite for the unexpected. But whatever it may be, one thing is certain. We like to see the little man win. Now, you're probably wondering what all this is going to lead. The answer is quite simple, for the story which I'm about to relate is the one which lends itself to the title David and Goliath. It had its beginning for us here at the Missing Persons Bureau on a warm August morning in 1954. I happened to be browsing through some old files when Pauline rang through to announce the arrival of my 10:30 appointment. A certain Samuel Hawthorne. He was short and fat. His hair, what there was of it, was a sandy grey. He wore a bright green sports jacket and a sickly orange necktie. His age I estimated as being somewhere between 50 and 60. His profession I didn't have to estimate, for he lost no time whatever in telling me.
I'm a showman, Mr. Simon, one of the old brigade.
A carnival showman?
That's right. Been in the business now 50 years, ever since I was a nipper.
Something of a veteran, eh?
Like my dad and granddad before me. It's the only life I've ever known. Touring about the country, living on the canvas.
You had your own show?
Well, that's what I kind of see about. I did have till a few days ago. And what a show it was. Best meal ticket a man ever had. Dragged them in like flies, we did. Packed tent at every performance. And when I say packed, I don't mean just crowded. I mean blistering at the seams. Crammed to capacity so you couldn't draw a breath. What's more, there wasn't no one didn't get their money's worth. Every penny of it. And there's all too few in my game that can make that boast.
I won't dispute that point with you. What form did it take exactly?
Eh?
What kind of a show was it?
Oh, to tell you that, I'll have to explain how it come about. It was a few years back when we was down in Brighton for the summer season, me and Charlie Graves. He's just under 8 feet tall, Charlie is, and as strong as a ruddy ox. We had this strongman act, see? He used to bend steel bars, lift weights, you know the kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Then he'd offer to take on all comers. Anyone who could stay in the ring with him for 2 minutes got a fiver.
Yes?
Well, Charlie being an ex-wrestler into the bargain, our money was pretty safe. No one ever looked like going the distance with him. Not till one day, just near the end of the season. It was at Saturday afternoon. We had a big crowd gathered round. But when I called for volunteers, not a soul come forward. Finally, I upped the stake to 10 quid. The next thing you know, I heard a voice taking up the challenge. Well, I looks down and there he is, stripping off his shirt as calm as you please.
There, who is?
His name was Elsworth Aintry. At first, I thought he was just a kid. But when he stepped up on the platform, I could see he was as old as Charlie. It just so happened he was a midget. A bare 3 feet high.
And he wanted to wrestle your strong man?
Dead set on it, he was.
We didn't allow it, surely.
I couldn't do nothing to stop it. He'd accepted the challenge, and that was that. I did my best to talk him out of it, of course, but he wasn't having any. The only thing I could do was to tell Charlie to go easy on him. Treat him gentle-like.
Mm-hmm. So, what happened?
It was all over in 10 seconds flat.
He wasn't hurt, I trust?
The midget wasn't, no. Charlie was in hospital for a week, fractured shoulder.
Charlie?
The little fella tossed him clear out of the ring. All 17 stone of it. But in all me born days, I've never seen nothing like it. 3 feet high, that's all. And you'd have thought Charlie was a bag of feathers the way he sailed over them ropes. It all happened so fast it was over before it begun. And the crowd, you should have heard 'em, went mad, they did. Had to get the rozzers in to quiet 'em down.
Small wonder.
So we did our 10 quid. But that wasn't the end of it, not by any stretch of the imagination. It was only the beginning. As soon as I paid him off, I says to him, Elsworth, I says, how would you like to work for me?
You offered him a job?
Well, more than a job. I offered him star billing in a new act. When I see how the crowd carried on, it come to me in a flash. This is the sort of thing they really like to see. Not the ordinary old wrestling match between two bruisers, but a wrestling match between a giant and a midget, with the midget coming out on top. And no fakery about it, mind. When it come to the test, Elsworth could toss Charlie every time. Apart from being 3'0" of solid muscle, he was a judo expert, see? One flick of the wrist and Bob's your uncle.
Did he accept your offer?
He wasn't too keen on the idea right off. But when I promised him 30 quid a week regular, plus monthly bonuses, he soon came round. Then and there I signed him up. And when Charlie come out of hospital, we put the act on the road. From the word go, it was a sellout. In the very first week, we cleared 250 quid sheer profit. Like I said, wherever we went, at every performance, we pecked them in like sardines. For 3 years, it kept up. We topped every carnival bill in the country. What's more, between the three of us, we made a mint. For the first time in my life, I've got a bank account, and a big one. Same with Charlie.
And Elsworth?
Well, he's even better off than we are. Today he'd be worth 10,000 smackers if he was worth a penny. And when I picked him up in Brighton 3 years back, he never had a penny to bless himself.
I take it you're no longer associated.
Well, me and Charlie is. But Elsworth, he's disappeared.
Oh?
Well, that's why I'm here. I want him found, and fast.
What were the circumstances of his disappearance, exactly?
Well, there weren't none. He just up and shoved off.
When was this?
4 or 5 days ago now. And here we are, due to open in London beginning of next week.
Open where?
The Emperor's Hall. Got a feature booking for 6 weeks.
I see you're no longer on the road, then.
Well, he was till the end of last month. Then we come up to London to brush up the act. Well, I mean to say, we've never been booked for nothing like this before. We wanted to make the most of it, rehearse a few new twists. Get everything right.
But without Elsworth?
Without Elsworth, we just don't have an act.
I see. Where did he disappear from?
The Gladstone Hotel. That's where we're staying. Last Friday morning it was. I went to his room to fetch him down for breakfast. And he'd gone. Cleared out.
Earlier that morning or on the previous evening?
Couldn't say for sure. No one saw him going.
He left no message, no sort of explanation?
He didn't leave nothing. Not even his share of the bill.
Have you any idea at all what might have prompted him to depart so very abruptly?
Not the foggiest. He was one of them unpredictable types. I could never work him out.
Were relations between you at all strained?
Well, I wouldn't say strained exactly. Well, we've never been what you call bosom chums, but we managed to get on well enough. The thing is, he was never satisfied.
With what?
With anything. And all the time we was together, I never saw him smile once. Didn't matter how good the act was going or how much lolly he was making. He always looked as if he'd just lost his last sixpence.
Or perhaps the life didn't agree with him.
Well, he didn't have nothing to complain about. He was doing all right by it.
Does he happen to have any family, any sort of close relatives?
Never mentioned them. Never mentioned nobody.
He wasn't married or anything like that?
If he was, he was keeping it to himself.
Do you know anything at all about his private life?
Not even where he come from.
What was he doing in Brighton?
He never said.
This could be very difficult, you know. How old is he?
Oh, what, 30 or thereabouts. Could be more.
And he's only 3 feet tall?
3 feet 1.5 inches, to be exact. Oh, I've got a photo of him here, if that'll help.
Oh, thank you. Rather a boyish face.
Not so boyish when you look into it. See here, them wrinkles. Well, normally they don't show, only when you get up real close to him. In some ways, he puts me in mind of a little old man.
How did he get on with Charlie?
Oh, so-so. He had him bluffed proper.
Bluffed?
And Charlie was scared stiff of him.
Why?
Ever since the first time he got thrown out of the ring. He's looked on him as being some sort of supernatural being. He's all brawn, is Charlie. Not much up on top.
Oh, I see.
Plenty of heart, though. Give you the shot of his back, he would. Which is more than could be said for little Davy.
Davy?
Elsworth. That's how he's known in the business. He and Charlie, they get the billing straight from the Bible.
Oh?
David and Goliath.
This Elsworth must be quite a boy, Chief. 3 feet tall, and he can look a guy almost 3 times his size. A 17-stone strong man at that.
Yes, it does seem incredible.
You sure Hawthorne was on the level when he said the act was legitimate?
I'm not sure of anything, Study. I'm just repeating what he told me. He certainly had no cause that I can think of to be otherwise.
Well, I'd sure like to see it done.
You and how many others, I wonder?
Huh?
Therein lies the secret of his success. People come to hear of it, you see, but they've got to see it before they are going to believe it.
To see it, they have to pay the price of a ticket.
Exactly.
Well, we should worry. If we find Elsworth in time, I guess we'll be entitled to a couple of complimentaries.
Unfortunately, that same issue is a rather big one, Study.
We have nothing whatever to go on, you know, except... Yes?
Mr. Simon?
Yes?
Sorry to barge in like this. There was no one in the office and
My secretary happens to be at lunch.
Oh, well, I'd like to talk to you private, like, if you don't mind.
Not at all. Well, this is my assistant, Mr. Study.
How'd you do?
Hi. Well, I'll leave you to it, Chief.
Fine, I'll buzz if I need you. Well, now, sit down, won't you?
Oh, thanks.
Mr. Graves, isn't it?
That's right. Charlie Graves. How'd you know?
Partly guesswork, partly deduction. I happen to be familiar with the measurements of that doorway you bumped your head on as you came through. Which in itself, of course, was a fair enough clue. There can't be too many men in London who are 8 feet tall.
Henry Simon returns to continue this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
I can think of no single word to describe Charlie Graves other than gigantic. He was indeed a mountain of a man, and I didn't have to be a Sherlock Holmes to guess his identity, especially as his employer, Sam Hawthorne, had left my office not an hour before. What I couldn't guess, however, was the reason for his visit, nor under the circumstances did I have the slightest inclination to try. Well, now, before going any further, Mr. Graves, I think perhaps it might be a very good idea if you were to tell me just why it is you've come.
You won't tell Sam, will you?
Not if you don't wish me to, but...
He doesn't know I've come, see. He'd bust his boiler if he found out. He warned me not to poke me nose in.
He warned you?
When he told me he was going to come here, I tried to talk him out of it, but he got all steamed up. Almost bit me head off.
Why did you try to talk him out of it exactly? Don't you want Elsworth found?
No.
Why not?
Because we was better off without him.
Not according to Mr. Hawthorne.
Sam's trouble is he thinks too much about money and not enough about people. We was doing fine before Elsworth joined the act. We was making enough to get by on and everything was nice and friendly. Then he comes and spoils it all. The money started rolling in, but it just wasn't the same anymore.
You don't like Elsworth, is that it?
Oh, it ain't, but I don't like him. He just bothers me, that's all. He ain't one of us. Never has been. Besides, a little fella like that, it just ain't natural.
What isn't?
37 inches high and he flings me around like a matchstick. No one ever made a dent in me before. But since I've been working with him, I've been in hospital 7 times. Everyone thinks it's a great joke, but there's nothing funny about it. Not for me. All my life I've been a strong man. Now I'm nothing but a tub of jelly. I've got me pride, Mr. Simon. I don't like being laughed at.
Even though you're being well paid for it?
I'd rather be respected.
I see. So it all boils down to the fact that you're tired of being humiliated. You have nothing against Elsworth personally. You just don't want him back in the act.
Whatever Sam's paying you to find him, I'll double it if you don't.
You're booked to open at the Emperor's Hall on Monday.
I want to hit the road again. London don't agree with me.
What made Elsworth clear out? Have you any idea?
I don't know nothing about it. I just know he's gone.
He wasn't happy working for Mr. Hawthorne?
He wouldn't be happy working for nobody. Like he said to Sadie once, he don't like being tied down.
Sadie?
Sadie Robson. She's a midget too, even smaller than Elsworth. Does a balancing act. Was all on the same bill at Blackpool last year.
She and Elsworth were friends?
She's the only one I ever seen make him smile.
They weren't by any chance romantically involved?
If they was, they never let on to nobody.
Where is she now?
Sadie? Somewhere on the circuit. Probably back in Blackpool. Yeah, August she would be. I ain't seen her since last season.
Has Elsworth?
No reason he should have. Why?
I was just wondering.
Well, what about it, Mr. Simon? Will you do like I say?
I'd like to oblige you, Charlie. I'm afraid I've already committed myself.
Committed?
I told Sam Hawthorne I'd do whatever I could for him. I just can't go back on my word.
But I'm telling you, I'll pay you double. I will.
It's not a question of money, Charlie. It's a question of ethics. Besides, even if we succeed in tracing Elsworth, there's no certainty he'll agree to return to the act.
Sam will see to it he does.
In that case, I'm afraid you'll just have to make the very best of it. However, of course, he has to be found first.
Oh, I knew I shouldn't have come. I had a feeling it wouldn't do no good. But I had to try.
You do understand my position?
Yeah. I understand. I just wish there was someone could understand mine.
There was something curiously touching about Charlie Graves that made one instinctively want to help him. Unfortunately, of course, my hands were tied, and there was little I could do except instruct Study to proceed with the investigation. Ironically enough, the giant had unwittingly supplied us with a lead, namely Sadie Robson, the female midget, who had appeared on the same bill as our quarry in Blackpool the previous year, and with whom he'd been very friendly. Accordingly, we contacted the variety agent in Blackpool, who duly verified the fact that Miss Robson was appearing in the first half of a program at the Blackpool Tower. So it was on the following day, shortly before noon, that Study arrived at the famed seaside pleasure resort. It was the peak of the summer season, and the promenade was a hive of bustling activity, a seething mess of stalls, sideshows, and sweating humanity. On the beach, every spare inch was taken up by a solid carpet of sunbathers basking on the sand, a dazzling pattern of brightly coloured costumes and simmering flesh, broken only by the shadow of the great Blackpool Tower, hovering above it all like some prehistoric beast watching over its young. In the massive foyer of the tower, Study made his way to an inquiry desk, where he spoke to the reception clerk who was on duty.
I understand you have a Miss Sadie Robson appearing in the show here.
Robson?
She's a midget, does some kind of a balancing act.
Oh, yes, of course. Very clever.
Well, I have an urgent message for her. Any idea where she might be?
Well, she has a matinee performance at 3.
Well, I'm afraid it's a little long for me to wait. If I could catch her at her hotel or wherever she's staying, I think I...
Just a moment. Should have a note of it here somewhere. Now, people are always making inquiries, wanting to know where... there we are. Miss Sadie Robson, care of the Paradise Hotel.
At the Paradise Hotel in Minstrel Road, Study was directed to a room on the second floor, where, in answer to his knock, the door was opened by the young lady in question. He'd expected her to be tiny, but not quite as tiny as she was, a bare 28 inches tall. Perfectly proportioned, she might have been a small child, but for the fact that her face was that of a mature and very attractive woman.
Please sit down, Mr. Study. I haven't much to offer you in the way of liquid refreshment. But if you'd care for a glass of beer...
Well, not right now, thanks, Miss Robson. I'm kind of pressed for time.
The name is Sadie. No one ever calls me Miss Robson.
All right, Sadie, it is then.
What is it you want to know about Elsworth, exactly?
Anything you can tell me. According to my information, you were fairly well acquainted.
He's a very fine person.
Uh-huh. Well, were you just friends, or did it go deeper than that?
I'll be perfectly frank with you. On my side, it went a lot deeper. But I'm afraid my feelings weren't returned. I had hoped that we might... Oh, he was a strange man. Could never quite make him out.
When did you see him last?
Last year, when he was here.
Have you been in touch at all since then?
He wrote me once or twice, just a few lines. Nothing of any consequence.
What could have made him clear out? Any notion?
He was pretty fed up with things.
Why?
Oh, he just was. The kind of life he was leading depressed him, got him down.
Did he tell you that?
He didn't have to. It was obvious.
Well, he was doing well enough financially.
That was the only thing that kept him going. If the act hadn't been such a success, he couldn't have stuck it a week. Even as it was, he had to drive himself to carry on. He told me once that as soon as he had enough money saved, he was going to buy some land, settle down.
Maybe that's what he's done. Did he mention any particular place he had a fancy for?
No, not that I recall, unless...
Yeah?
One Sunday, we went on a picnic to Kirkham, just the two of us. We had lunch in a field about a mile from the town. It was a lovely spot, trees and a little brook. Very beautiful. I remember asking him how he'd known about it, and he said he'd been there before, quite often.
Was it private land?
Oh, I imagine so. No one bothered us, though. There was an old house with a thatched roof further along the stream. Probably belonged to the people who lived there. Anyway, to finish the story, on the way back here in the bus, he said something about fencing it off so he'd have it all to himself.
Fencing it off?
I assumed he was joking. And until now, I'd forgotten about it.
Yeah. Maybe I ought to take a look at this place. How do I get there?
And I'd come with you if I could spare the time, but I've got a matinee at 3.
Well, that's okay if you could just direct me.
I'm probably sending you on a wild goose chase.
Sure, but don't let it worry you. I've chased so many wild geese in my time, one more won't hurt me.
Two hours later, Studdy alighted from a bus on the outskirts of Kirkham, a town some 5 miles inland, southeast of Blackpool. Following the directions given him by Sadie Robson, he then proceeded across country on foot until he reached a narrow stream, which led him at length to a rickety wooden footbridge. Crossing this, he found himself in just such a field as Miss Robson had described, even to the trees that shelter the banks of the brook.
I don't know if you're aware of it, my friend, but this is private property.
The voice came from behind him, and turning, the agent found himself confronted by a man in a straw hat and khaki overalls. A perfectly ordinary-looking man, except for the fact that he was only 3 feet tall.
I don't think I understand, Mr. Studdy. You say Sadie sent you here?
She directed me, yes.
But how did she know? I was planning to surprise her.
Well, maybe you'd better ask her that. She's kind of looking forward to hearing from you again. For that matter, so's Sam Hawthorne.
I'll bet he is.
Well, he's a mighty worried man. What made you run out on him like you did?
There was no other way. I knew if I'd told him I was going, he'd have found some means of stopping me. But now it's too late. I've made the break, and there's not a darn thing he can do about it. I didn't want to go to London in the first place, he knew that, but it didn't stop him going ahead with the arrangements. Not that I blame him for trying to feather his own nest. We all have to look out for ourselves. But Sam's had his own way for too long. I decided it was time I had mine for a change. I've got nothing against him, you understand? It's just that he's blind to anyone else's point of view.
You didn't like working for him, eh?
I loathed it from the very beginning.
What made you team up with him?
I needed money. It was the only way I could get it. At the time, I had no definite plans for the future. I just knew I wanted a place of my own, where I could settle down and lead a normal life. Forget I was different from other people.
Place like this, huh?
I discovered it last year, when we were playing in Blackpool. The moment I saw it, I knew exactly what I'd been looking for. An estate agent in Kirkham put me onto it. It was up for sale. I didn't have enough money to buy it outright, so I put down a deposit, paid off the balance in monthly installments. 5 days ago, it became mine. The house, the land, and everything on it. For the first time in my life, Mr. Studdy, I belong somewhere. You can't imagine just how much that means to someone like me. To be free, to know that I'll never again be forced to exhibit myself as a freak put on show for people to stare at and make fun of. For so long, I endured it as a means to an end. But now it's behind me, and that's where it's going to stay.
Well, fair enough. Hope it works out.
It will. I'll see to that. But there are still 2 things to be done.
Oh?
The first is to marry Sadie, if she'll have me.
Well, I guess you're at an even chance.
The second is to build that fence.
Henry Simon returns to conclude this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
On his return to London, Studdy made a full report to Sam Hawthorne, who, needless to say, left at once for Kirkham. He could have saved himself the trouble, however, for Elsworth Aintry was not to dissuade from his resolution, and there was little indeed that Hawthorne could do, except, of course, cancel the London booking. I understand that he and Charlie Graves have since reverted to their former act, and are now back on the road again. As for Elsworth, well, he and Sadie Robson were married soon after, a union that was preceded, no doubt, by the building of a fence. And now, this is Henry Simon, inviting you to meet me here again, and for the present, bidding you au revoir.
This is Henry Simon, bringing you another story from my files here at the Missing Persons Bureau.
In these stories of the Missing Persons Bureau, dramatized for Henry Simon by Ross Napier, names and addresses have, for obvious reasons, been changed. In one moment, the search for Ernst von Bruckner. Address unknown. And here again is Henry Simon.
The two men walked slowly up the garden path. Their carriage was erect, and they looked neither to the left nor to the right, their footsteps echoing in dull unison upon the sun-scorched concrete. At another time, in another place, the severity of their tread might have seemed comic. But the time was 11:10 a.m. on the 7th of March, 1944, and the place was number 38 Eisenstrasse, Berlin. Both were tall and clad alike in the black uniform of Hitler's elite guard, the SS. At the front door, they paused momentarily. The younger of the two, and obviously the superior, glanced uncertainly at his companion. And then, without a word, he reached for the brass knocker and let it fall heavily.
Kein Lebenszeichen. Vielleicht ist er nicht zu Hause.
Das vordere Fenster ist offen. Klopfen Sie etwas lauter.
Es ist Sonntagmorgen. Er könnte zur Kirche gegangen sein.
Verdammter alter Trottel. Da könnte er wirklich sein. Das sollte den Halunken erwecken.
The door was opened at length, and they were confronted by a third man, capless but also in uniform, the uniform of a high-ranking military officer. He greeted them with a weary smile, raising his hand only slightly in acknowledgement of their stiff-armed salutes. Signaling his subordinate to remain outside, the young SS man entered the house in the wake of his host, closing the door behind him.
Wir werden uns im Wohnzimmer unterhalten.
Wie Sie wünschen, Herr General.
Kann ich Ihnen ein Getränk anbieten?
Nein, danke. Dies ist kein gesellschaftlicher Besuch.
Das habe ich auch nicht gedacht.
It would be wiser, I think, if we spoke in English. Sturmbannführer Wolf has large ears, but his education is sadly lacking.
I always prefer to converse in English whenever possible. It is an inspiring tongue, and generally a lot safer than our own.
Particularly in the proximity of such worthies as the good Wolf.
You are here in your official capacity, I take it?
My duty is a most painful one, Herr General. Reichsführer has ordered that you be placed under immediate arrest.
So, it has come at last. I have been expecting such an order since my recall from the front in December.
You have spoken publicly against the Führer, Herr General. To say the least, it was an extremely foolish thing to do.
I did no more than I felt was my duty. The Führer is in no condition, mentally or physically, to sustain command of both the army and the state. I hold him totally responsible for Germany's present chaotic situation. They cannot win this war, Ernst. That has been apparent for the past 18 months. Apparent to all but the Führer himself. The Führer and the blundering idiot Ribbentrop.
This is not news to me, Herr General. I, too, realize our position is hopeless. But I am careful not to say so in the presence of others.
You are the wise one, Ernst. I always said so to Marlene.
Oh, not wise, merely cautious.
Tell me, why did they send you? Of all people, why you, my good friend?
It was Kaltenbrunner's idea. As you know, he despises us both intensely. This is his way of hitting back at me for the times I've bested him. Reichsführer was in agreement, though for other, less personal reasons.
Dear Heinrich, he was always a thoughtful fellow.
Needless to say, I accepted the mission without protest, in the hope that I might be of some service to you.
It is a little late for that.
Not so late as you might imagine. You have an hour, Herr General, in which time you may do as you please.
You are suggesting that I take my own life?
I am suggesting you do as you think best.
And the alternative to killing myself?
If you come with me, you will be put on trial before the People's Court under the jurisdiction of the esteemed President Preisler, which means the firing squad for certain, that or hanging. If you resort to suicide, you will merely be saving the state the trouble of executing you.
So?
In a fast car, you could be out of Berlin in an hour. Your chance of ultimate escape would be slim. But a slim chance is better than none at all.
You would risk the consequences for me?
For you and the memory of Marlene. Gladly.
There is the possibility you will face the firing squad in my stead. You realize that?
A faint possibility, perhaps no more. As you know, I am not without influence. My explanation will be a convincing one. I extend you the privilege of retiring to your room with your service pistol. You betray my trust by running out on me. There will be no difficulty. You have simply to leave by the back entrance. You will find a car there waiting for you. Wolf is posted at the front door, so you will have no interference from him.
And the roadblock?
The order for your arrest is not official. You will be allowed to pass through as you please.
I do not know what to say, Ernst.
The least said, the better, I think.
You are a true friend. I will not forget this.
The stipulation I must make is that you do forget it. If you are taken, I would not like it to become known that I deliberately fostered your escape. It would not go well for me, or for you either.
Have no fears. The truth will never be extracted from me.
Your assurance is all I need, Herr General. Please go now. Time is of the essence.
We will meet again, perhaps.
I think not. But one never knows.
I will live on in the hope of one day repaying your kindness. Good luck, Ernst.
And to you, Herr General. May God be with us both.
It was in the spring of 1952, some 8 years later, that this story was first told to me by one of the two men concerned, Wilhelm Ludwig Brandt, formerly a general in the German army. He had, it transpired, managed to escape from Berlin and had made for Lublin, not very far from the Russian border. His subsequent capture by advancing Soviet forces was followed by a 5-year prison sentence, which he duly served in a Russian detention camp, later making his way back to the West and finally to England, where his brother had settled some 12 months before. His arrival in London gave rise to certain publicity in the newspapers. The details of his military career were brought to light, more to his advantage than not, however, for he had served his country as a soldier, not as a Nazi. And although he had belonged to the National Socialist Party, his membership had been a mere formality. Now, at the age of 64, he was a free man, at liberty to do exactly as he chose. At liberty, in fact, to visit me, here in my office at the Missing Persons Bureau.
So you see, Mr. Simon, these past years have not been easy for me. At my age, it is difficult to begin again, to start afresh in a new life.
Yes, I can well understand that.
It has been suggested that the German army will be reformed in the near future under Western supervision, and that my services may be required, but this is something only the future can decide. For the present, I am concerned solely in catching up with Ernst von Brückner, the man to whom I owe everything, including my life.
He's still alive?
I cannot say for sure, but there is no official record of his death.
Was he tried as a war criminal?
No charge was made against him, despite the fact that he was a group leader in the SS. So far as I can ascertain, he was arrested by the Americans in June 1945 and later released. What became of him after that is not known.
And you want us to trace him, eh?
I feel he may have been less fortunate than I, in which case I may be able to help him.
Less fortunate financially, you mean?
In any way I can.
You knew him well?
If my daughter had lived, he would have been my son-in-law. They had just announced their engagement when she was killed in an air raid.
When was this?
June 1943. They had been keeping company since 1940.
From what you tell me, he appears to have been fairly highly regarded in the SS.
He had a good brain. His superiors exploited it, although he himself was never popular with them.
His superiors included many high-ranking Nazis, did they not?
They did. Not the least of them being Himmler and Kaltenbrunner. At the same time, I would hasten to point out that Ernst was no more than a cog in a very large wheel. Like so many others, he was for many years unaware of what was going on about him.
And when he found out, what did he do?
There was nothing he could do but play out his part. Unlike myself, he was cautious enough not to place his head in a noose.
He was an active member of the party?
Mr. Simon, we were all active members of the party. We were Germans, and the party controlled Germany. It was necessary, therefore, to concede its authority, and highly dangerous to do otherwise. Not to join the party was to defy it, and to defy it was suicide.
What age would von Bruckner be now, if he's still alive?
Somewhere between 40 and 45.
Did he have any family?
Not that I know of. His parents were dead, and I seem to recall his telling me once he was an only child.
Any close friends?
It is difficult to say. As I mentioned, he was not popular with his SS comrades and superiors.
And there's no one at all that you can think of who might be able to supply us with some sort of lead?
I am sorry, no.
Did your daughter have any sort of friend or friends she might have introduced him to during their courtship?
Well, there was Gretchen.
Gretchen?
Gretchen Fellburg. She and Marlene went to school together. They were very close.
Marlene being your daughter?
Yes.
And what became of her? Miss Fellburg? Any idea?
No. The last time I saw her was perhaps a year before Marlene's death. But she was Frau Fellburg, not Fräulein. She was married.
To whom?
Major Karl Fellburg. He was a Staffel commander in the Luftwaffe. A fine fellow. But it is difficult for me to tell you much about any of them, even Marlene, with any degree of certainty. I spent most of 1942 and a good part of 43 away from Berlin. My visits there were brief. That is until I was finally recalled in December. Then in the March of the following year came the order for my arrest.
So you actually saw very little of your daughter in the year or so preceding her death?
Very little. On the occasions I did see her, she was usually in the company of Ernst.
I see. And they both worked in Berlin?
Most of the time, yes. Marlene was a nurse. She was attached to the central hospital.
What was von Bruckner's occupation, by the way, before the war?
He was an architect, also a qualified lawyer.
A strange combination. Which of those two professions did he follow?
Architecture in the main, although I understand he acted as a legal advisor to certain people. He also possessed an economics degree.
A very learned young man, it would seem.
Too learned for his own good, perhaps. His academic qualifications won him rapid advancement in the SS.
Architecture, law, economics. I take it there was nothing else.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Well, I think I have all the essential details on this card now. Ernst von Bruckner, address unknown.
Henry Simon returns to continue this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
Find a former officer of Hitler's SS, last heard of 7 years before. In itself, this was not an easy assignment to take in one stride. For in Western eyes, to have served with the SS, let alone to have held some sort of authority in this organization, was a black mark against any German. However, it was not for us to consider the pros and the cons in this direction, nor to condemn a man against whom no sort of official charge had been made. We were therefore obliged to accept the case, and following upon Brandt's departure, I sent for Agent Bob Hunter, with whom I discussed its various aspects. Now, Hunter, it seems to me that the only person who might be able to tell us something about this, if she's still alive, of course, is this Gretchen Fellburg, the friend of his fiancée's. But there again, of course, we've no way at all of tracing her, except possibly through her husband, who was a major in the Luftwaffe, the name of Karl Fellburg.
Yeah, I guess he'd be our best bet, then. Military intelligence boys probably have something on him. At the same time, I can check up on von Bruckner's record and see if Brandt's got his facts straight.
Good idea. I'll give Major Thomas a ring. Tell him to expect you.
Good. I'll get over there right away.
Well, there you have it, Hunter. Von Bruckner, or more correctly, former Gruppenführer Ernst von Bruckner, was released from custody by the Americans in March 1946, following an intensive but fruitless investigation into his SS activities. Nothing was brought out against him. No charges were made.
He was given a clean bill of health, huh?
Absolutely.
You got no further record of him?
I'm afraid not.
What about this Luftwaffe guy, Major Felberg?
Prisoner of war. Fished out of the Channel by a corvette, May 44.
Is he still alive?
That I couldn't say. He certainly survived the war, though. The details of his record and release from the prison camp are all here.
He went back to Germany?
Presumably. There's an address listed, if you're interested.
Oh, his home address?
That's what it says. But these particulars were recorded some time ago, don't forget. The chances are they don't apply now.
Even so, they're worth checking. Is it a Berlin address?
Hanover, 32 Holzmindenstrasse, Manningen.
Accordingly, the following day, Hunter flew to Hanover, arriving in that city shortly before 3 in the afternoon. From the airport, he travelled by cab, bypassing the city to Holzmindenstrasse in the outlying suburb of Manningen. There appeared to have been very little or no bomb damage in the area, and number 32 was intact, one of a row of ancient but neatly kept dwellings which was adjoining the local shopping centre. In answer to the agent's ring, the front door was opened by an elderly, white-haired man with a lined face and a faintly humped back. In belabored English, he introduced himself as Franz Felberg, father of the former Luftwaffe pilot, who, he explained, was now living in Frankfurt, where he was employed as the manager of a soft drink and cordial plant.
Yeah, he is doing very clever for himself since the war. He is a hard worker.
Yeah, he's married, isn't he?
Yeah, to Gretchen. A fine girl. They have 2 small boys.
Well, actually, it's her I want to talk to. She had a friend, Marlene Brandt.
Marlene?
Yeah.
Yeah, good friend. Very good friend. Is the daughter of General Brandt.
It was the daughter. I understand she's dead now.
It's very sad. She is killed in the war. Then the hospital where she works is bombed. Very sad.
Your son's address in Frankfurt. I'll just make a note of it.
Is 15 Mühlhausenstraße, Eberswalde.
At Hanover's Hauptbahnhof, Hunter boarded a train for Frankfurt, some 200 miles southwest, where he spent the night at a hotel, proceeding early the following morning by bus to Eberswalden on the outskirts of the city, and thence on foot to Mühlhausenstrasse, a moderately fashionable residential district which had clearly undergone a great deal of reconstruction since the war. At number 15, a modern red-roofed bungalow, he was received by a blonde woman in a yellow blouse and green tight-fitting slacks. This was Gretchen Felberg, who duly informed him in faultless English that she was alone in the house, her children being at school and her husband at work.
It is getting so I see very little of my family, with cars so busy and the boys growing up. Still, I have nothing to complain about. They've been very happy here.
You certainly got a nice place. But harking back to the point of my visit, Marlene Brandt, you and she were kind of special friends, eh?
We'd known each other since we were children. Her death came as a great shock to me.
You were in Berlin yourself at the time, I believe.
While my husband was away, I worked there for 3 years.
Did you see much of her?
We met for dinner or coffee 2 or 3 times a week.
Well, our fiancé, Ernst von Brickner, did you ever meet him?
Many times. He was a fine type. I liked him very much.
Well, now the jackpot question. Do you have any idea where he might be now?
Oh, no. No, none at all. After Marlene's death, we lost touch. I would not even know if he's still alive.
Is anybody you can think of who might know?
There was his doctor friend.
Doctor friend?
Every week they played tennis together at Kirkminster. Once or twice, Marlene and I went along to watch them.
Well, what was his name? Do you happen to recall?
Rudolph someone. Fleischmann, was it? No, Fleischmann. Dr. Rudolf Fleischmann. He was attached to the SS Medical Corps.
Later that same morning, the phone on my desk rang, and I lifted the receiver to be told that Hunter was calling me from Frankfurt. Briefly, he reported his progress, instructing me to check back with Major Thomas, this time in connection with Dr. Fleischmann. Accordingly, after ringing off, I phoned Thomas, who duly consulted his files, again with a positive result.
Fleischmann, Rudolf Hans, surgeon, SS Medical Corps.
Yes, that'll be the fellow.
Same story again. Held by the Americans. No charges laid. Released April 46.
A month after von Bruckner. Anything else?
Before the war, he had a practice in Braunschweig. Admitted to the SS May 1940.
Braunschweig? Well, perhaps he's gone back there.
It's a possibility. But unfortunately, I can't confirm it one way or the other. He ceased to interest us when the Yanks let him go. From therein, he was on his own.
On receipt of this information back in Frankfurt, Hunter was quick to act and duly travelled to Braunschweig, a few miles from the dividing line between East and West Germany. There, through a contact in the city council, he procured a medical register which listed the names and addresses of all doctors practicing in and around the city. Fleischmann's name was among them, and within the hour he'd succeeded in tracing the doctor to his home in the nearby village of Berstadt. Tall and fair, with heavy Nordic features, Rudolf Hans Fleischmann spoke fluent English.
That is so, Herr Hunter. Ernst and I were both officers in the SS, though we were attached to different departments. However, it is not something either of us would wish to boast of.
Well, at least you came out with a clean sheet, which is more than can be said of a good many of your associates. You were taken prisoner by the Americans and later released. What then?
I returned to Braunschweig and subsequently resumed practice here.
And von Brickner?
Well, for many years I heard nothing from him. I knew he had been released, but I had no idea what his plans were or where he had gone.
Yeah.
And then one morning, about 2 years ago, a little more perhaps, there was a knock on the door. I opened it, and there he was. For a moment I didn't recognize him. He looked very ill and much older than I would have thought possible. We talked for a while, and he told me he was in partnership with a fellow architect. However, he had not been well for some time, and his wife had insisted that...
Wife?
Oh, yes, 12 months before he had married the sister of his business partner.
Ah.
Well, as I was saying, she had insisted that he undergo a thorough medical examination.
So he came to you, huh?
He had been intending to contact me anyway, so he said. We had much to talk over.
What was the result of the examination?
His heart was in bad shape. He had never been what you would call a strong man, and the strain of the war years had had a curious effect on him.
Huh?
Well, he was in Berlin almost to the end. He witnessed the slaughter, the devastation of the city, of the people. He couldn't get it out of his mind. It was almost as if he blamed himself for the whole thing, as if he had suddenly awakened from a bad dream and found it was all true, and that he had brought it about. Believe me, Mr. Hunter, I have suffered severe pangs of guilt myself, but nothing to be compared with what Ernst was suffering. It had become a fixation with him, a sort of madness.
See.
However, I told him to take things quietly and get as much rest as he could. Whether or not he followed that advice, I do not know. I've never heard from him since.
And you made no effort to contact him?
Well, I did write about 3 months later, but my letters went unanswered.
Where'd you write to?
His home in Cologne.
You happen to recall the address?
Not offhand, but it will be in my notebook. If you will excuse me a moment, I will get it for you.
The address was 17 Lingenstrasse in the suburb of Staubhofen, some 5 miles from Cologne's busy city centre. A solid stone building fronted by a narrow strip of lawn, it was situated between a block of 4 flats on one side and the children's playground on the other.
Yeah.
Oh, good afternoon. You speak English at all?
Yeah, a little.
My name's Hunter. I'm from London, the Missing Persons Bureau.
Missing person?
Yeah, does the name Ernst von Brickner mean anything to you?
I am Frau von Brickner.
Well, his wife?
I was his wife.
Was?
Ernst is dead. He died almost 2 years ago.
The tone of her voice was flat. She made no attempt to elaborate, just stood quite motionless in the doorway, her eyes devoid of luster, her expression dull and lifeless.
Oh, forgive me, I didn't realize.
One day he was alive and well. The next he was gone.
Oh, sudden as that, huh?
No, not sudden. The sickness had been with him for years.
You mean his heart?
The doctors blamed his heart.
Something else?
Something much worse, Herr Hunter. His conscience.
Well, I don't quite follow.
The explanation is a simple one. He died of shame.
Henry Simon returns to conclude this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
It will never be known for sure whether Ernst von Bruckner's acute sense of guilt stemmed from some hidden act of violence or cruelty committed by him during his term in the SS, or simply from the fact that he'd been part of the instrument which had wrought such terrible havoc and tragedy upon tens of millions of people the world over. In view of the evidence to support it, I'm inclined rather in favor of the latter theory myself. Aren't you? And now, this is Henry Simon, as always, inviting you to meet me here again, and for the present, bidding you au revoir. This is Henry Simon, bringing you another story from my files here at the Missing Persons Bureau.
In these stories of the Missing Persons Bureau, dramatized for Henry Simon by Ross Napier, names and addresses have, for obvious reasons, been changed. In one moment, the search for Frederick Lang, address unknown. And here again is Henry Simon.
My father was a man who believed in getting value for his money. Perhaps this had something to do with his Scottish ancestry. Or perhaps it was just because he didn't like being taken down. However, whatever the reason might have been, its effect was very keenly felt by every single member of his family, including myself. There was the question, for example, of my schooling. No expense was spared. I was sent to the very best schools and given what was generally regarded as being the very best education which money could buy. In return for this, of course, I had to work, and work very hard, in order to justify the investment, so to speak. At the end of every term, when I was back home on holidays, Father made a practice of looking at my books, in order to ascertain for himself just how well I was progressing. If he was satisfied, then he'd say nothing. If not, I was in trouble. Now, I expect you're asking yourselves where all this is going to lead. Well, the answer is that the story which I'm about to relate concerns a certain schoolboy who underwent a similar reckoning with his father at the end of every school term. In this case, the father was an eminent geophysicist named Harold Swanson, and the boy was his youngest son, Anthony.
You, wanted to see me, Father?
Yes, my boy. You and I are due for a little chat. Sit down. I've just been checking through your books, a prominent feature of which appears to be a serious mathematical decline.
I got a pass in the exam.
You call 51% a pass?
Albright Harris only got 20.
I'm not concerned with Albright Harris.
No, Father.
Grammar. Fair only?
Oh, did you read my thesis on scientific progress?
I did, very thoroughly. In particular, the section dealing with relativity. As a matter of fact, it's about that I want to speak to you.
I thought you'd be pleased.
Pleased is hardly the word I'd use. Shocked would be more to the point. Shocked. And more than a little bewildered.
You didn't like it?
No, it isn't a question of whether or not I liked it. It's
a question of where you got hold of the data. Don't tell me you picked it up in any classroom or read it in any book, because you didn't.
I don't understand it. It's just a sort of essay.
Sort of essay, nothing. It's a scientific thesis that'd do credit to Einstein himself.
You did like it, then?
Where did it come from, Tony?
Oh, I know where. I just made it up.
I see. Then perhaps you'd be good enough to explain to me the significance of this formula you've evolved.
Significance?
In relation to the conclusions you've drawn on atomic power.
Oh, it's all written there.
Yes, I can see that, but I want you to explain this theory verbally.
Well, it's very involved.
So involved, in fact, that you haven't the vaguest idea of what it's all about. And how could you be expected to? There wouldn't be more than a handful of scientists in this country today who've even ever heard of it.
Such was the prelude to a case that had its beginning for the Missing Persons Bureau when I was visited here in my office 2 days later by Harold Swanson himself. The date was December the 18th, 1948.
I tell you, Simon, I was completely staggered when I read this thing.
Yes, I can well imagine.
Tony's an exceptionally bright lad, but, well, as I said, it was by far the most brilliant and advanced thesis on relativity I've ever come across. That includes papers by both Abel Rubinstein and Karl Schwarz.
So quite obviously the boy couldn't possibly have written it himself.
Well, he hadn't so much as the vaguest notion of what it was about. The point was, however, he refused to divulge its source. For 3 solid hours I cajoled, I threatened, in an effort to force the truth from him, but to no avail. He persisted with this absurd story that he'd written it himself. Finally, I handed him over to his mother to see what she could do with him.
And?
Well, being the woman she is, she soon had him talking, which made me rather furious with myself for not having thought of the idea sooner.
Quite.
Yes. It appears he got it from the gardener.
The gardener?
At school. A fellow who called himself Lang. He answered an advertisement. It was taken on there about 12 months ago as a sort of general factotum about the place. Tending the gardens and lawns was only part of his job, but he was known officially as the school gardener.
Yes, go on.
Well, it seems he and Tony got very friendly. And to cut a long story short, spent quite a good time together. Out of school hours, of course. Usually at Lang's cottage. Apparently it became quite a thing for Tony to visit him there every evening after prep.
He was actually living in the school grounds?
What? Yes. To begin with, the big attraction for the boy was the fellow's library. Or perhaps I should say his collection of scientific books. From what I gather, he had hundreds of them. Everything from Archimedes to Einstein.
Very peculiar hobby for a gardener.
Yes, well, that's what Tony thought at first. But little by little he discovered there was a great deal more to Lang than met the eye. For instance, he spoke 5 languages fluently, excluding English, which he claimed was his native tongue.
Claimed?
Well, you see, Tony was never sure. He seemed to think he had a faint accent. But that, as it may. However, he was responsible for the thesis that Tony brought home. It was copied from some documents found in the back of one of his books.
And found by Tony?
Yes. He was delving about and they dropped on the floor at his feet.
Did Lang know that he copied them?
No.
What about the original documents?
Well, he put them back in the book.
And then submitted the thesis to his physics master, eh?
Who scorned it, ironically enough. But of course one couldn't expect a mere schoolmaster to recognize it as anything but the idle, if imaginative, scribbling of a 13-year-old.
And so in turn it came to you?
Yes. And had I been other than I am, of course, I'd undoubtedly have scorned it myself. But having been engaged in atomic research for the past 6 years, I realized its significance at once.
Yes. All of which, of course, would account for your son's reticence about telling you the truth.
Exactly. But it wasn't so much that he knew he'd done wrong in copying down the notes without Lang's permission. It was more that he was afraid Lang might have to suffer the consequences of his act. For one thing, the menial staff of the school is strictly forbidden to fraternize in any way with the pupils. And if it had become known that Lang was friendly with Tony, he'd have been dismissed on the spot.
I see. So it was in order to protect Lang rather than himself?
Unquestionably.
But who could the fellow be? How could he have got hold of such data?
Well, according to Tony, the documents were in his handwriting, so presumably he formulated it himself.
Which would, of course, indicate that he's a physicist of some genius.
Of great genius.
Have you confronted him at all?
That's just it. He's not there to confront.
Oh?
No. He turned in his job 8 days ago, on the last day of term. I checked with the headmaster. Unfortunately, that's all he could tell me, just that he'd gone.
Without giving any sort of indication of where he was going or what his plans might be?
Not so much as a hint.
You've come to me because you want him traced, is that it?
In a nutshell.
Why exactly?
Well, I should have thought that was obvious. A man who possesses such knowledge could be of invaluable use, not only to myself and my colleagues, but to the country as a whole. On the other hand, if the same knowledge was to be directed into alien channels, it could be extremely dangerous to us all.
Under those circumstances, isn't this more a job for the security people?
Well, technically speaking, yes, but my colleagues and I feel that a private inquiry might be more effective. Whoever this fellow is, we want him handled with kid gloves.
I see. Have you got any clues at all as to his identity?
Oh, not sure. It's been suggested he could be German.
Oh?
And as you know, or may not know, Hitler had a team of scientists engaged in atomic research right through the war.
Yes.
They were on the verge of perfecting the atom bomb when the end came. Indeed, they had perfected it. Fortunately for us, however, they were never in a position to utilize it. But the fact remains they were years ahead of either Britain or America in their research. So far ahead that we still haven't caught up with them. And this thesis bears the stamp of German brains.
You say he had a slight accent?
Tony said he had, yes. No one else appears to have noticed it. The headmaster was under the impression that he was a Welshman.
How did he get the job exactly?
Well, as I said, he answered an advertisement.
Well, surely he must have been called on to produce references and so on.
References mean very little. They can so easily be faked. Actually, he was taken on a month's trial. His work was found to be satisfactory, and at the end of that time, he was offered permanent employment.
I should have thought a German would have found it extremely difficult getting into the country, especially one who had occupied a position of any importance in Hitler's eyes.
Well, difficult, yes, but not impossible. Aliens of lesser intellect are filtering through by the dozen. But for the moment, that's beside the point.
Mm-hmm.
I have a photograph here which I'd like you to glance at. It was taken at a scientific convention dinner at Munich in 1938. As you can see, Hitler himself was presiding.
As usual.
To his right, Hess, Goebbels.
I see. Rosenberg there.
Rosenberg, Schacht, a whole herd of Nazi bigwigs. And here to the left, a number of the country's top scientists, presumably seated near Hitler in order of their precedence. There's von Ferling, Professor Grotman, Dr. Hans Stribling, and at the extreme left, Frederick Langsdorff. Now, you probably won't recognize any of them, but their faces are quite familiar to me. In point of fact, I was in attendance at that very dinner.
I don't see you there.
Oh, I was placed at a discreet distance from the Fuhrer. I've always regretted the fact that I didn't have a revolver handy.
I imagine that's a regret shared by a number of people.
Yes, indeed. However, to continue, every one of Hitler's leading scientists has been accounted for since the war, with two exceptions.
Uh-huh.
Felix Weiner, who was Grotman's assistant, and Frederick Langsdorff, who's pictured here. Neither have been heard of since before the German surrender. Now, at home, I also have a snap of Weiner, which I clipped out of an old magazine.
Yes?
I showed both pictures to Tony. Weiner's meant nothing to him. But when I showed him this one of the group, he immediately picked out Langsdorff. He couldn't be sure, of course, but he said there was a definite likeness there.
A likeness to the gardener?
Yes. In itself, it doesn't mean a great deal, but consider the two names. Frederick Lang, Frederick Langsdorff.
That's right, Mr. Simon. I'm not absolutely positive it's the same man, but it looks very like him.
And you think that he had a faint accent, eh?
He had a funny way of pronouncing his O's. I can't imitate it, but it was, well, funny.
I see. Did he ever happen to speak of his personal life at all?
No, never. But gosh, I wish someone would tell me what's going on. Where is he? What's happened to him?
I'm afraid we're all in the dark there, old chap. That's just what we're trying to find out.
Henry Simon returns to continue this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
It was Swanson's idea that I should question his son to satisfy myself on a number of scores about which I was very dubious. Moreover, he was keen that I should speak to the boy alone, which I did, while his father waited in the outer office. He was a fine-looking lad and seemed rather older than his years, but he was obviously quite determined to say nothing at all that might in any way harm or discredit his former friend and companion.
He was good to me, Mr. Simon. I wouldn't like to see him get into any trouble.
There's no reason why you should, Tony. As far as I know, he's done nothing wrong, unless, of course, he entered the country illegally, in which case the worst that can happen is that he'll be sent back to whatever country he's come from. But let's not dwell on that possibility. For the moment, I just want to talk to you about his mode of living, his habits. Did he live alone in his cottage?
Yes.
He had no family?
Not that I know of, although...
Yes?
I once asked him why he wasn't married. He said he used to have a wife, but she was killed in the war.
Did he say where or how?
No, I just supposed it was in air raid or something.
Did he ever happen to mention his past life, where he'd come from, what he'd done for a living?
No.
Did he say what he did during the war?
No. He wasn't in the army, though.
Oh?
He had a lot of scars on his neck. I thought they were bullet wounds. When I asked him, he said he'd never been shot at or held a gun in his life.
Did he tell you how he came by them?
He just laughed. He said he came by them honestly.
What did they look like exactly?
Well, sort of like deep cuts or gashes.
Dueling scars, perhaps.
Dueling scars?
Before the war, dueling was very popular in certain parts of Europe. Not dueling as you read about it in books, but dueling as a sport.
With swords?
Of a special type, yes.
Gosh.
It was practiced quite a lot at the universities, even in some schools.
I wish they practiced it here. Where in Europe? What country?
Well, I believe a little was done in Sweden. But the home of dueling, of course, was Germany. Possibility was fast becoming probability, as one by one indications of our quarry's origin were being brought to light. The accent, the scars, the very description of the man all pointed in one direction. This quite apart from his likeness to the photograph of Frederick Lansdorff, the similarity of the two names, and his apparent scientific background. At this point, however, it became necessary to broaden our field of inquiries, and with this end in view, Agent Bob Hunter travelled to Sudbury in Dorset, where he interviewed Dr. Samuel Winter, who is the headmaster of Cranberry College, in his private residence on the edge of the school grounds.
I must confess, Mr. Hunter, that I find myself more than a little puzzled at this sudden display of interest in a man such as Lang. He struck me as a very ordinary type of fellow, honest, hard-working in his way, but by no means a person of any outstanding qualities.
Yeah, well, we're just interested in tracing him, sir, as I explained on Mr. Swanson's behalf. Other than that, I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to discuss the matter.
Most mystifying.
You know, at your convenience, I'd kind of like to see over the cottage occupied by Lang. You say you inspected it yourself?
Merely to check that all was in order.
Was it?
More or less.
He didn't leave anything behind by any chance? Anything that might give me some lead as to where he's gone?
No, I don't think so. There were some old newspapers in a cupboard which I left there. Newspaper is always handy to have about the place, of course.
Yeah.
And
before he left, did he ask for a reference of any sort?
Oh, yes, he did. The normal character reference.
You gave him one?
Certainly. He always did his job well, and I had no hesitation in stating as much on paper.
Tell me, sir, did he give you the impression he had another job to go to?
Well, I assume so. Otherwise, why should he have left?
Well, I guess I'll take a look through those newspapers. There may be something there.
I don't quite follow.
Well, that's how he got this job, isn't it? Answering an ad in the newspaper?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. I see what you mean. How very astute of you to think of such a thing.
Oh, not really. It's my business. Like yours is feeding knowledge into kid. Mine's picking up the scraps where I find them. November 14th, situation's vacant.
Anything there?
No, how are you making out?
Oh, no luck so far. I finished this pile here.
November 16th. 15th missing. No, here it is.
I say, this is rather jolly. You chaps must lead a frightfully exciting lives.
We have our dull moments.
December the 8th. Hello. Hello, what have we here?
Where?
This page. A small section appears to have been cut out. Oh, an advertisement for ladies' swimsuits.
Well, let's have a look. What's on the other side? The personal column, huh? Could be something.
Yes, but the section in question is missing. How can you tell what was there?
Elementary, my dear Watson. I just go get me another copy.
Oh.
It was a simple enough job for Hunter to get hold of another copy of that same paper from the back dates department for the newspaper office concerned. And this he compared with the other, quickly locating the item which had been cut out of the personal column.
Listen to this, Chief. It's really deep stuff. The cock crows, the chicken has flown the coop. Be all your dreams happy dreams henceforth.
Is that all?
Wasn't that enough?
Well, then.
Oh, well, Chief, come on. You were with intelligence during the war. It should be right down your alley.
Be all your dreams happy dreams henceforth.
Yeah.
It looks to me as if it could be a phone number.
Uh-huh.
Well, the cock crows, chicken has flown the coop business was probably prearranged between the parties concerned.
Sort of like a password, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Chief.
Yeah?
Where's the phone number coming in with?
Be all your dreams happy dreams henceforth. That's 7 words. My first 3 begin with the letters B-A-Y.
Bayswater.
Yeah. Now, the remaining 4 could, of course, correspond with numbers. D-H, D-H. Now, D is the 4th letter of the alphabet. H is the 8th. So we have 4848.
Bayswater 4848.
I could be wrong, but it's worth a try.
No sooner said than done. B-A-Y 4-8. It's ringing anyway. Hello, telephone exchange here. We're having line trouble. Yours seems to be crossed with a Kensington number. That is Bayswater 4848, isn't it?
That's correct.
The address again?
40 Grogan Place.
A block of flats, is it?
Yes.
Fine. We'll be sending a man around. The flat number?
5.
Thank you. Chief, I think you hit the bullseye.
Oh?
Exactly. Oh, the guy I just spoke to didn't have what you'd call an accent, you know, but just his O's. Like young Tony said of Lang. Hard to imitate, but definitely off-key. Oh, good afternoon.
Oh, come in, please. You'd be the man from the telephone exchange.
Sorry, wrong number.
I beg your pardon?
Hunter's the name, Missing Persons Bureau.
From the description he'd been given by Tony Swanson, Hunter knew at once that he had his man. That is, he had Frederick Lang. But, of course, whether or not he had also snared Frederick Lang's dwarf had yet to be ascertained. There was no denying Lang's likeness to the former German scientist, as he was pictured in Swanson's photograph. He looked a good deal older and carried much less weight, but his features were identical.
You don't deny you're Frederick Lang, former gardener at Cranberry College?
Of course not. Why should I?
Maybe I can best answer that by showing you this photograph. You went under a different name then.
I don't understand.
Your real name is Langsdorff, isn't it? Frederick Langsdorff?
You know, Mr. Hunter, it's an odd thing. For almost 3 years, I've been in an agony of suspense, waiting for someone to throw that question at me. And now it's finally come. I'm almost glad it's over. Yes, I'm Frederick Langsdorff. If you don't mind, I'd be interested to know how you traced me here.
An ad in the personal column of the Daily Chronicle. It's quite a teaser, but my chief used to be with military intelligence. He's pretty well up on that sort of thing. Who was the message from, by the way?
Ilsa, my wife.
Uh-huh.
We were separated when the Russians occupied Berlin. And because of the position I'd held, I knew I'd never be safe anywhere, but in this country or America.
I see.
Now, the arrangement was that I would leave first, and that Ilsa would follow 3 months later. Mm-hmm. There was no fixed time or meeting place. It was quite impossible to know where or when we would be reunited. So it was decided that directly she arrived and had found somewhere to live, Ilsa would place an item in the personal column of the Chronicle, which was a paper we both knew.
Uh-huh.
Well, such was our plan. And in the March of 1946, I arrived here, expecting Ilsa to follow me sometime in June. Unfortunately, before leaving Berlin, she was foolish enough to visit a relative in the Soviet sector and was detained for an indefinite period.
I see, yeah.
At the time, of course, I had no way of knowing this, but as the months slipped by, I kept on hoping for the miracle that would bring us together again. Mm-hmm. Every day watching the personal columns of the Chronicle.
Yeah?
Well, 2 years passed. My hope dwindled to nothingness. I gave up all hope of ever seeing her again. But I kept reading the Chronicle more by habit than anything else, till one day a little under 2 weeks ago, I picked up the paper, and there it was, staring me in the face. The cock crows. The chicken has flown the coop.
So you decoded the phone number and duly contacted her here.
I could never describe the thrill I had on hearing her voice again.
Tell me, how did she come by this flat?
Oh, she was fortunate. She went to an agent in Earl's Court, and he sent her straight here. And that same day, she signed the lease for 3 months.
She here now?
I'm expecting her any minute. She's out shopping.
Yeah, well, I guess I'll kind of stick around.
I suppose it's no use my telling you I was never a member of the Nazi Party, nor in any way a subscriber to its doctrine.
Well, you seem to kind of hit it off with that old folk, eh?
I was tolerated by Hitler only because I was of value to him, as were a number of my associates. Many of us were married men, and for the sake of our wives and families, we had no option but to do as we were ordered. It's a poor excuse, I know, but it's the best I can offer.
Henry Simon returns to conclude this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
Following Ilse Langsdorff's arrival at the flat, Hunter immediately phoned our client, who lost no time at all in joining them. It was subsequently decided that the Langsdorff should voluntarily place themselves in the hands of the authorities, and that both Hunter and Swanson would stay out of the picture until such time as they were needed. Following an official investigation, Frederick and Ilse Langsdorff were granted permission to remain in England, and Hitler's former scientist is now in the pay of the British government. Let us hope that such a liaison will prove beneficial, not only to the parties concerned, but to the whole of the free world. And now, this is Henry Simon, inviting you to meet me here again, and for the present, bidding you au revoir. This is Henry Simon, bringing you another story from my files here at the Missing Persons Bureau.
In these stories of the Missing Persons Bureau, dramatized for Henry Simon by Ross Napier, names and addresses have, for obvious reasons, been changed. In one moment, the search for Frederick and Christina Chronberg. Address unknown. And here again is Henry Simon.
The German invasion and subsequent occupation of Denmark during World War II has been the subject of many books and films. Tales of heroism and courage in the face of despair, and of the fierce underground combat waged by the Danes against the tyranny of the Nazi regime. And yet I imagine there must be many more stories that have never been told. Stories such as one which I'm about to relate. To do so, I must take you back to an evening in the March of 1942. To a small house in the village of Koldenstedt. The windows are closed and there is snow on the roof, reflecting the glow of a clear moon. All is quiet. Nothing stirs. Abruptly, the silence is broken by the rumbling approach of a motor vehicle.
and a moment later it takes shape in the form of a heavy military truck. Outside the house it comes to a grinding standstill, and 5 soldiers climb out. Led by a sergeant, they march to the front door, their jackboots crunching on the snow-covered ground.
Company! Halt! Aufmachen da drinnen! Wir wissen, dass ihr da seid. Wenn diese Tür nicht in 3 Sekunden geöffnet ist, befehle ich meinen Soldaten, sie einzubrechen. 1, 2. Ah, und nicht zu früh. Ihr Dänen wollt nie lernen, dass wir das im Ernst meinen. Was?
Sie sagt, dass sie nicht Deutsch spricht, Herr Feldwebel.
Eine ungebildete Bäuerin. Français? Parlez-vous français?
Nein.
Herrgott, noch einmal. Englisch?
Yes, a little.
So. Die blöde Gans spricht kein Deutsch, aber sie spricht Englisch. Sie sollte wirklich mehr Verstand haben.
Why do you come here?
You are Frau Chronberg?
Yes.
You have a daughter, Christina?
Yes.
And your husband? Where is he?
He was taken away.
Hört ihr sie? Sie sagt, er ist verschleppt worden. Why was he taken away?
I do not know.
I think you do. But no matter. It is you and your daughter we are concerned with. You will pack a bag and come with us, the 2 of you.
My daughter is not here.
No?
She has gone to live with my sister in Odense.
Oh, come now. You can do better than that.
It is the truth, I swear.
We will see. Gefreiter, nehmen Sie 2 Männer und durchsuchen Sie das Haus.
Jawohl, Herr Feldwebel. Cut, Jodel, vorwärts.
Please, I do not want trouble.
I have instructed my men to search the house. If your daughter is here, she will be found. If not, other arrangements will be made.
But why? What have we done?
You are being recruited for labor in the fatherland, together with many others like you.
Sent to Germany?
Do not look so distressed. It is a great honor. You should be proud to enter the service of the Früh Führer.
But Christina, she is only 14 years old.
A good age for a girl. Who knows, perhaps she will find herself a German husband.
God forbid.
What? I will never understand you people. We came here as friends to help you.
Did we ask you to come?
There would have been no trouble if you had welcomed us. Our orders were to treat you well, to see that no one was harmed. And what do you do to repay our kindness? You spit in our faces. You do all in your power to make us enemies. So now we are forced to adopt harsher measures, to take drastic steps. Not because we wish to do so, but because you have made us. All this you have brought on yourselves.
Entschuldigen Sie, Herr Feldwebel.
Ja?
Sie spricht die Wahrheit. Es ist niemand hier.
Sind Sie überzeugt?
Wir haben jeden Raum durchsucht.
Geht in Ordnung. It seems I owe you an apology, Frau Chronberg. The corporal tells me there is no sign of your daughter.
I have told you she is with my sister.
That is very fortunate for her, and for you. You will go now and pack a suitcase. I can allow you 5 minutes. Gehen Sie mit Ihr Gefreiter und sehen Sie zu, dass sie keinen Unsinn versucht.
Jawohl, Herr Feldwebel. Kommen Sie.
One day you will be sorry for this. There will be a reckoning. And you will pay the price of what you have done. Every last one of you.
And so it was, a few minutes later, Kirsten Chronberg was led from the house to the waiting truck. The soldiers climbed in behind her, and at an order from the sergeant they drove off in a cloud of exhaust smoke, leaving nothing in their wake except a patch of footmarks in the snow. Such was the prelude to a case which was first brought to my notice some 7 years later in the spring of 1949, when I was visited here in my office at the Missing Persons Bureau by Kirsten Chronberg herself. At first glance, I estimated her age as between 50 and 60. But I was later to learn that she was only 43. Her hair was quite grey, and her features were drained of all expression, as was her voice, a flat, lustreless monotone.
The next day I was put on a train for Germany. We were herded together, dozens of us, and taken to Munich to work in factories. For 3 years we were Nazi slaves, working 15, 16 hours a day, for just enough food to keep us alive. Then, a few months before the end, they sent us to prison camps.
From which you were finally liberated by the Americans.
By that time, most of us were too tired and sick to care. For myself, I had no wish to go on living. If it had not been for the children, I would have taken my life long before.
Children?
Christina and Frederick.
I didn't realize you had a son as well.
Yes.
Where was he when the Germans came?
In the house.
But I understood you to say that...
They were both in the house, hiding in the cellar. We had been expecting trouble, you see, because of my husband, Stefan.
He'd been arrested?
3 weeks before, by the Gestapo.
For doing what exactly?
He was a schoolmaster. A picture of Adolf Hitler was hung in his classroom. He took it down and burnt it. It was foolish of him. 2 days later, he was taken away.
And?
The same week, I heard from a friend that he had been shot. I could not believe it.
Was the report verified?
Much later, by 2 men who had witnessed the execution.
So you left the children alone in the house?
I had no choice. If they had found Christina, she would have been taken with me. That would have been too much.
She was only 14, you say?
Yes.
And your son?
12.
What became of them?
I do not know. I never saw or heard of them again. That is why I have come to you. I want them traced if they are still alive.
You've had no word of them at all?
None.
I take it you went back home to Coldenstead after your release from the prison camp?
Yes, I went back, but not to my home. I had no home. It had been burnt down. In the village, I asked questions about the children, but no one could help me. They had not been seen since that night.
But what about your sister in Odense? Did you check with her?
She died of pneumonia 4 years ago.
I see. And her family?
She was a widow. She had no children.
Parents?
Both dead.
Have you any living relatives at all?
There is no one.
Where have you spent the last 3 years?
I have been working in Copenhagen. It was there I heard of your organization, so when I have saved the money, I come to you.
Which means they may have returned to Coldenstead without your knowing.
I left word with the people in the village. It was so like a do. I had no money. There was no work.
Can you think of anywhere they might have gone to after you left them?
No.
But surely 2 children, they can't have just disappeared. They must have turned to somebody. Wasn't there a Danish protection officer in the area?
In Viborg, 10 miles away, but not in Coldenstead.
Did you make inquiries in Viborg?
Only through friends. It is no use. They know nothing.
Did they have any money?
No.
Food?
Very little.
Would it have been possible for them to have escaped across to England or Sweden?
Possible, perhaps.
But not probable.
They were so young, so helpless. And the Germans were everywhere.
You don't, of course, know for sure that they weren't picked up.
I am sure of nothing. Except that if they are alive, I must find them.
Quite.
You will help me, Mr. Simon?
Well, I can't make any promises. I shall certainly do all that I can.
You are very kind.
Now, let's see. Christina would be 21 now.
Old enough to have children of her own.
And Frederick would be 19.
I doubt if I would recognize them more than me. It has been so long, and I have changed so much since we were together. It seems an eternity ago.
You say that you were expecting the Germans when they came.
I knew they were recruiting labor. I knew also that Christina and I, being the family of Stefan, would be high on their list.
So when you heard the truck draw up outside, you hurried them down to the cellar.
We had prepared ourselves for such an emergency.
Why did you hide them both? They wouldn't have taken the boy too, would they?
I did not know what they would do, but I was determined to take no chances.
It must have been extremely harrowing for you, waiting for the axe to fall, so to speak.
Every second of every hour, it was a nightmare. Often we would hear them passing in their trucks. We would watch through the windows, praying they would not stop. The nights were the worst. After dark, we did not dare close our eyes, for we knew well how dearly the Nazis loved to catch people asleep, to drag them from their beds and pelt them with snow. Like wolves, Mr. Simon, they taunted their victims. And always they came by night.
Henry Simon returns to continue this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
It was a pathetic tale. A mother separated from her children 7 years before, living only for news of their whereabouts, not knowing if they were dead or alive. It wasn't the first case of its kind we dealt with, nor was it to be the last. Yet I found it curiously fascinating. 2 children alone in an enemy-occupied country, without money, without food, thrown entirely upon their own resources, and then left to fend for themselves. Where had they gone? Who had they turned to? And why had there been no news of them for so long?
There's only one logical answer, Chief. They're dead. They must be.
In which case, of course, it's our job to find out where they died and when.
Yeah, well, if you ask me, our best bet's to try and contact whoever was the protection officer for the area.
Well, the nearest one was stationed in Viborg, 10 miles further north.
All right, let's hit off from there.
My dear Hunter, with what?
A protection officer.
We have no idea who he was.
Well, it shouldn't be too difficult to find out. Some of the locals would know. I mean, the thing is, if these kids were smart, they'd have figured on getting over to England or Sweden. And that being the case, they'd know the PO would be the best person to help them.
True. Unfortunately, however, our client's purse strings are somewhat limited. She can't afford to have you gallivanting all over Europe on the off chance.
Well, does she have enough to cover my return fare?
She has £140.
What are you worried about, Chief? For that, I could spend a weekend in the real Riviera. You just leave it to me, man. I've been halfway around the globe and back for less.
It is a fact that Hunter has the most amazing knack of making a little money go a long way, which is why I prefer, whenever possible, to have him handle what we call the limited budget cases. In this instance, his reasoning was sound enough. During the war in the various German-occupied countries, protection officers had been appointed by certain patriot bodies to offer assistance to the needy, especially the wives and children of fallen or imprisoned patriots. It seemed quite likely, therefore, that Christina and Frederick Chronberg might have sought aid from just such a source. And it was to check on this possibility that Hunter journeyed to the Danish town of Viborg 2 days later. As anticipated, he had very little trouble in establishing the identity of the former protection officer in question, one Anna Hauntorf. The task of locating her, however, was a good deal more complicated, and 5 days slipped by before he finally caught up with her at her new home in Ebenrad, near the German border. A tall, blonde woman in her late 40s, she spoke fluent English and bore very little trace of the strain which she must have undergone during the war.
I am sorry you've had such difficulty finding me, Mr. Hunter. For the past 3 years, I have been moving about the country a great deal, organizing charity functions and the like. But now I intend to stay put.
Well, that's fair enough. After all the good work you've done, I guess you've earned a rest.
Oh, I have done my share, no more. But I am most interested in the story you have told me. Their name was Chronberg, you say?
Yeah, Christina and Frederick. As a matter of fact, I have a photograph of them here, taken in 1939. They're both pretty good-looking kids, especially the girl. Hard to forget, I'd imagine.
Oh, there are so many homeless children. Oh, no. Surely it could not be.
You recognize them?
Christina and Frederick, but of course their names had escaped me, but the faces never. It comes back to me now. Their parents had been taken by the Germans.
Mm-hmm.
They came to me for food and shelter. The boy was very ill, I remember. I kept him in bed for many days.
I see. And then?
It was decided that they should go to Sweden. I had a number of contacts there. Families who had offered to provide homes for Danish refugees.
Well, did you have any particular family in mind for these two?
Olaf Grundel. He and his wife, they had a farm in Gothenburg. It was to them I sent the children.
Sent the children?
Oh, they would pass them on to others.
Oh, I see, yeah. They still living in Gothenburg?
That I cannot tell you. You will have to go there yourself and find out.
Yes, and just take a note of that. Olaf, what was his name again?
Grundel.
Grundel. What was the process of getting the kids across to him? I mean, that must have called for quite a bit of organization.
Oh, it did, believe me. From Viborg, the journey was made in 3 stages. To Aalborg, Friedrichshafen, then across by fishing boat to Gothenburg.
Did they go alone, or did they have escorts?
Oh, with escorts, always, all the children. Alone, they would not have survived.
Hazardous venture.
In the winter, highly so. A venture that many times led to death.
With increased confidence, now that he had a definite trail to follow, Hunter travelled by train to Frederikshavn, crossing by ferry to Göteborg on the Swedish coast. His luck held, and he was directed by the very first person he asked, a dockside storekeeper, to the farm of Olaf Grundal, on the outskirts of the town. Grundal himself proved to be a giant of a man. 6 feet 8 inches tall, he was built in proportion, and he had the weather-beaten face and features of one who had lived and thrived on an active, open-air existence. His English, although limited, was passable, and he spoke slowly in a deep voice.
Christina and Frederick Chronberg.
Yeah, that's right.
Names I do not remember, but the faces. yeah. Always the faces I remember.
Well, they were sent here by Anna Helmtrove.
Oh, yeah, he's a good woman.
Could you kind of recall what happened to him?
Well, they come to me, find them place to go.
What place?
He's in Stockholm. He's friend of my father.
Now, wait a minute, I get this straight. You sent him to Stockholm to a friend of your father's?
Yeah. His name Ernst, Lars Ernst.
Mm-hmm.
His wife and 2 children of himself. So I sent him 2 more, yeah?
Do you have the address?
Address?
Yeah. Where does he live?
Oh, Stockholm.
Yeah, I know, but where in Stockholm? I mean, what part?
I have wrote in book. You wait I get, yes?
Yes, well, yeah.
My English is not so good, I think.
Another bother you compared to my Swedish. It's sensational.
2 hours later, having obtained the address of the Jorgensen family from Olaf Grundal, Hunter boarded a train for Stockholm, arriving in that very city early the following morning. Outside the central railway station, he hailed a cab, and duly proceeded to the given address in the outlying suburb of Sundsvall. It was a large home, set well back from the street, and screened from public view by a very high brick wall. In answer to his ring, the front door was opened by a fat, jolly-looking man who made Hunter think of Santa Claus without a beard.
Mr. Jorgensen?
Yeah.
Well, glad to know you. My name's Hunter. I'm from London, Missing Persons Bureau.
Yeah?
Jorgensen led the way to his study, where, sitting at a huge tumbler of milk, he listened intently as the agent explained the reason for his presence.
So I got the address from Grundal, hopped the train for Stockholm, and, here I am.
But this is, strange.
Yeah?
Yeah, strange, isn't it? First, to set your mind at rest, let me tell you that Christina and Frederick are both alive and well.
They are?
You know the story of how they come here and why, of course. Yeah. But there's much you do not know.
Well, I'm mainly interested in knowing where they are right now.
4 years ago, I made inquiries through private channels, and I was informed that their mother was dead.
Oh, well, that I can believe. I mean, the records got pretty messed up. All sorts of people were reported dead who weren't.
So it would seem. At the time, however, there was no doubt in my mind that the information was good.
Uh-huh.
Christina and Frederick were also convinced that it was true.
Well, that explains why they never went home, or tried to find her.
Yeah, what you say is right.
Well, whereabouts are they now?
Oh, they're in Copenhagen.
In where?
Copenhagen.
Oh, Copenhagen. Yeah, Copenhagen. Well, that's where she was a little week or so ago.
Oh, they did not know that, of course.
Oh. What are they doing there?
Well, Christina, she's studying to be a nurse.
And Frederick?
Oh, Frederick, he's in business. They write to me every week, both of them.
Well, how long were they living here?
4 years. In which time, I'll let you know, I came to look on them as I did my own children.
Well, do you have an address where I could kind of contact them?
Oh, sure. But there is more to tell, however. More to tell, as I said, Frederick is in business.
What kind of business?
They ran a sort of form, what you call him, to delivery business.
Oh, delivery service. Yeah. Did you say they?
He and his partner.
Well, he's in partnership, huh?
Yeah. And you never guess who it's?
This stage, I wouldn't dare try. Who?
Stefan Chronberg, his father.
It was now Hunter's turn to listen in somewhat stunned silence, as Jorgensen went on to explain that the information he'd gained in 1946, while alleging the death of Kerstin Chronberg, had at the same time led him to the discovery that Stefan Chronberg, who had supposedly been shot by the Gestapo in 1942, was in fact in an Allied hospital, recovering from the effects of 3 years in a German concentration camp. He had subsequently been brought to Stockholm by Jorgensen, where he was reunited with his children. Later still, backed financially by Jorgensen, the three had gone to Copenhagen, where father and son had launched themselves out in business. Little dreaming, of course, that not only was Kirsten still alive, but he was working at a job in that same city.
So now, Mr. Hunter, you can see what I meant when I said it was, strange.
Strange? It's an understatement, Mr. Jorgensen. I call it miraculous.
I think perhaps I'd like to come with you to Copenhagen and see how they look when they hear the news. It will really be something to see their faces.
Well, it's Mrs. Chronberg's face I'm looking forward to seeing. See, for almost 8 years she's been a childless widow.
Yeah.
And now, just like that,
yeah.
she's about to get news that she's not only still a mother, but a wife as well.
Henry Simon returns to conclude this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
It was an incredible twist of fate that had kept the Chronberg family apart for so long. Mother and children, husband and wife, each believing the other to be dead. Yet it is no less credible a story than others I could recount on exactly the same theme. Following the war, of course, the whole of Europe was in such chaos, and reports of death were so very commonplace that it is understandable how such a mix-up could occur. I often wonder how many other families there are like the Chronbergs who have been less fortunate than they and remained divided, perhaps never to meet again. Stefan and Kerstin Chronberg once more have their own home. Not in Koldingstedt as before, but in Copenhagen, where Stefan has returned to his former profession of school teaching, leaving Frederick to carry on the delivery business alone. And as a postscript, I might add that Christina has since qualified as a nurse. And now, this is Henry Simon inviting you to meet me here again, and for the present, bidding you au revoir. This is Henry Simon, bringing you another story from my files here at the Missing Persons Bureau.
In these stories of the Missing Persons Bureau, dramatized for Henry Simon by Ross Napier, names and addresses have, for obvious reasons, been changed. In one moment, the search for Herbert Hedges, address unknown. And here again is Henry Simon.
Julius Badcock was a man to be feared, a man whose path one simply could not afford to cross. One of the very wealthiest financiers in England, he was noted mainly for 3 things: his shrewdness, his bad temper, and his collection of fine pieces. This latter consisted of anything and everything that could be termed an objet d'art, and included such priceless relics as the Empress Josephine's favourite teapot, a ruby ring that once adorned the right-hand index finger of Henry VIII, and a stout cane stick,
which was said to have supported no less a personage than Socrates himself. But for all this, Badcock was far from satisfied. His collection would never be complete, he told his friends, until he gained possession of a second, of an identical pair of bookends, one of which occupied a place of honor on the desk of his study. As our story opens, he's displaying this piece to his learned colleague, Dr. Justin Morley, who fingers it gently, as though scared that it might suddenly sprout horns and attack him.
£10,000, Julius. Could a pair of china bookends possibly be worth such a sum?
To a collector, yes. I tell you frankly, Doctor, if I had the pair, I wouldn't sell for 20. Nothing in the world would induce me to part with them.
But you haven't got the pair.
I don't need to be reminded of that.
This piece by itself
is worth precisely nothing without its twin.
Perhaps have you tried advertising?
My dear Morley, short of murder, I've tried everything, and to date, I haven't been able to get so much as a whiff of it. Yet I'm convinced that second piece is still in existence. It has to be somewhere.
If it hasn't already been broken by some clumsy idiot and thrown away.
Oh, heaven forbid.
What would you be prepared to pay for it? I mean, suppose I happen to stumble across it in my wanderings one day. It's not likely, of course, but it is possible.
If you do, you'll have my full permission to purchase it in my name, regardless of the price. Not that it should be more than a few pounds. The chances are that whoever has it, well, is unaware of its potential value. And I wouldn't want to pay more than I have to.
Always the bargain hunter, eh, Julius?
Bargains have made me a wealthy man, Doctor. Why pay £2,000 when I can get it for 2? However, it doesn't do to cross one's bridges. First, it has to be found. Yes? What is it, Hedges?
Your correspondence, sir.
No, put it on the desk.
Very good, sir.
No, not there, you fool, you... Watch out for that bookend! Oh, you blithering idiot! Now look what you've done!
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't see it.
Didn't see it? Are you blind, man?
It doesn't appear to have suffered any damage.
No thanks to this numbskull, clumsy, dumble-headed nincompoop.
Will that be all, sir?
No, it won't be all. I've had my eye on you for some time, Hedges. Only last Tuesday you put a scratch on Queen Anne's candlestick. And before that, you overwound Whistler's timepiece.
Sir, I beg you...
Don't answer back. I'm sick and tired of your doddering ways. You'll just have to go, that's all.
Go? But, sir...
Enough. Get your things together and clear off. You're not wanted here.
Very good, sir. I would remind you, however, that I'm entitled to 2 weeks' salary and an extra week for holiday.
I'll pay gladly to be rid of you. And now get out of my sight before I lose my temper and set about you with Lord Byron's riding crop.
Just as you say, sir.
Oh, that addle-brained parasite.
Don't you think you were a trifle hard on him, Julius? I mean, after all, the only...
Hard on him, nothing. Fella's a bounder anyway. Should have dispensed with him weeks ago. Now, where were we?
We were discussing the possibility of my purchasing the missing bookend.
Oh, yes. Well, as I said, I'm out to get it cheap. But if I'm pressed, I'll pay any price for it. You understand? Any price at all.
Over the next few weeks, Dr. Justin Morley gave a great deal of thought to the matter of the stray bookend. He was a man who believed in having friends in the right places, and it seemed to him that here was his opportunity, not only to curry favour with the all-powerful Julius Badcock, but to make a little money on the side for himself, by way of commission, as it were. Accordingly, he combed every antique shop and second-hand store in London. His efforts, however, went in vain, and he'd almost resigned himself to the fact that the object of his search no longer existed when he received a letter. An anonymous letter, written in a very unfamiliar hand.
Dear Dr. Morley, it has come to my notice that you are anxious to locate a certain bookend. One of a pair reputed to have belonged to the Bard of Avon, better known to his contemporaries as William Shakespeare. It is my pleasure to inform you that the article you seek is to be auctioned together with several other items in the rooms of Blackett and Fish, auctioneers, at 2 p.m. on the 16th of this month. Trusting you will use this information to its best advantage, I wish you good luck, good health, and good bidding. Yours in affection, a friend.
And so it was, at 2 p.m. on the afternoon of the 16th, a rather excited Dr. Morley took up a place in the crowd that filled the auctioneering chambers of Blackett and Fish in Oxford Street. For more than an hour he sat watching the proceedings, until finally, shortly before 3:15, his patience was rewarded.
Now, gentlemen, I have before me a priceless relic of great significance. As you can no doubt see for yourselves, it's a bookend. But no ordinary bookend, let me hasten to assure you. This particular item dates back to the days
Dr. Morley was overjoyed to perceive that the auctioneer, a fat little man in horn-rimmed spectacles, was clearly uninformed as to the true origin of the bookend, and he chuckled to himself at the obvious lack of interest displayed by the onlooking company as the bidding commenced.
Now, here's a real chance to show your breeding, gents. What am I offered for this little masterpiece?
10 shillings.
The gentleman's joking, of course. Why,
£10.
£10 I'm offered. Now, I ask you, gents, do you want me to give it away?
Startled, Morley turned to see who was bidding against him. It was quite impossible, however, for the voice had come from the back of the room, and his vision was restricted by the maze of heads which encircled him. With renewed determination, the doctor again fastened his eyes upon the china bookend, which stood on the auctioneer's table, an exact replica of the one which was owned by Julius Badcock.
£20. £20. Any advance on £20?
100.
Ah, I see there is one among you who has a deep appreciation for the finer things of life. £100.
200. 3.
£1,000, gentlemen. Is there any advance on £1,000?
1,100. 12. 13. 14.
Oh, this is more like it, gents. £1,400 on bid.
1,500. 16.
Morley's dismay was mounting with every second that passed. Obviously, his opponent knew the bookend's worth and was just as determined as he was to have it. But who was going to be fool enough, he wondered, to pay so very much for an odd piece that was completely valueless without its mate? If only he knew just how far Badcock was prepared to go. It had been unwise of him to act without consulting the millionaire further, but he did want to keep it as a surprise. And he'd been authorized to purchase, regardless of cost. Well, it was now or never.
Going for the first time at £2,000.
2,100. 22. 23.
24.
25.
That same evening, Dr. Morley presented himself at the home of Julius Badcock, who had just come back from a business trip on the continent and was in excellent spirits. When he had learned that Morley had succeeded in purchasing the mate to his coveted bookend, however, he positively exuded goodwill.
My dear fellow, I can't believe I've got it at last. However can I thank you?
It was really nothing, Julius. I'm only sorry I had to pay so much.
A perfect replica. Come, let's go into the study and have a look at the two of them together.
Julius,
by the way, how much did you pay for it?
Well, I was just about to tell you.
Well, £3, eh? If the seller had only known, he could have pushed me up to 3,000. Oh, dear, what fools some people are.
Julius, he did push you up to 3,000.
Of course he...
What? I couldn't get it for any less.
Do you mean to tell me that...
Well, you told me to buy it regardless of the cost. I simply followed your instructions. You see, there was another fellow at the auction who was every bit as determined to buy, and I had to keep on.
Falteringly, Morley explained just how he had come to pay such a very exorbitant price for the bookend. And at last, after much spluttering and blowing, Badcock regained his composure. Consoled with the fact he was now in possession of his most long-cherished item, he entered the study, accompanied by Morley, to examine the treasures side by side. But there an even greater shock was awaiting him. For the first bookend, the one which had stood so very patiently on his desk for 3 years, had disappeared. Am I to understand, Mr. Badcock, that you're asking me to locate a bookend?
No, Simon. Let me finish the story. When I found it had gone, I questioned the servants. None of them, it transpired, had ventured into the study during my trip to the continent. But I was informed that shortly after my departure, an ex-employee of mine, one Herbert Hedges, had visited the house on the pretext that he wished to recover certain possessions he'd left behind, and he obtained the key to the study door.
You think that he...
I don't think. I'm certain he came there for the express purpose of getting his hands on that bookend. He knew how much I valued it. And he was out for revenge.
Revenge?
I had dismissed him a few weeks previously for inefficiency.
Oh, I see. Well, it seems to me, Mr. Badcock, this is more a matter for the police than it is for the missing person.
If I inform the police, there'll be publicity. Hedges will hear of it, and the chances are he'll destroy the evidence out of pure spite. That's why I've come to you. I want a private inquiry so he can be tracked down before he realizes I'm on his trail.
And when you catch up with him?
When I catch up with him, and when I've recovered that bookend, then I'll call in the police, Simon, but not before.
Henry Simon will return in just a moment to continue this story. And here again is Henry Simon.
I always refer to this case as that of the missing bookend, although, of course, in reality, it was that of the missing Herbert Hedges. From what Badcock had told me, it appeared quite obvious that Hedges had taken the object in question, and just as obvious that he'd done so purely out of spite for his late master. But where can one look for the sort of man who steals bookends out of pure spite? That was the problem which confronted me, and to help me in the solving of it, I selected Agent Paul's study, who, when he had heard all, executed what I believe his fellow countrymen described, or quite aptly I might add, as a sort of double take.
Oh, now I've heard everything, Chief. This Herbert Hedges guy must be quite a character.
That's not quite how Badcock described him, study, but we'll let that pass. What we've got to do is determine his present whereabouts.
How long was he working for Badcock?
Oh, for about 18 months, I understand.
What was his position exactly? I mean, was he a butler or...
I suppose one could refer to him as a kind of gentleman's gentleman.
Huh?
A personal servant, or valet, if you wish.
Ah. Well, maybe he's gone into service again.
Quite possibly. The question is whose?
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll just have to make the rounds.
You know what they say about birds of a feather.
Come again?
It's quite likely that Hedges might be known to various others in similar positions to the one he occupied in the Badcock home.
Oh, you mean I should look up a few other gentlemen's gentlemen, huh?
Precisely.
Where do I start?
Oh, I'll leave that to you.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid you were going to say. Okay, Chief. Operation GG is underway.
In his own way, Study is quite a genius. And after leaving the office, he put his genius to work. He reasoned thus. If Hedges had been employed by Badcock as a valet, then, of course, the chances were that by this time, Badcock had hired another valet to take his place. And it was on this assumption that he formulated a plan of action, which culminated some 40 minutes later upon his arrival at the Badcock home on the outskirts of a very exclusive London suburb.
Good morning, sir.
Oh, well, hi. I'm looking for a, You used to have a guy working here named Hedges, right?
That is correct, sir.
Well, I'd like to speak to whoever is taking his place.
I had that privilege, sir.
You mean to tell me a gentleman's gentleman has to answer the door?
Normally, the door is answered by Wallace, sir, but he is off duty this morning.
Oh, Wallace, huh? Well, I guess that would make him the gentleman's gentleman, right?
Sir,
skip it. Look, I'm trying to locate Hedges. You wouldn't happen to know where he is, would you?
I'm afraid not, sir.
Can you think of anybody who might know?
You could try Hollingsdale, sir.
Hollingsdale?
Of Broughton Towers, sir. Lord Allen's country residence.
Oh, he's employed there, huh? I mean, Hollingsdale, I mean.
Yes, sir.
Friend of Hedges?
I understand so, sir.
Well, I'll pay him a visit. And thanks a lot.
Not at all, sir. Good morning, sir.
Yes, that's me. Albert Hollingsdale at your service.
Oh, fine. I'm making a few inquiries about a friend of yours, Albert, or rather, I was told he was a friend of yours, Herbert Hedges.
Herbert? Oh, bet your life, sir. Known each other since we was nippers.
Ah. Well, he lost his job with Julius Badcock. I guess you heard about that.
Ah, bad business. Real cut up he was.
Yeah, so I believe. You don't know where he is now, by any chance, do you?
Oh, last I heard, he was applying for a position with Sir Francis Sparrow of Hepburn Hall.
Hepburn Hall?
With a H, sir. I told him he was balmy. Sir Francis is the last of a very long and tired line of Sparrows.
It's quite common knowledge. He's on the rocks.
Oh, Hepburn Hall. Well, where is it exactly?
Arden, sir.
Arden?
Again, with a H.
Oh, yes, sure, I know it. Well, much obliged, Albert. Do the same for you sometime.
Oh, my dear old Bean, how jolly to see you again after all this time.
Huh?
Come in.
Well, thanks.
Make yourself at home. Everything I have is yours, which is precious little, but it shows the spirit's there, eh?
Yes, I guess it does, but what I wanted to see you about...
Well, I think of it, you couldn't let me have 5 till the end of the week, could you?
Well, I really couldn't.
Splendid. Singles will do.
Look, I'm afraid you've made some kind of mistake. My name is Study. I'm from the missing...
Study?
Yes, that's what I said.
No relation to the Duchess of Davenport?
Sorry.
The Marquis of Chichester, perhaps?
No.
No. Too bad.
Well, what do you say we forget the family tree for a moment, huh? And I'm trying to locate a guy named Hedges. I understand he applied for a position here a few weeks back.
Hedges? Yes, Hedges.
Do you happen to know if Sir Francis took him on or not?
As a matter of fact, I did. Felt sorry for the fellow.
Hey, wait a minute. You mean you're Sir Francis?
Oh, but of course. Who did you think I was? A jolly old butler?
I beg your pardon, sir. I mean, when you came to the door, I naturally figured that you were the...
Just at present, I'm a trifle hard-pressed for servants. The fact is, I'm living here alone.
And, Hedges?
He departed a little under a week ago.
Pretty short stay, wasn't it?
A sign of the times, old thing. You simply can't hang on to servants these days unless you're prepared to pay for them. Disgusting state of affairs, but what could one do?
Little under a week ago he left, huh?
Yes, that's right, a day after the auction.
Auction?
Yeah, a small function organised on my behalf in an endeavour to settle one or two of the outstanding debts. Took every stick of furniture in the place. Even my dear old four-poster went west. No regard for tradition.
Oh, it's tough. Where was the auction held, do you know?
No, I really couldn't say. I wasn't present myself. Hedges attended to the odious details, and the creditors took care of the rest.
You don't happen to recall if the items sold included a certain odd bookend, I suppose?
Bookend? Oh, my dear old sock, for all I know, they could have included 1 or 2 stagnant authors. I simply haven't the faintest idea. You'll have to ask Hedges.
Yeah, well, first I've got to find him.
Oh, you might try Brandon Castle. Had a buzz just yesterday from a jolly old secretary. Said something about a fellow who claimed he'd work for me applying for a job there. Wanted a reference or some such. Didn't quite catch the name, but he could have been Hedges. I said he was top-notch. Never did have much time for the Earl. False cousin of mine, you know. What is it, Fizz? Oh, somewhere in that vicinity.
Yes, well, it's worth a try, I guess. How do I get there?
Get where?
To Brandon Castle.
But why, you go to Brandon, of course, a few miles south of Sevenoaks, down in Kent.
Oh, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Do you have a Herbert Hedges working here?
I believe so, sir.
Well, I'd like to have a word with him.
I'm not sure that would be convenient, sir. Who shall I tell him is calling?
Augustus Montague Study, the 17th Earl of Buckingham, sometimes known as Meatball.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Yeah, just forget it. Just tell him that I'm here. Be quick about it, huh?
Very good, sir. Will you come this way?
Thus did Paul Study gain admittance to Brandon Castle, the Earl of Delmore's summer residence and one of England's most stately and traditional manors. A highly irregular debut into the orbit of the aristocracy, but nevertheless a most effective one. Led to a sort of drawing room at the rear of the castle, he was asked to wait, and a moment later he discovered himself in the presence of a tall, spindly man, immaculately dressed and of most distinguished appearance.
You wish to speak with me, sir?
If you're Herbert Hedges, yes.
Of what service can I be to you, sir?
Well, for a start, you can lay off that kind of gaff. I've had enough of it for one lifetime. My name is Study. I'm from the Missing Persons Bureau.
Missing Persons Bureau?
Yes. Julius Badcock sent me. He wants his bookend back.
Oh. I rather imagined he might.
Well?
It is with regret that I must inform you, Mr. Studdy, that it is no longer in my possession.
You've sold it?
In a way, I suppose one could say that.
I guess you realize you've laid yourself wide open to a charge of theft.
I think not.
Well, you took it from Badcock's study, didn't you?
Borrowed would be a better word.
Look, if you let me have it back without any fuss, I might be able to persuade him against going to the police.
But, sir, how can I let you have it back when I haven't got it?
Well, who has got it, then?
I think perhaps I'd best explain.
Yeah, I think perhaps you had.
When Mr. Badcock dispensed with my services, I obtained a position in the household of Sir Francis Sparrow.
That much I know.
Well, as you may also know, I was extremely put out with Mr. Badcock. My dismissal was both unjustified and uncalled for. So I decided to teach him a lesson. Being aware of the fact that Sir Francis was close to bankruptcy, I suggested that an auction sale of his belongings might ease the situation to some extent. His creditors, of course, were all for the idea.
Go on.
Directly the date of the sale had been fixed, I paid a return visit to Mr. Badcock's home.
And lifted the bookend.
Borrowed, sir.
Yeah.
This done, I advised Dr. Morley, a close friend of Mr. Badcock's, by means of an anonymous letter to attend the sale. He did so, and succeeded in buying back for £3,000 the very same bookend that I had borrowed from Mr. Badcock's study.
You mean...
Yes, sir. There was only the one bookend, and it is now back in my former employer's possession.
But how did you arrange it?
It wasn't too difficult. I simply included it in the items being auctioned. Then, of course, I made a point of being present at the sale myself for the express purpose of bidding against Dr. Morley in order that the highest possible price might be obtained.
Well, I'll be darned. And you call yourself a gentleman's gentleman?
The gentleman himself must be a gentleman before his gentleman can be called a gentleman's gentleman, sir.
Oh, well, that's a very profound statement, Hedges. But, you know what?
Sir?
I'm fast coming to the conclusion that the gentlemen of this world have had their day. And as far as I can gather, the gentlemen's gentlemen are taking over. Am I right?
Indubitably, sir. Indubitably.
In just a moment, Henry Simon returns to conclude this story. And here again is Henry Simon.
Needless to say, Julius Badcock did not go to the police to charge his former valet with theft. He didn't dare, for fear the ensuing publicity would make him the laughingstock of London. And somehow, you know, I'm inclined to think that his fears were justified. And now, this is Henry Simon inviting you to meet me here again, and for the present, bidding you au revoir.
This is Henry Simon, bringing you another story from my files here at the Missing Persons Bureau.
In these stories of the Missing Persons Bureau, dramatized for Henry Simon by Ross Napier, names and addresses have, for obvious reasons, been changed. In one moment, the search for Jane Heathcott, address unknown. And here again is Henry Simon.
It was a Monday morning in the spring of 1952. The sun was warm and shone through the open window of my office here at the Missing Persons Bureau. A pleasant reminder that winter was done and summer on its way. My first appointment of the day was listed for 11 o'clock, and at exactly 2 minutes to the hour, my secretary rang through to announce the arrival of Mrs. Audrey Heathcott, who was duly ushered into my presence. With darkish-tinted hair and an upright carriage, she bore the traces of a youthful beauty. And although the years were beginning to tell upon her figure and her complexion, she was still a remarkably fine-looking woman.
I hate to be a trouble, Mr. Simon, but do you think I might prevail on you for a glass of water?
By all means. Unless, of course, you prefer coffee or tea. I can easily have my secretary send down for some.
No, really. It's very kind of you, but water will do nicely, thanks. Just a sip.
As you wish. There.
Oh, thank you so much. Lovely. There's nothing quite so refreshing as water, do you think? I simply adore it when I'm thirsty. Oh, but I see you're a busy man, so I won't waste your time with idle chatter. I'm here about my daughter Jane.
Yes?
She's left home, Mr. Simon. I've had no word from her for 3 weeks.
Oh. How old is she?
32.
32?
31, actually. She has a birthday next month.
You astound me, Mrs. Heathcott. I'd never have thought that you, that a woman...
I was married at 17, Mr. Simon. Jane was born a year later. To spare you the effort of calculation, that makes me 49.
An extremely youthful 49, if I may say so.
Oh, you may indeed. Thank you.
You have no other children?
No, only Jane. She's been a great comfort to me over the years.
She lives with you?
She was living with me, up till 3 weeks ago. We shared a flat at Hammersmith.
And her father?
Her father and I were divorced 18 years ago.
I see. What were the circumstances surrounding her departure, exactly?
We had a slight difference of opinion.
Mm-hmm. About what?
Well, it seems rather ridiculous, but... Well, she bought a dress which I didn't like. I told her it didn't suit her, that it was years too young for her. I wasn't criticizing her, you understand. I was merely pointing out that one has to dress according to one's age and appearance. However, she took offense, and before either of us realized it, we were involved in a somewhat heated argument.
Which culminated in her leaving home?
Well, yes. She simply packed her bags and flounced out.
Without giving you any idea at all of where she might be going?
Quite frankly, at the time, I don't think she knew herself. It was all so sudden and unexpected.
She isn't married, of course.
Oh, no.
Or romantically entangled?
No. She rather shrinks from male company.
Oh?
I don't know why, but men seem to upset her.
Upset her? In what way?
Make her nervous. I think perhaps she's developed a sort of complex about her looks.
Her looks?
She's a very plain girl. She never held any attraction for the opposite sex at all. At the few parties she went to in her teens, she invariably ended up sitting in a corner by herself. No one seemed to notice her, or if they did, it was more out of sympathy than interest. I remember she always came home dreadfully upset. There was never anything that I could say or do to console her.
Good many teenagers go through that stage, you know?
True, but most of them get over it. Jane didn't. By the time she was 20, she'd practically stopped going out altogether. And in each succeeding year, she got worse.
So there are no men in her life at all?
No, there never have been.
Did she have a job of any kind?
Since she left school, she must have had upward of 50 jobs. None of them have ever lasted more than 3 months at the outside. Either she doesn't like the work, or she doesn't like her employers. It's always the same story.
Was she working at the time that she left home?
No, she was between jobs.
Had she anything in view?
She had some idea of starting a nursery school.
On her own or with someone else?
On her own. She's very fond of children.
Do you believe that she was serious?
Not really. She's always talking of doing something or other, then changing her mind.
Is she fitted for any special occupation?
She's quite an efficient shorthand typist.
So most of the jobs she's had would have been in offices?
Most of them, yes.
Does she have any close friends?
Well, I wouldn't say they were close, but she does have a few friends. Women friends.
Have you made any effort to contact them?
I phoned all the ones I could think of. But for all they could tell me, I might have saved myself the time.
I see. What other inquiries have you made?
None, I'm afraid. The point is, I was so sure she'd be back. She'd never been away on her own before. For that matter, she's never been apart from me. Not for any length of time. It seems extraordinary she should suddenly launch out by herself.
In view of what you've just told me, it might not be a bad thing.
Believe me, Mr. Simon, I'd like to think some good might come of it. But it's no use. I know her too well. That's why I'm so worried.
Yes. Referring to her father for a moment.
What about him?
Is he still alive?
So far as I know. I haven't seen him for more than 12 years.
Is it possible that Jane might have turned to him?
Hardly. She was only a child when the divorce went through.
13, 14. I should imagine she'd remember him quite well, even if she hadn't seen him since.
She hadn't. I can vouch for that.
Any idea at all where I might contact him?
Oh, there's no point in dragging George into it. He'd be the last person she turned to.
Even so, I'd rather like to know where I can reach him, just in case.
We'll have to check with Daphne.
Daphne?
Daphne Collins, his sister. She was living at Earl's Court a few years ago. She's probably still there. If she is, the address will be in the phone book. If not, my solicitors, Hancock and Dealey, might have some record. For my own part, I haven't a notion where he might be.
Can you think of anyone else she could have gone to?
No.
How was she placed for money?
I couldn't be sure, but fairly well, I should say. She didn't spend much, and as well as any salary she earned, I gave her an allowance of £8 a week.
Did she have her own bank account?
She could have done, I suppose. I never really thought about it. As you may have guessed, I'm reasonably well off. Money doesn't mean that much to me.
Oh, very fortunate.
In that respect, yes. But what I meant was, I've never kept any check on her spending, or inquired what she did with the money I gave her.
Quite. Do you have a photograph of her at all?
Yes. Actually, I have quite a few here.
Uh-huh.
This one's the most recent.
Thank you.
It was taken about 2 years ago, when we were on holiday on Swansea. Quite a good likeness. You can see what I mean about her being plain. It's really most odd she should have turned out as she did. Whatever else she may have lacked, her father had exceptional good looks. I wasn't altogether unattractive myself.
What's this one?
Oh, must have slipped in by mistake. That's her as a baby. Wasn't she the cutest thing?
Very quaint.
Oh, what a pity she had to grow up.
Oh, I don't know, Chief. She doesn't look that bad to me.
Nor to me, Stanley. But to her mother, she evidently does.
She could use a sharper hairstyle, smarter clothes, maybe. Otherwise, she's fair enough. Of course, you can never really tell from a photograph.
No. You say you saw Mrs. Heathcott?
Yeah, she went out. For 49, she's quite a slasher.
She looks a lot younger.
How long is it since the divorce?
18 years.
She'd only have been her daughter's age then. It's queer she didn't marry again.
Yes, it is, rather.
Who divorced who and for what? She tell you?
No, she's rather vague about that. Although she did say they hadn't been in touch for more than 12 years.
Does he pay her alimony, anything like that?
Apparently not.
Well, maybe he divorced her.
Well, she got the custody of the child. Not that that means much, of course. Could have been by mutual consent. But there again, he's had nothing at all to do with the daughter, either.
You figure it's worth checking with him?
I'm inclined to think it might be, yes. Certainly couldn't do any harm.
Who should I approach, his sister or the solicitors?
Sister might be simpler. I've got her address here somewhere.
Oh, she was in the phone book, huh?
Her husband was, yes. Oh, here we are. It's 26 Mortimer Road, Earl's Court. Apart from anything else, I felt it was necessary to contact our client's former husband, George Heathcott, before proceeding further, if only to ascertain a further slant on the missing Jane Heathcott's background. Taking a cab to Earl's Court, Study duly alighted at the entrance to number 26 Mortimer Road, which was a narrow brick home fronting the street. In answer to his ring, the front door was opened by a shortish, round-faced woman who identified herself as Daphne Collins, George Heathcott's younger sister.
Oh, yes, Mr. Study. George is still alive, right enough. He married again a few years ago. He and his wife have a home in Ealing, 43 Rochester Avenue.
Rochester Avenue.
May I ask just why it is you're so anxious to see him?
His daughter's disappeared.
Daughter? Oh, you mean Jane?
Yeah. We figure she might have looked him up.
But he hasn't had anything to do with her since he and Audrey were divorced. She was only a schoolgirl then.
Even so, you never tell, you know.
Oh, that poor child. George should never have left her with Audrey.
Did he have any choice?
He certainly did. Audrey was the guilty party. He could have had custody if he'd wanted to.
So he divorced her, huh?
She went off with another man. What else could he do?
And Jane?
She took Jane with her. That was the most scandalous part of it.
And in spite of all of this, he was still prepared to relinquish custody?
Oh, don't ask me why. I could never understand it. I mean, it wasn't as if it was Audrey's first lapse. During the time they were married, she had affairs with several different men. She was like that. Not that she didn't love George. In her own way, I think she did. She just couldn't help herself. You can imagine the environment Jane was brought up in.
Roughly.
She was only 13 at the time of the divorce. My goodness. That'd make her over 30 now.
Going on 32.
Oh, it doesn't seem possible. People grow up so fast these days.
Some people do.
Pardon?
The rest just get older.
Henry Simon returns to continue this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
In certain respects, the picture was not an unfamiliar one. Jane Heathcott was the product of a broken marriage. Due to her mother's waywardness, she'd been deprived of a father at the tender age of 13 and had subsequently grown up under her mother's wing. It seems strange, however, that George Heathcott had had nothing at all to do with his daughter after the divorce, had in actual fact turned his back upon her completely, leaving her in the care of a woman who had proved herself to be both unfit as a wife and as a mother. This, of course, was only one side of the story. We had yet to hear the other. And it was to this end that Study paid a visit to the home of George Heathcott in Rochester Avenue, Ealing. Heathcott, it transpired, had a slight chill at the time and was spending the day in bed. Greying-haired and stoutish, he was propped up on pillows, sucking a cough drop and looking anything but cheerful.
I hope you don't mind the hospital atmosphere, Mr. Study. My wife's a great one for dosing me up with this, that, and the other. Have a mental.
No, thanks. They're a little strong for me. Getting back to your daughter for a moment, she hasn't been here at all, I suppose.
Here? Why should she come here?
To see you, maybe?
My dear Study, I doubt if she'd even remember me after all this time. She was still at school when I saw her last.
You've had no contact with her whatever since the divorce, huh?
No, none.
You mind telling me why not?
Well, I hold the view that when a husband and wife separate, the break should be a clean one, particularly if any children are involved. Whichever parent foregoes custody should step right out of the picture and stay out, which is exactly what I've done. I don't hold with this business of bringing up a child in two camps. It's rank stupidity.
Well, that theory may be sound enough in certain respects, but in this case it seems a little extreme. You and your daughter were the innocent parties in the divorce. Why should you be the ones to suffer?
Well, Jane was more attached to her mother than she ever was to me. To have separated them would have been little short of criminal. Besides, Jane herself expressed a desire to remain with Audrey.
So it was actually she who made the decision, huh?
Well, let's say she helped me to make it.
And you honestly feel it was the right one?
I surely do.
In spite of what's happened?
Well, the girl's 32 years of age, Mr. Study. In fact, she's no longer a girl. She's a woman. At liberty to do what she pleases.
That still doesn't figure. I just can't see any father worth his salt walking out on his daughter the way you did without a backward glance. In theory it might work, sure, but not in practice.
You're a hard man to convince.
I'm paid to be.
You don't believe what I've told you, is that it?
Frankly, no. Look, suppose you give it to me straight, huh? I'm bound to hit the truth sooner or later, so why not save me the trouble of digging further? Needless to say, anything you tell me will be treated as strictly confidential.
I gave Audrey my word I'd never speak of it to another living soul, for Jane's sake.
I think the circumstances warrant you making me the exception.
Jane isn't really my daughter, Mr. Study.
No?
When Audrey and I married, she was already pregnant. I wasn't the father.
Who was the father?
I don't know.
Well, there you have it, Chief. If nothing else, it explains his conduct. Jane isn't his daughter.
Surely the woman must have some idea who the father was.
Heathcott doesn't seem to think so.
Gave me no indication at all that such a state of affairs existed. To the contrary, she went to some sort of pains to create the exactly opposite impression.
Well, I guess that's natural enough. It's not the sort of thing she'd wave a flag about. Anyway, according to Heathcott, he married her in full knowledge of her condition, in the belief that she'd stick to the path of virtue from then on. He was prepared to accept the child as his and make a go of it, but things didn't work out that way. Far from reforming, his wife went from bad to worse. She had one affair after another, finally capping it off by clearing out with another guy and taking the kid with her. Well, at that point he drew the line, sued for divorce, and as Jane wasn't his child anyway, he relinquished all claim to her custody.
No one else knew about her not being his daughter?
Doesn't appear so. So where do we go from here?
Well, perhaps we might check with a few of her friends.
Jane's?
Yes. I've got 3 names listed here, supplied by Mrs. Heathcott. She's already been in touch with them, to no avail. Still, they might tell us just a little more than they've told her.
What sort of friends?
Female. None of them terribly close, but friends, nevertheless.
Fair enough. You got the addresses there? I'll look them up right away.
It was after 6 in the evening when Studdy left the office. His first port of call was the flat of one Eleanor Baxter in Cheney Walk. A tall, thin girl, she was unmarried and lived on her own. Her acquaintance with our quarry having stemmed from the fact that they'd worked together in the same office for some months.
There's really very little I can tell you, Mr. Studdy. I really didn't know Jane that well.
You can't think of anywhere she might have gone?
I'm afraid not. I hadn't seen her for 6 weeks or more. Well, not since the evening she asked me over to dinner. That's how I came to meet Mrs. Heathcott, by the way.
And how were relations between them?
Well, I don't know. It's difficult to say. They had so little in common. I mean, Mrs. Heathcott is such a vivacious, lively person. Although I must admit I didn't exactly see her to her best advantage that night. It was rather embarrassing, really. Well, Jane and I had dinner alone in the flat, and Mrs. Heathcott wasn't expected home until quite late, but somewhere about 10 she came in with some man. I don't know who he was, and I'm pretty sure Jane didn't either. But he acted as if he owned the place, and certainly as if he owned Mrs. Heathcott. I don't know if they'd had a little too much to drink or not, but, well, they did carry on rather.
How do you mean?
Well, kissing and so forth. I couldn't help being a little shocked.
How did Jane react to it?
I'm not quite sure, but somehow I got the idea it wasn't the first time it had happened. Mrs. Heathcott bringing a man home, I mean. It's a dreadful thing to say about anybody I know, but, well, I think she might be one of those women who...
Yeah?
People have all kinds of addictions. Some to drink, others to drugs.
And Mrs. Heathcott?
I have a feeling hers is to men.
The second name on the agent's list was a Miss Helen Gurney, who had rooms in Fulham and who had known our quarry for a number of years. Plumpish, with a pleasant face, she'd no hesitation in airing her considered opinion of Audrey Heathcott, whom she'd met on several occasions.
The woman's a very poor type, in my opinion. How Jane put up with her for so long, I'll never know. If she'd been my mother, I'd have disowned her years ago.
When was the last time you saw her, Jane?
We went to the cinema one night. Oh, about a month ago.
How'd she seem then?
Much the same as usual.
She didn't give you any indication that she might be leaving home?
No, if she had, I'd have thrown a party. Anything to get her away from that woman. Oh, I'm so glad she's finally made the break. Now she might have a chance to lead a life of her own. Have a little fun for a change.
Is there anybody you can think of she might have turned to?
Not really. Unless...
Yeah?
Well, she was very friendly with Mr. Heston.
Mr. Heston?
The vicar at St. Michael's. She used to help him quite a bit, organising church functions and the like.
I didn't think she had any male friends.
Well, I wouldn't exactly call Mr. Heston that. He's well over 60 and a married man into the bargain. But she's always thought a great deal of him. That I know. She could easily have gone to him for advice. In fact, if that's what she wanted, he'd be the first person she'd approach.
At the vicarage adjoining St. Michael's Parish Church on the fringe of Barnes Common, Studdy made the acquaintance of the Reverend John Heston, a balding man, kindly-faced, with twinkling eyes and a ready smile.
Jane,
Oh, yes, indeed, Mr. Study. She and I are old friends. You say her mother sent you here?
Well, yes, indirectly. The point is she's left home. I've been retained by Mrs. Heathcott to trace her.
I see.
Has she been here at all?
She was here this morning.
Oh?
To say goodbye.
Goodbye?
I understand all the formalities have been attended to. The ship leaves at the end of the week.
What ship?
Of course you wouldn't know. She's been toying with the idea for a long time. Now she's finally made up her mind.
To do what?
Emigrate to Canada.
Somewhat taken aback, Study was quick to press the vicar for details. Heston declined to answer his questions, however, pointing out that any discussion he'd had with Jane Heathcote had been in confidence, and that what she'd told him he was not at all at liberty to repeat.
I'm sorry, Mr. Study, but there it is.
Oh, that's okay, sir. If you'll just tell me where I can find her.
Well, I don't see that can do much harm. She's staying at a guest house in Kentish Town.
Uh-huh. And the address?
Not sure of the actual address, but the name of the place is Baltimore Lodge.
With this information, Study had little trouble in locating the guest house in question, and upon his arrival there, he spoke to the proprietor, who directs him to a room on the first floor.
Yes,
Jane Heathcott?
that's right.
How do you do? I'm Paul Study, Missing Persons Bureau.
Her face was devoid of makeup, and her figure, clad as it was in a drab grey frock, left a good deal to be desired. But there was much about her appearance which was very far from unattractive. Startled by Study's intrusion, she could do little else except stand there and stare, as he explained who had sent him and why it was that he'd come. A pause of several seconds ensued, before at length she broke the silence.
I'm leaving for Canada on Friday morning, Mr. Study. Please tell my mother she won't be seeing me again. Ever.
Uh-huh. I'll do that with pleasure, but first, I'm kind of curious to know just what it was made you finally clear out after so long.
We had an argument. She lost her temper. Said a little more than she intended to. I've put up with a lot from her, Mr. Study. Her endless stream of affairs, the indignities she's heaped on me at every opportunity. But when she informed me that she didn't even know who my father was, something inside me snapped. I knew then I just had to get away from her. Over the past few years, I've constantly watched her trying to prove to herself and to me that age hasn't detracted from her charms, that she can still fascinate men and hold them. But she's fighting a losing battle, Mr. Study, and she knows it. In a way, it's rather tragic.
Tragic, but inevitable.
She's even managed to find solace in the fact that I've never been attractive to men. That she still has powers that I never possessed. And let's face it, she does.
No, now there, I've got to disagree. I've got a hunch that her loss will be your gain. When you go over to Canada, you'll be starting off fresh. For the first time, you won't have to worry about being humiliated in front of others. There'll be nobody to humiliate you. You'll be on your own 2 feet. I think I'm a good enough judge of women to hazard a pretty firm guess that once you start walking on them, you won't look back.
Henry Simon returns to conclude this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
Jane Heathcott duly sailed for Canada and has since settled in Vancouver. I understand she's now married to a Canadian and has a baby son. Not long after her departure, her mother featured prominently in a particularly unsavory divorce case. But what's become of her since then, I couldn't say. Of this I am certain, however. Her fate will not be an enviable one. And now, as always, this is Henry Simon inviting you to meet me here again, and for the present, bidding you au revoir. This is Henry Simon, bringing you another story from my files here at the Missing Persons Bureau.
In these stories of the Missing Persons Bureau, dramatized for Henry Simon by Ross Napier, names and addresses have, for obvious reasons, been changed. In one moment, the search for Jullian Frost. Address unknown. And here again is Henry Simon.
His name was Jullian Frost, but most people in the neighborhood referred to him simply as the Old Soldier, a title which was apt as it was affectionate, for Jullian had seen service in both the Boer War and the Kaiser's War. In the latter, thrice decorated, he had been given his commission, and his proudest possession was the old uniform which he'd first worn late in 1916 as Second Lieutenant Frost, DCM, DSM and Bar. In 1952, it was still to be found in his cupboard in mothballs and just a little frayed at the edges, but still as handsome as ever. The same uniform of glory which had graced the battlefields of France over 3 decades before. At the age of 73, well in retirement, although still active, the old soldier lived with his son and daughter-in-law in their Wandsworth home, where he spent his days pottering in the garden and a good part of his evenings relating the details of various World War exploits to his 10-year-old grandson, Philip, who loved nothing more than to sit by the hour, just listening to the old man's tales of valor and gore.
And there we were, cut off on all sides with our retreat blocked and the German lines directly ahead. Now, to advance meant certain death. To fall back also meant death. And to stay where we were meant a fate even worse. Capture by the enemy.
Gosh! So what did you do?
Well, there was only one course open to us. We had to go underground.
Underground?
At the risk of burying ourselves alive. Let me see now. I need a pencil and paper to show you exactly what our position was and the location of our own and the German line.
Oh, here's a pencil. You can use the back of my exercise book to draw on.
Isn't this one of your school books?
Oh, it doesn't matter. I can rub it out again tomorrow after I've shown the chaps.
Shown the chaps?
At school. Well, they all know about you. What a hero you were. How you won your medals.
Well, now, I wouldn't go so far as to say I was a hero. I was just one of many thousands of men serving my country as best I could.
They didn't get all the medals like you did.
Oh, perhaps not. But the most courageous deeds often went unnoticed. Like the time little Sandy McLaughlin captured that machine gun post single-handed. I believe I told you the story that...
What's going on here?
Oh, it's all right, Dad. Grandpa's just telling me a story.
I'll bet he is.
You met Sandy McLaughlin's son. We spent Christmas with him up at the lakes once. You were only a boy then, not much older than Philip here. Seems like yesterday we hired that launch.
I'm sorry, Dad. It's a little late for reminiscing. I've just got to get to bed. Come along, old chap.
Oh, gosh. Can I stay up just a little longer?
Not tonight. Your mother's waiting for you in the bathroom. You run along now. I'll drop in and say good night in a few minutes.
You always get interrupted at the most exciting spots. Night, Grandpa.
Good night, my boy. Sleep well. I'll finish the story when you come home from school tomorrow.
You won't forget now?
Oh, I won't forget.
Now, you hurry on, Phil. Your mother's waiting.
I'm going. Night.
Close the door after you. I want to have a little chat with Grandpa.
There's a fine lad, that. Great credit to you and Jenny.
And you're his ideal. I suppose you realize that.
I like to think he respects me.
Now, respecting you is one thing. Worshipping you is another.
Worshipping?
That's what I said. He looks on you as a sort of a combination of Alexander the Great and Julius Caesar with Sir Galahad at King Arthur's court thrown in for good measure.
Oh, my dear boy, aren't you exaggerating a trifle?
No, Dad, I'm not. To the contrary, if anything. You've filled his head so full of blood and thunder notion that he's beginning to gather a rather warped set of values. To him, war's something noble and grand, a series of gallant acts spliced with good fellowship and fun, and that's not so, Dad, and you know it. You know it better than most. I fought in the last one. You took part in the two before that. And we both saw more than our fair share of tragedy and suffering. Oh, I've done all I can to erase wartime activities from my mind, but you seem determined to relive yours over and over again, to thrust them on Philip. Give him ideas of becoming a soldier himself so he can fight in the Third World War even more bloody than his predecessors.
Oh, that's hardly fair,
Fair or not, it's the truth, Dad. I can see the effect it's having on him, even if you can't. And then Jenny, how do you think she feels about it?
Frankly, it never occurred to me
That's
that...
the whole point, Dad. It should have occurred to you. If it had, there'd be no necessity for me to speak to you like this. Believe me, it's not a job I relish.
In effect, what you're saying is that I'm a bad influence on the boy. Is that it?
Oh, no, not for a moment. Look, I'm simply trying to point out that all this war talk isn't doing him any good. Both Jenny and I feel that, well, he should be more interested in the cultural side of life.
I was under the impression he was doing well at school.
Well, so he is, but not nearly as well as he should be doing. And it's largely due to you that he's not.
I see.
Now, look, please try to understand, Dad. I don't want to...
I understand well enough.
You do see what I'm getting at, then?
Yes, I think perhaps I do.
Oh, then, I'll say no more about it. Well, he should be through in the bathroom by this. Better go in and give Jenny a hand getting him to bed.
Yes, I think I'll call it a day myself.
That's a good idea. You do look tired. Well, no hard feelings, Dad?
No hard feelings, son. Thanks for setting me straight.
Alan, are you there?
In the lounge, dear.
Honestly, that boy of yours is always so full of beans at bedtime, it's impossible to interest him in sleep. Where's Dad?
He's gone to bed.
So early? Oh, he said something about watching some show on TV at 9.
I think he's a little cut up. My pep talk knocked the stuffing out of him, rather.
Oh, I hope you weren't too hard on him.
I tried not to be.
Oh, you should have let me handle it. I'd have used a more subtle approach.
He'll get over it.
I'll go and see if he's all right.
Now, look, I wouldn't if I were you, dear. I think you'd prefer to be left alone. Any patching up that has to be done can wait till tomorrow.
Oh, I just hate to think of him being upset.
Well, no more than I do, but well, unfortunately, there was no other way. He has to be made to understand that...
I suppose you're right. Seems rather brutal, even so. All he has left in his life are memories.
Memories of war and soldiering.
You have a good many yourself.
Well, let's hope I don't live to inflict them on my grandchildren.
Well, I doubt if you will. The essential difference between you and your father is a basic one. Significant of the times, perhaps. This generation is given to remembering. Yours is solely bent on trying to forget.
Come on, eat up, Phil. You'll be late for school.
I've got ages yet. What's happened to Grandpa? It's not like him to sleep in.
Oh, he'll be down presently. Your mother's gone up to call him.
I knocked on his door earlier. He didn't answer.
Well, he's a pretty sound sleeper when he gets going. And now, don't you forget your milk now.
Oh, I hate milk.
It's a characteristic of young boys to hate everything that's good for them. That's why parents are invented. To see that they,
Alan, would you come outside for a moment?
What's wrong, dear?
Where's Grandpa?
You go on with your breakfast, darling. We'll be back in a second.
And just you see you don't pour that milk down the sink. Well?
Alan, he's gone.
What?
Dad, he's not in his room.
Oh, he probably went for a stroll. He often does before breakfast.
If he did, he's been out all night. His bed hasn't been slept in.
For the Missing Persons Bureau, this story had its beginning some 3 days later, when I was visited here in my office by Alan Frost and his wife. Both appeared to be under a very considerable strain, which was duly explained by the fact that the old soldier had not been seen or heard of since his room had been found empty on the previous Friday morning.
We've almost been beside ourselves with worry, Mr. Simon. Not knowing where he is, what he might be doing.
If only he'd left a message or given us some warning, but we've had absolutely no word at all.
You say he left the house sometime during the night?
We must have done. After we went to bed.
What time was that?
Around 11.
You found that he was missing at what time the following morning?
Between 1:15 and 8:30, but Phil said he knocked on his door before 7 and there was no answer.
I see. It's roughly 8 hours. Did he take much with him in the way of clothes?
His best-worn suit and his uniform.
Uniform?
The uniform he wore in the First War. He's had it in cold storage for 30-odd years, ever since he took it off in 1918.
He's always treasured it.
And money? How is he fixed there?
Well, most of it's tied up in investments. He couldn't get his hands on it if he wanted to. Not without consulting his broker, who's a personal friend of mine. Well, even then it'd take time.
Have you been in touch with him? The broker, I mean?
Yes. He promised to let me know if Dad makes any attempt to contact him.
Was he in the habit of keeping money about the house?
Oh, up to about 10 or 15 pounds.
Derived from his investments?
Yes. The payments were made through me. I more or less manage his affairs.
I see. So at present he has no access to his income?
Not directly, no.
Has he any close friends he might have turned to?
Well, most of his friends are dead.
No other relatives?
Well, none to speak of.
And he's been retired from active business for quite a while, I think you said?
11 years.
What was his occupation?
A draftsman.
He's been living with you now for how long?
Well, since Mother died, that's going on 6 years.
Uh-huh. And his present age is 73.
He'll be 74 in July.
I see. Is he still in possession of all his faculties?
Oh, complete possession. Except for 1 or 2 eccentricities, he's as alert as ever he was.
Eccentricities?
Well, to do with his wartime escapades. As I mentioned, he has a strong tendency to live in the past.
That's a common failing amongst old soldiers.
Whoever wrote that song knew what he was talking about.
Song?
They don't die. They simply fade away.
Henry Simon returns to continue this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
It was a touching story. One could not help feeling sympathy for the old soldier, who had presumably been so upset by his son's attitude that he'd left home, possibly intending never to return. However, by the same token, I often felt that Alan Frost's attitude had been an unreasonable one. He'd acted in what he considered to be the very best interests of his own son, a view which I found very difficult not to share. Accordingly, following the departure of my client, I sent for Agent Bob Hunter, with whom I discussed the various aspects of his case.
Yeah, it could be a tough one, Chief. The older they are, the trickier they are, especially when they get a good start. He could be anywhere at all by this.
Well, I wouldn't say exactly that, Hunter.
Huh?
For a start, he'd be limited by financial barriers.
No, not necessarily. For all we know, he could have had a pile sold away in his room.
He could have, but it's most unlikely that he did. Now, don't forget, his departure was an abrupt one. He'd no time at all to prepare himself for the road ahead. Whatever plans he made, if any, must be made on the spur of the moment. Apart from which, of course, the only access he had to his income was through our client, who seemed to be most definite that he must have left the house with something under £15 in his pocket. In view of that, I think we can safely assume that wherever he is, it won't be very long before he's going to be in need of cash, which he can get only from his broker or from his son. Moreover, he's very much too old to land a job, so, of course, we can discount any possibility of that kind.
Well, in other words, you figure all we have to do is sit tight and wait for him to contact the broker.
Indeed not. From all accounts, he's a very stubborn man as well as a proud one. He'd know if he approached his broker that his son would come to hear of it, which to my mind would undoubtedly be a confession of dependability. And at this point, I imagine that's the last thing he'd want.
Well, what does he do, starve to death?
He gets by as best he can for as long as he can. In so doing, of course, he could very well do irreparable damage to his health, both mental and physical.
Yeah.
So that's why he has to be found, and found soon.
Now, the big question is, where do we start looking?
Well, let's see now. He left his home sometime after 11 p.m. on the Thursday evening.
Which would mean any time till 7 a.m. the following morning.
Obviously, he couldn't have called a cab from the house without risk of being overheard. And if he'd left after midnight, the train and bus services would have ceased.
Which indicates what exactly?
That either he left before midnight or after 5 o'clock in the next morning, when the services were again resumed.
Unless he spent the night on the station or somewhere similar.
Won't you better examine his room? See if you can unearth any leads there. Hasn't been touched since he went.
What's the address again?
Wandsworth, 17 Harpen Road. At the Frosts' home, an attractive brick dwelling in Harpen Road, Wandsworth, Hunter was greeted by Jennifer Frost, who led him upstairs to her father-in-law's room at the rear of the house. Large and airy, it was neat and well furnished, albeit for an abundance of military souvenirs which lined the walls and mantel. Souvenirs which ranged from a tattered regimental flag to a polished bayonet, which hung unsheathed above a framed photograph of Lord Kitchener.
It's something of a military mausoleum, as you can see.
Well, to each his own, I always say. That's exactly how you found it.
Exactly. Nothing's been moved or interfered with in any way.
Yeah, you said the bed hadn't been slept in.
You can see for yourself. I put fresh sheets on the day before. They're not even creased.
Some cigar butts in the ashtray. You smoke cigars, huh?
Always.
Rodriguez Provincial Red. Yeah, expensive.
Yes, it was his one extravagance. He never smoked any other brand.
Did he take his pajamas, by the way?
To tell you the truth, I didn't think to check. He kept them under his pillow.
Yeah. Nah. Not here. I guess it... Oh, what's it?
His address book, is it?
It looks like it. Knew plenty of people.
Oh, he's had it for years.
There's a calendar in the front. 1919. Yeah, that's going back a bit.
Everything in this room goes back at least that far.
I wonder.
What?
Maybe he was looking up the addresses of some of his old pals.
Well, as my husband explained to Mr. Simon, most of them are dead.
Yeah, but they can't all be. I mean, there must be, 500 names here if there's a dozen. Maybe if we went through it together, we might dig up a few possibilities.
I'm afraid I'd be no help. Alan might be there.
Where could I reach him?
At his office. He's with Gamble and O'Rourke, the textile people.
Oh, good.
If you like, I'll give him a ring. Tell him you're on your way.
Well, I don't quite follow, Mr. Hunter. What's your idea exactly?
Well, we found the book under his pillow. Now, it seems to me there's a fair possibility he consulted it before leaving. In which case, the answer we're after could be somewhere between these two covers.
You believe he may have contacted one of his old army friends?
Yeah, it's conceivable.
Oh, I can't think who he'd be... Oh, Jove, it suddenly occurs to me.
Yeah?
On the evening of his disappearance, just before I had my talk to him, he was telling Phil a story. I'm not sure what it was about, but it had to do with a chap named Sandy McLaughlin.
Sandy McLaughlin?
He and Dad went right through the First War together. They kept in contact for quite a few years after that. Our two families spent a Christmas together up in the Lakes District. Well, I was only a youngster at the time, but I remember very well. It must have been around about 1928-29.
Was he still alive?
I wouldn't know. The other night was the first time I'd heard mention of his name in years.
Well, let's see if he's listed. McLaughlin. Look, here we are. Sandy McLaughlin, 8 Carlisle Road, Inverness.
That's right, he was Scottish. I seem to recall he had rather a broad accent. Oh, that address must be 30 years old. There's not much chance he'd still be there, even if he's alive.
Yeah, but he must have been there till your father lost touch with him. Assuming he did, that is, which, well, it couldn't have been till after your Christmas at the Lakes.
True.
In any case, if it was McLaughlin he was looking up with the view to paying him a visit, he obviously didn't know of any other address. So he could have gone there regardless.
I suppose it's worth following up.
Well, we got nothing else. What can we lose?
It was a slim chance, yet it was not without a certain solidarity of foundation. Indeed, it stood to reason that if McLaughlin had been on our quarry's mind shortly before his departure, he might very well have turned to his old friend and comrade in arms for consolation. So it was that Hunter journeyed to Inverness on the following day, arriving at his destination shortly after 4 in the afternoon. Situated in the upper northeast ridge of the Scottish coast, Inverness is famed chiefly for its proximity to the fabled Loch Ness, one of the most glorious expanses of water in the world, bordered by mountainous countryside of breathtaking beauty. Carlisle Road, some half a mile from the town centre, proved to be an impressive thoroughfare. Lined on either side by neat bungalows, it had about it an atmosphere of peace and solitude. Number 8 on the left-hand side, not very far along from Grenville Avenue, was shaded in front by a flowering shrub, which grew higher than the house itself and extended throughout the entire length of the veranda. In answer to Hunter's ring, the door was opened by a plumpish, middle-aged woman in a house dress and slippers. Her features were sharp and pronounced, as was her Highland accent.
If you've something to sell, I'm not buying, so there is an end to it.
Oh, that's okay, ma'am. I'm no salesman. Hunter's the name. I'm from London.
From London?
Yep. I'm trying to contact the man who used to live here, name of McLaughlin.
Well, I'm Beth McLaughlin. Would it be my husband, Jim?
Well, could be. Was he ever known as Sandy?
Oh, no, you're thinking of Andrew, his brother.
Andrew?
Aye, Sandy to his friends. He used to live here many years ago, before the old people died. Him and his wife, Maggie. Then they moved out and we moved in, Jim and me. And that was back in 1934. We've been here ever since.
And Sandy, Andrew?
He has a wee place in Kilmarnock. We didn't see much of him these days. He's getting old and decrepit, you know. Oh, quite a handful he's become. With naught to talk about but how he won the war back in 1918. Mm-hmm. To hear him carry on, you'd swear the Kaiser surrendered to him personally. Oh, but he's getting popular in his dotage, it seems. The other second has been here asking for him in the past few days.
There was somebody else?
Aye. One of his old trench companions, I'll warrant. Out for a fling.
He didn't mention his name, I suppose.
Aye, he did that. What was it now? Snow?
Frost?
Aye, that was it. Frost. I knew it was something to do with cold weather.
Abruptly, faint hope had become certain knowledge, and Hunter was assured that his trail was a true one. Accordingly, some 2 hours later, he boarded an express train bound for Glasgow, where he spent the night, and from whence he proceeded on the following morning on a district line to Kilmarnock, which was some 20 miles to the south. The address he had given was Lawton Street, number 25, which he found without any sort of difficulty. It was a stone bungalow and of ancient extraction, and it bore many signs of disrepair.
Aye.
Morning, ma'am. Would this be the home of Mr. Andrew McLaughlin?
Aye, it would be. What is it you're wanting?
Well, I'm trying to locate a man named Frost, Jullian Frost. I understand
If you've come to take him away, it's a good thing.
But he's here?
Aye, he's here right enough. For 3 days now, since he arrived, he's been swapping tales of war with that husband of mine, 50 to the dozen. I tell you, if they're not separated soon, it'll be me who's declaring war, and they'll be on the receiving end of my heavy artillery.
On being ushered into the drawing room, Hunter was asked to wait, and a few minutes later he found himself being confronted by his quarry, Jullian Frost. The old soldier looked very well, although somewhat flushed and more than a little excited, and the agent knew without being told that he'd recently emerged from a major campaign, which had been fought not with guns of war, but with words, words that spoke louder than cannon, memories that lingered on, memories which death alone could erase.
Just answer me one question, Mr. Hunter.
Sure.
Is it wrong for a man to remember?
No, sir. Nor is it wrong to forget. It's just a question of how you go about it. I mean, it's possible to compromise between the two. There's a happy medium. And when you return home, I think you're going to find it.
They don't want me, Mr. Hunter. I'm an intruder. An intruder on the present and on the future. I have only the past to live for. And to them, the past is dead.
Well, wait a minute, sir. Let's get the facts straight. I mean, if it wasn't for the past, we'd have no present or no future either. Your son would never have been born, or his son after him. I mean, they're as aware of that fact as you are.
I wonder.
And as for not wanting you, well, I think I know better than that. But if it's assurance you're after, take it from me. They not only want you, they need you. You're as much a part of their life as they are of yours. Makes you a very fortunate guy indeed. But you've got more than most, old soldier. Don't aim your guns the wrong way.
Henry Simon returns to conclude this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
After a good deal of persuasion, Hunter finally extracted a promise from the old soldier that he would return home by the end of the week. A promise which was duly honored, much, of course, to the relief and the joy of his family, who, needless to say, welcomed him back with open arms. He had, it transpired, left home shortly after midnight on a Thursday evening, And on discovering he'd missed the last train up to London, he'd spent the night in a waiting room at Wandsworth Station. On resumption of the service the following morning, he travelled by tube to Euston, and thence by express to Inverness. It is said that everything happened for the best, and perhaps this case was no exception to the rule. At all events, it led to a very much closer understanding between father and son, and both are no doubt the wiser because of it. And now, as always, this is Henry Simon inviting you to meet me here again, and for the present bidding you not goodbye, but simply au revoir.
This is Henry Simon, bringing you another story from my files here at the Missing Persons Bureau.
In these stories of the Missing Persons Bureau, dramatized for Henry Simon by Ross Napier, names and addresses have, for obvious reasons, been changed. In one moment, the search for Jullian Penmark, address unknown. And here again is Henry Simon.
In many cases, the tracing of a missing person involves more than just a search. So often complications crop up which seriously impede our investigations, and occasionally even force us to abandon them altogether. Then, of course, there are those cases in which complications are present from the very outset, such as in that detailed in the file card which I have before me now. It was on a Tuesday morning in the June of 1951, when I was visited here in my office by a Mrs. Russell Webster. A fine-looking, well-groomed woman in her mid-50s, she explained that she'd been twice widowed. And until 5 days before, she'd been sharing a flat with a 28-year-old bachelor son, Jullian Penmark, to whom she'd given birth in the early years of her marriage.
I have no other children, only Jullian. His father died when he was 10, and I had to take a job to support him. Then, a few years later, I married Russell Webster.
And Jullian remained with you?
We sent him to a boarding school and then on to Oxford. He and Russell were never on the best of terms. After his graduation, he took rooms somewhere in Knightsbridge. We saw very little of him. And then, when Russell died in 1947, he came back to live with me.
At your suggestion or his?
We were both lonely. It seemed the obvious thing.
And you've been together ever since?
Except for a short period, yes.
He left home 5 days ago, you say?
Last Thursday morning.
Gave you no previous indication of his intention?
None whatever.
Well, did he leave a note or any form of message?
Nothing.
He took clothing with him? Money?
He certainly had money, or should have done. I paid him his monthly allowance only the day before.
Allowance?
He doesn't work. I've been supporting him.
Why is that exactly?
He's not terribly strong. He tires easily.
Has he ever worked?
Not for a salary, no.
How long have you been paying him this allowance?
Since he came down from Oxford. Before that, he received £40 a month.
And now?
100.
Russell was a wealthy man. He left us both amply provided for.
So on the day prior to your son's departure, you paid him £100.
Well, 85 to be exact. He'd borrowed 15 from the previous month.
£25 a week. Quite a substantial amount. What did he spend it on?
Clothes and books, mostly. He reads a great deal. Then, of course, he has his stamp collection. He spends quite a lot on that. And his records.
Records?
He's interested in classical music. He has hundreds of recordings.
I see. You've never urged him to take a job?
I suggested it from time to time, but I only succeeded in making him annoyed. He said if I was tired of having him about the place, he'd get out and find other lodgings. Well, naturally, I didn't want that, so I let him be.
Did he have any romantic interests?
No, he's never been particularly interested in women.
Any close friends?
Not that I know of. He hates mixing. He always has done.
Is he the shy type or just unsociable?
Just unsociable, I'm afraid. He's certainly never been too shy to be rude to people, friends of mine and so forth. And when I say rude, I mean deliberately and pointedly insulting. It reached a stage where I didn't invite anyone over for fear of what he might say to them.
Has he always been like this?
Oh, more or less. But it's been worse since he got out of hospital.
Hospital?
Actually, it was a sort of rest home, a sanatorium.
Oh?
He had a breakdown. It was only slight, but, well, he was quite ill.
Nervous breakdown?
Yes.
How long was he inside this sanatorium?
5 months.
What form did this breakdown take exactly?
A form?
Yes, the breakdown.
He acquired a sudden passion for setting things on fire.
Setting things on fire?
Fortunately, he was prevented from doing any real damage, but, well, it was all most upsetting.
I imagine it would be. Did he enter the sanatorium of his own free will?
On a doctor's advice, yes.
And when he came out?
He seemed all right, just moody and restless.
I see. How long ago was all this?
Close enough to 3 years.
And there's been no recurrence of his firebug tendencies?
No apparent recurrence. But that's what worries me so. I'm wondering if his disappearance signifies that he...
That he might be up to his old tricks again.
Well, yes. If he suffered a relapse, there's no telling what could happen.
I suppose you hadn't thought of contacting the police?
The police?
Under the circumstances, you know, it might be advisable.
To set the law on my own son?
Oh, no, to have them trace him.
But that's why I've come to you. If I brought the police into it, he'd never forgive me. It'd be the end of everything.
The point I'm trying to make is, supposing he does some sort of damage.
Well, I want him found before he has a chance to.
It's beyond 5 days already.
You don't understand, Mr. Simon. I'm not saying he has suffered a relapse. I'm saying it's possible.
Even so.
If you're not prepared to accept the case, of course, I'll go elsewhere. There are any amount of private inquiries agencies about.
I didn't say I wasn't prepared to accept the case, Mr. Webster. I merely raised the question as to whether or not it might be advisable to contact the police.
Well, I'm telling you now, I won't have the police involved.
As you wish.
You wouldn't approach them against my will.
Only if I felt it to be absolutely necessary.
You gave me your word earlier that everything I told you would be treated in the strictest confidence.
And so it will be. You can walk right out of this office now, quite secure in the knowledge that not a word of what you said to me will be repeated. But if you press me to accept this case, I must act as I think best, in my own interest just as much as in yours. Now, that's not to say that I shall go to the police. Chances are it won't be necessary. But if, during the course of this investigation, I decide that it is, then you must abide by my decision. You see, Mrs. Webster, an organization such as ours just has to protect itself. At the same time, of course, as it's protecting its clients. If it were otherwise, we wouldn't be in business. In plain terms, we just can't afford the risk of becoming accessories before the fact.
You talk of accessories and protection. All I'm asking you to do is to find my son.
And I've told you we shall do everything possible to, if you're agreeable to the stipulation which I've just made.
Well, so long as I have your assurance you won't act indiscreetly.
I believe we have something of a reputation for not doing so, Mrs. Webster. It's our policy to be as discreet as possible, regardless of the situation or the circumstances. I see no reason at all why an exception should be made in this case.
I'm sorry. I spoke rather thoughtlessly. Please forgive me.
No, there's nothing to forgive. I fully understand your anxiety, Mrs. Webster. You're under a considerable strain. It's not very surprising that you should be on edge. I just want to be quite certain that you appreciate my position, that you're not labouring under any sort of false notions.
Of course.
Now we understand each other. Do you still want to leave things in my hands?
If you're agreeable, yes.
Fine. I'll just jot down one or two more particulars, and then we can commence our investigations right away. The tracing of Jullian Penmark was not an assignment I relished. On the contrary, in fact. For I'd long been wary of cases involving the mentally maladjusted. For one thing, they rarely do what's expected of them, and they often do what isn't. For another, they have quite a habit of spelling trouble with a capital T. Be this as it may, however, I saw no legitimate reason for refusing the case, and an hour later I followed my client's departure by sending for Agent Paul's study, who, on being acquainted with facts, expressed sentiments very similar to my own.
A firebug, eh? Oh, so help me, that's about all I need to wind up in the nut house myself.
Well, there's nothing at all tangible to suggest he's still a victim of his old obsession. He was supposedly cured 3 years ago.
Yeah, supposedly.
And he wasn't in a mental asylum. He was in a sanatorium.
Okay, I'll go quietly. Where do I start?
I think the best plan would be to have a word with the doctor who treated him. Perhaps he might be able to shed a little more light on the subject. Oh, that wasn't intended as a pun.
Yuck, yuck.
His name is Cabot, Charles Cabot.
Brain specialist?
Something of the kind. Mrs. Webster referred to him as a doctor of psychiatry. He has rooms in Belmore Road, just along from Holly.
Yeah, I know it.
It's number 34.
And he's the one who put him away, eh?
Well, he recommended a rest cure.
Well, no harm in checking with him, I guess.
Mrs. Webster said she'd give him a ring. He ought to be expecting you. At the Belmore Road consulting rooms of Charles Cabot, Study was ushered into the presence of a tall, gaunt-featured man with a slight stoop, who informed him that Mrs. Webster had phoned not 20 minutes before.
Yes, she said you'd probably be paying me a visit, Mr. Study, but I didn't realize she meant quite so soon.
Well, I'll be as brief as I can, sir. I guess she explained about her son leaving home.
She did, and I'm not so sure that I like the sound of it.
You figure he's had a relapse?
It's not my business to figure, Mr. Study, but I'd say it's on the cards.
Well, I understand he was cured when he left the sanatorium.
So far as could be estimated, he was. But it's quite impossible to be 100% certain about anyone, particularly a person like Penmark.
Uh-huh.
I did everything I could for him, but for some reason he refused to allow himself to cooperate. It was almost as if he didn't want to be cured.
Uh-huh.
Moreover, he took an intense dislike to me from the moment of our first meeting. I was an intruder into his subconscious, and he resented me because of it. On one occasion, he actually accused me of trying to destroy his sanity. Very difficult patient, I'm afraid.
He wasn't dangerous.
No, not in the normal sense.
Except when he got his hands on a box of matches, huh?
Precisely.
Well, if he has suffered a relapse, do you feel he may have picked up where he left off, so to speak?
Well, if you'd asked me that question an hour ago, my answer would have been very definitely no. Now I'm not so sure.
How come?
Well, as I said, he had no love for me, and in fact his dislike amounted to a hatred.
So?
According to his mother, he left home last Thursday morning.
Uh-huh.
On Thursday night, my wife and I were visiting some friends. We got home rather late to find the police waiting for us.
Police?
And our house had been burnt down.
Henry Simon returns to continue this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
Study is used to sudden twists and surprises, but he was hardly prepared for Charles Cabot's abrupt announcement that his house had been burned down during the evening of the day on which our quarry had left home. To encounter such a very explosive turn of events so early in our investigation was unusual enough in itself, but in this case it was akin to a volcanic eruption.
You mean to tell me that your place was burnt down completely?
It might as well have been. The walls were still standing, the interior was gutted.
Oh, brother.
And that's why I was so shocked to hear from Mrs. Webster that her son had disappeared from home that same morning.
Do you know if he knew where you lived?
My address is in the phone book. It wouldn't have been too difficult for him to find out.
No, I suppose not. And he really had it in for you, huh?
Well, as I say, he was far from being my most ardent admirer.
Yeah, puts the lid on things properly. I guess you've already phoned the police.
No. As a matter of fact, I wanted to have a word with you first.
Uh-huh. Well, have the ruins been examined?
Yes, an insurance expert looked them over yesterday.
And?
He was unable to determine the cause. In fact, he wasn't even sure if the fire had started inside the house or outside. He seemed to favor the former, but he was by no means definite about it.
Yeah. Well, I think he'll be definite enough when he hears about Penmark.
Well, I'm not so sure.
No?
We've only the fact that the fellow left home that morning to go on.
Yeah. But it's, and I think you'll have to admit this, it is kind of a queer coincidence.
Even so, it might be no more than that. You see, my wife happens to be an extremely careless woman. She almost burnt the place down once before by leaving the iron on. And then on another occasion, she left a lighted cigarette on the mantelpiece. It dropped on the carpet. If I hadn't spotted it when I did, well, you see what I mean. There's nothing to say that the same thing didn't happen again, or something similar.
This insurance guy, this inspector, he found no evidence of foul play?
No, he found no evidence of any kind. The thing is, you see, I don't want to charge Penmark with arson only to discover he had nothing to do with it. I'd much prefer to sound him out first, which is why I'm rather glad that you people are on the job. If you can find him before I take action, then I'll be a lot happier.
Yeah, well, just supposing, of course. But supposing there are others he has a grudge against. Well, what about their places?
Now, my dear Mr. Studley, you don't seem to realize the man can't be arrested simply because he chose to leave home when he did. Besides, if he was responsible, and he gets wind the police are on his track, well, there's no telling what he might get up to. But if you just seek him out quietly, without any fuss, well, with an even chance of getting at the truth, painlessly and effectively.
Well, okay, but I still think it's a matter for the police.
He shouldn't be too hard to trace. Suppose we give it 24 hours. If you haven't found him by this time tomorrow, I'll do as you advise, and I'll contact the police.
Yes, well, as you say, Studdy, it is a little much for coincidence, but of course I can see Cabot's point. He's loath to accuse Penmark openly without some sort of concrete evidence. If he did, and it was later discovered the fellow was nowhere at all near his home when the fire broke out, he'd be placed in rather an embarrassing position, wouldn't he? And especially in view of the possibility it could have been due to his wife's carelessness.
Yeah, well, Chief, what bothers me most is the thought that it might happen again to somebody else. In which case it'll be also on our conscience as well as Cabot's.
All right, then. Supposing we go to the police ourselves. What can they do? Even if they were successful in tracing him, they couldn't hold him. Not for any length of time, anyway. Now, of course, the thought of the effect it might have on him, being hunted down like a criminal, it could very well cause him to lose his head completely, and perhaps do something desperate, whereas a private inquiry might have worth any sort of risk of that.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, those were Cabot's sentiments, exactly.
All right, then, let's do as he suggests. Give it another 24 hours, shall we?
With nothing whatever to go on, we're going to have our work cut out for us.
Perhaps another chat with Mrs. Webster might be in order. If he has any other sort of grudges, she might know about them.
She didn't mention anybody in particular, apart from Cabot, did she?
Only mentioned him in his professional capacity. She made no reference at all to her son's animosity towards him.
Should I tell her about the fire?
Might be an idea. Might help her to appreciate the extreme seriousness of the situation.
Yeah. Well, I sure don't envy her position any.
No, nor do I envy his.
This is dreadful, Mr. Studdy. Why wasn't I told sooner?
Well, we just found out ourselves, ma'am.
I suppose Mr. Simon is all for going to the police at once.
Well, not exactly, ma'am. He and Mr. Cabot share the same view. That we should try it our way first.
If he does decide to go to them, I'll understand. You might tell him that.
Thank you, ma'am, I will. But right now, the big question is there anybody else your son doesn't like? Anybody at all? Anybody he has a beef against?
Not that I can think of. But then he's so uncommunicative.
Did you know of his feelings towards Cabot?
I knew he felt a certain resentment. It was the same with Dr. Kearns, but I had no idea.
Dr. Kearns?
The superintendent at the sanatorium. They didn't get on very well.
So it's possible he could hold a grudge there, too, eh?
Well, yes, I suppose it is. But I don't quite understand.
It's simple enough, Mrs. Webster. If your son started one fire, he'd be capable of starting another. Now, where can I locate this Dr. Kearns?
At the sanatorium, I imagine.
Sanatorium.
Down in Purley.
Purley. Is that in Surrey?
Yes. Hotham Parade. Burnside, it's called.
All right, I'll just jot that down. Burnside, Purley, Surrey. Right.
Please God he won't do any more damage.
Well, we don't know for sure that he's done any at all yet. But you're certain there's nobody else? Going back to his Oxford days, maybe, or later?
The only other person I can think of is Alan Streatham.
Alan Streatham?
Well, they shared a flat in Knightsbridge for a while, before Jullian came back to live here.
Yes.
I don't know what it was about, but they had some kind of argument, and Alan moved out.
To where?
I'm not sure, but his mother's a friend of mine. She'd know.
Well, can you contact her?
I'll phone her if you like.
Fine.
I've an idea he's married now with children of his own.
Uh-huh. Do you think you could make that call right away?
Oh, of course. You wait here. I'll do it at once.
It transpired that Alan Streatham, who had been at Oxford with our quarry, was now living with his wife and 2 children in a house at South Wimbledon. He worked in the city, however, and was interviewed by Study in his Lombard Street office later that same afternoon.
That's correct, Mr. Study. Jullian and I shared a flat together. Let's see, for about 3 months.
3 months. There was some trouble between you, I understand.
The trouble was all on his side. He's an odd sort, always has been. Quite impossible to get on with for any length of time.
Well, just what do you mean by odd?
Just odd. Queer up top. I never liked him much, but I needed a place, and, well, I moved in with him. For a while, things went smoothly enough. Then he started picking arguments, carrying on generally. Finally, he took something I said the wrong way, and that was it. We had the most colossal bust-up, and I cleared out. I don't even remember what it was about now. Something quite trivial.
Have you seen him since?
No.
Yeah. Your wife and children, are they alone in the house much?
Oh, not at present. They're spending a week with my wife's parents in Somerset. Why?
Penmark's disappeared from his home. It's possible he may have suffered a mental breakdown. Seems he has a passion for starting fires.
Wait a minute, you're not suggesting...
I'm not suggesting anything. But if I were you, I'd get somebody to keep an eye on your house for the next couple of days, just to be on the safe side.
But
Meantime, if you see any sign or hear anything of him, I'd like you to phone me at this number, if you would, immediately. Now, if I'm not there, you leave a message with my chief, Henry Simon.
After leaving Streatham, Study proceeded direct to the Burnside Sanatorium in the outlying suburb of Purley. There he sought out the superintendent, Dr. Norman Kearns, a middle-aged, greying-haired man with a protruding chin and a pockmarked forehead.
Jullian Penmark.
That's right.
Yes, of course, Mr. Study. I remember him very well. Patient here for, 4 or 5 months, I think.
Uh-huh. Tell me, did he give you very much trouble?
Well, let's put it this way, I wasn't sorry to see the last of him.
Uh-huh. Kind of difficult to handle, eh?
Yes, at times it was. Extremely difficult. Rather an aggressive young man, you know?
Yes. Well, according to his mother, he wasn't very fond of you.
Well, of course, he didn't seem any too fond of anyone. Least of all of Cabot or myself.
I don't know whether you've heard it or not, but last Thursday night, Cabot's home was burnt down.
What's that?
It's quite true. Reduced to a shell.
Good Lord.
That's why I'm taking this opportunity of warning you. May not have been Penmark's doing, of course, but
yes, I'm afraid you're a little late.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Saturday night, my own home met with a similar fate. Yes, it was burnt to the ground.
If there had been any doubt before, there could be none now. 2 men, both doctors and both out of favour with Jullian Penmark, had lost their homes by fire. That of Kearns, an 8-room bungalow not very far from the sanatorium, being completely destroyed. Initially, neither doctor connected the destruction with a former patient, but it was now quite clear that Penmark had been responsible in both cases. However, before the police could be informed, and while Studdy was still at the sanatorium, I received a phone call from our quarry's former friend, Alan Streatham.
Mr. Studdy told me to phone you, Mr. Simon.
Oh, yes?
After his warning, I rang a couple of my neighbours and asked them to keep a lookout for any loiterers in the vicinity.
Mm-hmm. And?
A moment ago, one of them rang back and said there was a man hanging about on the other side of the street. His description fits Penmark's.
I see. What's the position now?
Well, the chap next door spotted him too. They're both out in their gardens keeping an eye on him. Oh, I doubt if he'll make any move till they go back inside.
Would you excuse me a moment? I'm wanted on the other line. It might be Studdy.
Right. I'll hold on.
Yes?
Hey, it's Studdy here, Chief. I thought I'd let you know I'm calling the police in.
Oh?
Yeah, I'll give you all the details when I get back to the office.
I have Streatham on the line now. It seems a man fitting Penmark's description's been seen hanging about by a neighbour.
Well, in that case, I better make it fast. I'll call the local station, have them send them boys here right away.
Henry Simon returns to conclude this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
The man seen by Streatham's neighbour was indeed Jullian Penmark, who was duly arrested and then held on 2 charges of arson. Both were subsequently dropped, and he was committed to a home for further treatment. It is to be hoped that he has since recovered the balance of his mind and may one day resume a normal life amongst normal people. And now, as always, this is Henry Simon inviting you to meet me here again, and for the present bidding you not goodbye, but simply au revoir. This is Henry Simon, bringing you another story from my files here at the Missing Persons Bureau.
In these stories of the Missing Persons Bureau, dramatized for Henry Simon by Ross Napier, names and addresses have, for obvious reasons, been changed. In one moment, the search for Herold, Christopher, Margaret, and Jennifer Preston. Address unknown. And here again is Henry Simon.
On a bleak winter's morning in the early December of 1948, I was visited in my office here at the Missing Persons Bureau by a woman who gave her name as Myrna Preston. Slim and not unattractive, she had fair, shoulder-length hair, and I estimated her age as being somewhere between 30 and 35. From the commencement, it was apparent that she was laboring under a considerable strain, which in the circumstances was hardly surprising.
It's my husband, Mr. Simon. He's left home and taken the children with him.
Children?
We have 3, 2 girls and a boy.
He took them all?
Yes.
What are their ages?
Well, Jennifer's the youngest. She's just 2. Margaret's 4 and Christopher's 5.
2, 4, and 5. Mm-hmm. When did they leave?
Yesterday, while I was at work.
You have a job?
3 days a week. It's quite impossible to manage on Harry's pension alone.
Harry being your husband?
Yes.
What form of pension does he receive?
From the army. He was injured during the war.
I see, and he's unable to work?
Well, it's not a case of his being unable. He simply doesn't feel disposed to.
Oh.
Though he's taken various jobs over the past year or so, but they've never lasted. He either had a row with his boss or didn't like the work, or there was always something. Finally, I decided the only thing to do was to leave him at home to look after the children and get a job myself.
Which you did, hmm?
Yes.
Now, this was how long ago?
A little over 3 months.
Your husband was agreeable?
He could hardly be otherwise. We had to have the extra money to live. Prices as they are, it's impossible to raise 3 children on a war pension.
Are they at school?
Christopher is. The others are too young. He stayed home yesterday, though he had a slight cold in the head.
What was the nature of your husband's injury, exactly?
He was wounded in the head.
Was he affected mentally?
He didn't appear to be, not at first. His vision was pretty blurry for a while, but, well, apart from that, he seemed perfectly normal. Then he began to suffer with moods, fits of depression.
Yes?
Well, there was no way of avoiding them. They just kept getting worse.
Has he been under medical supervision?
On and off. It's done him no good, though. He simply can't settle down.
When were you married?
March 1940, before he went overseas. We had a week at Southend, then I didn't see him again for over 2 years. He was home on a month's leave in 1942, and then they sent him away again for another year.
When was he wounded?
Not till just near the end. He took part in the Normandy invasion. By then, we already had Christopher, and Margaret was on the way.
He was invalided home?
To a hospital in Northumberland.
How long did he spend there?
4 months. When they discharged him, the doctors all said he was well on the road to complete recovery, that it would only be a matter of time before he was his old self again. It was so wrong.
It wasn't quite so simple, hmm?
It was anything but.
They restored his vision?
Partially. He still has to wear special glasses. Without them, he's practically helpless. But it's not his eyesight I'm worried about. It's his state of mind.
You feel he might do the children some harm?
Not intentionally, but he's so erratic, so unpredictable.
Oh, in what way?
In every way. He has these moods, and he's likely to do anything.
You haven't thought of calling in the police, I suppose?
Oh, that's the worst thing I could do. There's no telling how he'd react.
I see.
I just want him found, that's all. So I can try and talk some sense into him.
He gave you no indication that he intended leaving?
No, he threatened to once or twice, but I never really took him seriously.
You didn't have any argument or anything of that kind?
I know better than to argue with him. It's impossible. He has only one point of view, and that's his own. I just have to agree with everything he says, which isn't easy, believe me. What else can I do? The slightest upset, and he's liable to sulk for weeks on end.
You've no idea, I suppose, where he might have gone.
No?
Does he have any close relatives or friends?
He was an only child. His parents are dead. He's lost touch with the rest of his family. As for friends, those he had gave him up long ago.
Does he have any money?
No more than a few pounds that I know of.
3 children to look after. He'll need more than a few pounds to get very far. Did anyone see them leave the house?
Well, Mrs. Jacobs from next door said she saw them at the bus stop just after lunch.
Which bus stop is that?
On the corner, just along from where we live.
And where does the bus go to?
Into town.
By which route?
Hammersmith Road, Knightsbridge, then down Piccadilly.
Yes, thank you. I think we might look into that for a start. See if we can't ascertain exactly which bus it was and at what stop they got off. Following Mrs. Preston's departure, some 20 minutes later, I duly assigned to Agent Paul Studdy the task of checking with the London Transport Service in an effort to trace the bus which had picked up our quarry and his 3 children on the previous day. Initially, however, it was necessary for him to question Mrs. Jacobs, the next-door neighbour who'd actually seen them waiting at the bus stop. This he did early that same afternoon, visiting the latter's home at number 29 Springfield Avenue, Fulham.
Mrs. Jacobs?
Yes. Oh, you'd be the gentleman from the Missing Persons Bureau.
That's right. Studdy's the name.
Mrs. Preston said you'd probably be coming sometime this afternoon.
Uh-huh. I understand you saw her husband and the children waiting at the bus stop yesterday?
Yes. I was on my way down to the fruit shop.
When was this?
Shortly after lunch.
Can you remember the exact time?
Oh, let me see now. I just switched off the radio. Yes, it must have been about 1:30.
Uh-huh. You didn't actually see them get on the bus?
No, but they weren't there when I passed on my way back, and I wasn't in the shop more than a minute or so it must have come during that time.
Did you speak to them at all?
Yes, I said hello to Chris and the girls. I don't talk to Mr. Preston.
Oh, why not?
He's quite odd. In fact, I'm rather scared of him.
Scared?
You never know what to expect from him. Not so long ago, he was hosing his front garden, and our dog started barking at him. The poor little thing was only being friendly. He certainly didn't mean any harm.
Well, what did Mr. Preston do?
Drenched him with a hose. Oh, it was a freezingly cold day. What's more, when I told him not to be so cruel, he deliberately sprayed me. Yes, I got soaked to the skin. Later on, Mrs. Preston came in to apologize. Oh, I was furious. I really was.
Well, I can't say that I blame you.
And another time, he killed 3 of our chickens.
Oh, how?
Oh, they got over in his yard.
Nice neighbor.
Oh, he's peculiar. Definitely peculiar. As I say, he's just one of those people. You never know what he'll do next.
Having established the route and the approximate time of the bus concerned, Studdy had little trouble in tracing it. And late that same afternoon, he succeeded in catching up with the conductress who'd been on duty, one Elva Francis, a slim Cockney girl with a breezy manner and a cheerful smile.
You'll have to make it snappy, Mr. Studdy. I'm to take off again in 5 minutes.
Well, just a couple of questions. Won't take long. I've got a photograph here. This man boarded a bus on the corner of Springfield Avenue and Ilford Road at roughly 1:30 yesterday afternoon. He had 3 young children with him, 2 girls and a boy. You don't happen to recall seeing him, do you?
Wait a bit. Tall chap, was he?
Mm-hmm. With the thick, rimless glasses.
I remember him. He had one of the kids on his lap. The other 2 was hanging out of the window.
Can you tell me where they got off?
Matter of fact, I can. Hyde Park Corner, they had to change.
Change? For where?
Regent's Park. They was going to the zoo.
The zoo?
That's what she said.
Who told her?
Little boy, apparently. She said she was helping him off, and he told her that Daddy was taking him to see the lions and tigers. Apart from that, Preston had to check with her as to which bus went to Regent's Park. Another thing, too. She claimed he had a wad of notes in his wallet. He wanted to pay the fare with a £5 note, but she didn't have change, so he hawked out a single.
At this point, I think a further chat with Mrs. Preston might be in order.
Yeah, I figured the same thing.
I promised to let her know if anything at all came up. She's not on the phone, unfortunately, so I'm afraid you'll have to take another trip.
Yeah, I had that figured, too. Oh, well, at least I know which bus to catch.
The Preston home was a modest brick dwelling with a narrow frontage and a small garden, the latter being separated from that of Mrs. Jacobs by a low wire fence. On his arrival, Studdy found Myrna Preston on the veranda, nervously smoking a cigarette.
I've been waiting out here, hoping they just might show up.
Oh, we'll find them soon enough, don't worry. Just 1 or 2 points I'd like to check with you, though.
You haven't heard anything?
Well, it looks like after they left here, they might have gone to the zoo.
The zoo?
Uh-huh. The bus conductress remembered him.
Why on earth should...
She also remarked on the fact that your husband was carrying quite a bit of money on him.
Harry was?
She said his wallet was bulging with notes, fivers amongst them.
But it just doesn't make sense. Well, where would he get it?
Well, that's what I was hoping you could tell me.
Well, I'm sorry, but I can't even begin to think. I told Mr. Simon it was possible he might have had a few pounds put aside, but I don't know, Mr. Studdy. I honestly don't know.
Henry Simon returns to continue this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
A man leaves home unaccountably taking his 3 children with him. His disappearance is duly investigated, and it transpired that his first act upon leaving was to accompany the children to the zoo. This, combined with the fact that he'd suddenly acquired a roll of notes, gave Studdy and myself more than a little to think about.
It's got me licked, Chief. I don't mind telling you. Nothing about it adds up. First place, the guy doesn't seem to have had any motive for clearing out. The second, even if he did have a motive, it seems fantastic he'd start off by taking his kids to the zoo.
Nevertheless, that is what he appears to have done.
Well, so far as we're concerned, he couldn't have chosen a worse place. They wouldn't have been noticed by anybody there.
Hardly, no.
The way I see it, there's not a chance of picking up the trail without some kind of a fresh lead. We'd just be wasting our time by trying.
Studdy was perfectly right, of course, and accordingly we decided to shelve matters for 24 hours in the hope that something might come up. If not, it was very clearly a case for the police. At 10 the following morning, the agent again visited our client. She'd received no word, and he then informed her of our intention.
Well, I'm afraid there's no alternative, ma'am. If there's no news by 6 this evening, we can't afford to let it go unreported.
That means it'll be in the papers.
Well, not necessarily.
But it does. It's just the sort of thing they love.
Well, even so, we don't have much choice, do we?
No, I suppose not.
Meanwhile, all we can do is keep our fingers crossed and hope for the best.
It was a few minutes to 3 that same afternoon when the phone on Studdy's desk rang, and a moment later he was again speaking to Myrna Preston.
He's been here, Mr. Studdy.
He's what?
Harry, he's been to the house.
When?
About an hour ago. I was down at Mrs. Riley's place in the next block. I couldn't have been away more than 40 minutes.
And he came while you were gone?
Well, he must have done. Jennifer's doll's missing.
A doll?
Oh, it was on the bed in the nursery. I know that because I was tidying up in there before I went out. It's not there now.
You sure he didn't just put it away somewhere without thinking?
Quite sure.
But why should he come back for a doll, of all things?
Jennifer must have wanted it. She always takes it to bed with her. She won't sleep without it.
There's nothing else gone?
Not that I can see.
Have you checked with the neighbors? Anybody spot him around?
I haven't had time. As soon as I discovered it was missing, I phoned you.
Where are you calling from?
Well, next door, Mrs. Jacobs has a phone.
Uh-huh. Well, you better get back home. I'll be right out.
It was right here, Mr. Studdy, on the pillow. You can still see the imprint.
Yeah. Just an ordinary doll, was it?
Oh, quite a big one. We gave it to her last Christmas. She slept with it every night since.
Uh-huh.
And then there's this, too. I found it after I got back from phoning you.
An ashtray?
It was on the hall table. I emptied it this morning. Someone's ashed a cigarette in it since, and it certainly wasn't me. I never smoked that brand.
Has anybody else been in it all?
Only Mrs. Jacobs, and, well, she doesn't smoke at all.
Oh. And your husband does, eh?
Oh, yes, he hardly ever stops.
Tell me, what time did you leave the house?
I think it would have been about 1:45.
1:45. You were back by 1:30?
Oh, yes, at the very latest. You know, he must have been watching for me to go out.
You know, if he was, there's a good chance that somebody might have seen him.
Yes, well, Mrs. Jacobs didn't. Nor did Mrs. Hepworth. She's on the other side. And I called out to Mrs. Landy from across the street. She didn't either.
Anybody else?
No, I didn't want to leave the house again.
Yeah. Okay, you stay here. I'll go out and do some canvassing.
Working his way first along one side of the street, then along the other, Studdy questioned every resident who was at home. None of them, it appeared, had sighted Sir Harry Preston, but one, a Mrs. Sweeney, at the very far end of the block, provided him with some worthwhile information.
There was a cab parked just round the corner. There for hours it was. I couldn't help but wonder what it was doing there so long.
And, when did you first notice it?
Oh, this morning about 12, I was sweeping the path.
Uh-huh.
And it was still there at 2.
Was it occupied?
Well, there was only the driver that I could see. He was reading a newspaper. But there could have been someone in the back. I didn't get close enough to tell.
Now, you didn't happen to see the number, I guess.
Well, no, I didn't. I wasn't all that interested. It just struck me as funny, that's all.
You say it was still there at 2?
At 2, yes. But it must have left soon after. It had gone when I went to the shop.
Well, how much later was that?
Oh, I'd say not more than 15 minutes.
15 minutes. Well, thanks a lot, Mrs. Sweeney. Could be you've given me just the lead I've been looking for.
It wasn't much, but it was well worth following up. And on his return to the office, Study checked with the various radio cab companies, who in turn checked with their drivers. Within an hour, a call had come through from Ajax cabs.
You're in luck, Mr. Study. The cab you're after is T402. Driver, Arthur Johnson.
Swell. Now, where can I reach him?
You can send him to your office if you wish.
Would it be too much trouble?
Oh, no, sir, not a bit. I'll get him over right away.
Yes?
There's a Mr. Johnson here to see you, Mr. Study.
Oh, thank you, Pauline. Send him in, would you?
Yes, sir. Mr. Johnson.
Come in, Mr. Johnson. Didn't waste any time.
I got a call to get here as soon as I could. What's it all about?
Well, earlier today, your cab was parked in Springfield Avenue, Fulham, for a couple of hours. Is that right?
Yes, so what of it?
What were you doing there exactly?
Well, this fellow was waiting for someone, so he said. He told me to park, and we just sat. Didn't bother me, he was paying. Anyway, after a bit, he gets out and tells me he'll be back in a few minutes. And so he was. That's as much as I know.
Tell me, is this the man?
That's him, right enough. Queer sort of a customer.
Now, where'd you pick him up?
The Carlton Hotel.
Did you drop him back there later?
That I did. Over £4 it cost him and all.
Yeah. Was he carrying anything with him?
Well, he had a suitcase.
Yeah. Well, I think that's about all I need to know. How much do I owe you?
It was £8 bob on the meter.
8 on the meter. Well, it's a good measure. We'll make it 15.
At the Carlton Hotel in Great Russell Street, Study went straight to the reception desk, where he spoke to the clerk who was on duty.
Do you have a guy named Preston registered here, a Herold Preston?
Oh, one moment, sir. Just have a look.
He'd have come in maybe yesterday or the day before. Find it?
See now, Preston.
That's right, Preston.
The only Preston we have listed here has 3 children with him.
That's him.
Yeah, you'll find him on the 4th floor, room 406.
Emerging from the lift on the 4th floor, Study made his way along the passage to a door marked 406 at the head of the stairs. He pressed the buzzer. Once, twice. The door opened, and he found himself confronted by a small boy clad in pajamas and a dressing gown.
Well, hello there. Now, you'd be Christopher, huh?
Daddy's not here. He had to go and see someone. I'm minding Margaret and Johnny.
Oh. Are they in there?
They're asleep.
Uh-huh. Did Daddy say how long he'd be?
Well, he said only a little while. What do you want?
Your mummy sent me.
Mommy?
That's right. You like to see her?
Oh, yes.
Well, you just stay put while I make a phone call. We'll have her here in no time.
40 minutes later, following a phone call to Mrs. Jacobs, Myrna Preston arrived at the Carlton to take charge of her children, who, needless to say, were almost as happy to see her as she was to see them. There was still no sign of Preston, however, and she agreed to get them home at once, leaving Study at the hotel to await the return of his quarry. Left alone in the room, the agent settled himself down in an armchair and lit a cigarette. He'd barely smoked it through when the door opened and a man whom he recognized at once as Harry Preston entered, carrying several large packages under his arm.
Chris, I'm back. The girl's still asleep. Chris.
They've gone home.
What?
Who the devil are you?
Studies the name. Missing Persons Bureau.
Harry Preston remained quite still, making no attempt to speak, as Study explained what had happened and how it was that he came to be there. At length, after a silence of some seconds, the tall, bespectacled man dropped his parcels onto the floor and then gazed down at them, his expression one of sorrow, tinged with despair.
I bought them some toys to play with. I was going to surprise them.
You can still surprise them at home. What made you do it, Preston? Your wife's been half out of her mind.
I won some money on the pools, £50. I wanted to give them a good time.
By taking them away from their mother?
We went to the zoo, to the circus. I shouted them ice creams and drinks. Everything they asked for. I even went back home to get Jenny's doll to make her happy. I wanted them all to be happy. I wanted them to like me. Don't you understand that? I wanted them to like me. For the first time, I was able to do something for them. And now you've gone and spoilt it all, you and Myrna. Why did she have to interfere? Just tell me that. Why did she?
She's their mother.
And I'm their father. Doesn't that give me the right to make them happy?
Sure it does, but you...
If I wanted, I could tear you limb from limb. I could massacre you with my bare hands. In the army, they showed me how to break a man's neck. To wrench his throat out.
Now, take it easy, boy. We don't want any
With
roughs.
my bare hands. My glasses. Give me back my glasses. I can't see.
I guess you'll be needing a new pair. You just trod on them.
I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you.
I hate to do this, pal, but...
Desk.
Room 406 here. Get a doctor right away. There's a sick man up here. Very sick.
Henry Simon returns to conclude this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
Harry Preston was subsequently readmitted to an army hospital where he received special care and treatment. Over the following 12 months, he was operated on by 3 leading brain specialists, and several fragments of previously undetected shrapnel were removed from his skull. He is now living a perfectly normal life. He has a good job, a bright future, and a wife and 3 children who all think the world of him. And now, as always, this is Henry Simon, inviting you to meet me here again, and for the present, bidding you au revoir. This is Henry Simon, bringing you another story from my files here at the Missing Persons Bureau.
In these stories of the Missing Persons Bureau, dramatized for Henry Simon by Ross Napier, names and addresses have, for obvious reasons, been changed. In one moment, the search for David Paxton, address unknown. And here again is Henry Simon.
The taxi drew up at the curb, and a young man emerged. He was tall and good-looking, carried an overnight bag in one hand and a pair of kid gloves in the other. He wore a topcoat and scarf, and a felt hat pushed well back on his head. Paying the driver, he sauntered through the swing doors of Paxton House and made his way nonchalantly to a waiting lift, clapping the uniformed operator jovially upon the shoulder.
Houston, old boy, glad to see you again.
Why, Master David, this is a surprise, sir. Where did you spring from?
Yeah, I came down the morning train. Thought I'd stop by and have a yarn to the governor. Is he in, do you know?
There should be. I'll take you up.
Yeah, that's the scout.
Expecting you, is he?
Well, I shouldn't imagine so. I haven't been in touch with him for some weeks.
Oh, he'll be real pleased to see you.
I'm looking forward to seeing him, too.
Home for long, are you?
Better than that, old chap. I'm home for good. Sandra, darling.
David!
How perfectly charming you look.
What are you doing here?
Oh, I couldn't stay away from you for a moment longer, my sweet one. I simply had to come.
Same old David.
But it's the truth, Angel, I swear it. Have you missed me?
I've managed to survive.
Such true devotion. You'll be free this evening, of course.
No.
Splendid, I'll pick you up at 8.
David,
We'll have dinner and go on to the theatre.
We'll do nothing
And
of...
now that that's settled, you might buzz the governor and tell him the prodigal's returned.
Prodigal's the word.
Yes?
Your son's here, Mr. Paxton.
David?
Yes, sir.
Alone or with a police escort?
Alone.
Ah, good lad. I knew he'd manage it one of these days. Send him in, Sandra. Send him in.
Yes, sir. You may go in.
Thank you, my love. Where are we lunching, by the way?
We aren't.
Capital. I'll order a table and champagne for 2.
I'm not going to lunch with you, David, or dinner either.
Did I ever tell you you're the most divine creature I've ever set eyes on?
The answer is still no.
Excellent. We'll make it Martelli's. I hear the pheasant's superb.
For the last time, David, Well, that'll be your father wanting to know where you are.
I'm on my way in.
He is on his way in, sir.
Oh, good. Oh, I have Yates coming in at 12. Perhaps you'll better phone and put him off.
Yes, sir.
Should anyone else want me, tell them I'm in conference. I am not to be disturbed.
Hello, David, my dear boy.
Hello, Dad.
How wonderful to see you again. Yes, sit down. Sit down.
Aren't you going to ask why I'm here?
Oh, must I? So soon?
It might be an idea to get it over with.
Yes, perhaps you're right. Well, what is it this time? Money, women, or both?
Neither.
You've been arrested and you're out on bail?
Wrong again.
You puzzle me. In the past, it's always been one of those 3. You're not in trouble at Oxford?
Getting warmer.
But you've been sent on?
Right.
Oh, is that all?
That's all.
Oh, for a moment there, you had me worried. What happened?
I had a slight difference of opinion with Professor Arbuckle.
And?
I clouted him.
Where?
I'm not sure, but he ended up on his back in the Norgard Memorial fish pond.
No.
It's a fact. It took 3 of us to pull him out. Yes, I thought you'd appreciate it.
Appreciate it? It's the funniest thing I've heard in years. Never could stand Arbuckle at the best of times. Arrogant nitwit. Oh, no. How did the Dean take it?
Oh, not so well. Gave me my marching orders on the spot. Said I was lucky not to be sued for assault. And for that matter, I may be still.
Well, you leave Arbuckle to me. I'll see there's no fuss. As for the Dean, I'll ring him right away, if you like. Have you reinstated as soon as possible.
No, Dad, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Too many people know about it. He can't afford to back down at this stage.
Nonsense. All I have to do is to bring a little pressure to bear and...
I'd really rather you didn't.
Oh, but my dear boy...
Well, for one thing, I'm tired of Oxford. For another, I'm just wasting my time there. I want to have a bit of fun for a change. I thought I might take a trip somewhere, perhaps, if you're agreeable.
Well, you know you're perfectly free to do whatever you please. But, don't you think it might be wiser to complete your studies before you...
What's the sense in completing my studies? I'm not working towards any goal. Oh, I know how to spend money and enjoy myself. That's all I need to know.
Well, if your mind's made up...
It is.
As you wish. But I would like you to give some thought to entering the business at a future date, though. I haven't many active years left, and I'll need someone to fill my shoes.
We'll talk of that another time. Meanwhile, if you can spare that delicious secretary of yours for an hour or so, I'm taking her to lunch. Oh, providing you have no objections, of course.
Why should I? She's a nice girl.
Just watch your step with her, that's all. I wouldn't care to lose her as I did her predecessor. You remember Olivia?
Will I ever forget her?
Quite. As I recall, a short time before her abrupt departure, you took her to lunch, too.
Such was the prelude to a case that had its beginning for us at the Missing Persons Bureau some 4 years later, in the April of 1956, when I was visited here in my office by Sir Maxwell Paxton, at that time reputed to be one of the 3 most powerful and influential men in the whole country. Amongst his assets, which were estimated in the vicinity of £11 million, were 13 department stores, a chain of luxury hotels, and the controlling interest in a prominent brewery. A hard man, seemingly with very few scruples, he was known to have but one weakness, and that was for his son David, whom he idolized. Indeed, it had long been an established fact in society that Paxton Jr., a notorious rake and dissolute, could do no wrong in his father's eyes. It was, therefore, with considerable surprise that I learned from the old man that David had not been seen or heard of in almost 9 months, had, in fact, completely disappeared.
It's quite beyond me, Simon. I'm at a total loss to understand why he hasn't contacted me, or at least made some move to let me know where he is.
When was the last time that you saw him exactly?
On the 2nd of August, his 27th birthday. We spent the day together at Castledown.
Castledown?
My country estate in Warwickshire.
There were just the 2 of you there?
Apart from the household staff, yes.
How did he seem then?
Quieter than usual, I thought. Rather subdued.
Oh? Was something troubling him?
He said not.
Your relations with him, were they at all strained?
My relations with David have never been strained. No father and son were ever closer.
He gave you no indication at all that he was planning to go away?
No.
You were together for just the one day?
Yes. He had to return to London that evening.
For what purpose?
He didn't say.
And you stayed on at Castledown?
I was there for a week.
And you didn't see him after that?
I haven't set eyes on him from that day to this.
Was he living in London at that time?
On and off. He had an apartment in Curzon Street.
Does he still have it?
I've kept it on in his absence, yes.
Have you checked with any of his friends?
With all those I know.
You've heard nothing from him either?
Not a word.
Is there any other close relatives he might have contacted?
No.
As regards employment, did he have a job of any kind?
He had no cause to work. I gave him an allowance in excess of £1,000 a month.
£1,000 a month? Well, that's over 200 a week.
He managed to spend it without too much trouble.
On what?
To tell you the truth, I never thought to ask him.
He wasn't in the business with you at all?
No. For some time past, I'd been trying to persuade him to come in with me, but without success. Naturally, I've always hoped that one day he'll take over from me, but to date, he's displayed no inclination to do so.
I see. Now then, regarding his amorous escapades, I understand that he's been romantically involved with quite a number of women.
He's been romantically involved, as you call it, with practically every woman he's had anything to do with. I've always attributed the failing to the fact that he lost his mother when he was so young.
How old was he when she died?
Just 5. Her death was quite sudden. Bronchial pneumonia.
Has there ever been anyone in particular, perhaps with whom he might have contemplated marriage?
Well, certainly not to my knowledge. Although he did seem unusually fond of Sandra.
Sandra?
Sandra Illingworth, my former secretary. She led him more of a chase than any of the others, and I think it rather appealed to him.
Was he keeping company with her for long?
No, for some years, on and off. She eventually became engaged to someone else. It was soon after that she left my employ.
How long ago was this?
18 months, perhaps a little less.
She's married now, is she?
I wouldn't really know. Presumably.
Would you have any idea at all where she might be contacted?
Not offhand, but it shouldn't be too difficult for me to find out. Well, I'll make inquiries if you like.
Under the circumstances, it might be as well if we checked with her. Did I understand you to say earlier that your son had a criminal record?
I wouldn't call it that exactly. He's been up on several charges of offensive behavior and so forth. Mostly boyish pranks, you know. And once or twice for driving with a few drinks under his belt.
Which is something most of us have done at some time or other. Yes. He also sent down from Oxford, was he not? A slight misunderstanding on the part of one of his tutors. I'd have smoothed matters over if he'd wished me to, but he had decided to leave in any case, so there wasn't much point. However, that's neither here nor there. All I'm concerned about is having him found. Fetch him back home, Simon, and you can name your own fee.
Henry Simon returns to continue this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
After talking with Sir Maxwell Paxton, it wasn't any great wonder to me that his son had turned out as he had. Obviously, from the time of his mother's death, David had had very little or no parental discipline brought to bear in his direction, and had virtually been encouraged to run wild along the irresponsible path to mayhem. Yet it was very difficult to imagine why he had so suddenly forsaken his indulgent sire. An hour or so following Paxton's departure, I received word from him to the effect that his former secretary, Sandra Illingworth, was residing at an address in Ellison Road, Kentish Town, and it was to this address that I duly dispatched Agent Bob Hunter later that same afternoon.
Yes?
Good afternoon. Is there a Miss Sandra Illingsworth living here?
She has rooms upstairs, but I shouldn't think she's home from work yet.
Oh, will she be long?
Normally she gets in around 6.
Fine, I'll wait, thank you.
It was then just 10 minutes past 5, and the agent settled himself on a chair in the hall. Some 3/4 of an hour later, he heard a key turn in the lock, and the front door opened to admit a slim, attractive brunette. Identifying herself as the young lady in question, she led Hunter upstairs to a small bed-sitting room, as he explained who he was and why he had come.
So we had Paxton checking your address, and I came straight out here.
Well, I'm afraid you might have wasted your time, Mr. Hunter. I haven't the foggiest notion where David is. I haven't seen him in almost a year.
Well, according to Paxton, at the time you left his employer, you were engaged to some other guy. Is that right?
Yes.
Does that still apply?
No, I broke it off some months ago.
Was it because of this engagement you gave up your job with Paxton?
More or less. The situation became rather embarrassing.
In what way?
Well, I'd been going out quite a bit with David, and I think Mr. Paxton rather got the impression I'd thrown him over.
And he held it against you?
Not exactly, but... Well, he wasn't any too happy about it.
I see. Had you thrown him over?
Mr. Hunter, let me set you straight on one point. I went out with David because I was sorry for him, for no other reason.
Sorry for him?
Led such an empty life. There was nothing for him to aim at. His father saw to it that he had everything he could possibly want. He had no incentive to rise above himself.
Was never any thought of marriage between you?
Oh, Lord, no. I wouldn't have married David if he were the last man on earth.
Why, because of his father?
Because of the influence his father had on him. If he'd only shown some inclination to break away from it, a desire to stand on his own feet. But he didn't. I really don't think the idea ever occurred to him. Not that he was dominated by the old man, far from it. It was just that he was so used to having his battles fought for him that he took it for granted he could do anything and get away with it. Let's face it, he could. I once saw him strike a policeman in Regent Street. We were on our way home from a party. He'd had too much to drink, and, well, he went through the lights without stopping, almost hit a bus turning into Oxford Street. The constable on duty came over and ordered him out of the car. David got out, and there was an argument. Next thing I knew, the constable was stretched full length on the road. Anyone else would have been sent to prison, but not David. He got off with a nominal fine, and even that was paid by his father.
Well, I gather he was, pretty free with his fists, huh?
He won the Oxford Boxing Championship 3 years in a row. But don't let me mislead you into thinking he was the aggressive type. By nature, he was anything but. It was only when he'd been drinking. That's how he came to be sent down from Oxford. He'd been celebrating for some reason, and he struck one of the professors.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that.
His father thought it was a big joke.
Did he?
You know, it's funny. When he was sober, you couldn't help liking him. He was terribly popular, had more friends than anyone I know.
You say it's almost a year since you saw him last?
Yeah, I'd be getting on to that.
Hmm.
Oh, wait a bit now. When was his birthday?
August the 2nd.
Well, it was a few days before that. I remember him telling me he was going to Castledown to spend the day with his father.
This was after you got yourself engaged?
Yes, it would have been. We kept in touch for a while vaguely. There were no hard feelings.
You didn't mention anything about going away?
No.
Well, is there anybody you can think of that he might have confided in? Anybody his father may not have thought to check with?
No, not really. Unless he told Mickey Garrett.
Mickey Garrett?
Do you know the Black Hole at all in Soho?
Oh, yeah, that's the joint that's always been raided by the cops.
That's the place. We used to go there quite often. Mickey plays the piano there. Or at least he did in those days.
So?
Well, he was at Oxford with David. They were thick as thieves at one stage. David's quite a pianist himself. They used to play together on the one piano. They were wonderful. They really were.
And this was at the Black Hole?
David only played for fun, of course. And Mickey made a living at it. Every time we went there, Mickey'd call him over and away they'd go.
Well, I guess he's worth a try. See, it's going on for 6:30. The place should be open by this. I'll get over there right away.
The Black Hole Cabaret in Hayden Street off Soho Square was noted as being a favourite haunt for night owls. With monotonous regularity, it was raided by the police, and very rarely failed to feature quite prominently in the Sunday newspapers. On his arrival there, Hunter settled himself at a table in the corner. Business was slow, and he counted only 7 other customers. Soft music issued from a loudspeaker above the bar. There was no one at the piano, and ordering a drink, the agent asked to speak with the manager, who joined him a moment later, a dark, thick-set man with smooth, slick-backed hair and a gleaming smile.
Good evening, sir. You asked to see me?
You the manager?
Arturo Gomez at your service.
Bob Hunter.
A pleasure indeed, sir.
You employ a pianist here, I believe.
Yes, sir, from 7:30 onwards.
Would his name be Mickey Garrett, by any chance?
No, sir. Mr. Garrett is no longer with us.
No?
He left us some time ago. I understand he is now in Paris.
Paris? Doing what?
He's playing at a small nightclub there, I'm told.
You don't happen to know the name of it, do you?
Not offhand, no. But I can soon find out for you. Excuse me for just a moment. I'm sorry to keep you, Mr. Hunter, but I have the information you require. The name of the nightclub is the Rouge et Noir.
Rouge et Noir.
Unfortunately, I was unable to ascertain its exact location, but I can tell you only it is somewhere in Montmartre.
At that stage of the investigation, our Paris agent being unavailable, there seemed little point in Hunter journeying to the French capital for the sole purpose of questioning Mickey Garrett, who had merely been suggested to us by Miss Illingworth as being a possible source of information. During the next 5 days, the agent checked with no less than 57 people, all of whom had at one time or another been friendly with our quarry, but none of whom was able to provide us with the slightest clue as to his whereabouts. At length, having exhausted all the other avenues, our interest once again centered upon Mickey Garrett. And with the aid of a Paris phone directory, we managed to obtain the address of the Rouge et Noir.
Let's see. Just as well I can speak French.
Yes, it certainly is, Hunter.
Here we are. 82 Rue de la Croix. Like that?
Yes, indeed. That's off the Avenue Saint-Michel.
Yeah, that Pierre Charret. He would be on holidays now, just when we need him.
He'll be back on the job next week. I suppose we could shelve it until then.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Chief. I'd rather get it over with. You know I hate leaving things hang.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that. All right, then. I'll have Pauline reserve your seat in the first available plane. On his arrival in Paris, a little after 8 o'clock the following evening, Hunter took a cab direct from the Bourget to the Rue de la Croix, alighting at the entrance to number 82, above which was a flashing neon sign, Rouge et Noir. Checking his coat in the foyer, the agent made his way to the bar, taking in his surroundings at a glance. It was a typical Paris cabaret, crowded, smoky, dimly lit. On the floor, a more or less nude girl was modestly fanning herself with a feather, with the unobtrusive accompaniment of a six-piece orchestra. Her act met with a moderate round of hand-clapping, and she skipped out of sight, to be replaced by what appeared to be a three-legged man with two heads. At once there was loud applause. There followed a brief comedy routine between the two heads, which was capped off by a bout of buffoonery on a small piano. As Hunter looked on, he heard the barman's voice behind him.
Ils ont magnifique, n'est-ce pas, monsieur?
Huh? You, speaking to me?
Pardon, I said they are very good, yes.
Oh, yeah, you. Yeah, I didn't go very much for the patter, but they sure not those 88s around. Say,
Will it?
Well, one of them doesn't happen to go under the name of Mickey Garrett, does he?
Ah, mais oui, you know him.
No, but I came out all the way from London to get acquainted. Tell me, who's the other guy?
Ah, it's always English. Very clever. His name is Paxton. David Paxton.
Oui, qu'est-ce que vous voulez?
Hunter's the name, Mr. Garrett, Missing Persons Bureau.
Missing persons?
Sorry to intrude, but I have a message for David Paxton.
He's changing for the next act. And we're on again in a few minutes. You'll have to come back.
Someone want me?
Mr. Hunter. This is from the Missing Persons Bureau.
Your father sent me, Mr. Paxton. Spare a minute?
Motioning the agent to enter, David Paxton asked Garrett to wait outside. And a moment later, seated on a footstool at one end of the tiny dressing room, Hunter was explaining the whys and the wherefores of his presence.
Sorry they came here to see Garrett, hoping he might be able to give me some clue.
Well, I'm sorry everyone's been put to so much trouble. I suppose I should have written to Dad, but... Well, I knew if I did, he'd come here post-haste, waving that checkbook of his, full of the best intentions, but... Well, the fact is, Hunter, I'm trying to make a go of it without him being around to catch me if I fall. I don't think he'd understand if I tried to tell him.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even sure I understand it myself. It's just that... Well, after throwing the best part of my life down the drain, I think I finally found a foothold. What's more, I've done it without Dad's help.
Good.
When Mickey first suggested the idea of me teaming up with him, I told him he was off his head, and I wouldn't stick it a week. But he kept at me till I agreed to give it a fling. And it worked, Hunter. For 8 months now, I've been under my own steam, earning a living, making my own way. And I can honestly say I've never been happier. Will you tell Dad then?
Oh, yeah, with pleasure.
And ask him not to come here.
Huh?
For a while, anyway. I'm not sure if I've built up enough reserve to resist the temptations he may place in my path. When I'm ready, I'll send for him or go back home, whichever I decide.
Hurry it up, Davy. We're on in a minute flat.
No, coming. Well, I'm afraid you'll have to excuse me, old boy.
Sure, you're not wrong. I'll get back out front. Kind of like to see the rest of the show.
Henry Simon returns to conclude this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
The following day, back in London, Hunter conveyed David Paxton's message to his father, who as always agreed to abide by the young man's wishes. As events proved later, he acted wisely in doing so, for David Paxton was destined to make a very great success of his new career. In the ensuing 12 months, he and Garrett made great strides. They are now top performers in their field, and the indications are that their star will continue to rise. And now, as always, this is Henry Simon, inviting you once more to meet me here again, and for the present bidding you not goodbye, but simply au revoir.
is Henry Simon, bringing you another story from my files here at the Missing Persons Bureau.
In these stories of the Missing Persons Bureau, dramatized for Henry Simon by Ross Napier, names and addresses have, for obvious reasons, been changed. In one moment, the search for Grace Mossman, address unknown. And here again is Henry Simon.
He was a tall man with hollow cheeks and bright, penetrating eyes. His lightish brown hair was thinning on the top, and his brow was furrowed with countless wrinkles, which made him look older than his 48 years. A successful novelist, he had scaled the heights of fame and fortune, and was known throughout the world as both a writer and a thinker of considerable merit. His name was Howard Mossman, and I met him for the first time on a day in the April of 1954, when he visited my office, here at the Missing Persons Bureau.
I understand your organization has something of a reputation for discretion, as well as for tracing people, Mr. Simon.
I like to think so.
Would I be correct in assuming, then, that anything I tell you will not be repeated outside this office?
You would be. Certainly not without your consent.
Please forgive me if I appear to be overcautious, but the matter I have to discuss with you is, to me, both painful and degrading. I'm a proud man, Mr. Simon, immensely proud, which is why I find it so difficult to admit, well, even to you, a stranger, that my wife has left me for another man. Do you mind if I smoke, by the way?
Not at all.
No, I've always maintained a man's pipe's his best friend. Never fails to offer consolation when he needs it most. And moreover, if packed with care, it remains faithful to the last puff, which is more than can be said of horse, dog, or woman. Do I sound bitter, Mr. Simon?
A trifle.
With just cause, I think. Well, for the past 7 years, I've devoted myself to playing the role of the perfect husband. I've been generous, affectionate, thoughtful, and indulgent. Indeed, I might go so far as to say that I have displayed all the virtues of a saint. Here I am, forsaken, left to stew in the juice of my own misplaced adoration.
Quite. Are you acquainted with him?
Acquainted with whom?
The other man.
Dear Simon, he is, or rather he was, my secretary.
Oh, secretary?
Though it pains me to say so, the best I ever had.
Had you always employed male secretaries?
I have. Randolph was my third.
Randolph?
Yeah, Randolph Ewing. A young man of many talents, including that of wife-snatching.
How long was he with you?
Some 6 months. Engaged him in October last year.
I see. And what were his duties exactly?
Shorthand typing, mainly. He'd take down what I said, then type it up for my revision. He was previously a court stenographer.
You worked at home?
Always.
So he was at your house quite a good deal of the time?
He was there all the time. He lived with us.
He lived with you?
Owing to the irregularity of my working schedule, it was necessary to have him on hand 24 hours of the day.
Oh.
Oddly enough, the dangers of the situation never occurred to me. Perhaps because I had such complete faith in my wife. Or should I say in my ability to retain her affection.
When did she leave you?
They left together.
Yes, but when?
Sometime on Saturday night last. I'd been asked to deliver a lecture to the Luton Cultural Society. I left home shortly after 4 in the afternoon, arrived back a little after midnight.
To find they'd gone, eh?
In his car. He kept it with mine in the garage.
Did anyone happen to see them leave?
Not to my knowledge.
Did they take much with them?
My wife took 2 suitcases, presumably full of clothing. Ewing moved out bag and baggage.
And they left no note? No sort of message?
It was hardly necessary. The truth was obvious.
Before this, had you had any reason to suspect their relationship might be more than it seemed?
If it had, I wouldn't be here now. I'd have acted then and there, thrown the bounder out on the spot. But now you've raised the question, it's a curious thing. When he first came here to work for me, she appeared to have some sort of grudge against him.
Grudge?
Yes, I vividly recall her voicing the fact that she didn't trust him. At the time, he'd been with me no more than a week. I remember I was in my study reading over the draft of a chapter I'd written the previous day. It was quite late at night. I was under the impression that she'd retired hours before.
Howard, I want to talk to you.
My dear Grace, I thought you were in bed.
I was, but I couldn't sleep. He'll have to go, Howard. I don't trust him.
Who?
Your new secretary, Ewing or whatever his name is.
Has he done something to upset you?
No, I just don't like him, that's all. He sets my nerves on edge.
Seems a harmless enough sort of fellow.
To you, perhaps. Not to me.
You must have some reason for disliking him,
I
surely.
told you, he makes me nervous.
My dear, he's a first-class secretary. Moreover, he has excellent references.
I don't give a darn about his references. I just want him out of the house.
Grace, you're carrying on like a child. Now, why not go back to bed and sleep on it? You'll feel differently in the morning.
That's what scares me.
Scares you?
Please tell him to go, Howard. For me, darling. Please.
Now, I am sorry, my dear. Even though I wanted to, I couldn't. He's far too valuable to me at the present time. It might take me weeks to replace him. I can't afford the delay.
Very well, then. But don't say I didn't warn you.
Warn me? About what?
I don't trust him, Howard. He'll make trouble. I know he will. I know it as surely as I'm standing here. Just you see if I'm not right. Just you see.
And there it was, Simon. I'd never known her to behave in such an extraordinary and unmotivated fashion before. The contrary, her logic was something I'd always admired.
Did she keep at you to dismiss him?
That's the incredible part about it. She never said another word.
And you didn't broach the matter yourself?
Well, I thought it best let well alone.
How old is your wife, Mr. Mossman?
29.
A good deal younger than yourself.
19 years.
And Ewing, how old would he be?
Somewhere in the vicinity of 30, I'd imagine.
Would you say that he'd be attractive to the opposite sex?
Grace must have found him so.
Not at first, apparently. Unless, of course, she happened to have a premonition of what was going to come and was trying to avoid it. But putting aside that aspect of it for the moment, what are your intentions towards her exactly?
My intentions?
You want her found, but why?
Confound it, because she's my wife. Why else?
You intend to take her back?
For the time being, certainly. But surely you must see, Simon, if it gets out that she's left me for Ewing, I'll be held up to public ridicule. It may even affect the sale of my books.
But surely under the circumstances...
The circumstances are that I will not be made a fool of by Grace or anyone else. If she wants a divorce, she may have one, but only on my terms.
And if she's not agreeable to your terms?
She will be. Have no fears about that. No. All you have to do, Simon, is to find her. I'll take over from there.
So he's mainly concerned about his dignity, huh, Chief?
Not mainly, Studies, solely. He seems to have some sort of fixation he's going to be the object of ridicule. That's why he wants her traced as soon as possible, before the truth has a chance of leaking out.
Yes, it's almost certain to do, unless he's dead lucky. He's a pretty big name in the literary field.
Yes, bigger than most.
What do you make of this other business about her warning him that Ewing wasn't to be trusted?
As things stand, I'd rather not theorize. She could have had any number of reasons. But for the time being, that's not important. What is important, of course, or could be, is the fact that Ewing is a married man.
No.
According to Mossman, he's separated from his wife, but he still visits her sometimes to see their young daughter.
Where can she be contacted, did he know?
Oh, they had a house somewhere in Southdown. He seems to think that she's still there.
What address?
He wasn't sure. Only a small town, of course. Shouldn't be too difficult to find out. I'd suggest that you question a few of the local storekeepers. One of them would be bound to know.
Uh-huh. I don't know the area myself. How do I get there?
Oh, it's not very far short of Canterbury. Your best bet would be to take a train from Charing Cross. Some 35 miles southeast of London, in the heart of Kent, Southdown could most aptly be described as a rural village, nestling among the hills on the fringe of Canterbury. On arriving there, a little over 2 hours later, Study went first to the general store, which, although small, appeared to stock everything from groceries to antique furniture.
Hello there. Anybody around?
Come in. Yeah, yes. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm sorry to trouble you, but I'm looking for a Mrs. Ewing who lives somewhere around these parts. I thought you might be able to direct me.
Ewing, you say?
That's right, Roma Ewing.
Oh, yes. Turn left as you go out. It's the house at the end of the street next door to the church on the far side.
It was a small cottage with a thatched roof, and it looked as if it might have been standing there for centuries. The garden was well tended, and the front door had recently been painted. On the tiny veranda was a child's rocking horse.
Yes?
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes?
Oh, good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Studdy. I'm from the Missing Persons Bureau.
Missing persons?
Yes, I'm here in connection with your husband.
Oh?
Have you got any idea where he might be?
Well, I haven't seen him for some weeks. We've been living apart for more than a year now.
You haven't heard from him at all recently?
No. Is he in some trouble?
Well, to be quite frank, he's disappeared with his employer's wife.
Oh.
You may know that in the past 6 months or so he's been working for Howard Mossman, the novelist.
Howard Mossman?
Yes.
No, I didn't know.
You look kind of shocked.
Grace of all people.
You know Mrs. Mossman?
I should say so. She's my half-sister.
Henry Simon returns to continue this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
Studdy stared at Roma Ewing in blank amazement. Grace Mossman, her half-sister? Surely the woman must be joking. But no. There was no sort of humor in her eyes as she returned his gaze, and no suggestion of a smile upon her lips.
Pardon the sagging jaw, ma'am. I don't always look like this, but I don't get it. You and Mrs. Mossman are half-sisters. How come Mossman didn't tell me?
Apparently he doesn't know.
You never met him?
No.
But when your husband went to work for him, well, surely something must have been said, either by him or Mrs. Mossman herself.
Unless they decided to keep it secret.
Secret? But why should they?
Perhaps because of what they'd meant to each other in the past.
They'd meant to each other?
You see, at one time they were engaged to be married.
Your husband and Grace Mossman?
I took him away from her. He married me instead.
But,
That was 9 years ago. Grace and I haven't seen each other or had any contact since. Our parents are dead. We have no remaining ties.
You knew that she was married to Mossman?
Only because I read it in the newspapers. Other than that, I couldn't tell you a thing about her. Except that I'd never have thought her the type to desert her husband. She always had such strict views on things like that.
Yes. Tell me, she'd be just a little younger than you, wouldn't she?
2 years. My mother died soon after I was born, and father married again about 12 months later.
I understand. Tell me, no other family?
Not to speak of. Oh, we have some cousins somewhere in Canada and an aunt in South Africa, but no one really close.
You say you've been separated from your husband for over a year?
Just over, yes.
Well, is it a legal separation or just a...
Oh, no, purely by agreement. We weren't getting on too well, so we decided it was the only thing.
And you yourself, you have a daughter, I understand.
Yes, little Carolyn. She's 7.
Does he contribute to her upkeep?
He has so far.
Does he come to see her?
Usually about once a month. Although it must be a good 6 weeks since he was here last.
And he made no mention of having resumed his acquaintance with your half-sister?
No, none at all.
Is there anybody you can think of who might know where he is? A friend, maybe, an acquaintance, or...
Oh, well, there's Jack Holliday.
Jack Holliday?
He and Randy have been on friendly terms for years. As a matter of fact, he was the best man at our wedding.
Oh, I see. And where can I reach him?
He used to have a flat in Turner Square.
Turner Square, near Victoria Station.
Yes. Oh, but I forget the name of the block. Something Court. Oh, it's a huge place. You'd be bound to notice that it takes up all sides of the square.
Oh, yeah, matter of fact, I think I do know it.
He may not still be there, of course, but I'd say it's definitely worth a try.
Returning to London, Studdy proceeded immediately to Turner Square in Victoria. Checking at the service desk of Archer Court Flats, he was told that there was a Mrs. J. Holliday, a tenant in Block C, flat number 124. Said J. Holliday proved to be the very gentleman in question. He was a stockily built man with dark wavy hair and a closely trimmed moustache. As it happened, he'd just returned home from work, and he invited the agent to join him in a bottle of beer.
Yes, Mr. Studdy, I've known Randy for years. We went to school together. Practically grew up in each other's pockets.
Yeah. And you were best man at his wedding, I believe.
Yes, that's right.
Well, tell me, what was the situation there exactly? Between his wife and the sister. Wasn't he engaged to Grace first?
For a while. It was a bit of a mess-up all round. They had some form of argument, and he started going out with Roma. Next thing, they were married. A big slap in the eye for Grace.
They've had nothing to do with each other since, apparently. Her and Roma.
No. That's a great pity. They used to be as thick as thieves. Nice girls, both of them, but, well, not what you'd call Randy's type. Frankly, I was surprised he and Roma stuck together as long as they did. They were totally unsuited. Didn't have a thing in common. Added to which, of course, he walked up the aisle still carrying a torch for Grace. Not exactly what you'd call the ideal basis for marriage.
How do you mean, though, still carrying a torch for Grace?
Well, I could be wrong. But I always had the impression he married Roma more to console himself than anything else. On the rebound, as they say. Grace had thrown him over, so he clutched at the nearest thing in sight.
Which happened to be Roma, huh?
Yeah. Of course, the trouble with Randy is that he's weak. Always has been. He needs something to snap him out of himself. Well, grab hold of that beer, it's getting fled.
Yeah. Don't tell old Simon I was drinking on duty. When was the last time you heard from him?
Oh, 2-3 weeks ago. He stopped by for a chat.
You knew that he was working for Grace's husband?
Yes, I knew.
Is that why he took the job, to be near her?
Well, I'm not sure. It's possible, even probable. Although he'd never admit it.
He didn't give you any reason to believe that they were playing up behind Mossman's back?
No. After he took the job, he barely ever spoke to her. Just in passing, of course, but never anything pertinent. If he has gone off with her, he's an even bigger fool than I thought he was.
Yeah, not too much if about it. As far as I can see, it's open and shut. Where are they? Yeah, that's the question.
I've just thought of something. I tell you, someone who might know something, Stan Gifford.
Stan Gifford? Who's he?
Well, he and Randy worked together for a while. He has a sort of weekender up in the Lakes District, just out of Windermere. As a matter of fact, we spent a week up there not so long ago, the three of us.
Uh-huh.
Yes. It occurs to me. If Randy was planning a hasty retreat, that's just where he might have gone.
It duly transpired that Stan Gifford, like Holliday, a bachelor, was living at his parents' home in Latimer Road, St. John's Wood, where the agent interviewed him that very same evening. He was a short, somewhat rakish-looking young man with protruding front teeth, which gave him the effect of a perpetual smile.
Now, what's all this about, Mr. Studdy? Has Randy landed himself in hot water or what?
No, it's nothing like that. He's just gone into smoke, and his boss wants to contact him. He figured you might be able to throw some light on the subject.
Oh, why me?
Well, according to Jack Holliday, that is, you have a weekender up at Windermere.
Yes, that's right.
We were wondering if he might have gone there. Well, has he?
Well, actually, he asked me not to tell anyone. But I suppose if Jack suggested it, I suppose it's all right. Yes, he's up there.
Alone?
Oh, as far as I know. Why?
Just curious. I had a sort of a feeling he might have had company.
Accordingly, the following morning, Studdy set out for the town of Windermere, on the shores of the famous Lake Windermere, a 12-mile expanse of water forming the border between the counties of Westmoreland and Lancashire. On his arrival late that afternoon, following the instructions given to him by Gifford, he proceeded by foot in the direction of Ambleside, which is on the northern tip of the lake, at length encountering a cluster of some 4 weatherboard cottages, set well back, some 50 yards from the water's edge, and separated by flimsy wire netting fences. 3 were obviously closed up, but the front door of the 4th happened to be open, and at the agent's approach a man appeared from somewhere at the back. He was clad in shorts and a T-shirt. His feet were bare, he limped slightly, and he had a bandage about his right ankle.
Looking for someone? Yeah, as a matter of fact, I am. You, by any chance, you wouldn't be Randolph Ewing? That's me. Hi. Been looking all over for you. I'm Paul Studdy, Missing Persons Bureau.
Don't tell me I've been posted missing.
Yeah? You and Grace Mossman both. I'm here on behalf of her husband.
I guessed that much. Oh, you're a little late.
Huh?
Yes, Grace isn't here. She left this morning.
She left? For where?
London. She's gone back home.
Ewing smiled, pulling a packet of cigarettes from his pocket and lighting one with an expensive-looking silver lighter, initialed G.M.
This is hers, by the way. She left it behind. It's not likely I'll be seeing her again, so perhaps you'd better take charge of it.
Hey, let me get this straight. You say she's gone back to Mossman?
That's right. If you don't believe me, you can always telephone. She should be there by this.
You know, I've come across some screwy setups in my life, but this one's got me beat. What do you say you put me in the picture?
With pleasure. Actually, it's a lot less complicated than it may seem.
Brother, it'd want to be.
As you probably know, Grace and I were engaged to be married.
Yeah?
We had a quarrel and broke it off. With the result that I finished up marrying her sister. It was a mistake. But having taken the plunge, there wasn't much I could do about it. I was married to Roma, but I couldn't get Grace off my mind. She stood between us like an invisible barrier, a barrier that grew larger and larger with the passing of each year. In the end, I couldn't stick it any longer, so I got out, as much for Roma's sake as my own. Then a few months later, this job with Mossman came up. I knew he was married to Grace, and I thought if I saw her again, it might help me to get back on the rails.
Uh-huh.
At first, she wouldn't speak to me. She even asked her husband to dismiss me. But it soon became fairly obvious that she felt as much the same way about me as I did her.
So you picked up where you left off, huh?
It was a gradual process, but that's what it amounted to. And I'm convinced it was the saving of both of us. We knew it couldn't go on indefinitely, so we decided to go away together. That did the trick, Study. We hadn't been here more than a few days when we realized our great love was something that belonged to the past. It was finished. Done with. We'd been chasing a dream.
And there was some chase.
8 long years.
So what happens now?
I fell and gashed my ankle the other day. A local doctor put some stitches in it. It'll be removed in the morning. Then I'm going back to Roma, if she'll have me. I honestly believe we can make a success of our marriage yet, just as I believe Grace can make a success of hers. I could be wrong, of course, but if I am, there's one thing I can promise you. It won't be for want of trying.
Henry Simon returns to continue this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
Well, there doesn't seem to be very much point in dwelling on the moral aspects of this story, so I'll just conclude by saying that Ewing is now reunited with his wife, who recently gave birth to a second daughter. Grace Mossman and her husband have since gone to America to live, the latter presumably having chosen, wisely I think, to forgive and to forget. And now, as always, this is Henry Simon inviting you to meet me here again, and for the present, bidding you au revoir. This is Henry Simon, bringing you another story from my files here at the Missing Persons Bureau.
In these stories of the Missing Persons Bureau, dramatized for Henry Simon by Ross Napier, names and addresses have, for obvious reasons, been changed. In one moment, the search for the Reverend John Crane. Address unknown. And here again is Henry Simon.
He was a stranger to Renfrew, a quiet, dignified-looking man with dark hair silvering faintly at the temples. He'd been the only passenger to alight from the London train, and he was carrying a small overnight bag. It was raining in Renfrew at the time, so it was of no special significance that he was wearing his top coat buttoned up to the neck and his hat pulled well down on his forehead. At the station, he asked directions from the ticket collector, Bert Robbins.
Help you, sir?
Oh, indeed, yes. I wonder, could you direct me to the vicarage?
Vicarage, sir? Why, of course. You know Renfrew at all?
No, I've never been here before.
Oh, in that case, I'd suggest you take a cab. It's about a mile from here, and the bus only runs every 2 hours.
You do have a cab service, then?
Well, I wouldn't exactly call it a service, sir. There's only the one. But it'll get you there all right. That's it, over the way there. Belongs to George Smithers, the bootmaker's son. He'll be in the shop. Just give him a yell.
Oh, fine.
If you need a brolly, I got a spare in the office.
No, I'll manage. Many thanks for your help.
Not at all, sir. Only too glad to be of service.
Yes?
Good morning. You'd be Mrs. Goodacre, of course.
Why, yes, but I don't
How do you do? I think you're expecting me.
Sir?
I'm John Crane, the new vicar.
You? Oh, dear. Oh, I'm ever so sorry, sir. Do come in.
Thank you.
Oh, excuse me, won't you, sir? But with your coat all done up like that, I never realized.
Quite understandable.
Then arriving like this so sudden.
Oh, it's my place to apologize. I'm afraid I should have phoned from the station.
Oh, it's not that, sir. It's just that in your letter you said you wouldn't be here till tomorrow.
Well, I did intend stopping off at Burnley to visit one of my old parishioners. But at the last minute I changed my mind. I do hope it isn't going to inconvenience you.
Oh, Oh, no, sir. Everything's ready for you here. Only...
Yes?
Well, there was to be a reception committee to meet you at the station. Various members of the congregation. Oh, they'll be ever so disappointed they've missed you.
No more disappointed than I am at having missed them. But we'll iron all that out presently. For the moment, all I'm interested in is a hot bath and a change of clothing.
Oh, of course, sir. I'll run some water right away.
Oh, splendid. I take it my bags arrived safely?
And yes, the day before yesterday, sir. They're upstairs in your room. I'll show you up.
Oh, very kind. I can see that we're going to get on well together.
Oh, thank you, sir. I'll do my best to see you comfortable here.
I'm sure you will, Mrs. Goodacre. Or shall I call you Emily?
Oh, sir. Oh, I'd be very proud if you would.
Emily it is, then.
Oh, you'll be wanting something to eat as well, I expect.
Not for an hour or two. I had tea and cakes on the train. The main thing is not to fuss. Once I'm organized, I'm a man who needs very little looking after. Very little indeed.
And so the Reverend John Crane arrived to take over his duties as vicar in the Shropshire village of Renfrew. A man of boundless enthusiasm and seemingly infinite goodwill, he readily won the respect and the love of his parishioners, and in a few very short months he trebled his congregation. There were many who came from neighbouring villages to hear him preach on Sundays, and more than a few regarded him as a prophet of hope and salvation. But of all these there was none more ardent in her admiration of the new vicar than his own housekeeper, Emily Goodacre. To her he reigned supreme among men, as sympathetic as he was generous, and as hard-working as he was kind.
Come in.
Oh, I'm off to bed, sir. Your milk's in the thermos. Is there anything else you'd be needing?
Thank you, Emily, not tonight. You run along. I'll see you in the morning.
It's after 11. Isn't it time you were turning in yourself?
I'll be off presently.
Yes, that's what you always say, sir. But I'll warrant it's not often you're in bed before 3 in the morning. And not that it's my place to speak, but don't you think you're overdoing it?
Oh, there's so much to be done, Emily.
Yes, that may be, sir. There's no sense in driving yourself into the ground. You've your health to think of. And if you won't give a thought to yourself, well, think of all those who've come to depend on you, who've been lost without you to guide them, myself included.
Oh, come now.
Oh, it's the truth, sir. We need you here in Renfrew.
You speak as if I were going away.
You'll be going away right enough if you don't rest up a bit. To hospital.
Perhaps you're right. Still, it won't be for much longer. The end is very definitely in sight.
The end, sir?
My plans for the erecting of a new church hall. I've been in touch with the builders, and they're ready to commence work.
Oh, but that's wonderful news, sir. When do they start?
Just as soon as I've raised the money to pay them.
Oh, with all those functions you've been holding, I wonder you haven't already done that.
We're still a few hundred short.
Well, next Saturday's fete should help.
It may even do the trick. Yes, with any luck, I'll be able to make the official announcement in church on Sunday.
Oh, sir, and to think they said you'd take 10 years to do it. Why, it'll be less than 10 months.
A little hard work and a great deal of faith. That's the recipe, my dear Emily. The one and only recipe for success.
The church fete that was held on the following Saturday afternoon in aid of the building fund for the new church hall more than fulfilled the vicar's hopes. From a financial viewpoint, it exceeded anything of its kind that had ever before been held in the district, and it raised the sum of £1,300, thus bringing the total of the fund itself to £7,624, 18 shillings and fourpence, which was some £300 in excess of the amount which was required for the building of the church hall. This fact was not announced in church the following Sunday morning, however, for the very good reason that the vicar was not in church to announce it. He wasn't at the vicarage either, or anywhere else in Renfrew. The truth of the matter was, he'd disappeared, and the money had gone with him. For us at the Missing Persons Bureau, this story had its beginning some 3 days later, when I was visited here in my office by Mrs. Emily Goodacre, the vicar's housekeeper, who told me the story which I've just been telling you, and then went on to add that, although her own faith was quite unshaken by Crane's mysterious departure, there were others of his congregation who would be very quick to draw conclusions which were contrary to her own, Especially when they discovered the amount of money which was involved.
I know them too well, Mr. Simon. When they learn the truth, they'll say he's stolen the money, that he's run off with it.
Isn't that exactly what he has done?
No, he's gone away. I don't know why or where, but I do know that he'll be back and the money with him.
You're quite sure the money's gone?
I'm not sure of anything. All I know is that he kept it in the safe in his office and it's not there now.
He kept £7,000 in his office?
Yes, I was the only one who knew about it. He said it was the best place, that he didn't want to risk letting it out of his hands.
How was it he took you into his confidence and nobody else?
Well, one evening, when I thought he was in bed, I walked into his office without knocking. Caught him unawares like. The safe was open and there were bundles of notes on his desk.
Yes?
Well, he said he was checking the amount in hand.
I see. And that's how you found out?
Yes.
Did he give you access to the safe as well?
Oh, no, I never even saw the key.
Well, how'd you know the money'd gone?
Oh, well, because when I went in to look for him on Sunday morning, I found it unlocked. He must have been in a hurry when he closed it. A handle was thrown too, but it wasn't locked.
So you opened it?
Only when I discovered he wasn't in the house.
When did you discover that?
When I went to his room a few minutes later. His bed hadn't been slept in, and his bag and some of his clothes were missing.
I see. Well, then, apart from yourself, does anybody else know of his disappearance?
No.
Weren't certain inquiries made and he didn't appear in church to conduct the service?
Oh, yes, but I told everyone he'd been called away suddenly to London, that he'd taken the first train that morning.
I presume you realise that for so doing, if he has taken the money, you could be named as an accomplice?
Yes, and I'm prepared to take that risk.
You must think very highly of him.
Oh, I do. And regardless of what anyone might say or think about him, I always will. He's the finest man I've ever known.
When was the last time you saw him?
Shortly after 10:30 on the Saturday evening, when I took him in his milk.
How did he seem then?
Well, he was much the same, a little more tired-looking than usual. Well, but I put that down to the fact that he'd had a big day.
I see. At what time on the Sunday morning did you discover that he was missing?
Somewhere between 8:30 and 9.
And that was also when you found the safe was unlocked?
Yes.
So he must have left the house at some time between 10:30 the previous evening and 9 o'clock that morning?
Yes.
Did he happen to own a car?
No.
I see, so that means that if he was leaving town, he'd have had to go by train. Assuming, of course, he wasn't picked up.
Yes.
Can you think of any other reason he might have had, apart from the obvious one, for going away so very abruptly?
No, but something must have come up, something unexpected.
Such as?
Oh, I don't know, but look, there must be some explanation.
Much as I hate to condemn a man on circumstantial evidence alone, there's only one that I can think of, and that, of course, is the money.
Oh, you'd feel differently if you'd known him.
But surely if something had come up, he'd have notified you. He wouldn't simply have left without any word of explanation. Especially as he was expected in church on the following morning.
Yes, it does seem strange, I know, but, well, if I wasn't so sure of him, I wouldn't be here.
He's been in Renfrew for less than a year, I think you said?
About 9 months.
Was that his first appointment?
Oh, no, he was at Ransfield for quite a time, and before that at Epping.
Ransfield. Mm-hmm. That's somewhere in Kent, isn't it?
Yes, not far from Dover.
How old would he be, approximately?
It'd be hard to say. In his early 40s, perhaps.
You don't happen to have a photograph of him by any chance?
No, I'm real sorry. I can only give you a description.
Has he no family?
No, he was married, but his wife died some years ago.
No children?
He never mentioned any.
Well, just one more thing. If you're so certain he's going to come back of his own accord, what prompted you to come along to me?
Well, he's been gone 3 days. I had to do something.
In case any awkward questions are asked, eh?
Yes, if he doesn't show up soon, questions are bound to be asked.
Such as the nature of his business in London.
That and other things. He has to be found before it gets out about the money. Once that happens, there's no telling where it might end.
Henry Simon returns to continue this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
If there was a single unique aspect in the case of the missing vicar, it was Emily Goodacre's faith in the man himself, her refusal to believe that he could be party to a wrongful or dishonest deed. Whether or not that faith was entirely justified, however, was altogether another question. I briefed Agent Bob Hunter for this assignment. He, in turn, lost very little time in moving into action. And on that same afternoon, he set the ball in motion by journeying down to Wrensfield, our quarry's former parish. There he sought out and questioned the Reverend Philip Davidson, Crane's successor, who claimed to be a very old friend of the missing man.
We were at Cambridge together. We saw quite a lot of each other. I was a great admirer of John in those days. Fine athlete. Not only won his blue at cricket, but rode with the eights. Played a first-rate game of tennis, too, I remember.
Something of an all-rounder, huh?
Yeah, he was that right enough. And a brilliant scholar to boot.
How do you rate as a person?
I beg your pardon?
What kind of a guy was he?
Oh, they didn't come much better. A more generous fellow you couldn't hope to meet.
How was he with money?
Money?
Yeah.
I don't quite follow.
Well, we'll skip that for the moment. Did your association end when you left Cambridge?
Oh, no. We continued to correspond for quite some time. I moved up to Leicester, and he went to Durham, and later to Epping. Occasionally, when we both happened to be in London, we'd get together, but that wasn't often.
I see. Mostly it was a matter of correspondence.
Yes.
Well, how long did this go on?
5 years or so.
And then you lost touch?
More or less, yes. Oh, you know how these things are. He was married by then, of course. His responsibilities had increased considerably.
His wife died, I believe.
When he was here at Rainsford, yes. Most unfortunate. Nasty blow to him. Understand he developed some sort of heart trouble soon after. His doctor advised a change of climate, so he applied for a transfer.
Which resulted in his going to Renfrew and you're taking over here.
That's right, yes. Although I didn't succeed him immediately.
Huh?
There was a Reverend Alexander here for a brief period. He acted more or less as a stopgap till I came.
Yeah.
John had actually been gone for some 2 months when I arrived. Oh, that's his photograph above the mantel, by the way. Taken by one of the parishioners shortly before he left. I was requested by several members of the congregation to hang it here as a tribute to his popularity.
Wait a minute. Something's wrong somewhere.
Wrong?
Yeah, the description I have, it doesn't quite tally. According to it, he has straight dark hair graying at the temples. Well, in that photo, it's fair and curly.
Dark hair?
Yeah.
John? Oh, there must be some mistake. His whole coloring was very fair.
Maybe you'd better check these other details.
Well, let's have a look.
Well?
Height and weight appear to be in order. As for the rest, well, I'm sorry, Mr. Hunter, but I'm afraid you have the wrong man.
This was perhaps the one possibility we hadn't taken into consideration, that the man who for 9 whole months had been known as the Vicar of Renfrew was not in fact the Reverend John Crane, but an impostor of unknown identity. Back in London, Hunter immediately contacted our client, who was spending the night at a West End hotel with the intention of returning to Renfrew first thing the following morning. He showed a photograph of John Crane, which he had borrowed from the Reverend Davidson.
Take a good solid look, Mrs. Goodacre. Is this the man you knew as the Reverend Crane?
Wait till I... Oh, why, no, it's nothing like him.
Well, in that case, I'm sorry to tell you, ma'am, that you've been hooked.
Hooked?
Together with every other member of the congregation.
But I don't understand.
The guy you knew as the vicar was a phony, fake. His name wasn't Crane, and he wasn't a clergyman. In fact, I wouldn't mind betting that before coming to Renfrew, he'd never been to church in his life.
Now, Mrs. Goodacre, I want you to listen very carefully indeed to what I'm going to say. I know perfectly well all this has been a very great shock to you, and I realize that you're most upset. But you must appreciate the fact that you've been placed in an extremely awkward position.
I just can't understand it, Mr. Simon. He seems so good and kind, so understanding.
Yes, unfortunately, most competence tricksters have a knack of seeming to be what they're not. And this man would appear to be an exceedingly clever competence trickster, which, of course, is why we shall need all our wits about us if we're going to catch him.
I still won't believe that he stole that money. Nothing will ever make me believe that.
I see what I mean, Chief. She just won't be told.
In that case, I'm afraid we have no alternative. You'd better phone Scotland Yard,
Oh,
Hunter.
no, please, no, not that. Look, I'll do anything you ask. Anything, but don't call the police.
2 men have disappeared, Mrs. Goodacre. One of them has run off with over £7,000, which doesn't belong to him, and the other's been missing for almost a year. He could be anywhere. For that matter, he could be dead. We've no way at all of knowing until we find the man who took his place, and only you can help us do that.
But I don't see how
And I'll tell you. For the past 9 months, you've been his housekeeper. You've been living under the very same roof. In the course of that time, you must have noticed certain odd things about him. Things that didn't altogether tie in with the facts as you knew them. Now, did he spend much time out of Renfrew?
He went went away for a few days every so often.
Try to be more precise. How often?
Well, once a month, perhaps.
And to where did he go?
To visit a friend, he said.
What friend?
I don't know, unless it was that Mrs. Rutledge.
Mrs. Rutledge?
Yes, she called to see him once at the vicarage. I think he said she was a former parishioner of his.
Oh? When was this?
About 2 months ago. He took her into his office. They were there for some hours, and then she left. I wouldn't have thought anything of it, only...
Yes?
Well, I heard them laughing together, and then they locked the door. I was dusting the hall. I couldn't help hearing the key turn in the lock. Not that I paid much attention to it at the time, but, well, it did set me wondering. Oh, well, I mean to say, it didn't seem exactly proper somehow.
Did you ever see this woman again?
No, but I recognised her voice on the phone more than once. It's a part of my job to answer the phone.
Did she ring him often?
3 or 4 times that I can remember.
Do you happen to know if he ever rang her?
No, but he did write to her once.
Oh?
Yes, I saw the letter on his desk, or rather a sealed envelope addressed to her. He hadn't got round to posting it.
You didn't happen to recall the address, I suppose?
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I do. I'm not ashamed to admit that I was curious, and perhaps I was even a little bit jealous. Not in the usual way, but, well, I thought so highly of him. And
Yes, I quite understand. Now, the address. What was it?
Mrs. Diane Rutledge, Hobart Mansions, Lord Street, Bristol. Yes.
Hunter boarded the first available train for Bristol, arriving in that city shortly before 10:30 in the evening. Outside the station, he hailed a cab, instructing the driver to take him to Hobart Mansions in Lord Street, a 6th-floor block of luxury flats overlooking Garfield Park. From the indicator in the foyer, the agent ascertained that the lady in question occupied flat number 12 on the 4th floor.
It's a little late for callers, sonny boy, but don't let that bother you. You just keep pressing that buzzer till it drops off.
Mrs. Rutledge?
Dearned tradesman.
Clergyman, too?
You've got the wrong number, sonny. I'm not the religious type.
Neither's your boyfriend, the vicar. Where is he, by the way?
Vicar? You're not serious.
Not half as serious as the cops will be when they get here. You're in big trouble, beautiful, and I don't mean maybe. Now, where is he?
If you're referring to Clive Regan, I haven't the foggiest notion. He's no friend of mine. I had nothing to do with it.
What?
With whatever he's mixed up in.
Okay. Well, you just drape that lovely form of yours in some street clothes and let's go spread the glad tidings, huh?
I'm not leaving here.
Have it your own way. You don't mind if I borrow your phone?
Hi.
Oh, I didn't think you would. Hello? Operator, this is an emergency. Get me the police.
It was immediately obvious to Hunter that under pressure, Diane Rutledge would be very quick to tell all that she knew. The agent was in no position to exert that pressure, however, so he called for the police to exert it for him. As he'd expected, they made very short work of the job, and they soon had the whole astonishing story. The Reverend John Crane was dead. He had, it appeared, died of a very sudden heart attack in the train, en route from Bransfield to Burnley, where he'd planned to spend a few days with a friend before taking up his pastoral duties at Renfrew. It just so happened that a very few minutes before his death, he'd entered into a conversation with a fellow traveller named Clive Regan. It was late at night. The two were alone in the compartment. Crane had fainted, and Regan, believing him to be asleep, had attempted to relieve him of his wallet and sundry other items of value. He was just in the act of doing this when he discovered that the clergyman was dead, a fact that presented to his mind the opportunity of a lifetime. Undismayed, he calmly pushed the body out of the train window, alighted himself at the next station, and then returned to the spot where it had fallen. He then switched clothes with the clergyman, and having already taken possession of the overnight bag belonging to the dead man, he dragged the body to a ditch and left it there, to be discovered a day or two later, but never claimed or identified. Meanwhile, Regan had arrived in Renfrew, and having briefed himself thoroughly on his new identity from various letters and private papers which he'd found in Crane's possession, he had assumed the role of vicar. His triumph, however, was short-lived, as his honey-blonde girlfriend also told the police where to find him, and in less than an hour, he was picked up and taken to a police cell. A very far cry from the residence which he'd enjoyed during his brief term as the vicar of Renfrew.
I don't know, Chief. What gets me is how he had the gall to think he could get away with it.
Yeah, I might remind you, Hunter, that he very nearly did. And most certainly would have done so if he hadn't lavished just a little too much charm on his housekeeper.
Yeah, true enough, I guess. But, he could have been caught out in any one of 1,000 ways.
Fact remains that he wasn't. But perhaps being the kind of man he is, he enjoyed the risk involved. Besides, he was already wanted by the police, you know. As it is, he'll just get a few extra years tacked onto his sentence and a slightly larger spread in the newspapers. Not a great deal more, much as he deserves it.
Yeah. You know, I sure feel sorry for Mrs. Goodacre, though, for old dame.
And all the others he hoodwinked. So I dare say time will repair the damage that's been done. Usually does. Oh, talking of time reminds me, I've got another client waiting in the next office.
Yeah.
On your way out, tell Pauline to send her in, will you?
Henry Simon returns to conclude this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
Little remains for me to say in regard to this case, except to record the fact that at his ensuing trial, Clive Regan was sentenced to 8 years' imprisonment. As for Diane Rutledge, well, she was slightly more fortunate, and chiefly due to her cooperation with the police, she was let off on a 2-year bond. Of the stolen money, a little under £5,000 was recovered, the remainder having been spent by Regan during his term of office. Whether this will be reclaimed by the parishioners concerned or used, as was originally intended by them, to provide a new church hall, of course I couldn't say. But in either case, it's going to be a very long time indeed before any of them forget the man who induced it from their pockets in the first place. Clive Regan, alias John Crane, alias the Vicar of Renfrew. And now, this is Henry Simon inviting you as always to meet me here again, and for the present, bidding you au revoir. This is Henry Simon, bringing you another story from my files here at the Missing Persons Bureau.
In these stories of the Missing Persons Bureau, dramatized for Henry Simon by Ross Napier, names and addresses have, for obvious reasons, been changed. In one moment, the search for Ronald Elliott, address unknown. And here again is Henry Simon.
In the past 10 years, much has been written concerning the rapid decline of the post-war generation. This stems largely, of course, from the increase in juvenile delinquency and the emergence of various youth cults, teddy boys and so on. The main questions that have arisen seem to be, firstly, how has this come about? And secondly, who is to blame? Numerous self-appointed spokesmen of the post-war generation place the responsibility fairly and squarely upon the shoulders of the parent generation. And the parent generation, in its turn, falls back on the war. My own view is that civilization itself is at fault, and that both generations are merely victims of its perversity. Such is the theme of the story which I'm about to relate. The story of a young man who was born with a chip on his shoulder, the weight of which proved almost too heavy to bear. It began on an October morning in the year 1956. when I was visited here in my office at the Missing Persons Bureau by a young woman who gave her name as Zelda McLean. She was 21 years of age, attractive in a tomboyish sort of way, with an intensity of expression and a wealth of youthful naivety.
We live in depressing times, Mr. Simon. Don't you agree?
Depressing? In what respect exactly?
In every respect. We have no future.
Well, now, that's rather a sweeping statement to come from somebody of your tender years. But let's not involve ourselves in a discussion at this point, eh? My time is rather limited, you know.
Oh, yes, of course, I'm sorry. It's just that I'm so mixed up and, well, sort of preoccupied with myself and my thoughts, if you follow my meaning.
Yeah, quite, yes. Well, now, suppose you tell me just why you're here and what it's all about, eh?
It's about Ronald. He's disappeared.
Ronald?
Ronald Elliott, my fiancé.
I see, and you want us to find him, is that right?
Yes.
You realize, of course, their fees are quite considerable.
Oh, money's the least of my worries. I have all I want, and a good deal more.
You're very fortunate.
I won't be for much longer. Not if I marry Ronald.
No?
Daddy's threatened to cut off my allowance.
He doesn't approve of your choice.
Oh, he never has. He and Mummy both. They just don't understand Ronald. Not many people do. Because of what he is, they dislike him. You see, he's different.
In what way?
Well, he doesn't think as they do. He's the intellectual type.
Yes, I suspected he might be.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, nothing. Please go on.
To put it in a word, he's an existentialist.
An existentialist?
Yes.
I don't wish to appear ignorant, but I'm afraid I...
It means he's a sort of outsider.
Oh.
He doesn't believe in convention as we know it. He invents his own as he feels it should be, in accordance with his convictions and beliefs.
I see. How old is he?
22.
And you're officially engaged to be married?
Well, no, not officially. But we have an understanding.
How long have you known him?
For about 2 years.
And when did he disappear exactly?
He's been gone a week.
Gone from where?
His lodgings. He has a room. Or rather, he had a room in Turnham Green.
He lived alone?
Yes.
His family, his parents?
He has nothing to do with them. They threw him out.
When?
Oh, 3 or 4 years ago, before I met him.
Why was this?
They just didn't get on.
Like your own parents, they failed to understand him, perhaps.
They weren't able to appreciate the complexity of his mind. He was above them, both socially and intellectually.
Is he employed?
He's had dozens of different jobs over the years. Nothing that's ever suited him.
Was he working at the time of his disappearance?
No.
Was he fitted for any particular sort of profession or trade?
Well, no, not really. Although there's nothing he couldn't do if he wanted to. The point is, he has no specific ambition. He sees the world and humanity as a whole for what it is, and he wants no part of it.
That must be very awkward for him.
Oh, it is. But he's not alone. Everywhere, others like him are crying out for their rightful heritage, demanding that their cause should be recognized.
Cause?
Why should we suffer for the wrongs of our parents? Their wars are not our wars. As the youth of the nation, we are its strength, and our claims must be met. Freedom of thought and of action, freedom
I
of...
take it you and Ronald are kindred souls.
Oh, but of course. I'm a part of him as he is of me. The cause has united us, and we raise our voices together in protest. A cry in the wilderness, Mr. Simon, yet soon it will be heard as the rumblings of an earthquake. For we are the conscience of the universe. We are its reformers, a generation apart from all those who've gone before us, whose bungling stupidity has brought the world to its knees.
Quite. Have you a photograph with you?
Photograph?
Of Elliott.
Oh, yes, in my handbag. Here.
Thank you.
It was taken in Hyde Park on a Sunday afternoon 2 or 3 months back.
I thought I recognized the scenery.
He was inspired that day. I've never heard him speak so well.
Speak so well to whom?
To his audience. He was addressing a gathering of young people.
Oh, a soapbox orator, eh?
Nothing of the kind. He had his own platform.
He spoke regularly?
Every second or third Sunday.
And when was the last time you saw him?
Last Tuesday evening. We had dinner in town.
How did he seem?
Oh, quiet. Rather subdued, I thought. We arranged to meet for lunch the next day, but he didn't show up. Oh, it wasn't the first time he missed an appointment, so I didn't think much about it.
But when I didn't hear from him, I decided I'd better investigate. I went to his digs, and the woman who owns the place told me he'd gone. That was the Thursday. According to her, he left on the Wednesday morning.
For good?
That's what she said.
He didn't say where he was going?
No.
And you'd had dinner with him on the night before?
I was with him all the evening.
We gave you no indication of his intended departure?
None whatsoever.
Have you been in touch with his friends?
The few he has. They haven't seen him.
His parents?
Oh, they're the last people he'd confide in.
You've no idea at all where he might have gone?
Not the slightest.
There was no other woman in his life?
Certainly none that I know of.
Well, now, was he in financial trouble or anything of that nature?
If he needed money, he knew he could get it from me.
Have you given him any money in the past?
A bit.
Ah, could you be a little more exact? How often and how much?
Well, a few pounds a week. Just enough for him to get by on.
In other words, you've been keeping him.
We've always looked on it as a sort of loan.
How long has this been going on?
Oh, about 18 months or so.
He must owe you quite a lot.
I've been more than repaid.
Oh?
By sharing his thoughts and dreams with me, his intellect, he's given me something I prize more than all the money in the world. Enlightenment, Mr. Simon. The power to lift myself above others and see things as they really are.
Hold it, Chief, now hold it. Could I have that word again, syllable by syllable?
Existentialist.
Oh, brother, that one I got to jot down in my little black book for future reference.
I doubt you'll be called on to use it much in the course of normal conversation study. Of course, it might be as well, as you say, for future reference.
Well, you never can tell. It's getting to be quite the vogue these days.
What is?
Thingamabobbelism. I've been thinking of growing my hair and renting an attic and taking it up myself. Who knows? Maybe I might even graduate to a soapbox in Hyde Park. I could get Hunter to hand out the pamphlets, maybe even take up a collection at the end. Do you figure that his intellect would stand it?
Now, joking aside, you better have a word with the fellow's parents. They might have something to offer.
Oh, yeah.
I've got their address here somewhere. Oh, yes, here it is. It's 57 Portland Road, Chalk Farm. At the Chalk Farm address, a neat semi-detached bungalow in a quiet, pleasant neighborhood, Study was greeted by our quarry's mother, Mrs. Lorna Elliott, a thin, tired-looking woman, estimated by the agent to be in her early 50s.
Well, that's the position as we know it now, Mrs. Elliott, and I was wondering if maybe you could fill in a few of the blank spaces for us.
Well, as I've already explained, Mr. Study, neither I nor my husband has seen or heard from Ronald in over 3 years. Moreover, we have no desire to hear from him.
Why is that exactly, ma'am?
Because he's no good. He never was and he never will be.
Well, that's kind of a strange thing for a mother to say of her son.
He's not our real son. We adopted him when he was a child.
Oh?
I was unable to have children, you see, and my husband was anxious that he should have someone to survive him.
Uh-huh.
It didn't work. Hard as we tried, the boy simply wouldn't allow us to guide or advise him. For some reason, in spite of all we did for him, he seemed to resent us, even to despise us. We gave him the best education we could afford, lavished him with all the love and affection that was in us, and he repaid us by doing everything in his power to make our lives unbearable.
How was his record at school?
It couldn't have been much worse. He was expelled from 4 different schools in as many years. We finally had to take him away altogether. And then he refused to work. Simply wouldn't do a tap. For the best part of 3 years he sat about the house doing absolutely nothing. Till in the end my husband gave him the alternative of getting a job or clearing out. There was a dreadful scene. He called us both the worst names he could think of, and then packed his things and left.
And that's the guy who's going to reform the world, eh?
To be quite truthful, I think he's unbalanced.
Yeah?
He's always had the most peculiar ideas. Imagined everyone was against him, regardless of who they were or what they were. It was almost as if he looked on life itself as some fiendish plot, devised solely that he might suffer.
Henry Simon returns to continue this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
Initially, I had been in two minds as to whether or not I should undertake the case of the missing Ronald Elliott. Our client was obviously a highly impressionable young lady who had allowed her thinking to be dominated by a badly adjusted, rebellious upstart. Her plea, however, was a legitimate one, I decided, for not only did she consider herself betrothed to Elliott, but she'd also advanced him money in excess of £500. And so it was that Studdy resumed his inquiries at the lodging-house in Turnham Green, where he interviewed one Flora Bucket, our quarry's former landlady.
So he's in trouble, is he? Oh, can't say I'm surprised.
Well, no, ma'am, there's no trouble. A friend of his is anxious to locate him, that's all.
Oh, it's no use coming to me. Like I said, he just left here. Not a word of where he was going or why. Up and off before he even had time to think of asking him. Oh, not that I would have bothered anyway. Too glad to see the last of him.
Oh, why?
He was odd, that's why. Screw loose. You only had to look at him to see that. Had the eyes of a wild animal.
But if that's the case, how come you took him in the first place?
Oh, I wasn't so particular then. I couldn't afford to be. Lodgers was hard to come by. But I swear there were times he fair put the wind up me.
How do you mean?
Well, the way he looked and things he said.
Such as?
There was no making sense of them, just words. Whenever I asked him what he was talking about, he'd laugh at me. You and me, Mrs. B, he'd say, we live in two different worlds.
What's so frightening about that?
It was the way he said it. Like he was some kind of being from another planet. I used to get his breakfast for him every morning, and from the time he sat down to the table till the time he got up again, he'd ramble on about how he was all headed for destruction. That kind of muck. And all them books he used to buy.
The books?
His room was so full of them, the door wouldn't open proper. Not ordinary books. Sort of, well, I don't know how you describe them. Most of them had titles about half a mile long. Weird stuff you couldn't make head nor tail of. I glanced through a few of them when I was cleaning out. Well, they might have been written in a foreign language for all I could make of them.
Where'd they come from, any idea?
He bought them.
New?
No, second-hand mostly. There's a little place down the street, Gullies. He was always in there, ferreting around. Never went in, but he didn't come out with his arms stacked full of them. Then he'd lock himself in his room and read for days on end without fudging. Sometimes his light was on through the night. Oh, talk about a bookworm.
When he left here, did he take them all with him?
No. Now, that's the strangest part of it. Before he went, he carted the lot downstairs and dumped them in the backyard. Oh, there must have been a couple of 100.
Yeah?
Then, calm as you please, he put a match to 'em, made himself a bonfire.
After taking his leave of Mrs. Bucket, Studdy made his way to Gully's second-hand bookstore further along the street. It was a large shop, and like many of its kind, was dimly lit and musty. The shelves that lined the walls were piled high with books. Every available inch was taken up, from wall to wall, from floor to ceiling. Books, books, and more books, everywhere. At the counter, Studdy spoke to the proprietor, Frederick Gully, a wizened old man who seemed as much a part of the shop as the books were.
Ah, yes, Mr. Elliott is one of our most regular customers. A deep-thinking young man.
You haven't seen him at all this week, I suppose?
No, not that I recall. But you'd best ask Mary, my assistant. She and Mr. Elliott are good friends. Doubtless she'd know.
Is she here now?
Unfortunately, I sent her on an errand. She should be back at any minute. If you'd care to take a seat, or perhaps you'd rather browse round the shelves. I'm sure you'll find we have an ample rent.
Gully's assistant, Mary Duncan, who returned to the shop some 20 minutes later, proved to be a dark-haired, serious-looking girl with good features, marred somewhat by her sallow complexion.
No, Mr. Studdy, he hasn't been in this week, which is rather surprising, actually, because I've been expecting to hear from him.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, he promised to let me know what the publishers thought of his book.
What book?
Oh, the one he's been writing. He finished it earlier this month, after 2 whole years. Oh, I do so hope it's a success. He's worked so hard.
How come his fiancée didn't mention it?
Well, I understand it was to be a sort of surprise. He didn't want her to know about it till it was accepted.
Oh. Well, what kind of book was it exactly?
It was an expression of his views on the decline of the human race.
And which publisher did he submit it to? Any notion?
Bolton House. They deal more in that kind of thing, but he should have heard from them by this.
Maybe he has.
Why hasn't he contacted me? He gave me his word he'd let me know at once, so I could be the first to congratulate him.
At the Piccadilly offices of Bolton House, a well-known London publishing firm, study was referred to one James Hibble of the editing staff.
Elliott? Oh, yes, of course. He brought the manuscript in to me himself. Had an introduction from one of my associates.
Oh, and what was the verdict?
Not good, I'm afraid. Oh, it had merit of an obscure kind, but to begin with, it was far from original. At least 50% of his thoughts were directly inspired by the writings of Nicholas Ferrar, and those that weren't came from Swedenborg, Kierkegaard, Shaw, and a dozen others. In one particular spot, a whole passage was taken word for word from Boehmer. No, Mr. Study, I'm afraid our young friend, although obviously an ardent consumer of profound works, has little to offer the world. Apart from his borrowing, he's far too destructive, immaturely so, to make his presence felt. You follow?
Well, I get the general idea. Too many gripes and nothing to gripe about.
Exactly. Perhaps in 20 years' time, when he's lived a little more, when his head's a trifle clearer and maturity has clarified his thinking, perhaps then he'll try again.
I take it you rejected the book, huh?
Outright. The manuscript was returned to him last week.
Yeah, that figures. And you haven't heard from him since, I guess?
No.
Well, I won't take up any more of your time, Mr. Hibble. Thanks a lot. Well, there it is, Chief. Seems fairly obvious what happened. When he got the manuscript back, he whipped himself into a stew and in a fit of temperament burnt all his books.
Certainly seems to be the most likely explanation, Study. It still doesn't give any indication of where they've gone.
Maybe he rushed off to join the Foreign Legion.
Or else recovered his composure and decided...
Yeah?
Well, it occurs to me that a person like Elliott would hardly throw in the towel after one solitary trouncing.
How do you mean?
If you'd persuaded yourself you were brilliant, you spent 2 years compiling a book, only to have it flatly rejected by the very first publisher you sent it to, well, what would be your reaction?
Well, I guess I'd be pretty cheesed off, but not being brilliant, I wouldn't know for sure.
You might fly off the handle for a time. After a while, you'd simmer down. You'd convince yourself that publisher number one was a fool. He couldn't recognize genius when he saw it.
So?
So you'd submit it to another publisher. And if it was refused a second time, you'd repeat the process until you'd exhausted every publisher in the business. That is, providing, of course, you hadn't burnt the manuscripts along with your books in the throes of your initial tantrum.
Hey.
I could be wrong, of course. It's worth following up, isn't it? I'll let Pauline make out a list of every publishing house in London. We'll check with all of them, and if that manuscript has been submitted again, well, one of them must have it. In which case, they ought also to have a record of the author's new address. It was simple enough to obtain a list of the various London publishing firms. And it was just as simple, although somewhat more arduous, to check with each one in turn. This latter task, of course, was Study's, and it consisted of 11 separate phone calls, which he made the following morning, working through the list in alphabetical order until he found himself talking to a certain Irwin Cropton of the Randolph Press, who more than justified his diligence.
Ronald Elliott, you say?
Yeah, that's the name.
What was it you wished to know about him exactly?
Well, first and foremost, whether he submitted a manuscript to you in the past week.
We did receive a manuscript from a writer of that name, yes. As a matter of fact, I have it here on my desk now. But,
well, where can he be contacted? Can you tell me?
Just hold the line a moment. I'll check.
Oh, thanks. Bullseye, Chief. We hit it right in the nose.
Splendid.
Looking up the address now.
Hello?
Yeah?
It was written on the cover sheet, 17 Gilbraith Road, Northwest 6.
40 minutes later, Study alighted from a cab at the entrance to number 17 Gilbraith Road in the Kilburn area. A lodging house had offered bed and breakfast to all comers. It stood between a butcher's shop and the shell of a bombed-out slum dwelling. At the front door, he was informed by a plumpish woman in an apron that a Mr. Ronald Elliott had taken up residence in the establishment on the previous Thursday, which coincided with his departure from Turnham Green. Accordingly, she directed the agent to a room on the 3rd floor.
Yes? Ronald Elliott? Yes. Like a word with you. Study's the name, Missing Persons Bureau.
He was tall and thin, with a long, sloping forehead and round shoulders which reduced his height by several inches. His hair was ruffled, he was unshaven, and his sunken eyes were red with strain. In silence, he listened as Study explained why he'd come and who had sent him. Then he smiled curiously, smoothing out the folds in his grey turtleneck jumper, and replying,
That's the basic trouble with women, Mr. Study. They don't know when they're well off.
Well off or otherwise, Miss McLean's under the impression that you and she are engaged to be married. Furthermore, her bank balance is showing a deficit of nearly £600. Dough she lent to you in preference to putting it towards her trousseau.
She'll get it back in time.
When your book sells, maybe?
Perhaps.
What made you run out on her?
I needed a change of scenery.
You sure it wasn't because you were scared?
Of what?
Of being proved a fake, a bag of wind. Of having her find out you're not quite as brilliant as you painted yourself. You were banking on that book, weren't you? To justify your big talk, you needed something tangible to lean on. And the book was to be it.
Zelda knew nothing about the book.
Maybe not, but you'd have been quick enough to tell her if you'd sold it. Not that there's anything wrong in that. A guy has a right to show off to his girl, to get up on a soapbox and play kingpin, but you did more than that. You had her looking up to you like you were a god of some kind. You laid it on to such an extent, in fact, that you got yourself into a sweat wondering how long it'd take her to wake up to the act, to discover her knight in shining armor was nothing but a mirage, a barrel full of hot air, that his big talk came out of other people's mouths. Well, the ride's over, chum, leave us face it. Your book is exactly what you are. A nobody. A nothing.
Get out of here.
Okay, I'm going. But if that prize intellect of yours is 1/10 as big as you like to pretend it is, you'll stop making like an outsider and come over on the inside for a change. That way, you might one day get to write a book of your own.
Henry Simon returns to conclude this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
Whether Study's words had any effect on Ronald Elliott, I couldn't say. For as far as we were concerned, directly our client had been informed of his whereabouts, the case was closed. I very much doubt that words alone could bring him to his senses, however. He was far too steeped in self-deception and conceit. After all, bitter experience is the only cure for such a malady. And even that is by no means infallible. There are some people who will never learn, either from their own mistakes or from the mistakes of others. But they will simply continue blindly along their chosen course, to be swallowed up by the oblivion of their own stupidity. And now, this is Henry Simon, as always, inviting you to meet me here again, and for the present bidding you not goodbye, but simply au revoir.
This is Henry Simon, bringing you another story from my files here at the Missing Persons Bureau.
In these stories of the Missing Persons Bureau, dramatized for Henry Simon by Ross Napier, names and addresses have, for obvious reasons, been changed. In one moment, the search for Ronald Marsdon, address unknown. And here again is Henry Simon.
The year is 1952. The scene is the main entrance to Charing Cross Railway Station in London. It is 9:45 on a Tuesday morning in June. And near the central ticket barrier, a tall man in a navy suit leans heavily against a stone pillar. Hands thrust deep into his trousers pockets, he's smoking a pipe, and seems to be quite unaware that he's being observed by a uniformed police officer, who at length approaches him, and after hesitating for a moment, taps him on the shoulder.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Hope you don't mind me accosting you like this. I was wondering if I could be of any assistance.
Assistance?
Well, every morning for the past week or so, I've noticed you standing here in the same place, leaning against this very same pillar, just like you are now. Oh, I don't mind admitting you've had me curious.
Well, I never dreamt I was attracting the attention of the law.
Would I be correct in assuming you're a visitor to London?
You would be. I'm from Canada. Over here on a business trip.
I see.
You're not going to book me for loitering, I trust?
Oh, no, sir, nothing like that. Oh, it's just that we have orders to be helpful to people whenever possible.
And I look as if I need help. Is that it?
Well, if you'll forgive my saying so, sir, yes, you do, rather.
Perhaps you're right.
If there's anything I can do, I'll be only
You're very kind, Constable, but I'm afraid the sort of help I need is a little out of your domain.
But, sir?
I'm looking for my son.
Your son?
Ronald. He'd be about your age, roughly the same build. In fact, you look something like him.
Oh, I don't think I quite follow, sir.
Do you have a son, Constable?
Oh, no, sir, I'm not married.
Then you wouldn't know what it feels like to be a father.
Has he been missing long?
Long enough. A few months, over 10 years, to be exact.
10 years?
Mm-hmm. He was in the Air Force during the war. The Canadian Air Force, that is. In 1941, he was posted over here. He never came back.
Well, you haven't kept in touch?
No. But I know he's in London somewhere.
Perhaps if you tried the military authorities, they might be able to help.
I've already tried him.
No luck?
None at all. You see, Constable, according to the official records, my son is dead.
Such was the prelude to a case that had its beginning for us here at the Missing Persons Bureau some 3 days later, when I was visited in my office by a man who gave his name as Philip Marsdon, and then went on to describe the incident which I have just recounted, identifying himself as the Canadian who had lost his son.
That's correct, Mr. Simon. As I told the constable, Ronald is officially dead. I'm afraid I rather confused the poor fellow.
In fact, I'm a trifle confused myself, Mr. Marsden. If your son's death has been confirmed by the military authorities, what leads you to suppose that he might still be alive?
There's no maybe about it. He is alive.
Why are you so sure?
2 weeks ago, I saw him with my own eyes.
What, here in London?
Outside Charing Cross Station. He passed through the main ticket barrier less than 10 feet from me. I was going in. He was coming out.
You didn't speak to him?
I didn't have a chance. It was the rush hour. There were people milling everywhere. Before I could get my breath back, I'd lost him in the crowd. Every morning since then, I've taken up a position near the barrier, hoping to catch sight of him again, but so far he hasn't shown up.
There's always the chance that you were mistaken.
I tell you it was Ronald. I'm as certain of that as I am of my own sanity. I was almost as close to him as I am to you now. If we both stretched our arms out, we could have touched hands.
Did he see you?
No, he was looking in the opposite direction.
Did you see him full face or just his profile?
Full face.
He served in the Canadian Air Force during the war, you say?
He was a fighter pilot.
What were the circumstances of his reported death?
He was shot down over France. According to the records, his plane exploded in midair before he could bail out.
Were there any eyewitnesses?
Yes, 2. An RAF squadron leader and another Canadian boy. They were flying together in a group on their way back to base. Ran smack into a pack of Messerschmitts. Well, from what I can gather, they were outnumbered by about 5 to 1 and low on fuel to boot. They had to make a run for it.
And?
The other 2 got through. Ronnie caught a burst in his fuel tank.
Did they actually see the plane explode?
Apparently.
But they didn't happen to see him bail out?
No.
I see. And this was in 1942?
March 16th.
Was no trace of his body ever recovered?
If his body had been recovered, I wouldn't be here.
Now, what I meant was, no body was ever discovered that was presumed to be his.
Not that I know of.
But were you given no reason at all to believe that he might have survived?
None whatever.
Well, then, on the strength of the official report, you accepted the fact of his death?
Absolutely. In view of the circumstances, I could do little else.
And yet now, 10 years later, you're prepared to wave all that aside because of a momentary glimpse you caught of a man coming out of Charing Cross Station?
For the simple reason that the man was Ronald.
But if he's dead, how could it have been?
Quite obviously, he's not dead.
In that case, why hasn't he made any sort of move to contact you? To let you know that he's still alive?
That I can't tell you. I can only repeat what I've already said. There's no doubt in my mind whatever that the man I saw was my son.
Very well, assuming that he wasn't killed. For argument's sake, let's say that he did manage to bail out of his plane unobserved, and somehow managed to make his way back to this country. Are you asking me to believe that he would make no effort at all to inform the authorities about his presence here?
I'm not asking you to believe anything. I'm simply stating the truth as I know it.
How close were you to him? Emotionally, I mean.
Just about as close as a father could be, I guess.
You were good friends?
The best.
I take it he wasn't married?
No, he was only 22 when he went overseas.
Well, that'd make him 32 now.
33.
Before he joined the Air Force, did he have a job?
He was at the university.
Studying what?
Law.
He didn't qualify?
No, he missed the finals by about 6 months. His mother and I begged him to stay on till he was through, but he'd made up his mind to enlist. There was nothing we could do to stop him.
I see. Don't happen to have a photograph of him, I suppose?
Fortunately, I carry one in my wallet.
Oh, yes, thank you.
It's quite a good snap, actually, taken just before he left.
Fine-looking boy.
He inherited his mother's looks.
Is she in London with you?
Not this trip. I left her home in Toronto.
Do you have any other children?
A younger daughter. She married an American, lives in New York.
You've been in touch with your wife about this, I suppose?
No, as a matter of fact, I haven't.
Why not?
I wanted to find him first. It's no use, Mr. Simon. If you're trying to trap me into admitting doubt, you're wasting your time.
So it would seem.
Well, do you take the case, or don't you?
First, I'd rather like to discuss it with my assistant.
Fair enough. Will that take long?
He's in his office now. If you don't mind just waiting outside for a few moments, I'll send for him right away. I think you...
This is a new twist, Chief. You asking my advice on whether or not to accept the case.
Well, I think, Studdy, you'll agree that the circumstances are rather exceptional. In any event, you're the one who's going to have to handle it.
Yeah, that's what bothers me. You figure there's any chance the guy he saw really was his son?
Frankly, I'd say the odds are 1,000,000 to 1 against it. On the other hand, I did all in my power to instill some sort of doubt into his mind, and he wouldn't budge. As far as he's concerned, the boy's still alive, and that's all there is to it. We could both talk us a little blue in the face. Wouldn't do us the slightest bit of good.
Yeah, but, Chief, even so, I'm up to my ears as it is. I don't want to take on something that's just going to waste my time.
Well, it's up to you to decide. Hunter's due back from Vienna in the morning. That ought to take some of the pressure off your shoulders. But don't let it influence your decision. You do whatever you think best.
He's, waiting outside, eh?
Mm-hmm. I told him we'd only be here a few minutes.
Well, there's only one sure way to settle it. I'll flip a coin.
Hardly an ethical approach.
Maybe not ethical, but practical. Now, heads we take it, tails we don't. Heads we take it.
I'll call him in.
Yeah, I should have known better. Never won a toss in my life.
And thus it was decided that we should accept the assignment. I'd hasten to point out, however, that never before or since have I allowed my judgment to be swayed by the mere face of a coin. However, if nothing else, of course, it settled the issue. And that very same afternoon, Studdy set the wheels of the investigation in motion by calling in at the office of Major Ralph Thomas of Military Intelligence, who, of course, is a very old and most trusted associate of ours, and who has rendered us invaluable assistance on many occasions in the past, and who, in this particular instance, was very quick to come up with the information which was wanted.
There we are, Marsdon, Ronald Stewart, Flight Lieutenant, Royal Canadian Air Force.
Yeah, that's our boy.
Killed in action March 16th, 1942.
Well, that sounds definite enough.
Let's see now.
Yes. The report appears to be based solely on the 2 eyewitness accounts.
That's the men who were flying with him at the time, huh?
Yes, Flight Lieutenant Aubrey Evans, Canadian Air Force, also killed in action. April 27th, 42, about 6 weeks later.
What about the other one, the RAF guy?
Squadron leader Douglas Herring, DFC. Herring, know that name? Of course. Dalton Aircraft. He's one of our top test pilots.
Dalton, huh?
Main plant's at Richmond. You'll probably get him there.
Yeah, they've got an office in town. I'll check with him. Not that there's very much point to it. He can only tell me what I already know. Hey, let me give you a piece of solid advice, Major. When you're in two minds about a thing, never flip a coin.
Henry Simon returns to continue this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
At the Dalton Aircraft Plant and Testing Centre in Richmond, study Jullian made the acquaintance of one Douglas Herring, who was the former RAF squadron leader and was now employed by Dalton as a test pilot. A short man with curly red hair and a closely trimmed moustache to match, he greeted the agent with a handshake which the latter swears almost cracked his knuckles, and ushered him into the staff bar, where they immediately settled down to a couple of pints of the best brown ale.
Good stuff, old lad, what?
Yeah, I've tasted worse.
Special brew. Now then, what's all this about young Ronnie Marsdon?
You remember him?
Well, grand chap he was, had the makings of a first-rate pilot. Too bad he had to get it when he did, only a youngster, too.
You were with him at the time, I believe.
That's right.
Well, I've read your report on what happened, but I'd kind of like to hear you tell it yourself, if it's not too much trouble.
Not at all, old boy. Perfectly simple, really. He copped a lolly in his fuel tank, and up went the works.
Before he could bail out, huh?
Presumably.
Why, presumably?
Well, stands to reason, old son. If he could have, he would have. The fact he didn't clearly indicates it was all over before he knew what it was all about.
Did you actually see the plane hit?
No, he was below me.
What did you see, then?
The flash of the explosion. That's about all there was to see.
And you'd be prepared to swear it was instantaneous?
Well, I wouldn't swear to anything, but I'd say it was a pretty safe bet.
There was another guy with you, wasn't there?
Old Orb Evans. We flew as a trio quite a lot. We were developing a system.
What did he have to say about it?
His report tallied with mine in every detail.
On paper, sure, but off the record.
My dear old boy, he saw no more and no less than I did. As I said, there was nothing more to see. The kite simply blew up.
Would it have been possible for Marsdon to have jumped out without either of you spotting him?
Oh, hardly.
Well, just supposing he'd had the time.
But we've already established that he didn't.
No, on the contrary. A pretty safe bet was the phrase you used. That's by no means conclusive.
Look here, old lad, exactly what is it you're trying to prove?
Well, Marsden's father claims his son is still alive.
Still alive?
Uh-huh.
That's preposterous. He couldn't be.
You try convincing the old man.
Study, dear friend. I can tell you now you're wasting your talent.
Undoubtedly. But you still haven't answered my question. If he'd had the time, could he have bailed out without you or Evans seeing him?
Well, visibility wasn't the best, as I recall. There were quite a few patches of cloud about. Added to which we both had our hands pretty full. Yes, I suppose he could have, but I'd be willing to stake my own life on the fact that he didn't. At this juncture, I could use another pint. Same for you?
No, thanks. I've had my quota for the day, but the shout's on me. You go right ahead. Well, that's it, Chief. You can draw your own conclusions.
I've already done so, Study. I must say there seems to be some sort of element of doubt, faint though it may be.
Yeah, so faint it's practically non-existent.
Even so, it swings the scale slightly more in favor of our client.
Doesn't swing him against him, anyway. The question is, where do we go from here?
Well, to my mind, there's only one place we can go. That's Charing Cross Station.
How do you mean?
Well, it seems to me that our best course is to try to find the man that Marsden saw.
Yeah?
He went through the central ticket barrier during the morning rush hour, which would seem to indicate that he was actually on his way to work, somewhere in or around the Strand.
Check.
That in itself, of course, is another point in favor of Marsden.
How come?
Well, because before he left Canada, the boy was studying law.
So?
And the Strand, of course, is dotted with legal offices.
Hey, I never thought of that.
Again, it's extremely remote, but it does tie in. At all events, it's well worth following up.
In other words, you want I should go the rounds of every legal office in the area.
Unless you've got anything else to suggest.
If I did, we could toss for it, huh?
Oh, shouldn't be that big a job. At least it's confined to the environs of the Strand.
Don't kid yourself. A guy can get corns in the Strand, same as any place else. Only advantage is, if they get too bad, I can always duck down a side street and bathe them in the Thames.
With the aid of a classified directory, Study drew up a very comprehensive list of every legal office in the vicinity of Charing Cross Station. And then, equipped with a photograph of Ronald Marsdon, he duly set out on his task, commencing at Trafalgar Square and then gradually working his way up toward Fleet Street. Altogether, he had 62 names on his list, the first 15 of which were complete blanks. Number 16, Hogarth and Randall solicitors, was located in the Price Building, which was directly across from the Strand Palace Hotel. There, among others, he questioned Alice Longdon, a pretty stenographer come receptionist, who gazed at the photograph for some moments, her brow furrowed in thought.
I've seen that face somewhere before. I'm almost sure of it.
Well, the guy I'm after is a good deal older. This was taken over 10 years ago.
I still think I've seen him. The nose and that mouth, they're very distinctive. Oh, if only I could... Wait a bit now. Yes, I remember. He came in here with Mr. Matheson about 6 weeks ago, it must have been.
Matheson?
Of Matheson and Gilders. He had some papers for Mr. Randall. He left them with me.
You mean Matheson?
Yes.
And the guy here was with him, huh?
Well, if it wasn't him, it was someone very like him. But I'd suggest you get in touch with Mr. Matheson. He should know.
In point of fact, the office of Matheson and Gilders was the next but 3 on Study's list. And 5 minutes later, the agent was ushered into the presence of the senior partner, Walter Matheson himself. A pleasant man with an easy manner, the latter received him most cordially.
Oh, Missing Persons Bureau, yes. Heard quite a bit about you people. I must confess you had me curious.
Well, there's nothing much to it, sir. All I want you to do, if you can, is to identify the fellow in this photograph. Actually, it was Miss Longdon of Hogarth and Randall who put me onto you. She seemed to think she saw him in your company when you dropped in at their office a while back.
Yes, looks rather like Barney Austin.
Barney Austin?
The younger version.
Well, this was taken back around 1940.
Well, there's certainly a strong resemblance. Now, I think that he did come up to Hogarth and Randall's with me one afternoon on our way down to the club.
Well, who is he exactly?
Can't tell you much about his personal life. He's a barrister by profession. Has chambers in the Rothmore building.
And how old would he be?
Oh, early 30s, perhaps.
You know anything about his background?
Afraid not. I can only tell you he has a slight American-sounding accent. But where he comes from, I couldn't say.
At the chambers of Barnett Austin on the 3rd floor of the Rothmore building, Study was told by a pert blonde who sat at a desk in the outer office that her employer was in court and was not expected back for at least an hour. Accordingly, the agent settled down to wait. The minutes went by, and it was well into the 2nd hour before the door opened to admit the gentleman in question. Tall and fair, Austin bore an undeniable resemblance to the photograph of Ronald Marsdon, and his accent was almost certainly that of a North American.
Take your seat, Mr. Study.
Oh, thank you.
Well, now then, what seems to be the trouble?
Well, I'm not quite sure how to begin this, but does the name Marsdon mean anything to you? Ronald Marsdon?
Marsdon? No, not offhand. Why?
Well, take a look at this photograph.
Good Lord.
Yes, that was taken of Marsdon in 1940, before he left Canada on his way over here to serve in the Air Force. Now, on March the 16th, 1942, he was shot down over France, reported dead, never heard of again. Until a couple of weeks back. His father, who's now in London on business, thought he saw him coming out of Charing Cross Station.
This is incredible. Mr. Study, you've just solved the problem I'd given up all hope of ever solving. The problem of my true identity. You've told me who I am.
It would be difficult to say which of the 2 men was the more bewildered as they faced each other across the lawyer's desk. Studdy's expression was one of blank surprise. The others of intense relief and gratitude mingled with puzzled anxiety. For several seconds that seemed more like minutes, neither spoke, until at length the silence was broken by the latter.
There's not much to my side of the story, Mr. Studdy. In June 1942, I woke up in a hospital in Paris. The hospital staffed by Germans. I had no idea who I was or how I'd got there. My memory was a complete blank, and it's remained so ever since. All the Germans could tell me was that I was picked up wandering along a village street on the outskirts of Rouen.
You weren't carrying identification?
No.
What about your clothes?
All I had on was a pair of leather shorts and a Hessian shirt. How I came by them, I wouldn't know. The most likely explanation is that I stole them. But where or from whom is anyone's guess. I felt perfectly fit, and I'd suffered no external injuries, but my mind was a total void. It was like being born all over again.
And what did they do with you, the Germans?
They put me to work on an orchard, and there I stayed till the liberation forces arrived. Then I was brought back to England, put into a hospital again for almost a year, during which time I was attended by some of the best brain specialists in the country. But they couldn't do any more for me than the German doctors had. The only thing I discovered about myself when I was there was that I possessed an unaccountable knowledge of law. I read a number of legal books and found many of the texts were familiar. That's how I came to embark on my present profession. I was given a grant to attend law school. In 2 years I qualified, and in 1949 I was received at the bar.
The name Barnett Austin, where'd that come from?
Curiously enough, it was given to me by one of the German orderlies. He thought I was an American, and the only American he'd ever met was a man called Austin Barnett. So he reversed it to Barnett Austin and conferred it on me. I've kept it ever since. Actually, it's now my legal name, secured by deed poll.
And the authorities weren't able to place you at all, eh?
No, they weren't even sure where I came from. The popular conception was that I was a Canadian, but one or two so-called experts stated that my accent was definitely Bostonian. Then to cap it off, there was a suggestion that I might be from the West Country.
You made no private inquiries?
Oh, hundreds, but the results only served to confuse me further. In the end, I just gave up.
You don't recall being in the Air Force or anything like that, eh?
No recollection of it whatever. As for being shot down, let alone being reported dead, well, it sounds just like you're talking about someone else. But before we go any further, would you mind filling me in a little on my background? What family do I have? Am I married or single? What part of Canada do I come from?
Well, I think your father's the guy to answer those questions. Oh, you're not married, though. You can rest easy there.
Thank God for that, at least. I don't know. It's all come so suddenly. I'm rather at a loss to express my feelings.
Don't bother trying. Just relax while I phone your father. Oh, before I forget, you better hang on to this coin for luck. You've done okay by it so far. It may come in handy again.
Henry Simon returns to conclude this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
To round off this story, I can only theorize. The one possible explanation for Ronald Marsden's survival would seem to be that he did actually bail out of his plane before it exploded, unseen by his two comrades, and that, in landing on French soil, he suffered a head injury, which deprived him of his memory. Whether or not he has since regained it, of course, I couldn't say. But I do happen to know that he returned to Toronto with his father in the hope that familiar surroundings might succeed where medical treatment had apparently failed. A truly astonishing case, one indeed which surely bears out the old adage that truth is much stranger than fiction. And now this is Henry Simon, inviting you as always to meet me here again, and for the present bidding you au revoir.
This is Henry Simon bringing you another story from my files here at the Missing Persons Bureau.
In these stories of the Missing Persons Bureau, dramatized for Henry Simon, names and addresses have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The Colgate Show, address unknown, is brought to you by the makers of Colgate Dental Cream, Colgate Toothbrushes, Colgate Shampoo, Colgate Beauty Soap, Colgate Hairspray, and Colgate Talc.
In one moment, the search for Royce Weston, address unknown.
And here again is Henry Simon.
The sensational stories that one occasionally reads in newspapers are very often less sensational than those which one does not read, for the very good reason that the papers themselves have been instructed not to print them. And you may be very sure that such instructions have come from a source with considerable power. Newspaper editors speak with some vehemence about governmental instructions which take the form of two letters, simply DP, which stand quite obviously for don't print. When an editor receives a DP, there's almost nothing that he can do about it, without bringing upon himself and his newspaper a great deal of trouble. This puts me in mind of an assignment we received some years ago, an assignment which began with the arrival in my office of Sandra Weston, an attractive young woman of about 26, well-dressed, and in a state of some tension and nervousness.
It's about my husband, Mr. Simon, Royce Weston. I don't know what to do anymore. I've been doing everything I can, but I seem to be running around in circles. Nobody seems to be able to help me.
Well, let's take it nice and calmly, Mrs. Weston, and see if there's anything we can perhaps do. Now, your husband is missing.
Yes, for nearly a week now. It's ridiculous. His office says he's not missing, that he's simply off on a business trip, but I know that isn't possible.
Why not?
Well, we've only been married a few months, and Royce just wouldn't do something like this. Besides, we've had things to do this week. A theatre booking, a party at some friends, a new art show this evening. Royce wouldn't simply have gone off and forgotten about everything without saying a word to me. He left last Sunday, and he said quite distinctly that he would be away for one day, that he'd be back on Monday night, and now it's Friday.
Back from where?
Germany. He travels there occasionally for his firm. He's with a textile company, Forbes and Baker. This time he had to go to Berlin. But one day isn't 5, Mr. Simon. There's something wrong, something very wrong.
Have you been to the police about this?
Yes, and they're less help than anybody. They simply won't do a thing about it.
Oh, that's very unusual.
Unusual or not, that's exactly what's happened. I waited until Tuesday morning before I checked with the office, and they told me they knew nothing about Royce's movements. On Thursday, I spoke to the manager, Mr. Horcross. He said Royce was still away, so I didn't know that, and that it was quite normal for him to stay away for as long as he wanted. They said he often did this sort of thing, found new business, and just stayed away until he tied it up. I mean, have you ever heard of anything so ridiculous in your life?
It does sound rather odd, I agree.
Yesterday afternoon, I went to the police and told them what had happened. The desk sergeant took down all the details and said they'd do what they could. I telephoned them later, and I was referred to an inspector. He said that they'd contacted Forbes and Baker, and there didn't seem to be any cause for alarm. He just mouthed the same things that Horcross had said, and told me there wasn't anything in the circumstances that he could do. Well, I've had enough of it. I want you to do something about it now, Mr. Simon. I want you to find my husband.
Well, Mrs. Weston, if we have to send an agent to Germany to look for him, this could be rather an expensive undertaking.
The financial side isn't important. We're quite reasonably well off. But what is important is that I know what's happened to Royce.
In that case, Mrs. Weston, let's see what we can do. First, a description of your husband, please.
Oh, Well, Royce is 34. He's 5'10", and he weighs 170. He has black hair and blue eyes. I have a photograph of him, if that's any use to you.
I'm sure it will be.
It's a very good likeness, really. Here we are.
Oh, thank you. An interesting face. Any distinguishing marks, scars, birthmarks, anything like that?
On his face, you mean?
Yes.
Oh, just one very small scar on his jaw, just under the right ear, about 1.5 inches long. But it's not really very noticeable.
Well, you never know. It might just help. Was your husband booked in at a hotel in Berlin?
Yes, the Kaiserhof in Tempelstrasse.
Kaiserhof, Tempelstrasse. Do you know the nature of the business he went over on? The people he had to see, for instance?
No, I'm afraid not. Royce doesn't talk about his work when he gets home. He says textiles are a terribly dull subject of conversation.
I think I'd be tempted to agree with him. Well, Mrs. Weston, I'll assign an agent to the case at once. I'm sure we'll be able to come up with something for you anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Simon. I can't tell you how grateful I am.
I'll save the gratitude for later, Mrs. Weston, when we find out what's happened to this husband of yours. I called in Agent Luke Parker and briefed him on the assignment. His first call was to Royce Weston's employers. The offices of Forbes and Baker were housed in an old and not very businesslike block in Knightsbridge. The ground floor was taken up with a tailor shop, a grocery, a bookstore, and a second-hand furniture shop. A quick check at the tenant's listing showed a motley collection of occupants, jewelers, milliners, second-hand books, engravers, agents, and an employment agency. Forbes and Baker were on the second floor.
Come in.
Well, good morning, ma'am. This is Forbes and Baker, right?
That's right. What can I do for you?
The name's Parker. I'm from the Missing Persons Bureau. I'd like to see Mr. Hawcross, if I may.
You have an appointment?
Oh, no, not exactly, but I'm sure that...
One either has an appointment or one doesn't. You fall into the latter category, Mr. Parker. I'm sorry. It will be quite impossible for you to see Mr. Hawcross today. He's extremely busy.
Well, this won't take long, ma'am.
I would prefer it if you did not address me as Mom, Mr. Parker. My name is Mrs. Magnus. I have no royalty in my blood.
Yeah, well, Mrs. Magnus, like I said, this won't take long. I'd just like to see Mr. Hawcross about one of your employees, Royce Weston. You see, we've been asked...
Mr. Weston? Is he your missing person?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, dear. And I suppose your client is Mrs. Weston.
She sure is.
Oh, well, let me give you a very good piece of advice, Mr. Parker. Don't waste your time. I assure you that Mr. Weston is not missing, and that your search for him will be nothing but time-consuming and pointless. He happens to be away on a business trip at the moment in Germany. There's nothing unusual about it, and I'm sure Mr. Weston will be returning very shortly.
Uh-huh. You say there's nothing unusual about it?
Nothing whatsoever.
Now, would you mind telling me who Weston went to see in Berlin? His business appointment last Monday.
Very well. It was a very routine business matter. Now, here we are. Klaus Gunter, Gunter Fabriken, Junkerstrasse, 135. Does that help you, Mr. Parker?
Maybe. Who's he been seeing since Monday?
I really have no idea.
And he hasn't contacted you to even let you know that he'll be away for any additional length of time?
No.
You're not worried about him?
Certainly not.
Why not, Mrs. Magnus? Couldn't something maybe have happened to him? Something bad, like a motor accident, maybe? For all you know, the guy could have been killed over there. And you sit here and say there's nothing unusual about it all.
I don't think there's anything further we can tell you, Mr. Parker. We seem to be talking at cross purposes.
Yeah, we do, kinda. You know something, Mrs. Magnus? I think there's a whole lot you could tell me if you wanted to. I think something fishy's going on, and you're just keeping your mouth shut about it. I think, even if you don't know where Weston is, you could give me a pretty good idea about how I could maybe find him. You know as well as I do that there is something very unusual about all this. But you're choosing to ignore the whole thing and stick your head in the sand about it. Now, what are you going to say about that, Mrs. Magnus?
Oh, interesting, Mr. Parker. Most interesting.
And that's all you got to say?
That is all, Mr. Parker. Good day.
Parker reported back to me and gave me a verbatim report of what had transpired at Forbes and Baker. In the circumstances, there seemed little else we could do but start making inquiries in Berlin, and Parker accordingly boarded the evening flight and arrived at the Kaiserhof Hotel some hours later. It was one of those newer, American-designed and financed hotels, very modern and glass-walled, with everything to make the American tourist feel that he'd never left home. The receptionist behind the desk was young and extremely attractive.
Hi there. Hey, what's a nice girl like you doing in a place like this?
I'm working here, mynheer. Can I be of assistance?
I sure hope so, honey. I wonder if you'd mind checking your register for me. I'm interested in a guy who arrived here last Sunday evening. The name is Weston, Mr. Royce Weston.
Of course. One moment, please. I will look. Tuesday, Monday. Sunday. Herr Weston was the man?
Yeah, Royce Weston from London.
Weston. Here it is. Herr Royce Weston, 47 Moorcombe Drive, Bryanston, Surrey. This is the gentleman of whom you inquire.
Yeah, he sure is.
Room 820, mynheer.
No, I don't want to know what room he checked into. Just when he checked out, or whether or not he left his forwarding address, that's all.
But I do not understand.
Oh, he didn't leave a forwarding address?
But no, mynheer. He has not checked out. He is still registered.
Henry Simon returns to continue this story in just a moment. You are listening to The Colgate Show, Address Unknown.
Sue, some of Bill's relatives have just turned up. Can you lend me some sheets?
Wow!
Look at these sheets. They're twice white.
You bet they are. That's Bingo White. Only Bingo has regular and ultra blue to get your wash twice white. Ultra blue is Colgate's name for laundry blue. And Bingo is the only washing powder to contain genuine laundry blue. Put that wow into your whites and colors. Get Bingo washing powder.
Nothing could be milder for your skin than pure, gentle Palmolive soap.
Because Palmolive is rich in nature's beauty oils to give you that young Palmolive look.
Be younger looking with mild, moisturizing Palmolive soap.
Housewives, how would you like a year's free supply of groceries? That's the first prize in the Palmolive Soap Money Tree contest. Prizes worth 2,500 rand must be won. Entry details at Palmolive Soap displays in your favorite store.
And here again is Henry Simon.
Agent Parker's face registered a mild blankness. Then he grabbed the hotel register and spun it round to face him. He scanned the names and found Royce Weston's featured prominently in a neat, concise handwriting. According to the register, he had checked into the hotel on the evening of the Sunday he arrived and was still registered in room 820.
Oh, just let me get this right, honey. Royce Weston ain't checked out? He didn't leave here on Monday?
Why, no, mynheer. As you can see, he has still the room.
Good evening, mynheer. I can be of help, perhaps. Is something the matter?
Who are you, Bertie?
Heinz Kruger, assistant manager of the hotel. I may assist you, mynheer.
Well, I don't know. According to this register, Royce Weston is still a resident here. Is that right?
May I be permitted to see the register? Danke. Yeah, that's correct. He occupies room 820 on the 8th floor.
Is he here right now?
Yes, sir. The key to Herr Weston's room?
Yeah, Herr Kruger, it is here.
Ah, so. I am afraid, mynheer, that the key is down here. Herr Weston is not at present in the hotel.
Oh, but he is still living here. I mean, he has been seen since last Monday.
Yeah, I regret I cannot help you. We have many guests, mynheer. One naturally does not wish to interfere, and we do not make note of their comings and goings.
But Weston was originally only supposed to stay the one night.
Then perhaps he changed his plans.
Yeah, so it would seem. You don't know where I could find him, do you?
I'm afraid not, mynheer.
Great. Great, just great.
Well, perhaps if you would care to leave the message.
No, I'll do better than that. I'd like to check in, please. You have a room for me?
But of course. Fräulein Schmidt will assist you, mynheer.
Yeah, good. Then when Weston gets back, if he gets back, you can let me know right away.
But Royce Weston didn't return that night. Parker waited in the hotel and left instructions with the desk to call him if and when Royce Weston appeared. There was no call. Parker confirmed the next morning that Weston had not returned to the hotel. He decided to follow up the lead of the business address of the firm on whom Weston was supposed to have called on the Monday and asked the receptionist for the directions.
Gunther Fabrik in Junkerstrasse 135. This is the address, mein Herr?
Sure. Could you tell me how to get there?
Oh, I would suggest a taxi, mein Herr. Junkerstrasse is in the eastern sector. It would not be wise to travel by bus.
The eastern sector? Holy cow. I mean, ain't it kind of difficult to get across there? What about the checkpoints and so on?
For a tourist to visit the eastern sector, there is no difficulty, mein Herr. Neither to get in nor to get out again. But for an East Berliner to get out... here, mein Herr, there is considerable difficulty.
Parker duly took a taxi and made his way through the checkpoint at the wall. As the receptionist had said, there was no trouble in doing so. Parker's passport was stamped and his time of entry recorded by the Vorpost. He was asked when he would be returning, and this information, too, was recorded. Then, to his surprise and relief, he was passed through. Junkerstrasse was a long, drab, and uninteresting street with a few business blocks interspersed between rows of bleak-looking houses and blocks of flats.
Number 135, mein Herr. We come to it now. On the left, Gunther Fabriken.
That's it, pal. Kind of grim looking, ain't it? I mean, they don't look as though they're doing a heck of a lot of business.
In the east, everything looks this way. You will be a long time inside, mein Herr? Or you wish for me to wait?
No, I'd like you to wait, please. I don't know how long I'll be. Is that okay with you?
Okay, buddy. I wait.
Thanks. You'll wow 'em on TV.
Guten Tag, mein Herr.
Oh, hi there. I wonder if I could see the manager or somebody like that.
Bitte, please to wait. I will call.
Thanks. Wow. In a place like this, they could do a great sideline and tombstones. It's about as cheerful as a graveyard. That dame's face when she heard an American accent. Man, she sure was scared about something. And let's face it, Parker, your face may not launch 1,000 ships, but it does not generally scare away the kids or anything like that. So why the frightened reaction? Beats me.
Good morning, mein Herr. I am Klaus Gunther, and may be of assistance, yes?
Oh, how do you do? I'm Luke Parker, Missing Persons Bureau, London. You own this company, Mr. Gunther?
This is correct.
Well, you're the guy I want to see, all right. I'm making inquiries about Royce Weston.
Herr Weston?
Yeah, from Forbes and Baker in London. I believe he had an appointment to see you last Monday.
Yeah, he did. But he did not keep the appointment.
Oh? He didn't show up at all?
No, I've not seen him.
He didn't call you or anything? To maybe explain why he didn't make this scene?
I received no call from him, nor did I see him. Is there anything else, mein Herr?
Why, no, I guess not. If you didn't see him, you can't very well help me.
In which case, I bid you good day, mein Herr. I am most busy.
How about that? As soon as I mentioned Weston's name, Gunther clams up like he's gotten sudden lockjaw. And he was pretty scared, too. He tried to be nice and deadpan, but I saw his eyes. He wasn't fooling anybody. But why? What's with this Weston character, anyway? He's just a textile salesman. Or is he? Yeah, or is he indeed? There's something very fishy about this character.
Mein Herr.
Yeah? What's up, pal?
Bitte, you are in some kind of trouble?
Trouble? Me? What are you talking about?
Behind us, since the checkpoint, has a car been traveling. They follow us.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. I do not wish for trouble, mein Herr.
Well, that figures. How far is it to the hotel?
2 blocks. Tempelstrasse is the street after the next one.
Okay, well, pull up here. I'll walk the rest of the way. If I am being followed, I want to know the reason why.
Danke, mein Herr.
Yeah, on a busy street like this, it won't be easy for them to start anything. Let's see what happens.
22 Deutschmark, bitte.
Here, keep the change.
Danke. Vielen Dank.
That black car, that's the one that just passed us?
Jawohl, that one.
Okay, thanks. On your way, pal. Well, the black car's pulled up ahead now. So he's carrying the ball. Let's see which way he runs with it. Young guy getting out. Looking back this way. He don't look Russian, that's for sure. Or German. He's walking straight towards me. Should be kind of interesting. Yeah. But interesting for whom?
Good morning, Mr. Parker.
That's right.
My name's Smithers, Consular Corps, Princess Embassy. I wonder if you'd mind coming with me.
Where to?
Why, the embassy, Mr. Parker.
What for?
Well, someone would like to have a word with you, that's all.
Who's this somebody?
Afraid I can't say.
Huh? And if I say no?
Well, you're perfectly at liberty not to, Mr. Parker. This is a request, not an order. I mean, you're hardly one of us, are you? We have no jurisdiction over Americans.
No threats, no guns, no strong-arm stuff.
Terribly melodramatic. No, nothing like that, I assure you.
I'm kind of disappointed.
You've probably been seeing too many American films about British intelligence agents. This way, Mr. Parker.
Come in.
Oh, good morning, sir. I brought Mr. Parker.
Thank you, Smithers. Please come in, Mr. Parker.
Well, that be all, sir?
Yes, thank you. I'm Colonel Mortimer, British Army, retired. Please sit down.
Thanks. What is all this, Colonel?
I'd like to have a word with you, that's all. Cigar?
No. No, thanks. I don't use them.
As you wish. You've just been over to the eastern sector, Mr. Parker. You visited Klaus Gunther at Gunther Fabriken. May I ask why?
Well, you're well informed. What's it got to do with you?
You've also been making inquiries about a man named Royce Weston. I'd like to know why you've been so interested in him, too.
You're asking a lot of questions, Colonel, but I'm not getting any answers.
Let me say this. Your inquiries could be very embarrassing to us. Very embarrassing indeed. They might also place a great many people in considerable danger.
Danger? Who? Gunther?
Among others. Now, will you kindly answer my question?
Oh, brother, I'm over here on a job, Colonel. I work for the Missing Persons Bureau in London. Our client is Mrs. Weston. She wants us to find her husband. I'm trying to do just that, okay?
I see. You will not find him, Mr. Parker. Weston is at present in the hands of our Russian friends. They arrested him on Monday as a British spy.
A spy? Weston's a spy?
No, he is not. But if the Russians claim he is, they can use him as a propaganda weapon. Nasty headlines in the press. We don't want that. Don't want it at all. So we're negotiating to have him returned at a price, I'm afraid. The price is a Russian gentleman in our custody who does happen to be a spy. Weston should be released tomorrow if our negotiations are successful. Until then, Mr. Parker, I would suggest that you return to London and report to the head of your bureau. He is a British subject, fortunately, so there shan't be any difficulty insofar as that's concerned.
I just don't get this. If Weston ain't a spy, well, what's all the bother about? Why not just hand over the story to the press and let them kick up a stink about it?
For the precise reason that we don't want to stink about it, Mr. Parker. The press has been instructed not to print the story, in fact. And Weston's employers have been instructed not to divulge any information about him. We have maintained Weston's occupancy at his hotel. On the surface of things, nothing out of the ordinary has taken place. And you, Mr. Parker, will very kindly do nothing to ruffle that surface. Understood?
You know something, Colonel? I don't believe you.
Indeed?
Yeah, indeed. The way I figure it, you are with some kind of intelligence outfit, and so is Weston. You let something slip just now about Gunther being in danger. Now, why should he be? If Weston was just a harmless businessman who's been used as a weapon by the Russians.
Very astute of you.
Then I'm right.
Whether or not you're right, Mr. Parker, is totally irrelevant. Our negotiations will take place. The exchange will be made. You will read nothing of it in the press, nor will it be publicized in any way. Even were you to open your mouths and shout from the rooftops, nobody would believe a word you said. So be a good chap, Parker. Run along. Remember what Hamlet said. There are stranger things under heaven and earth than are dreamed of in your philosophy. Sometimes it's better to let them remain that way.
Henry Simon returns to conclude this story in just a moment. You are listening to The Colgate Show, Address Unknown.
Two pretty girls, Jane and Sue, but only Sue gets.
Hey, Sue, how's it done? With Colgate, it's the only one. Brushing with Colgate makes good sense, gives me the ring of confidence. The ring of confidence? Yes, that's cleaner breath, cleaner taste, cleaner teeth.
Thanks to Gardol. Only Colgate Dental Cream contains Gardol to clean your breath instantly. Fights tooth decay all day.
Colgate Dental Cream with Gardol. It's new. It's Ajax 2.
New Ajax 2 with Oxalin Bleach. A washing powder so effective, it's guaranteed.
It's new. It's Ajax 2.
Look at my wash, so clean and white.
It's new. It's Ajax 2.
My sheets and towels have never looked so clean and white.
Get new Ajax 2 with Oxalin Bleach. A washing powder so effective, it's guaranteed.
And here again is Henry Simon.
That same evening, I received a telephone call from a very high-ranking member of the government. I was instructed to do nothing further in the search for Royce Weston, and that the matter would be cleared with Sandra Weston. Our fee was paid by the government, and the matter was closed with some finality. Was Royce Weston working for British intelligence? Did the exchange of spies take place? Your guess is as good as mine. It wasn't even something that one could read about in the newspapers. And now, as always, this is Henry Simon inviting you to meet me here again, and for the present, bidding you au revoir.
The Colgate Show, Address Unknown, is brought to you every Saturday by the makers of Colgate Dental Cream, Colgate Toothbrushes, Colgate Shampoo, Colgate Hairspray, and Colgate Talc. Listen again next Saturday evening at 7:30 when Henry Simon will introduce another story in the gripping and unusual series, The Colgate Show, Address Unknown.
This is Henry Simon, bringing you another story from my files here at the Missing Persons Bureau.
In these stories of the Missing Persons Bureau, dramatized for Henry Simon by Ross Napier, names and addresses have, for obvious reasons, been changed. In one moment, the search for Russell Burdon. Address unknown. And here again is Henry Simon.
There's an old Chinese proverb. A man takes a drink, The drink takes a drink, then the drink takes the man. To the moderate drinker, of course, this is a fallacy. To the non-drinker, it's a warning. To the heavy drinker, a tangible threat. And to the alcoholic, an epitaph. To illustrate this latter fact, I've chosen to relate the case of Russell Burdon. And to it, I intend to apply the proverb, a man takes a drink.
Well, Russ, old boy, what's it to be?
Tomato juice, thanks.
Sure you wouldn't rather milk?
Well, I'm not a drinking man, Fred.
Then it's time you became one. You don't know what you're missing, old boy. Come on now, one won't hurt you.
No, really,
Oh, look here, I'll be offended if you don't. I mean to say, hang it all, we don't run into each other like this every day.
Well, perhaps a small one.
That's the spirit. Now, what'll you have?
Oh, anything will do. Whatever you're having.
And that was the beginning. Harmless enough, or was it? In the passage of the next few months, Russell Burdon acquired a taste for alcohol. He found it soothed his nerves when he was on edge, gave him confidence when he lacked it, and generally brought him out of himself. And so, the drink took a drink.
What's it to be, Mr. Burdon?
Same again, say the old girl. You just keep on filling them up till I say when.
But unfortunately, Russell Burdon didn't say when nearly often enough, or soon enough. And as time went by, he began to drink more and more, until inevitably the day came when the drink took the man.
Blast the thing. Barbara! Barbara! Where the devil are you, woman?
Russ! For heaven's sake, you'll wake the children.
Good. Time I had a little talk with them. Acquaint them with the facts of life.
Oh, Russ, what's happened to you? You've come home like this every night for the past month. It can't go on, Russ. If you won't think of me...
Be quiet, woman, be quiet. I'm in no mood to listen to your sniveling. What I need is a drink.
No.
Get out of my way.
You're not having any more.
I said get out of my way.
Oh, please, Russ.
Next time, do as I tell you.
There won't be a next time.
Better not be. Now go to bed.
I'm leaving you, Russ.
You what?
You heard me. First thing in the morning, I'm taking the children and we're getting out of here.
Don't talk like a fool.
I mean it. I won't have them growing up in this environment, with their father a drunkard. You're determined to go to the devil? Very well, then go. But don't expect us to come with you.
You sent for me, sir?
Yes. Sit down, Burdon.
Thank you.
I won't waste time with unnecessary preamble. I dare say you know what it is I wish to discuss.
I can't say I do, sir. No.
Your sales have fallen off over the past few months.
Well, there's always a slump at this time of the year.
In this case, the slump is due to you, and to you alone.
Me?
Or perhaps I should say, to your drinking habits.
Well, now, wait a minute.
No, Burdon. I've waited long enough. It's now my painful duty to inform you that the company has no further need of your services.
No further need?
In short, we cannot afford to employ an alcoholic.
But this is the only job I've ever known. I've been with the company for 17 years.
And you've been married for 11. But that didn't stop your wife from leaving you.
You know about that?
Yes. I've known about it for some weeks. And I've known why.
But you can't just dismiss me like a...
I'm sorry, Burdon, believe me, but I've no choice. When you confined your drinking to the evenings, it was none of my business, and I remained silent. But when you commenced to disappear for days on end, it became a different matter. I warned you, as subtly as I could, that it couldn't go on, but you chose to ignore me. Last week you were off for 4 days. The week before, you didn't come in at all.
I was ill.
I don't doubt it. You still are. And you'll remain so till you stop drinking. When that time comes, we may have another talk. But for the present, I have nothing further to say.
Russell Burdon,
You have been charged with drunkenness and disorderly behavior. How do you plead? Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
This is not the first time you've appeared in this court on similar charges, Mr. Burdon. Nor indeed is it the second or the third. In the past you've been let off with a fine and a warning. Well, I intend to warn you once more, but for the last time. Come before me again and you'll find yourself behind bars.
It was in the April of 1954 that I first heard of Russell Burdon, under circumstances which, to say the least, were unusual. It began with a phone call. Yes?
Oh, Mr. Simon?
Speaking.
I'd like to make an appointment to see you, if I may, as soon as possible.
Well, as it happens, I have some free time this afternoon. What's it about exactly?
An acquaintance of mine, he's disappeared.
I see. Would 3 o'clock be suitable?
Certainly. I'll be there on the dot.
I don't believe I caught your name.
I'm known as Frank.
Frank?
In the organization I represent, only Christian names are used.
Oh, what organization is that?
It's called Alcoholics Anonymous.
I'd heard of Alcoholics Anonymous many times in the past, of course, and I knew something about its work. I was therefore very curious to learn the nature of Frank's business. And so it was at 3 o'clock that same afternoon that I rose from my desk as a large man, well over 6 feet and built in proportion, with sandy hair and a ruddy complexion, was ushered into my office.
How do you do, Mr. Simon?
Mr. Frank, please.
Oh, thank you. Oh, breaking in a new pair of shoes is good to take the weight off them. I know you're a busy man, Mr. Simon, so I'll get straight to the point of my visit. As I mentioned over the phone, I belong to Alcoholics Anonymous. In short, I'm a reformed alcoholic, dedicated to the task of reforming others who've fallen by the wayside.
A highly commendable occupation.
Yes, well, it's not an occupation exactly. Let's say it's a sideline, something which I occupy my spare hours with. There are many others like me, thousands, in fact, here in England and abroad. And we function in a simple yet highly systematic fashion. At any time of the day or night, we're apt to receive a phone call from headquarters directing us to the aid of anyone who desires our help. And having established contact, we place ourselves completely at their disposal. Whenever the craving for a drink comes upon them, they send for us, and we do what we can to dispel it. But, no doubt you're familiar with the general procedure.
Vaguely, yes.
Surnames are never used, either by us or by those we assist. In that way, of course, our anonymity is preserved.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the man I want you to find is a confirmed alcoholic. For the past 4 months since he enlisted the aid of AA, he's been known to me simply as Russell, but under the circumstances, I found it necessary to ascertain his full name, which I pass on to you in absolute confidence.
Yes, of course.
His name is Burdon. Burdden.
Russell Burdon. Mm-hmm.
Yes. To give you a brief history of his alcoholic decline, in the September of last year, due entirely to his excessive drinking, his wife left him and took with her their 2 children. 3 weeks later, he lost his job as sales manager with a cosmetics firm. In the ensuing November, he was arrested 3 times for drunkenness and disorderly practices. Then again in December, when he was warned that the next time he appeared in court, he'd receive a prison sentence. A few days after that, following the effect of a particularly heavy drinking bout, he contacted us. I was assigned to the case, and I found him to be a man of both education and character on the verge of delirium tremens. I immediately referred him to the doctor who'd cured me 18 months before. Well, just as I was convinced that we were on the eve of total victory, he disappeared. And I've neither seen nor heard from him since.
You feel that he's gone back?
I know how easy it is to do, Mr. Simon. I went back myself. But I was pulled from the mire in time before too much damage had been done.
Have you been in touch with his wife?
Yes, several times. She's heard nothing.
Where was he living?
He had a flat in Earl's Court. He hasn't been sighted there for more than 10 days.
When was the last time you saw him, and where?
At his flat, about a fortnight ago.
And when did you discover he was missing?
Earlier this week, when I called on him. The caretaker let me in. There was an empty whiskey bottle on the kitchen table. It's a familiar pattern, Mr. Simon. A man gets back on his feet only to be swept off them again before he's found his bearings. I've seen it so often. Apart from experiencing it myself.
What other inquiries have you made?
Well, none of any consequence. It's difficult to know where to start. Perhaps Mrs. Burdon may be able to guide you in some way. The poor woman, she's extremely bitter about it all. Not quite so bitter as my wife, perhaps, but... Well...
Did your wife leave you?
It's because she did that I finally came to my senses. Unfortunately, it was a little late. I'd been drinking for 15 days on end. I collapsed on the front steps of our home. When I regained consciousness, I was in hospital. I asked to see her. And they told me she was dead. She put her head in a gas oven.
Henry Simon returns to continue this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
As he spoke of his wife's suicide brought about by his own addiction to alcohol, it became apparent that Frank had identified Russell Burdon with himself. They had both been married men, they had both had children, and they had both sunk to approximately the same depths. Following his departure some 40 minutes later, I summoned Agent Bob Hunter to my office, and after briefing him on the case, I dispatched him to the home of our quarry's mother-in-law, where Barbara Burdon and her 2 children were staying. A capable-looking woman, the attractive qualities in her face marred by furrows born of worry, Mrs. Burdon treated the agent to a mixed reception.
I know I'm being callous, Mr. Hunter, and perhaps a little heartless. But where Russ is concerned, I simply don't care anymore. If I never see him again, it'll be too soon.
Well, I guess that's your business, Mrs. Burdon, but right now it's my business to find him, and I intend to do just that. I understand you left him in September last year?
Yes.
Have you seen him since then?
Oh, a number of times. He kept coming here, trying to persuade me to return to him. And not once was he sober. The last time he was crying drunk. He made all sorts of threats and got quite violent. My mother finally had to phone the police.
When was this?
A few weeks before Christmas.
And you've not heard from him since that time?
No.
You didn't know he was in the hospital?
Not till Frank told me.
Do you know where his drinking haunts were?
Well, at one time or another, he frequented every bar in London. Quite a few of them refused to serve him.
There was nowhere in particular.
Only that place in Charing Cross Road.
Which place?
Oh, the Crown, I think it's called. He phoned up from there quite a lot to say he wouldn't be home. More than once I had to go and collect him in the car.
What about his friends, his drinking companions? Have you got any idea who they were?
Most of his old friends have disowned him long since.
Well, surely some of them must have stuck.
Well, there's George Atworth.
Atworth?
Yes, they were at Oxford together. They rode in the 8s. He's about the only real friend Russ ever had.
Do you know where I could reach him?
Yes, he works for his father in the city. Some sort of importing business, Atworth and Sons. It's quite well known.
Yep. Anybody else?
No one that I can think of. Oh, there were the old ones, the sponges and the hangers-on. The ones who urged him to drink up and then sat back and let him spend his money on them. If it comes to that, they're the ones who got him into this state in the first place. And they'd be the last to help him now he's down.
Yeah.
But I refuse to let myself feel sorry for him. He's one of them himself. He's just not worth it.
At the city offices of Atworth and Sons, Hunter sought out George Atworth, a pipe-smoking, pleasant-faced man in his mid-30s, with dark hair brushed back flat, after the style set by Rudolph Valentino in the days of the silent screen.
I'm afraid not, Mr. Hunter. I haven't seen him in 2 or 3 weeks. But you have seen him since he left the hospital?
And he phoned up to tell me he was a new man. I had dinner with him at the flat, and I must say he looked better than he's ever looked.
Ah.
I wouldn't have recognized him as the same person I'd put up bail for on 3 occasions.
Oh, you got him out, huh?
Yes, became one of my regular chores.
Oh, tell me, was it you who put him on to AA?
More or less. I was at him for months to call them. Not that I've had any experience with them myself, but I knew a girl who was a member.
Did you ever do the rounds with him, drinking rounds?
Yes, I tagged along with him a few times, trying to get him home, waiting to catch him when he fell, the sort of thing.
Yeah.
He was the worst darn soak I've ever seen. The funny part about it is, a year or 2 ago, he wouldn't touch a drink.
Ah.
On the rare occasions he went into a pub, he'd have a tomato juice or lemon squash. Nothing alcoholic, not even beer.
Well, he didn't approve?
No, I think he was a little scared.
Ah.
With good reason, I might add. Both his father and his grandfather were drunkards before him.
Ooh, in the family, huh?
From way back.
Well, it certainly is a tragic business.
Well, look, if you like, I'll take you on a grand tour of the pubs he used to go to. You never can tell. Perhaps someone will know something. We might even find him in one.
Well, that's a mighty generous offer.
Oh, not really. He was a good friend to me in the old days. I'd like to do what I can.
Well, if you can spare the time, I'd certainly appreciate it.
All right. When do we start?
Whenever you're ready.
Oh, why not straight away?
Swell by me.
I'll just have a word with Dad first.
Okay.
He likes to know where I am during office hours, especially when I'm going on a pub crawl.
And so, in the company of George Atwell, Hunter embarked upon what can only be described as a marathon round of public houses and bars. In one respect, anyway, their task was lightened, for as Atwell later affirmed, Burdon's drinking haunts were mostly confined to the West End area. They duly commenced at the Crown in the Charing Cross Road, which was just along from the offices of the Cosmetics Company where Burdon worked, and which Mrs. Burdon had mentioned as being an old favourite of her husband's.
Afternoon, Mr. Atwell. Haven't seen you about for a while.
Oh, my roving days are over, Harry. I've acquired a taste for the sheltered life.
Good for you. Well, what's it to be, gents?
Nothing for the moment, thanks. We're trying to locate an old customer of yours, a fellow by the name of Burdon. Russ Burdon, you probably remember him.
Remember him? I should say I do. I've jacked him out of here more times than I can count. Never put his nose inside the door he didn't cause some kind of trouble. Blimey, it was a real case, that one, and no mistake.
Well, have you seen him lately?
Oh, not for months. Wouldn't come back here, though, not after what happened.
Oh? What was that?
He got himself into a brawl with a couple of sailors. Bottles flying, table smashed, the lot. Over 30 quid's worth of damage done. Boss got the cops in. Carried him out feet first, and that was it. Never come near the place since.
It was the same story over and over again. Burdon had been barred from entering almost every hotel he'd ever frequented, and this was before he'd entered the hospital for treatment. In the month following his discharge, he hadn't been sighted. In all, the two men checked at 34 different public houses, 7 clubs, and a number of drinking spots stretching from Park Lane to Trafalgar Square. But the results were negative in every case.
Oh, man, my dogs are killing me. Where are we going now?
Well, I'm hanged if I know. I'm licked, Bob. I just can't think of another place.
Maybe one further afield.
Well, look, I can't work any farther. We can't check every pub in London.
No, I don't suppose we can.
Oh, he could have found his way anywhere. Around the East End, the dock area. Wouldn't have any trouble getting served there.
Yeah, there's just one thing that doesn't figure.
Yeah? What's that?
Dough, money. I mean, according to his wife, he drank away all the savings. Now, well, the guy, he just can't go on a prolonged jag with his pockets empty, can he?
Well, for all we know, he could be lying in some gutter or something.
No, not for long. He'd be picked up, and he hasn't been. I've checked with the police, the hospital. Oh, look, there's no point in you...
Listen, I've got it. The flagpole.
What's that?
The flagpole. A little pub down on Cockspur Street. Oh, it clean slipped my mind. Come on, let's take a bus.
At the flagpole, their last hopes were dashed, when once again they were informed that some months previously Russ Burdon had been threatened with police action if he was ever again seen on those premises. Disconsolately, Hunter and his companion ordered 2 beers, which they felt they'd earned despite their failure. As the drinks were being placed in front of them by the barmaid, the agent felt a hand on his shoulder, and turning, he found himself confronted by a well-dressed, prosperous-looking man who addressed him apologetically.
I say, I'm awfully sorry to butt in like this, but am I to understand you're looking for Russ Burdon?
Yeah, that's right. Do you know?
Yes, faintly. He was quite a regular here at one time.
You haven't seen him recently, I suppose.
Well, yes. Yes, as a matter of fact, I have. At least, I think it was him.
Yeah?
It was only last Friday. I dropped into a pub just near Notting Hill Gate Tube Station. The Coach and Four, I believe it's called. Anyway, just as I was leaving, I saw this fellow come in from the saloon. I was certain I knew his face, but well, I just couldn't place it. It didn't occur to me till later that it was Burdon, or if it wasn't, it looked dashed like him.
Yeah. Well, was he drunk?
No, I really wouldn't know. I only caught a glimpse of him.
What was it? Coach and Four?
Mm-hmm. Something like that. Just along from the station, as I said, on the right-hand side, going towards Shepherd's Bush.
With renewed hope, the two men journeyed by tube to Notting Hill Gate, where they had little difficulty in locating the Coach and Four, an old-style pub centrally situated on the corner of a busy intersection. No sooner had they entered the bar when Atwell gripped Hunter's arm, simultaneously emitting an excited cry of recognition.
Bob, it's him. Russ.
Where?
The fellow serving. Behind the bar.
There could be no doubting it. From the photograph he'd seen, Hunter recognized the bartender at once as Russell Burdon. Incredible as it seemed, the man who had been forcibly ejected from a score of drinking houses for drunkenness and disorderly behavior was now working in one, serving to others the very substance which had brought about his downfall.
Russ, you old son of a gun, I can't get over it.
The fellow I met in the hospital told me it was the one true test. The only way of finding out for sure if I was really cured. To work behind a bar for 6 weeks. To live with alcohol and not feel the need for it. And that's what I've been doing.
How come you landed the job?
Well, it was advertised in one of the newspapers. No one knew me here, so I applied and they took me on.
Where have you been living?
Here, on the premises. It was one of the conditions I agreed to when they employed me. You see, as well as being a barman, I'm a sort of general factotum. I have to be on hand at all times.
And the empty bottle of whiskey Frank found at your flat?
I poured it down the sink. Every last drop of it. Without batting an eyelid, moreover.
Well, the big thing is, has it worked? Are you really cured?
You look at that hand. As steady as a rock. And that's how it's going to stay. Oh, it wasn't easy. For a while, I had some nasty moments. I was sure I'd go under. But I didn't. I stuck it out, and now, for the first time, I can say without any hesitation that I'm on top. I've beaten it completely.
Well, I guess that calls for a little celebration, huh?
Definitely.
The drinks are on me, gentlemen.
Well, I'll make mine tomato juice, neat.
I'll settle for a good, stiff lemon squash.
Coming up. And just to show you veterans I can hold my liquor, I'll have one of each.
Henry Simon returns to conclude this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
Russell Burdon was indeed cured of the sickness that alcohol had brought upon him. On completion of his 6 weeks' term as a barman at the Coach and Four, he went to see his former employer, who, with the aid of Frank and Bob Hunter, he soon convinced that he was back on his feet again for good. His old job had been filled, but there was another one waiting for him, which he accepted gladly. He then went to his wife, who proved more than willing to return to him when she discovered the change he had undergone. This indeed was the Russell Burdon of old, the reliable Russell Burdon, who drank nothing stronger than lemon squash and tomato juice, and who, I am sure, would be only too ready to bear witness to that old Chinese proverb. A man takes a drink, the drink takes a drink, and then the drink takes the man. And now, this is Henry Simon, inviting you to meet me here again, and for the present, bidding you au revoir.
Hallo?
Die telefoongidse vir Johannesburg en Witwatersrand in 3 dele is hier, insluitende die nuwe afsonderlike geelbladsy telefoongids. Gaan haal hulle by u poskantoor nou.
En nou is dit 7:30.
This is Henry Simon bringing you another story from my files here at the Missing Persons Bureau.
In these stories of the Missing Persons Bureau, dramatized for Henry Simon, names and addresses have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The Colgate Show, address unknown, is brought to you by the makers of Colgate Dental Cream, Colgate Toothbrushes, Colgate Shampoo, Colgate Beauty Soap, Colgate Hairspray, and Colgate Talc.
In one moment, the search for Stephen Bartlett. Address unknown.
And here again is Henry Simon.
Anne Frank, the young German girl made famous by the writings in her wartime diary, once said that she believed most people were essentially good, despite the occasional things they did which seemed to belie that statement. I, too, believe in the basic fundamental goodness of humanity, but I'm certainly not unaware of its shortcomings, nor blind to its very often brutal and harsh realities. One takes people on the basis of their general behavior, not judging them on their occasional lapses. But I sometimes wonder if the lapses are not often the true indications as to their real nature. I remember a woman coming into my office some years ago and asking us for assistance. Mrs. Ruth Bartlett was a woman of about 40, who was, I suppose, at the time, normally quite cheerful and pleasant. When I first saw her, however, I saw a woman utterly miserable and pathetic, whose eyes told a graphic story of frequent, recent tearfulness.
You've simply got to help me find my husband, Mr. Simon. I'm at my wit's end. I don't know where to look, where to turn. He needs help. On his own like this, he's just no good to himself or to anyone else either. I'm so worried about him.
Now, just calm down, Mrs. Bartlett. Let's take this quietly and unemotionally, if possible. First, the facts, if you please. Your husband is missing, I take it.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Simon. I know I'm being incoherent and irrational, but sometimes I just can't help it. But I will try to help to keep calm. Yes, Stephen's missing. He's been gone for nearly 3 weeks. During this time, I've not seen him at all. I've heard from him, but I haven't seen him.
You've heard from him how? By telephone?
Yes, and a note. He left a note when he went off, and he's left another in the flat since then. He came to collect some washing, some clothing of his.
Then, is your husband really missing, Mrs. Bartlett? I mean, is there any point in our trying to find him if it's simply a case of his having left you and taken up residence elsewhere?
No, it's more than that. Stephen's sick, you see, that this is all an emotional thing sometimes, or perhaps even mental. Perhaps that's a more accurate word for it.
Mental? You sure, Mrs. Bartlett? It is rather a strong word to use.
I'm sure. Stephen's been seeing a psychiatrist about all this. You see, it isn't the first time. Not for me, not for his first wife either. He has a history of behaving like this. There's some medical name for the behavior pattern, but I can't think what it is right now. If you want to follow it up, Dr. Frobisher will explain it all to you.
What kind of behavior pattern is it? How does it manifest itself with your husband?
Well, he just goes off, disappears. Sometimes he stays in the same city, sometimes he goes elsewhere, lives in another town, takes another job, tries to start a new existence, but it doesn't work. Sooner or later, he contacts me again, comes back. But I'm not sure that I can take any more of it. I'm a nervous wreck. I live for the sound of my telephone or the noise of his key in the front door. I'm on a tightrope all the time. I hardly sleep. I can't eat properly. It's no good, you see. This time I can't go through with it on his terms again. I can't go through the daily motions of my own existence, waiting for him to decide when he's going to come back to me. Or if he is. I want him found, Mr. Simon. I want to talk to him and get this thing settled one way or the other.
Perhaps this is too obvious a question, but why do you wait for him? If he wants to leave you like this, if he finds living with you so intolerable that he has to run away every so often, why not simply let him make a life for yourself without him?
I've asked myself the same question many times, Mr. Simon. I give myself the pat little answers, the comforting excuses and reasons. I tell myself that I truly love Stephen, that I don't know what a life without him could be like, but that I'd be failing in my duty as a wife if I deserted him. I try to make out that it's my fault, that it's all due to something that I've done. And, of course, the little rational voice inside me murmurs that he did exactly the same thing before he met me, so I can't be to blame. It's a vicious circle of my own thoughts.
You say he did this with his first wife. Where's she now? Does he see her at all?
No, he doesn't. She remarried, went out with her new husband to settle in South Africa. But this was the horrifying thing to me when I heard about it. Stephen had 3 children by his first marriage. When he finally gave his wife a divorce, he walked out of their lives completely. He's never seen them since, except furtively, like someone spying on them, waiting around their school and then following them to a playground and watching them from a distance. It seems rather sick to me. It's not a natural thing to have done at all. But then Stephen is sick. He is, I know it. I've spoken to Dr. Frobisher about it, and he's explained it all to me. Maybe that's the reason I can't just ditch him now. I sometimes feel that it's like callously walking out on a bedridden invalid who's dependent on me.
Well, you would better give us some details, Mrs. Bartlett. Your home address?
We have a flat, 12 Northcombe Mansions, Boone Terrace, in Knightsbridge. Mm-hmm. Nothing fancy, but it's pleasant. Nice, comfortable little home. More than enough for the 2 of us.
I see. You've no children of your own, then?
No, we've only been married for 3 years, you see. I was in my late 30s. I shied clear of marriage until then.
Might I ask why?
Afraid more than anything else. I know quite a lot of men. There'd be no big romances, really. I valued my independence. I was secure in my own little world. I didn't want to throw it all up and make a disastrous marriage just because I sometimes felt cold at night, because I craved a companion. Then along came Stephen. He was different to all the others. Warm, considerate, thoughtful. Strong, I thought at the time. Strong, that's a laugh. For a while, everything seemed to be going along wonderfully. Well, we were happy. Oh, not like 2 silly teenagers gushing about love at every second minute. Just quiet and happy, that's all. At least I was. I wonder if Stephen ever really was happy.
What work does your husband do?
Salesman. Electrical fittings and appliances, television, radio, fridges, stoves, that sort of thing. And, a good one. His boss always raves about how good he is. That's the reason he always takes him back again, afterwards.
Oh, he goes back to the same job every time he gets back from one of these absences of his, then?
Oh, yes. Mr. Munro takes him back. He says Stephen's one of the best and most liked people he's ever had working for him. But then Mr. Munro doesn't have to live with him, does he?
No, I suppose not. How old is your husband?
41.
And you say on this occasion he's been away for 3 weeks. Was his going a surprise to you?
No, not at all. I'd seen it coming for weeks. He gets moody and snappy, irritable. Absolutely unapproachable, too. A real Jekyll and Hyde character. Oh, smiling and dependable for his customers. A monster with me. We were sitting down to dinner on the Tuesday before he left. The next day was his payday, so I suppose that had something to do with it. I broached the subject. Stephen.
What is it?
You're going, aren't you? And soon. You're going off on one of those trips of yours.
What difference does it make?
Difference? Oh, how cruel you can be. Of course it makes a difference. You just pack a bag and walk out, and I've no idea where you are, or even if you're coming back.
Then why bother? Why don't you just divorce me and get it all over with?
Stephen, please. Please don't be like that.
Oh, look, let's just drop it, shall we? There's no point in our talking about it. Your voice gets on my nerves. Sound like a martyr with that plaintive little whine of yours.
Has Dr. Frobisher been any help to you at all?
No, he hasn't. Dr. Frobisher has been no help to me at all. And why not? Because there happens to be nothing wrong with me. Now, don't forget, all this was your idea, not mine. You got down on your ruddy knees and begged me to go and see him. Said I needed help. Said a flipping psychiatrist would sort out all the little kinks in me. Well, you were wrong, Ruth, dear. There aren't any kinks to sort out.
Then why? Why? Why do you want to go? Why do you hurt me like this? Please tell me, Stephen.
Listen, has it ever occurred to you that I just get tired of seeing your face? That if I hear that nauseating whine of yours just once more, I'll go off my ruddy rocker? Did that thought ever seep into that mini brain of yours? Did it? What are you doing? What are you getting up for?
I just want to hold you, that's all. I just want you to feel the hurt in
Leave me. Sit down. Now, don't touch me, Ruth. Now go and sit down. Drink your coffee and just leave me alone. I don't want any talk, any touching, any communication. Just for the love of mercy, leave me alone.
Stephen, you're so cruel. You must know what you do to me when you say things like that. But you say them anyway. You don't care that he's like a knife inside me, twisting, hurting you. You just go on and on.
And that was the last time you saw him?
Yes. Next day when I got home from work, he'd gone. Just packed a suitcase and left me a terse little note saying he was going. He didn't know when he'd be back.
But you say you've heard from him since?
Twice by phone. One via another note he left in the flat. They all said virtually the same thing. He's all right, living on his own, sorting out his thoughts. But not a word where he is or what he's doing or whether he's coming back or anything. In the meantime, I've got to go on just normally, paying off the installments on the car and the furniture, running the flat, doing the buying and the laundry and the 1,001 little things that have to be done, keeping our home for him to come crawling back to when he's good and ready. But now I've just about had enough of it, Mr. Simon. I don't think I can take any more. I want you to find Stephen for me so I can meet him somewhere and talk to him.
Do you know what you want to say?
Roughly, yes. The important things, I know those.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
And this is what you want to do? You're quite sure in your own mind about that?
Yes, I am. There isn't any other way, really. I can't go on the way I've been, the way I am now. So I've got to do something. What else is there, Mr. Simon?
I don't know. I've no counsel for problems of this nature. Sometimes I wish I were. I wish I was wise and sage and knowing, but I'm afraid I'm not. I run a missing persons bureau. We help to locate those that are missing, that's all. And there I think we can be of help, Mrs. Bartlett. We'll find your husband for you, I'm sure of that. I only hope that when we do, the rest of your problems will be solved as well. I sincerely hope so.
Henry Simon returns to continue this story in just a moment. You are listening to The Colgate Show, Address Unknown.
Breakthrough from Colgate-Palmolive. New enzyme-active Punch washing powder.
Punch, the two-fisted one. Punch has both enzyme action to soak out stains and detergent action to wash in whiteness.
Yes, Punch has enzymes, a new kind of biological cleaning energy to soak out bad stains like gravy, beetroot, even blood. And Punch gives your normal wash a new sparkling whiteness.
After all, that's what we housewives want, isn't it? A stain-free wash is not enough, unless it's sparkling white, too.
That's right. New Punch soaks out stains and washes in whiteness.
Get new Punch washing powder. Punch, the two-fisted one.
Shaving time. Palmolive shaving cream makes a shave as smooth as it sounds.
The smoothest way to start your day is with a Palmolive shave.
Real smooth.
And here again is Henry Simon.
I obtained the relevant names and addresses from Mrs. Bartlett, as well as any other information which I thought might be of help to us in locating her missing husband. The first name on the list was Dr. Frobisher. I telephoned the man and made an appointment for my agent to call round and see him later the same day, and he was most obliging about it all. Then I called in Agent Luke Parker and handed the assignment over to him. I gave him everything I had by way of information, told him of the appointment with Dr. Frobisher, and listened to his comments. They were few, and Parker immediately started on the remaining names on the list. John Monroe, Bartlett's employer, who ran an electrical equipment business in London. Parker saw him an hour later in his private office.
Stephen, eh? You want to know about him? Well, I'll be quite honest with you. The sooner we get him back, the better I'll like it. One of the best men I've ever had working for me.
What sort of man is he, Mr. Monroe?
I told you. One of the best. Salt of the earth. Utterly charming. Absolutely wonderful with customers. He sells more of our goods than all the rest of the sales staff put together. People take to Stephen, you see. They trust him. They know that he won't be taking them for a ride, and he never does, I need hardly add. Oh, I trust him with my life. The man's that honest.
And yet, he's the sort of guy who just ups and takes off on his own every now and then. No explanations, no warnings to you, no anything. This is trustworthy?
Personality failing, that's all. It's his private business, not for me to go sticking my nose into. When he's with me, he's a man I'd stick by every day of the week. Does his job, and does it better than anyone else. Gives me his loyalty. So when he has these troubles of his, I stick by him. I keep his job open for him. And he always comes back, Mr. Parker. That's the whole point, you see. No matter what the reason for these going away of his, he comes back to me once he's sorted himself out. And when he does, he works twice as hard. I've no complaints.
You've no idea where he might have gone to this time, do you? Mrs. Bartlett is kind of anxious to contact him.
No idea at all, old man. None of my business. Stephen doesn't discuss his problems with me. I've no right to go barging in on his private life.
You don't have any idea what makes him do something like this every now and then? No beginning of an idea?
Well, when a married man does a thing like that, I suppose you don't have to look much further than the wife, do you? You know the old saying, Mr. Parker, what goes on behind the bedroom door is private, they say. But it's the cause of a lot of the problems in marriage. That's obvious enough.
You think so, huh? I mean, that's your personal feeling about marriages as a whole and the troubles that stem from them. Get behind the bedroom door and you know the secrets of everything.
I can't say I like your tone, Mr. Parker. I'm not accustomed to being spoken to like that. And my time is very valuable, if there's nothing else.
I get the point, Mr. Monroe. Thanks for your help.
Later that afternoon, Parker went to see Dr. Frobisher, but on the doctor's insistence, he was accompanied by Mrs. Bartlett. The psychiatrist's consulting rooms were comfortable and conducive to relaxation, and Parker took to Dr. Frobisher immediately.
I asked for Mrs. Bartlett to accompany you for a specific reason, Mr. Parker. Professional ethics. Stephen Bartlett is a patient of mine, and I cannot divulge to you anything which he might find in any way distressing.
Well, I quite understand, Doctor.
Indeed, without his permission, I cannot even reveal to Mrs. Bartlett anything of a confidential nature. I do hope you do understand my position.
Sure I do, and I respect the ethics involved. But I hope you can understand my point of view. We've been asked to find Stephen Bartlett, and I hope that you may be able to help us.
Well, let's see, shall we? What precisely did you have in mind?
You used a phrase to me, Doctor. I can't remember what it was. I know it sounds silly, but I thought of an aerodrome when you said it.
Syndrome? The incest syndrome?
Yes, that's it.
What about it?
Without saying whether or not this has anything to do with your patient, sir, could you tell me what the syndrome is? Just a rough kind of outline?
I don't see why not. It's not at all an uncommon term in my field. No, it exists on a more widespread basis than is perhaps common knowledge. Its basis, to some degree or another, may be manifested in almost anybody. That basis is, of course, an incestuous feeling towards a parent. Perhaps no more than a vague flicker of something, not even given a name in the mind of the person concerned. Perhaps more than that, considerably more. In the case of a man, it's an incestuous feeling towards his mother. Now,
if it's allowed to develop, it manifests itself later on in life in the man being unable to sustain a normal relationship with any woman. Eventually, you see, he will identify that woman with his mother, and this will create in himself a feeling of disgust and repugnance. The relationship with the woman will be eroded and eventually disintegrate. The man very often simply runs away.
I see. Yeah. Where does he run to?
Anywhere. It's like a wounded animal running to a dark place and licking its wounds. The man does that, sorts out his own problems as best he can, and then re-emerges to face a new life, new faces, new women, new relationships. But what he does not realize is that he carries his problem with him. He can never successfully run away from it. But he tries, Mr. Parker. He does try.
You don't make it easy for me. Is there any kind of woman that he might go to, a particular kind?
Yes, there is. A platonic relationship with an older woman, considerably older. The man might go to her to deliberately construct in her the image of his mother. And because of the age factor in his mind, the incest problem cannot arise. Now, here, I'm going to do something which I'm not sure is right. I believe it is, mind you, but, well, I wouldn't be doing it.
What's this, Doctor?
Now, the name of a woman and her address. Nothing more than that. Now, I would suggest that you go and see her, Mr. Parker. Draw your own conclusions. And I'd suggest you went without Mrs. Bartlett. Do I make myself clear?
You do, sir. Without really saying a thing, you make yourself very clear.
The name on the slip of paper was Mrs. Gladys Epping, and the address, a house in St. John's Wood. Parker went round there immediately and rang the doorbell. When Mrs. Epping answered his ring, Parker was not surprised to find her in her late 60s and decidedly of a maternal bearing.
Stephen is such a nice man, so polite, well-mannered and considerate, quite unlike the people one meets nowadays. Here we are, Mr. Parker.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, I guess he is at that.
I was so surprised when he stopped his car at the bus stop and offered me a lift, and then insisted on coming out of his way to bring me right to my doorstep. Unnecessary, of course, but most appreciated.
Yeah. Does he come around here often?
Oh, almost every day recently. Just drops in, has a cup of tea and a little chat. I think he feels concern about me. Doesn't like the idea of my being lonely. Isn't that nice?
Sure. You don't often find people as considerate as that.
And so strange, isn't it, that a man like Stephen hasn't married. One would imagine that he'd make some woman most happy. Still, perhaps it's not yet too late.
Gladys, you home?
In the drawing room, my dear. Do come through. I have a surprise for you. Here he is now, Mr. Parker. Stephen always lets himself in.
Hello there. That's a surprise, Gladys. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had...
Hi there, Stephen. Long time no see. I got a message for you from Ruth.
Oh, how nice to see you again, old man. From Ruth, you say?
Yeah, I kind of thought you'd be interested.
Yes, naturally. Gladys, my dear, I wonder if I might ask a favor of you.
Why, of course, Stephen. Simply ask.
I wonder if I could have a private word with this gentleman. Just a minute or two, that's all.
Of course. I was about to go through to the kitchen to bring another cup for you.
Good.
I'll take a week longer than I have to.
And who the devil might you be?
Name's Parker, Missing Persons Bureau. Your wife asked us to find you. I just did.
Indeed. Might I ask how? How, for instance, did you find out about Mrs. Epping?
Well, it wasn't too tough. You've been coming here just about every day, so I took the bull by the horns and invited myself in to wait for you.
Ah.
Oh, and don't worry about the fact that Mrs. Epping thinks you're not married. I haven't told her about your wife.
How obliging of you. So, Ruth set you on me, did she? I find that tedious, Mr. Parker, very tedious. I dislike the idea of my privacy being interfered with. Did Ruth happen to tell you why she wanted me located?
Just said she wanted to have a talk with you, that's all.
Is that so? Well, you can take a message back to her, then. Tell her that I have no desire whatsoever to discuss anything with her, and that I resent the fact that she's gone to these sordid lengths to track me down. Is that clear?
I'm no errand boy, Mr. Bartlett. Why don't you tell her yourself?
Perhaps I don't choose to, Mr. Parker. What concern is it of yours, anyway?
Well, let's just say I'm curious, that's all.
Let's just say that you're far more than curious. Let's say that you're interfering, snooping, and thoroughly distasteful. And let's say something else, Mr. Parker, this. In my country, a private citizen does have some rights. I intend to protect mine.
That's so?
Most certainly. I'm not obliged to have people like you following after me, sniffing like little bloodhounds. If I find that you're continuing to do so, I shall call for a little assistance from the police.
No, I don't think you'd do that, Mr. Bartlett.
No?
You wouldn't want the trouble it might kick up. You wouldn't want people like Mrs. Epping here to learn the truth about you.
Very well, Mr. Parker. What is it that you want?
Not much, just an agreement from you that you'll call your wife, arrange to have a talk with her, nothing else.
I see. Very well. I shall telephone her this evening. If Ruth wants it that desperately, why not? But I'll tell you this, Mr. Parker. Nothing could be more of a waste of time.
Henry Simon returns to conclude this story in just a moment. You are listening to The Colgate Show, Address Unknown.
You finish your tea, Jill. I'll get baby a fresh nappy.
Wow!
Look at this nappy. It's twice white.
You bet it is. That's Bingo White.
Only Bingo has regular and ultra blue to get your wash twice white.
Ultra Blue is Colgate's name for laundry blue.
And Bingo is the only washing powder to contain genuine laundry blue.
Put that
Wow!
into your whites and colors. Get Bingo washing powder.
If you want kissability, you've got to have ultra bright teeth.
If you want kissability,
You've got to have ultra bright teeth. So shine them whitest, ultra brightest.
With kicky tasting.
Ultra bright toothpaste.
New extra strength Ultra Bright toothpaste gives you the whitest teeth.
Yes, kissability comes with ultra bright teeth. Give your whole mouth kissability with new ultra bright toothpaste.
And here again is Henry Simon.
And the end of the story? I'm afraid there is no end. Our client met her husband and had the talk she intended having, but it was to no avail. Stephen Bartlett refused to unbend or change his ways. Perhaps at his age it'd be difficult, if not impossible, to do so. Perhaps not. With help, psychiatric or otherwise, who knows? If Bartlett is very, very lucky, perhaps Ruth might still be waiting for him when he does come back. For love him she does, there's no question of that. The tragedy of this story is that it's a story that exists in one form or another all over the world. And now, as always, this is Henry Simon inviting you to meet me here again, and for the present, bidding you au revoir.
The Colgate Show, Address Unknown, is brought to you every Saturday by the makers of Colgate Dental Cream, Colgate Toothbrushes, Colgate Shampoo, Colgate Hairspray, and Colgate Talc. Listen again next Saturday evening at 7:30 when Henry Simon will introduce another story in the gripping and unusual series, The Colgate Show, Address Unknown. Listen on Monday morning at 8:45 to our next episode of The Reverend Matthew, a story of people, love, scandals, jealousies, ambitions, laughter, tears, and human conflicts.
And on the lighter side, a cash prize of 200 rand per week and that fabulous Ford Capri 2-litre XL automatic are still waiting to be won in our Sari 69 series. The address for your Sari 69 votes is P.O. Box 4014 Johannesburg. And do get your vote to us right away. Right.
This is Henry Simon, bringing you another story from my files here at the Missing Persons Bureau.
In these stories of the Missing Persons Bureau, dramatized for Henry Simon by Ross Napier, names and addresses have, for obvious reasons, been changed. In one moment, the search for Helen Caping. Address unknown. And here again is Henry Simon.
Lindsay Caping first met Helen Taylor on the evening of his discharge from the army in May 1946 at a small party which was given by a friend to celebrate the occasion. They saw each other regularly after that, and some 6 weeks later, on the terrace of her parents' home in Malden, he asked her to become his wife.
I haven't much to offer you in the way of worldly goods, but, well, at a pinch, I think we might just scrape by.
I'm sure we will, darling. With flying colours.
Does that mean you're willing to give it a try?
If you are.
Helen, you absolutely sure?
Absolutely.
You must be crazy.
Mm-hmm.
To marry an out-of-work actor. Why, it's the most ridiculous thing a girl could do.
It's too late to talk me out of it, darling. For better or for worse, I've made up my mind.
The scene changes. 7 years have gone by, and we pick up our story in the living room of the Caping home late in the June of 1953.
Lindsay?
Mm-hmm. What is it?
There'll be a cab calling for me any minute. I thought I'd better say goodbye.
Goodbye? Where are you off to?
I haven't made up my mind yet. One thing's certain, though. I won't be coming back.
Won't be? What in blazes are you talking about?
I'm leaving you, Lindsay. For good.
You...
That'll be my cab now. I wonder if you'd be kind enough to carry my bags to the door.
Marriage and separation. The beginning and the end. Such was the unhappy prelude to a case which over 2 years later was to find a place in our files, here at the Missing Persons Bureau. It was a foggy afternoon in November of 1955. I just returned to the office from a luncheon engagement and was browsing through a report which Study had left on my desk earlier when Pauline rang through to say that there was a Mr. Lindsay Caping waiting to see me.
Mr. Caping, Mr. Simon.
Oh, thank you, Pauline.
I hope I hadn't caught you at a bad time, Mr. Simon. I would have phoned for an appointment, but to be perfectly frank, I'm here more on an impulse than by design.
As it happens, you've caught me at a very good time. Please sit down.
Thank you.
We haven't met before, have we? Your face somehow seems vaguely familiar.
You may have seen me on television. I used to compare quite a few shows.
Oh, yes, of course. Not that I'm what you call an ardent viewer, but I do watch the occasional program, just to keep myself abreast of current fancy, you know, so to speak.
Well, unfortunately, I don't come under the current category. It's almost 12 months since I last faced the cameras.
Oh?
I fell out of favor with the powers that be, and my career came to an abrupt end. But that's past history, water under the bridge. I'm here because of my wife, Mr. Simon. She left me 2.5 years ago, and I've had no word of her since.
2.5 years?
Back in June 1953.
You're not divorced?
No. We're just as much married as we ever were, except that we've completely lost touch.
I see. And the circumstances of her departure?
We had an argument. She walked out. It was as simple as that.
An argument? About what?
Oh, nothing in particular. Everything in general. We hadn't been hitting it off for some time.
Now you want her back, is that it?
I'd like to talk things over with her at least.
You've had no communication at all with her during her absence?
None whatever.
How long have you been married?
Going on 10 years.
Have you any children?
No.
She had no specific reason for leaving you.
I didn't say that. As a matter of fact, she had a very specific cause.
Which was?
My success, Mr. Simon. I was stupid enough to let it turn my head.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
When I married Helen, I was a struggling actor, just out of the army. There were hundreds of others like me, and jobs were pretty few and far between. In 3 years, I didn't earn enough to pay our rent. Helen had to go to work to keep us from starving. We were really up against it. Then, out of the blue, I was chosen to compare a TV variety show. It was a big hit, and almost overnight I became a celebrity. Work poured in more than I could handle. At one time, I was comparing 3 shows a week. I couldn't take it, Mr. Simon. It made me a different person. I don't know why, but it did. I started drinking heavily, playing about with women, generally making myself objectionable to everyone about me. Most of all to Helen. She took it for a while, for several years, in fact, hoping against hope I'd snap out of it. But instead of improving, I got worse, till finally she reached the end of her rope. There was no real showdown or anything like that. She just went, leaving me to stew in my own juice. After that, I went to pieces completely. And within a year, I was out of work again.
Are you working now?
I still do a little acting from time to time. Nothing of any consequence. However, you needn't worry about money. Thanks to Helen, I have quite a bit invested. I also own a block of flats and a half interest in a pub.
Have you made any sort of attempt to trace her yourself?
I checked with all her friends and so on, but none of them have seen her.
What about her relatives?
Her parents are both dead.
Brothers, sisters?
She was an only child.
How was she placed the money when she left you?
She might have had a little salted away, but it couldn't have been much, not enough to keep her for any length of time.
You mentioned something just now about her working in the early years of your marriage. Now, what kind of job did she have?
Secretarial.
By whom was she employed?
To tell you the truth, I'm not sure. It's so long ago.
Perhaps one of her friends would know?
Possibly. Let me think now. Amy Scott might be your best bet. She and Helen were pretty close in those days.
Amy Scott?
Yes, she's a dressmaker. Has a small frock shop in Finchley. You'll find her number in the phone book, unless you'd rather I contact her.
No, I think you can safely leave it to us. What age is your wife, by the way?
She'd be 34. Her birthday's in February.
Have you a photograph of her?
I have 3. They're all good snaps. This one was taken a few months before she went.
Huh?
The 2 of us. It appeared in a women's magazine, together with an article entitled, How to Cope with Success.
The old story, huh, Chief? Little guy makes good and promptly goes off the deep end.
It's an odd thing, you know, Study. Seems to happen to the very best of them. I'd no doubt that before he hit the jackpot, friend Caping was just as nice a felly as you'd expect to meet. Then Lady Success takes a hand and transforms him into an entirely different person.
Yeah, she's a tough doll to throw.
He owed his wife everything, and he candidly admits it. And yet when the time for repayment comes, he turns his back on her. Even derived pleasure from doing so. Incredible, isn't it, when you come to think about it?
Just goes to support the theory that we all have 2 sides to our nature. You see, we're a race of Jekyll and Hydes, and when the good side takes a back seat, the bad side takes over, and, vice versa. Oh, but reverting to the problem in hand, who's this woman I've got to see?
Amy Scott. She's the dressmaker. Apparently she has a shop in Finchley. I've got the address here somewhere. Oh, yes, here it is. 22 Abbott Road. At 22 Abbott Road, off the main Finchley shopping centre, Study introduced himself to Amy Scott, who was a plumpish, fair-haired woman with a quick smile and a pleasant manner. She was alone in the shop, arranging a bowl of flowers.
I'm a firm believer in floral decorations, Mr. Study. They give the place character. Don't you agree?
Oh, yes, that I do, ma'am. Kind of expensive, though, this time of year. Unless you cultivate them yourself.
I got these from the grocer across the street. He has the most beautiful garden at the back. But you didn't come here to talk about flowers, did you?
Oh, hardly, no. As I explained, we've been retained to trace Helen Caping by her husband. He mentioned you were a good friend of hers, and we thought maybe you knew
I'm sorry, Mr. Study, but I told him I hadn't seen her. I wouldn't have any idea where she might be.
Oh, she hasn't been in touch with you at all.
Not for years.
I understand when she was first married, she had a job?
That's so, yes.
Well, you don't happen to recall who her employers were, I suppose?
Oh, wait a bit. I should do. It was an electrical manufacturing company. I know that because she used to get things for me wholesale. She was secretary to the manager there.
Uh-huh.
They had offices in the city in, Lombard Street. I used to meet her outside the building. What was the name again? Something Hanson.
Hanson?
Robarts and Hanson, that was it. On the left-hand side going up from the stock exchange. About halfway along. I can't remember what her boss's name was, though.
Well, that ought to be easy enough to find out. Main thing is we know where to look for him.
You think she might have gone back to her old job?
Never can tell.
What could have possessed her, I wonder?
Ma'am?
To leave Lindsay. He was her whole world. She worshipped the ground he walked on.
Yeah. Trouble was, he got to doing the same.
"40 minutes later, Studdy presented himself at the city offices of Robards and Hanson, where he duly sought out the manager, one Thomas Kirk, a balding, bespectacled man with a red mole on his forehead.
That's correct, Mr. Studdy. Helen was employed here for over 3 years. Excellent worker. Most efficient secretary I ever had.
Uh-huh. She didn't come back to you by any chance?
Well, yes, it happened she did. About 18 months, 2 years ago. I'd have taken her on like a shot, but unfortunately, company policy no longer allows us to employ married women.
She was after her old job, huh?
Not necessarily her old job, but she was certainly seeking a position.
So, what did you do?
There's nothing much I could do. As I said, being a married woman, she wasn't eligible to be admitted to the staff.
Well, she was married when she worked here before.
No, that was prior to our revision of policy. However, I did supply her with 2 first-rate references. One from our governing director and one from myself.
Do you know if she had occasion to use them?
That I couldn't tell you. I've not heard from her since. But I imagine she would have done if the opportunity availed itself. I must say, though, I was somewhat taken aback when she told me she was looking for employment again. At the time, her husband was doing so well for himself on the television.
She'd left him.
So she said. But surely the onus was on him to provide for her. Ain't all the fellow must have been making a fortune.
Well, he certainly wasn't scratching.
What happened to him, by the way? Seems to have dropped out of circulation altogether. Haven't seen him do a show for months. Did he have an accident or something?
Yeah. He was driving his ego at top speed. Had a head-on collision with success.
Henry Simon returns to continue this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
There was little more that Kirk could tell the agent, except that during her term of employment with Robards and Hanson, Helen Caping had been particularly friendly with a certain Elsie Chronberg, who was still with the firm. Accordingly, Studdy questioned Miss Chronberg, a tall, middle-aged woman with dark hair faintly graying, who occupied the position of secretary to the sales manager.
Before committing myself, Mr. Studdy, I'd rather like to know what this is all about. Is Helen in some form of trouble?
Well, not that I know of.
Well, then why all the questions?
She's left home. Her husband wants her traced.
She left home ages ago.
2.5 years, to be exact.
And it's taken him all this time to try and find her?
Well, he's been trying to find her off his own bat without much success. Now he's retained us. But how did you know she'd left home? Who told you?
She told me herself.
When?
When she was in to see Mr. Hanson about a job. We had quite a long chat.
About what?
Oh, various things.
Such as?
Such as her leaving Lindsay. Frankly, I don't know how she put up with him for so long.
You know Caping?
I went to visit once. He didn't show up to dinner, and when he finally did appear, about 5 hours late, he was drunk. I had to help Helen pour him into bed. The only other time I struck him, he was so objectionable I went close to slapping his face. That was at a cocktail party. In all my life, I've never met a ruder man, or a more conceited one. He seemed to take a delight in embarrassing people, and particularly Helen.
This was after he became such a big name, huh?
Yes. I could never understand how she came to marry him in the first place.
Well, from what I hear, he wasn't always like that. Success changed him.
That's what Helen used to say. Poor kid. He really put her through the hoops.
Have you seen her since she was in here?
No.
Or heard from her?
Not a word.
You have no idea where she might have gone, where she might be now?
If I did have, can you give me a single reason why I should tell you?
Yes, I can give you a very good reason. She's still a married woman. While things remain as they are, she has about as much chance of finding happiness as you have of flying to Mars on a broomstick. One way or the other, she's got to settle this business, and now's the time to do it, whether she goes back to caping or not.
She'll go back to him. He only has to wave his little finger. She'll be back.
He's been waving it pretty hard for 12 solid months now, and hasn't done him much good. Now, come on, Miss Stromberg. If you know where she is, you'll be doing her a big favor by telling me.
I didn't say I knew where she was.
You intimated it.
All I know is she was looking for work.
Yeah?
I told her to try George Felton.
George Felton?
One of the directors of Goodwood Electrics. I heard he was looking for a good secretary, and it occurred to me that she might fill the bill.
Yeah?
Well, that's all.
Well, did she get the job?
Apparently not. I rang there a week or so later and spoke to the woman who did. She knew nothing about Helen.
So you don't even know if she applied for it?
Not for sure, no. Although she said she was going to.
You didn't check with Felton himself?
Well, at that stage, I didn't see there was much point. Whether she applied or not, she obviously didn't get it.
And you haven't heard from her since, eh?
No.
She didn't happen to mention where she was staying, I suppose.
Oh, if she had, I'd have been in touch with her.
Yeah. Goodwood Electrics.
Their offices aren't far from here, up in Bishopsgate, 21A.
At the Bishopsgate offices of Goodwood Electrics, Study interviewed George Felton, a youngish, keen-eyed man with closely cropped sandy hair and a prematurely furrowed brow.
You're rather taxing my memory, Mr. Study.
Well, maybe this photograph will jog it some, huh?
Oh, yes, I recall her now. But I'd no idea she was the wife of Lindsay Caping. I'm quite sure she didn't mention it.
Well, under the circumstances, that's understandable. You weren't able to use her, eh?
If I'm not mistaken, I'd engaged someone else the previous day. Work was fairly tight for women at that time, especially for those over 30. Any jobs going were snapped up.
You had no other suitable vacancies?
No. I was able to suggest a couple of possibilities to her, though. I'm just trying to think who they were. Hal Sainsbury was one. The secretary he had was getting married or had to move away from London for health reasons, something of the kind. In any case, he was on the lookout for a replacement.
Hal Sainsbury?
Of Westmore and Egan.
Yeah.
There was someone else, too. Jack Cleary, was it? Yes, I've a feeling it might have been. He'd be worth checking with at all events. He's with the United Appliances out in Croydon.
United Appliances, Croydon, right?
Yes, it was Cleary. I remember now. I rang him and he told me to send her over.
Uh-huh.
I think they were the only ones.
Swell, I'll look them up. Much obliged to you, sir. You've been a big help. Well, that's the position, Mr. Sainsbury. Can you place her at all?
No, I'm afraid I can't. There were several applicants for the job, but as I recall, they were mostly younger women.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I can't be more helpful.
Oh, that's okay, sir. Thanks anyway.
Proceeding to Croydon, Study took a cab from the station to the plant of United Appliances in Cumberland Street, where he was subsequently ushered into the office of John J. Cleary, the general manager.
Helen Caping, I know that name.
I have a photograph of her here.
But of course, she's with Richardson up in Birmingham.
Birmingham?
Have a small branch there. It's only been in existence a few years. Mrs. Caping happened to come along just at the time we were looking for staff. There was nothing for her here, so I referred her to Richardson, our chief representative. He was most impressed with her qualifications. He put her on right away.
Oh, and she's still there?
I've received no advice to the contrary, so I assume so. Although, now I come to think of it, she did leave us for a spell.
Not sure why, but she's back again now.
Uh-huh. Well, I'll just make a note of that address.
Oh, yes. 76 Flinders Street, Birmingham South.
Within an hour, Study boarded a train for Birmingham, arriving in that city shortly before 3 o'clock that same afternoon. 76 Flinders Street proved to be a narrow three-story building with offices on the ground and third floors and a restaurant on the second. On inquiring, the agent was directed to room number 14 on the third, where he was received by a broad-shouldered man in a grey suit, with rimless glasses and a spotted bow tie.
Oh, Mr. Richardson?
All right.
How do you do? My name is Study. I'm from the Missing Persons Bureau.
Missing persons?
Yes, I understand you have a Mrs. Helen Caping on the staff here.
Ah, that's right. What about her?
Well, I'd like to speak with her, if I may.
Oh, I'm afraid she's not in today. She only works 3 days of the week.
Uh-huh.
The youngster takes up the rest of her time.
Youngster?
Andrea.
Well, I'm afraid I don't quite follow. Andrea who?
Andrea Caping. Didn't you know she has a daughter, 18 months old?
The agent stared at his informant in blank amazement. Helen Caping, the mother of an 18-month-old daughter? Obviously the fellow was joking. Or was he?
Daughter?
That's right, born here in Birmingham, early last year.
But is this on the level?
I'd hardly be making it up, would I?
Pete's sake, well, why wasn't her husband notified?
Well, I gather she didn't want him to know.
But why?
Oh, you'll have to ask her that.
It doesn't add up. How the heck she managed to give birth to a baby and still hold down a job?
She left us for over 6 months, then came back. By then, the kiddie was old enough to be put in a nursery a couple of days each week. She seems to be managing quite well.
Well, I'll be... Look, where's she living? Where can I contact her?
She has a flat in Penshurst. It's just a bus ride from here. 24 Monash Road.
Some odd days, Study took his leave of Richardson and set off for the nearby suburb of Penshurst. 24 Monash Road proved to be a block of 6 flats backing onto a small park, where a group of children were flying kites. Consulting the indicator inside the front entrance, the agent made his way upstairs to flat number 3 on the first floor.
Oh, Mr. Study, is it?
Well,
I'm Helen Caping. Please come in. I've been expecting you.
Explaining that Richardson had rung from the office to announce his pending arrival, Mrs. Caping calmly ushered Study into a tiny, sparsely furnished sitting room. A gas fire was burning in one corner.
In case you're wondering, Mr. Study, the baby's asleep in the next room.
Well, I don't get it, ma'am. This whole thing's beyond me. Would you mind enlightening me a little?
What about?
About everything. Did you know you were going to have a baby when you left home?
Of course. That was my main reason for leaving. I couldn't stand the thought of bringing a child up under the same roof as Lindsay.
But why didn't you tell him?
Because I wanted the break to be a clean one. I didn't want him pestering me.
Don't you think he had a right to be told?
He forfeited that a long time ago. When I knew for sure I was pregnant, I made up my mind then and there to get away. I needed money, so I took a job for as long as I could. Then, as soon as I was able, after the baby was born, I went back to work again. Mr. Richardson offered me employment on a part-time basis, which suited me down to the ground.
But even if you hadn't returned to your husband, you could have gotten money from him.
Fortunately, I was never that desperate. I've been very lucky, considering.
He wants to talk things over, ma'am. Would you consent to seeing him again?
It doesn't seem I have much option. You've traced me here. All you have to do is tell him where I am.
I think you'll find he's changed quite a lot.
He changed once before.
For the better this time.
I won't argue, Mr. Study. It's in your hands. As far as I'm concerned, you can do as you please.
Henry Simon returns to conclude this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
In response to her husband's appeal, Helen Caping did at length return home to him, together with their daughter. but not before he'd convinced her that he had permanently recaptured his stability. He has a great deal to make up for in the years that lie ahead, but whether or not he is capable of so doing, only the future can decide. And now, as always, this is Henry Simon, inviting you to meet me here again, and for the present, bidding you au revoir. This is Henry Simon, bringing you another story from my files here at the Missing Persons Bureau.
In these stories of the Missing Persons Bureau, dramatized for Henry Simon by Ross Napier, names and addresses have, for obvious reasons, been changed. In one moment, the search for Waldo Emerson Farnsworth. Address unknown. And here again is Henry Simon.
It was a frosty London morning in the March of 1937. The clock above the entrance to Farnsworth House showed the time at 10:27 as a large black car drew up and two men alighted from it. Both were bowler-hatted, both wore heavy top-coats, and after a brief consultation with the lift driver, they were conveyed to the fourth floor, where they entered a door marked Executive Chambers, W.E. Farnsworth, Governing Director.
Good morning. Can I help you?
We'd like a word with Mr. Farnsworth.
Is he expecting you?
I hope not.
I beg your pardon?
He'll see us.
But...
Stevens is my name, Superintendent Stevens.
Superintendent?
And this is Sergeant Blake. We're from Scotland Yard.
Yes?
I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Farnsworth, but there are two gentlemen here to see you.
Oh, by appointment?
No, sir. They're police officers.
Police officers?
From Scotland Yard, so they say. Superintendent Stevens and Sergeant Blake.
Very well. Show them in.
Yes, sir. Superintendent Stevens and Sergeant Blake, sir.
Come in, gentlemen. Come in.
Yep.
That'll be all, Miss Phillips.
Yes, sir.
Well, sit down, gentlemen. Make yourselves comfortable.
Thank you, sir, but we won't be staying.
Oh, that's too bad. It isn't often I have the honor of entertaining police officers. Well, now, gentlemen, what can I do for you?
Afraid we'll have to ask you to accompany us back to the yard, sir.
Accompany you? I don't think I understand.
In that case, it's my painful duty to enlighten you. We have a warrant for your arrest.
The arrest of Waldo Farnsworth, one of London's wealthiest and most promising financiers, came as the climax to a police investigation, the results of which were to rock the country. Chairman of 8 different companies and governing director of the Farnsworth International Finance Corporation, the 55-year-old multimillionaire was charged with wholesale fraud and embezzlement. At his subsequent trial, despite the efforts of a very brilliant defense counsel, it was clearly established that his empire had been founded and was indeed flourishing upon the fruits of fraudulently obtained capital. He was duly found guilty on 14 of the 16 charges brought against him and sentenced by the presiding judge to 15 years penal servitude. During the time of the trial, and in the months preceding it, Waldo Emerson Farnsworth was surely the most publicized figure of his day. His name occurred in every headline. His photograph was on the front page of almost every newspaper to hit the streets. And yet, when the hue and cry had died down, he was swiftly forgotten, and soon became nothing but a vague memory in the public mind. For my own part, however, being something of a student of criminology, I had cause to remember him well. And when in the June of 1951, exactly 14 years later, his name was brought to my notice again, my interest, of course, was readily aroused. It happened to be a warm Tuesday afternoon, and I was browsing through a batch of reports when Pauline rang through to announce the arrival of my 3 o'clock appointment.
Mr. Hutton is here, Mr. Simon.
Oh, yes, thank you, Pauline. I'll see him right away. A moment later, the door opened to admit a stoutish, sharp-featured man whose clothing and accent marked him at once as an American. His full name was Randolph Foster Hutton, and he lost little time in getting down to business.
As you can see from my card, Mr. Simon, I represent the Eagle Star Film Company. Guess you've heard of us?
The name is not unfamiliar.
Well, I'm over here on a very special mission, and I'm told that you may be able to help me.
I shall certainly do my best.
Sure you will. The fact is, we want you to trace a guy for us as soon as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Money's no object, of course, and we're ready to pay you well for services rendered. You'll find us most liberal.
By us, I take it you're referring to your employers.
Uh-huh.
May I inquire who it is you want traced?
His name is Waldo Farnsworth.
Waldo Farnsworth?
Ring any bells?
Well, there was a financier of that name convicted of fraud a year or two before the war.
That's the guy, Waldo Emerson Farnsworth.
I don't quite understand. If my memory serves me correctly, he was sentenced to 15 years imprisonment.
He got 4 off for good behavior. They let him out in 48. Which means he's been a free man for the past 3 years. You didn't know that, huh?
Frankly, no. But I still don't
We're making a film about him. At least it's our intention to do so. But first, he has to be found so he can okay the script. Also, we'd like him along as a technical advisor.
You actually plan to film the story of his life?
A good part of it. At 15, he was a messenger boy. At 45, a tycoon. And at 55, behind bars. We want to put those 40 years on celluloid. The story of his rise and fall. It'll be the film of the decade. Biggest thing of its type since Citizen Kane. Only hitch is he's gone into smoke completely. Hasn't been seen or heard of in the past 18 months.
By whom?
Huh?
He hasn't been seen or heard of? By whom?
Well, by anybody.
What about his family? Have you contacted them?
Well, his son was killed in the army. His wife died of pneumonia back in 35. Only other close relative he appears to have had was a sister in Glasgow. She was fatally injured in a motor accident the year before last.
I see. Now, you say that he's been out of prison for 3 years.
To be exact, it'll be 3 years in August.
Yet you claim that he's been out of circulation, so to speak, for 18 months only.
When last heard of, he was on his way back here from South America. Went there to settle, but because of his record, he was refused permission to land. Same thing happened when he went out to Australia a short while before. They wouldn't let him off the ship. So he had to turn right around and come back.
And you believe that he is still in this country?
No other country will have him.
What age would he be now? Have you got any idea?
Oh, well, according to the record, 69 years and 3 months. Date of birth, March the 6th, 1882.
Oh, very well informed.
I've read the script.
It's already been written?
More or less, except for a couple of scenes.
Suppose he doesn't care for the idea of having his past resurrected on the screen.
Well, we're prepared to coax him some. No guy in his position would turn up his nose at the kind of dough we can offer. He'll be able to live out the rest of his life in luxury. Maybe even float a few more companies. On his own cash this time.
That prospect should appeal.
Main thing bothering us is we got no way of knowing for sure whether or not he is still living. If he's kicked off, it's going to complicate matters more than someone.
At his age, that's more than a remote possibility.
Yeah. Still, we got ways of getting around that kind of thing. Just so long as we know for sure, one way or the other.
Quite.
You understand, of course, what I've told you is in the strictest confidence.
Of course.
If any of our competitors got wind of our plans, they might get ideas of pipping us to the post, you know. Muscling in on the act, if you follow my meaning.
Way things are, we don't have a leg to stand on. I mean, MGM could grab the guy and make a musical out of him, and there's not a darn thing we could do about it. Hence the need for secrecy and urgency.
What other inquiries have you made?
Well, none to speak of. We put out a few feelers, but for all the good it's done us, we could have spared ourselves the effort.
Now, you mentioned that when last heard of, Farnsworth was on his way back to this country from South America.
Brazil, yeah.
By sea?
Uh-huh. Cargo ship.
What cargo ship?
Same one he went over on, the Blue Monarch.
Belonging to what line?
Rover Cape.
You verified his return with them, of course.
Well, if you mean did I check to see if he got there, sure, but that's it. The end of the trail. Full stop.
How many other passengers did the ship happen to be carrying, do you know?
Afraid not. Not too many, though, I guess, being a cargo vessel.
Well, it shouldn't be difficult to check. I'll get in touch with their office.
Swell.
You're staying in London, I take it?
For a couple of weeks, yeah. If you want to reach me at any time, I'm at the Savoy.
Fair enough. I won't make any promises, of course, but as I said, I shall do all I can.
Well, you won't lose by it, I guarantee that. Neither will Farnsworth if you find him. He stands to clean up big if this deal goes through, and I mean big. Which just goes to show whoever it was said crime doesn't pay was talking through his hat.
Well, there it is, Studdy. We've nothing whatever to go on. We're 18 months in the red.
Yeah, he must have been quite a character, this Farnsworth.
Depends on your interpretation of the word character.
Well, what I mean is he must have been pretty cute to get in so deep and keep his head above water for so long.
Then, by the merest chance, the law caught up with him when it did. Another year or so, and he'd have covered his tracks completely.
Yeah, these big-time operators, they must have nerves of steel. Sure like to know what makes them tick.
Greed for money, usually.
Yeah, or power.
Combination of both, perhaps.
But this guy was no Capone. He had no gang behind him, no thugs to pave the way. He did it alone.
And paid the price.
Yeah, 15 years.
11 with remissions for good behavior.
Yeah, but I guess I'll settle for being poor.
I checked with the Rover Cape shipping line, by the way. Blue Monarch has facilities for 12 passengers.
Oh, so there were 11 others on board, huh?
If she was carrying a full complement, yes.
Weren't they able to tell you?
They're checking. I said I'd send you along to their office. If we can get a hold of a copy of the passenger list, of course, we can check with each one individually.
Which gets us where?
Well, it doesn't necessarily get us anywhere. But there is a chance that Farnsworth might have befriended one or other of the passengers during the trip, in which case, of course, they might be able to provide us with some form of lead. Well, I know it's only a faint hope. At present, it's all we've got.
Yeah, sure is a pity they didn't decide to make this film sooner. Yeah, that's Hollywood for you. For 11 years, the guy's in the pen, and they have to wait till he gets out.
Henry Simon returns to continue this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
At the Coxper offices of the Rover Cape shipping line, Studdy interviewed a company official named Halloran, who proved to be the gentleman I'd spoken to earlier on the phone. True to his word, he checked on the sailing in question and had discovered that the Blue Monarch had been carrying its full complement of 12 passengers. Among them, of course, our quarry, Waldo Farnsworth.
That's correct, Mr. Studdy. He completed the round trip.
I understand the Brazilian authorities wouldn't let him land.
There was some trouble, yes, but I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to supply you with the details.
Oh, that's okay. Now, up to that point, my information appears to be intact, but for the present, it's the other passengers I'm interested in. The ones who came back with him. Now, would it be possible to let me have a list of their names and addresses?
But as it happens, I have a copy of the passenger list here. Normally, of course, it runs contrary to our policy to release such information, but under the circumstances, I feel an exception can justifiably be made. Unfortunately, the only address we don't have is a record of his Farnsworth.
Well, in view of the position, that's understandable. Let's see. Do you mind if I take this back to the office with me so I can study it at my leisure?
Oh, no, not at all. If there's anything further we can do, don't hesitate to contact us.
Many thanks, sir. I'm much obliged.
Of the 11 names listed, there were 3 married couples, 2 of them businessmen with their wives returning home after occupying posts abroad, and the third honeymoon couple who had spent 3 weeks in Brazil on the completion of a world tour. Their addresses, as listed, were duly checked and were found to be in order. Of the remaining 5 passengers, 2 were engineers from the same company who had been employed on the construction of a dam in Venezuela. And the other 3 were Latin dancers from Montevideo, en route to England to fulfill professional engagements. It was to the Rainsford home of Mr. and Mrs. Arthur L. Young that Studdy ventured first. On his arrival, he was greeted by Mrs. Young, who explained that her husband was at present attending a convention in Edinburgh and was not expected home for several days.
He was always tripping about somewhere. I hardly ever see him.
Well, I suppose you can probably help me as much as he can. You were in South America with him, I believe.
Yes, for 3 years. He had a post in Rio.
And you returned to England 18 months ago aboard the Blue Monarch?
That's right.
Well, one of your fellow passengers was a man named Farnsworth. Waldo Farnsworth. Do you remember him at all?
Oh, I certainly do. He was my favourite bridge partner. As a combination, we're unbeatable.
Uh-huh. Well, apart from the bridge game, did you see much of him?
Oh, yes, quite a bit. He was a most agreeable companion, wonderful sense of humour, and always the perfect gentleman. I don't mind telling you, if he'd been a few years younger, well, my husband might have had cause to worry.
Have you seen or heard from him since your arrival back in England?
Oh, unfortunately not. He promised to look us up, but he never did.
When he left the ship, have you got any idea where he was headed?
No, but I remember he mentioned something about a friend of his owning a farm somewhere. They said he'd been invited to spend a few months there.
And he intended taking advantage of the invitation?
Oh, yes, that was the impression I gained.
But he didn't say where the farm was?
Not that I recall. Of course, he may have told one of the other passengers. He made friends with everybody, including the crew. He was that sort of man.
Ship's at sea right now, and I can't check with the crew.
Can't the shipping company help you?
Well, they have a record of everybody's address but his. You see, he was traveling under rather exceptional circumstances.
Oh?
Well, I take it wasn't generally known who he was?
Well, to us, he was just Mr. Farnsworth. Why, is he some kind of celebrity?
Well, not exactly, just a well-known financier. But getting back to the other passengers, was there anyone he was especially chummy with?
Let me think now. Well, he did spend a good deal of time with that Mr. Sanderson.
Would that be John F. Sanderson?
Oh, you know him.
Well, I've got his name down here.
Yes, well, he was some kind of engineer, I think. He and his friend, Jordan, was it? Yes. They'd been helping to build some kind of dam in Venezuela, or something equally as outlandish. Well, they could probably tell you something. Sanderson, anyway.
I'll check with him. In the meanwhile, here's my card. If you think of anything else, perhaps you'll be so good as to let me know.
The tracing of John F. Sanderson was again purely a routine matter. The address supplied to the shipping company was that of his mother, who directed Studdy to a manufacturing plant in Ealing, where Sanderson was employed as consultant engineer.
Farnsworth? Yes, of course. Nice chap. We had some interesting chats together.
You haven't been in touch with him at all since you got back, I suppose?
No. He did say he'd give me a buzz when he came up to London, but I haven't heard from him.
When he came up to London, from where?
A friend of his had a farm down in Sussex. He'd been offered a share in the place, and said he was going to spend a few months there and see how he liked the life.
Well, just where in Sussex? Any notion?
Well, all I can tell you is it was somewhere on the coast. He mentioned that the farmhouse itself was in sight of the channel. What's it all about, anyway? His past caught up with him again?
You know about his past?
Well, he told me something of it, in confidence, of course. As far as I know, none of the others knew. Poor old boy. Came as pretty much of a blow to him when the Brazilian authorities wouldn't let him land. Not that he showed it, mind you. The contrary. All the way back, he was the life and soul of the party. Everyone on board thought it was Christmas.
Well, looks like I'll have to check with them all. See if he dropped any more hints around. What about your friend Jordan?
Well, no go there. He's taken a job with a firm in Hamburg. Been there for the last 6 months.
Let's him out.
And what about that other fellow? What the devil was his name now? He was travelling with his wife.
Oh, not the honeymoon couple?
Lord, no. Wasting your time trying them. Too busy cuddling in corners to get into conversation. When they weren't in their cabins, that is. They only emerged about twice. No, it was the other couple.
Mr. and Mrs. Gerald Saxon?
That's the name, Saxon. A night before we docked, he and Farnsworth got drunk together. Or perhaps I should say pleasantly pickled. And when I joined them, they'd reached the really talkative stage. No telling what might have passed between them. The captain was there, too, having a good old letter.
All pals together, huh?
To the end. You know, old Farnsworth certainly had the knack of bringing people out. A genius for winning them over.
There was one guy I didn't work on.
Oh? Who?
The judge.
Gerald Saxon, it transpired, was the sales manager of a well-known importing concern. A big man in his mid-50s, he was interviewed in his Piccadilly office by Study that same afternoon.
Well, that's the situation as it stands, sir. According to Sanderson, he was going to stay with a friend of his on a farm down in Sussex.
Yes, now that you mention it, I believe he did say something about a farm.
Somewhere on the coast.
Wait a bit, I had some friends living down that way, in Eastbourne. I seem to recall telling him to look them up, which rather suggests it might have been in the same area. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought of him, eh?
Yes. Eastbourne, huh?
Sorry, I can't be a little more definite.
Oh, that's okay, sir. This could be just the link I'm looking for.
Accordingly, Study journeyed by train to the coastal resort of Eastbourne, where he contacted Saxon's friends. This was purely a routine matter, however, and he was not surprised to learn that Farnsworth had not been in touch. He was now faced with the prospect of scouring the district, an area bordered by Brighton to the west and Hastings to the east. Painstakingly he set about his quest, quizzing locals and shopkeepers by the score, moving from town to town, visiting properties, private homes, orchards, poultry farms, and pig farms, until finally at a general store, just a mile out of Pevensey on the road to Bexhill, his diligence was rewarded.
Farnsworth, you say?
Yeah, that's right. He's a fellow right around your own age.
It could be the feller.
What feller?
A year or so back, he come to stay at the Mortimer place. Been there ever since.
And his name is Farnsworth?
Aye, a friendly sort. Drops by for a chat now and then.
Well, what sort of a place is it?
A pig farm. Only small. They run it between them, him and Pete Mortimer.
Well, could you tell me just how do I get there?
We'll keep going towards Bexhill. About 500 yards along to the right, there's a turn-off. Now, if you follow it, you'll come to a gate. And that's it. There's a track leading up to the house.
Following the storekeeper's instructions, Study found his way to a large wooden bungalow at the foot of a grassy rise. From the front steps, the sea was just visible, although the view was obscured somewhat by the fast-fading light. There was no sign of life about, but from the back of the house came the sound of somebody chopping wood.
Pardon me.
What? Oh, good evening.
Good evening. Kind of tough work.
Yes, rather. Just fixing some fuel for the stove. Good exercise. Oh, you looking for Pete?
No, I'm looking for Waldo Farnsworth.
That's me. What can I do for you?
Well, if you could spare me a few minutes, I'd be very grateful. Study's the name. Missing Persons Bureau.
For a man of almost 70 who had spent 11 of the past 15 years of his life in prison, Waldo Farnsworth was of an amazingly fit and active appearance. He had lost most of his hair, and his face was just a maze of deeply embedded wrinkles. But he held himself erect, and the hands that gripped the axe were as steady as a rock.
So, that's how it is, Mr. Farnsworth. Say the word, and you're a wealthy man.
I've lived to regret a lot of things, Mr. Study. But I'm happy to say that having a film made about me isn't one of them. Nor do I intend it should be.
Well, under the circumstances, I suppose I don't blame you. But, like I say, it could be worth a lot of dough.
I have no use for money. Not anymore. Coming from someone like me, that probably sounds strange. Nevertheless, it's the truth. You see, Mr. Study, I've got a half interest in this place. And, though pig farming's not exactly what I'd planned for myself, I'm about as happy here as I could be anywhere. And I might say, certainly a darn sight happier than I'd be in Hollywood, watching some half-baked ham playing out the story of my life. No, Mr. Study, so far as I'm concerned, the past is done with. Finished. I don't care to have it raked up again, on the screen or anywhere else. All I want to do is to be left alone, so that I can tend my pigs in peace.
You find their company preferable to people?
Let's say I find them more stimulating. Like to look over the pens while you're here?
Why not? I could use a little stimulation myself.
Henry Simon returns to conclude this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
Despite the tempting offers subsequently made to him by the Eagle Star Film Company, Waldo Farnsworth stuck to his guns and stubbornly refused to negotiate. Without his permission, of course, the film could not be made, and to this day the project has borne no fruit. I often wonder if a means will be found of making it after Farnsworth's death, but that is something which only the future can decide, of course. For Waldo Farnsworth is now still very much alive, and from what I hear, looks like remaining active on his pig farm for many years to come. And now, this is Henry Simon inviting you to meet me here again, and for the present, bidding you au revoir.